In the beginning, a truck driver brought Ling Xuan to the parallel world known as Blue Star for the sake of his year-end bonus. Here, Ling Xuan's physical form replaced that of a high school senior with the same name, and he acquired a sign-in system. Chapter 1. The sign-in system. 5 days ago, a small wormhole appeared at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, resulting in the sudden emergence of hundreds of fourth-tier beasts, causing numerous fatalities among fishermen and damage to military installations. The Alliance's High Command dispatched a special operations team, which has successfully destroyed the wormhole. This morning at around 2 a.m., the British Foreign Office announced the discovery of a mythical secret realm, inviting powerful individuals from various nations to explore together. In a two-story cottage, a boy named Ling Xuan gazed at the messages pushed to his phone, crunching on potato chips with an unperturbed demeanor. He had already been transported to this world for over a month. Indeed, Ling Xuan was a traveler from a cerulean planet, having crossed over in a rather straightforward manner, whisked away by a truck driver. On that fateful day, he was returning from work, heading to the market for groceries. While crossing the zebra crossing, a car ran a red light, but he narrowly avoided it thanks to his remarkable reflexes. However, just as he was grateful for his lucky escape, a truck collided with him from the side. When he next regained consciousness, he found himself in this parallel world known as Blue Star. Reflecting on it now, Ling Xuan felt a dull ache in his lower back, suspecting that the car's owner might have been a rookie from a dimensional transportation alliance. The rookie's debut had been a failure, and a seasoned driver took advantage of the opportunity to finish the job, ensuring that he was sent away. These days, they should consider expanding their business. Hitting someone is painful, while a quick cut is much more efficient. With a sigh of frustration, Ling Xuan tossed his phone aside and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The Blue Star he now inhabited was a realm where technology and the supernatural coexisted. In this world existed phenomena known as spatial rifts, which attracted spiritual energy and transformed the fundamental laws of existence, allowing sentient beings to absorb and cultivate it to become extraordinary beings. Beep. The dimensional sign-in system is at your service. Just as Ling Xuan was focused on chopping vegetables, a cold voice echoed in his mind. He paused momentarily, excitement coursing through him. System? My system? Beep. Yes. I've been in this world for nearly a week, and you only just appeared? Beep. Please forgive the host. The system has been retrieving certain items to enhance the service experience. It's fine, I'm just glad you're here, Ling Xuan remarked, nearly thinking he would have to face this unfamiliar world alone. Is there a beginner's gift package? He inquired, voicing his primary concern. Beep. To compensate the host, an additional sign-in opportunity has been provided. By the way, you mentioned your sign-in system. Ling Xuan recalled his earlier excitement that he had momentarily overlooked. Beep. Would the host like to sign in today? Let's sign in. Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Core of the Thunder Ruler Flawless version. Core of the Thunder Ruler Flawless version. A blessed core, safe for consumption. The description was merely a simple sentence. Yet, Ling Xuan was utterly stunned. This was not something unfamiliar to him, on the contrary. It was far too familiar. Familiar to the point of disbelief. Accompanied by a purple radiance, a core slowly materialized from the void, resting in his hand. There was no sign of corruption. The purple core vividly reflected his visage. After a moment of daze, he was overwhelmed with joy. Gazing at the core in his hand felt like a dream. Beep. Would the host like to commence fusion? The system's voice inquired. Fusion. Ling Xuan replied without hesitation. He trusted his system would not harm him, and he was exceedingly eager and excited. Like Chi encountering a Yaong. Aside from pouncing, there would be no other thoughts. Perhaps a bit of disrobing? Beep. Fusion commencing now. As the system's voice faded, the core in Ling Xuan's hand began to rise slowly, then entered his chest. Immediately, he felt a refreshing power radiating from the core, spreading throughout his body. His bodily functions were gradually altered by the core. Ling Xuan closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the core's power. Beep. Fusion complete. As the system's voice echoed at that instant, Ling Xuan abruptly opened his eyes. His once black pupils had transformed into purple diamond patterns. Raising his hand, crimson arcs of electricity flickered in his palm. Is this fusion successful? Ling Xuan still found it hard to believe. He had fantasized numerous times in dreams about interactions with characters from the second dimension. He had yearned for their abilities. However, when the moment of true fusion arrived, he felt little sensation, as if it were yet another dream. Would the host like to initiate a second sign-in? At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Let's sign in. Beep. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the armed doll, Fairy Airy. Hearing this sign-in reward left Ling Xuan bewildered. As he turned his gaze, he beheld a pink fairy doll holding a staff, sitting with closed eyes on the table. It appeared yet to be activated. So, Ling Xuan quietly stood up and rummaged through a cardboard box in the room. Carefully, he placed the Fairy Airy inside. He closed the box and took out tape. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Ling Xuan was about to seal this troublesome creature entirely, a knock echoed at the door. Seeing this, Ling Xuan was compelled to pause his task. He approached the door and said, "Hello." Upon opening it, he was greeted by a girl akin to moonlight, smiling and waving at him. "Kiana?" Ling Xuan instinctively exclaimed, his pupils contracting at the sight of the girl. "Eh, do you know me?" The girl with braided hair looked surprised. "That shouldn't be. I just moved to this city. Could it be that you and I were in the same school before, also just moving in?" Kiana pondered. "Stop overthinking, you're not good at that," Ling Xuan remarked instinctively, observing Kiana's contemplative expression. "Why do you sound just like Bronya?" Kiana placed her hands on her hips, retorting. "Bronya? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Kiana inquired, noticing Ling Xuan's silence. "Foolish Kiana, did you cause trouble for the new neighbor?" A calm voice emerged from the side. Looking over, Ling Xuan saw a little girl with gray spiral twin tails, holding a yellow stuffed toy, approaching. Ling Xuan stared in astonishment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Hey, no way. He just isn't speaking." Kiana, feeling wrong, protested. "Mr. Neighbor, although Kiana may have caused you trouble, it is quite impolite to stare at a girl like that." Feeling Ling Xuan's gaze, Bronya lifted her head, her tone flat. Hearing her words, Ling Xuan could only temporarily set aside his confusion and apologetically replied, "Sorry, you resemble someone I know." "Such a Glitch pickup line is already outdated," Bronya remarked softly. "Perhaps," Ling Xuan replied, non-committally. "By the way, here, take this." Kiana suddenly recalled something, handing a box to Ling Xuan. "These are the pastries made by May. They're delicious. If it weren't for May insisting on giving them to the new neighbor as a welcoming gift, I wouldn't have brought them out." Observing Kiana's eager expression, Ling Xuan felt a moment of daze. In her memories, it had been an eternity since she had last experienced such innocence and purity. "Yes, thank you, I will certainly finish it." Ling Xuan expressed his gratitude as he accepted it. "All right then, Bronya, let us return swiftly. I can already scent May's delicious cooking," Kiana declared as she strode purposefully towards the adjacent area. "Foolish Kiana, do not rush," Bronya remarked, casting a glance at Ling Xuan before following suit. Chapter 2. The Fairy. Ellie. Upon returning to the house, Ling Xuan gazed vacantly at the box in his hands. He found it perplexing why Kiana and Bronya had suddenly appeared next door. Moreover, it seemed that May was also present. Would Himiko be there as well? Ling Xuan murmured to himself. It had indeed been quite a while since Himiko had left. If it weren't for the Herrschers of Fire, he might have forgotten entirely. "Ding! Are you satisfied with this gift, host?" The system's voice suddenly echoed. Ling Xuan was startled. "Did you create this?" Ding! During the binding with the host. A portion of information was shared with the system. Based on what has been gathered, the host appears to be particularly sensitive to the existence of knives. Ling Xuan replied, "Anyone would fear knives in every sense. What does that matter? There are many parallel worlds. The system merely imported one of them into this reality. Although the host may find it jarring, they truly originated in this world. Is that even possible?" Ling Xuan questioned in disbelief. Ding! The system had mentioned prior to binding that in order to enhance the host's experience, it had retrieved some items and, of course, altered certain aspects. After listening to the system's explanation, Ling Xuan fell into silence. Thus, he responded to the system's first inquiry. "Thank you." Turning his gaze toward the gift box, Ling Xuan gently opened the treat sent by Kiana. Inside, it was divided into 4 sections, each containing a different kind of cookie and biscuit. "Baked by May," he pondered, as he took a piece and placed it in his mouth. The moment he bit down, he was taken aback. "This is quite delicious." He began to understand why Kiana adored May so much. Even the juice was not spared. The flavors were genuinely delightful. Pouring himself a glass of water, Ling Xuan reclined on the sofa, watching television while munching on the cookies. To be honest, he still found it hard to believe. The disparity between a life with a system and one without was truly immense. Before he knew it, Ling Xuan had devoured all the cookies. He patted his slightly full belly, and his gaze fell upon the unopened cardboard box. Perhaps May's cooking next door will be the best. Under the warm glow of the lights, Kiana continued to pile food on her bowl, her mouth smeared with grease, radiant with a simple yet blissful smile. "Slow down. Don't rush," May said with an exasperated expression as she picked up a napkin to wipe Kiana's mouth. Hee. Kiana is just an eternal child, always needing May's sister to worry about her, Bronya remarked, sipping her juice. Speaking of which, Himiko-sensei still hasn't returned, May noted, glancing toward the door. It's fine. She must have gone out for drinks again. She'll be back when the time is right, Kiana said nonchalantly. Knock knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Bronya got up to answer it. Bronya rose from her chair and walked towards the front door. Could be Himiko-sensei? May asked. Probably not. It's still early. Himiko wouldn't be drinking now. She only knocks when she has had a few, Kiana replied. Creak. Bronya opened the door. A slender figure was suddenly overshadowed by a tall silhouette. It's you? Bronya looked up, surprised to see Ling Xuan. Thank you for the cookies. They were delightful. Ling Xuan smiled at Bronya. Bronya was perplexed by Ling Xian's gaze. They had only met twice, yet the way he looked at her seemed reminiscent. This is a return gift, Ling Xuan said, placing the cardboard box at the doorway. Bronya, who is it? Kiana's voice called from inside. Bronya instinctively turned her head. It's from next door. As she answered Kiana, Bronya turned back, only to find Ling Xuan had already vanished from sight. Confused, Bronya's gaze fell upon the cardboard box, her mind swirling with questions. What a strange person, she murmured, cradling the box in her arms. It's quite heavy. Bronya, what are you carrying? Kiana inquired, looking curiously at Bronya as she returned with the box. I'm not sure. The guy next door sent it, saying it was to thank May for the cookies. If it's a return gift, then it's fine. Let us open it quickly. Wait, Kiana, May said, grabbing Kiana's hand. What I sent wasn't worth much. I didn't expect anything in return. We should really return it. Who said that? May's culinary skills are priceless. Kiana countered. Even so, May hesitated. May, I think we should open it, Bronya interjected. Huh? May glanced at Bronya in confusion. I believe he hopes we will accept it. Bronya recalled Ling Xuan's gaze. Could it be that he knows her already? As a member of the Wolfhound, Bronya's observational skills were keen. See, even Bronya thinks it's fine, so it must be okay, Kiana replied to May, seeing Bronya's insistence. May sighed and released Kiana's hand. Let me see what treasure lies within, Kiana exclaimed, retrieving scissors to slice open the tape along the edges. As the box was opened, they were stunned by the sight within. Nestled inside was a pink-haired doll, holding a magic circle, seemingly lost in a beautiful dream. Is this a doll? It looks incredibly lifelike, Kiana marveled, bending down to poke the fairy Ellie's fair cheek. The resilient cheek compelled her to pinch it a few more times before she snatched the staff from Ellie's grasp. We should really return this. It looks quite valuable, May suggested. Without a word, Bronya walked over and, amid the puzzled stares of her companions, gently lifted the fairy Ellie from the box. Bronya? The two exchanged confused glances. After checking around, Bronya brushed aside the hair at the back of Ellie's head and discovered a button. With a gentle touch, she activated it. A pink glow radiated from the fairy Ellie, who began to levitate. The slumbering fairy had finally awakened. Ding ding, the adorable fairy Ellie has awakened. Fairy Ellie soared into the air, performing a twirl before joyfully waving at the trio. Hello, lovely humans. I am Ellie, the fairy from the Kingdom of Melody. Here to meet the important you. Wait, she is speaking, Kiana exclaimed, astonished at the talking fairy. Of course. I am a fairy from the Kingdom of Melody. Isn't it normal for me to speak? Is this a new doll set to be released? May pondered all out. Not a doll. I am Ellie the fairy. A genuine fairy. Don't get it wrong, lovely humans. Bronya, Kiana, May. They suddenly began to understand why this puppet had been given away. Chapter 3. Frosty Skies. Inside the room, after sending off the fairy Ailey, Ling Xuan returned home, washed up, and lay down on his bed. The events of the day had been rather overwhelming, leaving him somewhat fatigued. With a flick of his wrist, Ling Xuan gazed at the crimson lightning flickering in the palm of his hand. Snap! He then snapped his fingers into the void. Dark red energy of collapse permeated the emptiness. In a hurry, a small advanced-type collapse beast materialized. The ability to summon collapse beasts implied the potential for widespread destruction. Gently stroking the head of the advanced-type collapse beast, Ling Xuan murmured softly. As if struck by a thought, Ling Xuan paused, addressing the void system. Is the power of this lightning core based on the civilization of this world or that of the collapse world? Ding! The system's voice responded. The core you have signed in is a product optimized by the system. Thus, it carries no side effects. Furthermore, to maximize power, it corresponds to the civilization of the pre-collapse era. Is that so? I understand, Ling Xuan replied. In the next moment, he clenched his hand slightly, the crimson lightning in his palm growing denser. Guided by the authority reflected by the core, a purple gem emerged from the lightning, radiating an enchanting violet glow. The gem appeared before Ling Xuan, resembling a pop-up window from an online game, displaying its name, Simulated Conquest Gem. This single gem could give rise to a simulated ruler. Moreover, the gem he created was entirely safe, with no risk of eroding the host. Contemplating, Ling Xuan cast his gaze out the window, finally settling on the neighboring house. A night of silence followed. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Ling Xuan set out early. He had something very important to accomplish today. Are you Mr. Ling Xuan? Just as Ling Xuan locked the door, a female voice suddenly called out. Turning around, he saw a beautiful girl with black hair sweeping the courtyard. She emanated a warm and inviting aura. Hello, my name is May. Thank you for the gift you gave yesterday. The girl introduced herself with a gentle smile that felt like a breath of spring. I'm glad you liked it, Ling Xuan replied. Just then, a lively voice chimed in. The lovely human, the beautiful fairy is hungry. The fairy Ailey flew out from inside the house, addressing May. Okay, Ling Xuan said, glancing at Ailey, then smiling at May. Sometimes it's good to relax and not tire yourself out too much. Thank you, May responded. Ling Xuan smiled slightly and then departed. The lovely human. Is that your friend? Ailey inquired, watching Ling Xuan's retreating figure. She's my neighbor from next door, May replied. How strange. I always feel there's a comforting scent about him. Ailey remarked curiously. May chuckled softly. After all, you were sent by him. Arriving at the roadside, Ling Xuan opened a ride-hailing app. Soon, a white sedan approached. After getting in, the car headed north, eventually leaving Kanglan City and arriving at the nearby Yuhui Forest. With the revival of spiritual energy, not only humans benefited, but also Blue Star. This expansion led to the separation of two adjacent cities, and this forest was where it all began. This is the place, Ling Xuan said after walking for a while. Few people typically visit this area, especially in the summer when it is even less crowded. The Key of God is a weapon infused with the power of the ruler. So, wouldn't a weapon I create with the power of the ruler also be a Key of God? Suddenly, a phrase echoed in Ling Xuan's mind. Extending his hands, blueprints materialized in his mind. Immediately, crimson mercury lightning and purple sky lightning leaped from his hands. The two bolts intertwined and fused in the void, ultimately solidifying into a crimson-purple blade. Weapon name, Cleansing Sin 7 Thunder, attribute, lightning, passive, thunder god, gripping the blade. Ling Xuan took a moment to feel its essence. Attempting to channel collapse energy into it, the blade of Cleansing Sin 7 Thunder shimmered with a purple glow. Ling Xuan's pupils contracted as he casually swung the blade toward a large tree. With a swift motion, it was as if the space itself had been torn apart. A lightning blade shot forth from Cleansing Sin 7 Thunder, crashing heavily into the tree. In an instant, the tree was reduced to dust. Was it really possible to disintegrate it to a molecular state with just a casual swing? Ling Xuan was taken aback, having expected to merely obtain a piece of lightning-struck wood. Lightning ruler Cleansing Sin 7 Thunder. Ling Xuan gazed at the blade in his hand, then directed his gaze toward the great mountain ahead. If I unleash my full strength, I should be able to obliterate this mountain, right? Why get caught for that? Ling Xuan felt a twinge of apprehension. Regardless, until yesterday, he had been a law-abiding citizen. While the acquisition of power was exhilarating, he still harbored some reservations. Ding. Reminder to the host, today's sign-in has begun. Will the host proceed with the sign-in? The system's voice suddenly brought Ling Xuan back to reality. Sign in, he declared without hesitation. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired the domain. Frosty Skies. Huh, what did you just say? Ling Xuan wondered if he had misheard. System, congratulations, the host has acquired the domain. Frosty Skies. Ling Xuan, as the system's announcement echoed, felt as though he had been enlightened. He quickly grasped the essence of Frosty Skies. It was a power that could freeze all living beings within a defined area. With sufficient energy, it could even freeze time and space itself. Pairing it with Cleansing Sin 7 Thunder might allow him to unleash a momentary strike that obliterates all existence. Lost in thought, Ling Xuan glanced at Cleansing Sin 7 Thunder in his hand, his expression somewhat peculiar. Was he a template of lightning or cherry blossoms? Regardless, as he continued to grow stronger, he needed to ensure his control kept pace. System, please block the satellite signals in this area. Ding! The shielding barrier has been established for the host. Thanks. Having a system is incredibly convenient, he mused. Most importantly, this system didn't require anything akin to points. After all, even a lightning ruler might not have money. In the time that followed, Ling Xuan refrained from unleashing his powers indiscriminately to avoid causing widespread destruction. Instead, he focused on refining his control. If he couldn't manage his strength, should he ever engage in urban combat, one miscalculated move could obliterate the city. Lightning spiral, shuriken. 1,000 birds. In a moment of annihilation. One slashed and all. Super electromagnetic cannon. In this desolate environment, Ling Xuan's inner child was liberated in grand fashion. Indeed, the names of the moves had to be shouted out for maximum flair. At the moment when the mercury lightning in his left hand fused with the sky lightning in his right, boom, a tremendous explosion resonated through the air, followed by a series of violent coughs from Ling Xuan as he struggled to clear the dust. How could it have exploded again? Was the ratio not controlled properly? He brushed away the debris and surveyed his surroundings. The mountain was now a desolate sight, riddled with charred craters. It seemed he would not be able to leave for a while. He believed that after his departure, this area would not remain concealed for long. Alas, I still have to cook dinner tonight. Perhaps it's best to eat out today, he sighed, feeling weary. System, do you possess a traversal function? Ding. Yes. It is currently being configured. Configured? Ling Xuan was taken aback. Ding. Indeed, certain elements require refinement. It will be ready by tomorrow. The host may look forward to it. Very well, I eagerly anticipate it. Ding. Thank you for your affirmation. After conversing with the system, Ling Xuan felt considerably lighter. Indeed, having a communicative system made life far more pleasant. Time for a meal, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, as he took a step forward, he halted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he gazed at the dense forest. Where exactly is this place? Chapter 4. Toast pizza. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, the sky grew increasingly dim. Ling Xuan retrieved the 7 Thunder cleansing blade from the ground and stomped on the earth. In an instant, crimson lightning surged skyward, pausing midair. From his lofty vantage, Ling Xuan beheld the entirety of the twilight forest. Was this what they meant by seeing all the mountains as mere foothills? Turning his gaze, he observed the sun's final glimmers, casting an orange hue over the verdant forest. It was indeed a melancholic sight. The setting sun evoked memories of a sea of pink tulips. After a brief glance, Ling Xuan turned away, directing his gaze toward the city. Lightly tapping the air with his toes, accompanied by ripples in space, he transformed into a streak of crimson across the skyline. As he neared the city gates, Ling Xuan descended from the sky, closing his eyes, and upon reopening them, his irises had returned to their original black. He then entered the city, now aglow with vibrant neon lights. The sky had fully darkened, with only a faint blue hue reflecting the last rays of sunlight. Ling Xuan casually entered a ramen shop. Boss, 1 beef noodle, please. Certainly. After placing his order, Ling Xuan found a quiet corner to sit. He turned his head, quietly observing the people bustling outside the glass. To be honest, even with newfound strength, life felt rather dull. With no events to engage him, he found himself utterly disinterested in the mundane affairs of the three-dimensional world. He hoped the system would expedite the completion of the traversal mechanism. Shaking his head, Ling Xuan pulled out his phone to browse the news. After a while, a bowl of beef noodles was served. Ling Xuan picked up his chopsticks, ready to dig in when a familiar voice interrupted him. Why are you here all alone? Ling Xuan looked up, surprised to see Kiana standing before him. What brings you here? I lost a game last night, and now I'm here to buy groceries. Kiana replied, lifting the bag in her hand. That Bronia was just lucky this time. I will definitely win next time. You probably said that many times before. Ling Xuan chuckled. Hey, I have not. Kiana's face turned slightly red at being caught. Shouldn't you hurry back? They must be waiting for you to cook dinner. Ling Xuan said, gazing curiously at Kiana as she sat down. About that. Kiana glanced awkwardly to the side. Ling Xuan raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you got lost? It's my first time out since arriving here. And who would have thought my phone ran out of credit? Kiana scratched her head sheepishly. Ling Xuan laughed softly. Well, let us wait a bit. I'll finish eating and we can head back together. Am I bothering you? You've already done so. Ling Xuan shot her a playful glare. Kiana stuck out her tongue in a cheeky manner. By the way, what is that fairy? I've never seen anything like it before. Kiana placed the plastic bag of groceries on the chair beside her, looking at Ling Xuan inquisitively. Didn't she mention it? She is a fairy from the realm of celestial music. I'm not talking about a story. I just find it rather intriguing. Consider there are no such dolls for sale in the market. Well, you could consider it a technological breakthrough, Ling Xuan replied. Then why isn't there one beside you? Kiana asked, curious. Too troublesome, Ling Xuan stated bluntly. Even if I were to exchange for a Bella, I wouldn't be bothered. Kiana was momentarily speechless. Moreover, seeing such things brings back memories, Ling Xuan continued. Kiana noticed the hint of melancholy in Ling Xuan's eyes and quickly said, I'm sorry. Why apologize? You haven't done anything wrong. Ling Xuan smiled. Why don't we talk about something else? Which city did you move from? He was genuinely curious about this. Kiana, eager to change the subject, replied, We came from Chongqing City. Chongqing City? Ling Xuan was taken aback. Yes, but unfortunately, that city has experienced spatial rifts and is currently under military occupation. Coincidentally, we encountered Aunt Kizuna's dispatch, so we moved here. Kiana sighed. Ling Xuan was left in astonishment. The third collapse resulted in spatial rifts? The system truly is a patchwork of anomalies. The two continued their conversation on various topics. After Ling Xuan finished his noodles, they set off together to return home. Yay, I'm back, Kiana exclaimed as she entered the house, immediately enveloping Ye in a big bear hug. Nai, how long were you out? Ye inquired, surprised by the sudden embrace. Beside them, Bronya watched the squished figure, instinctively hugging her plush toy tighter. Wah, Ye money, my phone ran out of credit. Please save me, Kiana lamented. Foolish Kiana. Why didn't you mention your phone was out of credit? Bronya chided. Isn't their money at home? Kiana retorted. Upon returning home, Ling Xuan settled on the sofa for a brief rest, selecting a few films to watch. The movies in this world were quite captivating, given that the special effects were genuine. Suddenly, his phone chimed, and a notification appeared. Ling Xuan picked it up intrigued. A ritual of awakening? Why has it been moved up suddenly? The message was from his homeroom teacher, simply stating that the awakening ceremony, originally scheduled for 10 days later, had been moved up by 2 days. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door, prompting Ling Xuan to rise and approach. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a charming face. Ling Xuan, good evening. Kiana, what brings you here? Ling Xuan asked. This is for you. Kiana presented a lunchbox to Ling Xuan. What is this? Toast pizza. I made it myself as a token of gratitude. Ling Xuan was momentarily astonished. Toast pizza? And you made it yourself? Thank you. A smile graced Ling Xuan's face as he accepted the item from Kiana. Well, that's that. I'm heading back now, he said, waving goodbye as Kiana cheerfully jogged away. Upon returning to his abode, he opened his lunchbox, revealing a delectable toast pizza. He picked one up and took a bite. It's slightly burnt, but a bit of char adds to the flavor, he mused. Indeed, the culinary skills of the chef were exceptional. Ding! The group chat system has been successfully loaded. The following day, as Ling Xuan was brushing his teeth, the system's voice echoed. Isn't this the sign-in system? Ling Xuan questioned, suspecting he had misheard. Ding! The host may interpret this as the sign-in system having a subsidiary known as the group chat. Ling Xuan replied, so, the sign-in system has other subsystems? I'll give this explanation a score of 82, and the remaining 18 will be sent to the system in a rather sarcastic manner. Ding! Would the host like to initiate the group chat? Wait a moment, I need to complete today as sign-in first. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the North Star one-sword style. Ling Xuan sighed. It's just a single stroke. Isn't it? With that, he closed his eyes to process the memories flooding his mind. All right, system. Activate the group chat. Ding! The hyperdimensional system is now starting. Activation complete. Ding! The finality ruler has joined the group chat. Ding! The genius of the victory team has joined the group chat. Ding! The fairy strategist has joined the group chat. Ding! Morix has joined the group chat. As the system's announcements faded, Ling Xuan's consciousness was drawn into a pitch-black expanse. Shortly thereafter, he was greeted by 4 distinct notification chimes. Observing the 4 individuals who had entered the group chat, Ling Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The finality ruler? Isn't that my direct superior? Perhaps I could attempt to extort some gemstones. The genius of the victory team. How familiar that name sounded. It must be Diga. Since they are a genius, we can rule out Daogu, Shinjo, and Zhongfang. Neither Kiryu nor Lina would consider themselves geniuses either. Thus, we are left with Jueki and Yatsuri. The fairy strategist, without a doubt, is Mebius. And as for Morix, in the lunar realm, a slumbering figure within the altar slowly opened her pristine white eyes. Morix, who had been engrossed in an audiobook, paused abruptly. Mebius, perched barefoot atop the wolf tree, gazed out at the boundless ocean. Meanwhile, Yatsuri, busy organizing data within the victory team, also halted his actions. Morix mused, "Is this the power of celestial order?" Zhongli remarked with a hint of surprise. The genius of the victory team exclaimed, "So, it's not an illusion." The fairy strategist pondered, "Is this a lost illusion magic?" The finality ruler interjected. Ling Xuan, "Greetings everyone. Welcome to the hyperdimensional group chat." The genius of the victory team responded, directly conversing with consciousness. "What kind of technology is this?" "Please remain calm. I shall provide an explanation." Ling Xuan continued. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kevin Kaslana, the owner of this group chat." The finality ruler? The genius of the victory team remarked, "Wait, aren't you called Ling Xuan?" Ling Xuan responded, "Oh, exposed am I?" The finality ruler queried, genius of the victory team. "Do you know the group owner?" Ling Xuan, "Don't mind her, she's just a mute." The genius of the victory team exclaimed, "Huh? But I can send messages even without speaking." Morix added, "Indeed, from a rational standpoint, if this is a mental dialogue, there are no physical barriers." On stage, Tian Tizui noticed Zhongli's distracted demeanor and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. What's wrong? Is Mr. Zhongli bored from hearing this story too many times? After all, there were few patrons in Liyue as generous as Zhongli. Ling Xuan, you all can click on the group avatar, and you will receive the information you seek. The group avatar, you say? On Wolf Island, Mebius gently touched the group avatar on her interface. The template was fascinating, capable of projecting outward while also retracting into one's consciousness, though others could not perceive it. In the realm of Honkai, seated upon the throne, the being known as the finality ruler, after fruitless research, delicately pressed the group avatar with her alabaster finger. In the next moment, information about the group chat surged into her mind. She understood this phenomenon better than anyone, as she often employed similar tactics to deceive others. Other worlds? A voice, reminiscent of electronic music, resonated through the pure white void. The genius of the victory team exclaimed, "Is this all real?" Yatsuri was exhilarated. No one understood the limitations of humanity better than he did. With current human technology, not only could they not traverse to other worlds, but even space remained an insurmountable barrier. Morix interjected, "I see. It seems we are not from the same world." Ling Xuan, "As expected from you, Koff, Lord of Geo." "You are correct." The fairy strategist inquired. "Then, group owner, what is your purpose in bringing us here?" At that moment, all present in the group were remarkably rational. Even in their astonishment, they organized their thoughts before speaking. Ling Xuan, "This group serves as a platform for communication, allowing us to converse with individuals from other worlds, something that is nearly impossible in ordinary circumstances." He continued, "Moreover, Mebius, would you not wish to delve into the knowledge of other realms?" The fairy strategist replied, "How did the group owner know my name?" Morix asked, "Oh, group owner, might I inquire what my name is?" Ling Xuan, "You are the guest of the Wangsheng funeral parlor, Mr. Zhongli." Morix, I see." The genius of the victory team inquired, "What is the matter?" Morix replied, "The group owner possesses a certain understanding of us, while we know nothing about them, placing the group owner at a distinct advantage." The fairy strategist added, "Furthermore, since we exist in different worlds, the group owner knows our names and deeds, which is evidently a matter of foresight or surveillance." Ling Xuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, why are they overthinking this? I merely wish to establish a chat group." Of course, he also craved their abilities and the maidens of their worlds. Ling Xuan, "While I cannot foresee the future, I can glimpse certain fragments. Surveillance is a rather unpleasant term. How could I be a voyeur?" Ling Xuan, "To illustrate, fairy strategist, I am aware of the whereabouts of your child with Jelf." "What?" Mebius, contemplating the group chat on Wolf Island, was momentarily taken aback. "The child I have with Jelf? When did this happen?" Ling Xuan, "At that time, you had already passed away, what was discovered was Preciado. Ling Xuan, let me show you something. Ding. Group owner Ling Xuan uploads a memory fragment. Mebius promptly downloaded it, and a vivid scene flooded her mind. It was the story of a boy named August, who faced abandonment, encountered his father as an orphan, and dedicated his entire life to serving under him. Yet, until his last breath, his parents remained oblivious to the existence of their son. After watching the memory copy, Mebius was in tears, her hands covering her mouth, her eyes soaked with sorrow. The fairy strategist expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for sharing this with me. Ling Xuan replied, It's nothing. I'm just glad to be of help. Mebius jumped down from the wolf tree, resolute in her decision to journey to West Main Road to find August and seek her child. Moritz remarked, To know someone yet remain unrecognized is a cruel fate. Even as an outsider, he understands this harsh reality. The arbiter of the inn chimed in. Ding. The group member fairy strategist has sent you an exclusive red envelope. Ling Xuan, intrigued by the notification, clicked on it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a red envelope. Glimmer of the super magic fairy. Ling Xuan paused, taken aback. The Fairy Tale Guild strictly prohibited the dissemination of magic. Mebius had effectively broken the rules. The fairy strategist explained, This magic is a token of my appreciation for today. Ling Xuan responded, This group chat is like a family, created for mutual assistance. I'm delighted to help you. After sending the message, Ling Xuan felt somewhat like a participant in a pyramid scheme. Chapter 6. Social Outcast. As Ling Xuan opened the red envelope, he closed his eyes, savoring the essence of the magic within. The glimmer of the fairy. One of the three supreme magics of fairy tale is a formidable single-target spell that collects and condenses the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars. It could be likened to a treasure of the city. If only he possessed the ability of the Arbiter of Reason, he mused. Super magic is far more potent and intricate than ordinary spells. Perhaps the Arbiter of Reason could analyze it in reverse. Unfortunately, he was the Arbiter of Thunder. After expressing her gratitude, Mebius hurriedly logged off, her thoughts solely focused on August. The West Main Road was a distant journey, and before setting off, she needed to reclaim her body. A genius from a victory team sent a luck-based red envelope. Upon seeing it, Ling Xuan instinctively tapped on it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a black ballpoint pen. Ling Xuan. Ye Rue gazed in astonishment at the pen and notebook that had vanished from the table. Upon witnessing Mebius's red envelope, he instinctively decided to try it, and to his surprise, it was successfully sent. The genius from the victory team exclaimed, Incredible, utterly astonishing. The interplay of reality and illusion. What kind of technology is this? The Arbiter of the End interjected, It is merely a trivial matter of virtual transmission. The genius from the victory team responded, You spoke? The Arbiter of the End replied, Morix. It seems this friend can no longer contain himself. The Arbiter of the End continued, I merely prefer not to engage in excessive conversation with humans. Ling Xuan queried, Is it possible that the entity you converse with is not human? The Arbiter of the End? The genius from the victory team exclaimed, Wait, are you saying you are not human? Ling Xuan replied, That sounds a bit hurtful. Morix said, By common reason, I indeed do not classify as human. Ling Xuan added, I am a fused warrior. The specifics can be clarified by the Arbiter of the End, who has more authority on the matter. In the pure white space, the entity known as the Arbiter of the End furrowed her brow. Despite her 13th core drive, she could not grasp even a hint of the mysteries of the group chat. Suddenly, a notification echoed in her mind, prompting her to look, where she saw Ling Xuan's statement as a fused warrior. The Arbiter of the End inquired, Ling Xuan, are you quite familiar with me? Ling Xuan responded, A homebody? The Arbiter of the End retorted, Arrogance, jealousy, indifference, hatred, greed, despair, abandonment, war, deceit. This is the essence of humanity. The genius from a victory team lamented, This innocent human is taking fire for no reason. Ling Xuan shot back, What an extremist you are. Do your parents know about your bitterness? The Arbiter of the End replied, I merely speak of humanity's ugliness. Ling Xuan declared, If I am the weak, then annihilate me. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise. For reasons unknown, that phrase suddenly surfaced in his mind. The Arbiter of the End, the genius from the victory team, asked, Are you okay, host? Ling Xuan replied, Just a moment of inspiration. Observing the Arbiter of the End's words, Zhongli frowned slightly. Morix stated, I believe you are overly extreme, my friend. Though I am unaware of your experiences, humanity possesses many admirable qualities: courage, kindness, diligence, camaraderie, selflessness, and more. You cannot claim these virtues do not exist. Moritz continued. Light and shadow coexist. We cannot generalize. As a deity among humans, Zhongli constantly harbors love for humanity. Even the most ruthless of demons would provide a refuge for their subjects. This was the first time he encountered such vehement hatred for humanity. The Arbiter of the End scoffed. How trivial and laughable are your words. All the beautiful terms are but excuses for the strong to oppress the weak. Ding. The Arbiter of the End has been silenced by group leader Ling Xuan for 1 hour. Ling Xuan stated, "That's enough. It's been 50,000 years. It's time to let go. Even if you seek revenge, those you knew are no longer the same." Ling Xuan found himself somewhat exasperated with the Arbiter of the End. After all, the previous generation's Arbiter was excessively rational. Without LES assistance, the Arbiter's personality could completely erode the host's identity, leaving no opportunity for personality fragmentation. Like a string of code, it would fully transform into a corrupted apostle, executing a program aimed at humanity's destruction. Simply put, they were stubborn. TSK. On the lunar throne, a figure emitted an annoyed sound for the first time. Yaihui, peering through the screen, felt a jolt of surprise. 50,000 years. Moritz also displayed a look of astonishment, a thought forming in his mind. This group member, known as the Arbiter of the End, has endured wear and tear. Ling Xuan reassured everyone. You need not concern yourselves with her. Treat her as if she were mute. Moritz cautioned, Leader, such an existence is dangerous. Ling Xuan replied, Fear not. She is sealed due to her arrogance. Moritz asked, Is that so? I possess a sealing formation called Dragon Suppression Marks. Ling Xuan responded, Ah well. Ling Xuan recalled a saying from Klee of Mondstadt, the bigger the shield, the more wicked the Dodo King, and felt it applied to the Arbiter of the End. Zhongli looked at Ling Xuan's message with confusion. What did that mean? Why couldn't he comprehend it? Ling Xuan concluded, All right, let us move past this topic. Do you have any other questions? If not, I shall log off. The genius from a victory team expressed, I need to digest today's information. Moritz queried, Ling Xuan, I have a question. May I request the group leader's insight? Ling Xuan replied, Speak. Moritz continued, as the guest elder of the Afterlife Hall. You must know my other identity. Ling Xuan inquired, Are you referring to Moritz, the Geo-Archon of Liyue, one of the 7 rulers of the mundane world? Zhongli chuckled softly at the messages in the group. Moritz stated, It has been over 3,700 years since I established Liyue. The genius from the victory team exclaimed, 3,700 years? Ye Rue was taken aback once again. The Terminus Arbiter has claimed the origins of humanity, while Moritz occupies half of human civilization. With whom is he conversing? Moritz, in the eyes of the Liyue people, I am an eternal deity. Under my divine guidance, Liyue thrives. I once believed this would remain unchanged until Ling Xuan. You heard a merchant commend his subordinate. You have fulfilled your duty. Now go and rest. Zhongli paused and then smiled in relief. Moritz, it seems the group leader is already aware of everything. Moritz, at that time, I pondered whether my duty had indeed been fulfilled. Ling Xuan, to put it simply, you are contemplating retirement. Moritz, retirement? A rather vivid metaphor. Ling Xuan, so you are now curious about how the people of Liyue will interact with the immortals after your departure? Zhongli opened his mouth, but then shook his head with a chuckle. Moritz, indeed. Ling Xuan, there must be a preliminary plan in place? Moritz, yes. We are merely awaiting the involvement of one individual. Moritz, I wonder if, in the eyes of the group leader, the people of Liyue are prepared to embrace the next era? Ye Sakura stared blankly at the group chat. Oh my, am I witnessing the transition of an era? Ling Xuan, more importantly, I want to ask, did you bring any money? Moritz, Ling Xuan, when you decided to navigate Teyvat in the guise of Zhongli, did you consider that dining requires payment? Shouldn't you save some private funds while you can? Moritz, well, from a rational standpoint, that is indeed a sound suggestion. Ling Xuan, it is a good suggestion. I do not wish for my group members to become societal leeches who exploit others. Moritz, such a situation is unlikely. Ling Xuan, can you not guess why I say this? Moritz, After listening to the storyteller, Zhongli instinctively wanted to say, charge it to the yonder hall, but fell silent. He is already that now, without needing to wait. Chapter 7. lightning, cleansing bugs after chatting a bit longer with the group members. Ling Xuan exited the group chat. However, before leaving Ding, the group leader lifted the ban on the Terminus Arbiter. Ding. The Terminus Arbiter was muted for 12 hours by the group leader. Ling Xuan. Alright, if she comes out again, just tag me. Morix, the genius of the victory team. Zhongli couldn't help but chuckle. This group leader truly possesses a distinct personality. Yet, Ling Xuan's words did awaken him. Morix does not lack Morix. How peculiar is that? It might be wise to save a bit. It would be troublesome to always rely on the Home Master. Zhongli contemplated. I feel so fatigued. Exiting the group chat, Ling Xuan stood up and stretched. Ding. How do you find the group chat experience? Quite excellent. I am very satisfied, Ling Xuan replied. Launching the group with such a powerful move is indeed a tremendous gain. System. How should I handle the matter with the Terminus Arbiter? Ling Xuan lamented. She is the most challenging in the entire group, yet she also possesses the most valuable insights. Alas, he is too weak. Otherwise, he would have utilized force. Ding. The host may look forward to tomorrow's sign-in. Oh, Ling Xuan exclaimed softly. Then a smile graced his lips. I am indeed looking forward to it. Truly, conversing with you is quite delightful. Ding. The host is overly flattering. With a chuckle, Ling Xuan picked up his phone. 10:30. There is still an hour until lunch at 11:30. Just enough time to test out the new abilities acquired. Ling Xuan raised his hand, and a golden magical array manifested in his palm. The mana required for the spell was converted into the ruinous energy within the Arbiter's core. Rising from the sofa, Ling Xuan donned his shoes and stepped outside. Ling Xuan. Just as he exited, he heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he saw Kiana, who was playing badminton with Bronya in the neighboring yard. Waving at him, Kiana, when did you become so close with Ling Xuan? Bronya asked, astonished. Not only did she take the initiative to greet him, but she even made food for him. This felt surreal to Bronya. The Kiana she knew was not this industrious. Because he is a good person, Kiana replied with a smile. It is best not to hand out good person cards casually. Ling Xuan approached and, hearing Kiana's words, said helplessly, I'm a person who desires you, and do not require a good person card. Bronya sighed. Sometimes I truly envy Kiana's simple-mindedness. By the way, Ling Xuan, where are you heading at this hour? Kiana inquired. As for me. Ling Xuan looked at Kiana, but suddenly paused mid-sentence. Kiana, may I ask you something? What is it? Do you know any gunfighting techniques? How do you know? No, wait, I don't. I'm just an ordinary student, Kiana stammered. Silly Kiana, you just revealed your own secret, Bronya commented from the side. It seems that aside from the background of the collapse, Kiana herself has undergone little change. Having received the answer, Ling Xuan reflected inwardly. Kiana, I would like to ask you for a favor. Ling Xuan said earnestly. What kind of favor? Could you spar with me using gunfighting techniques? I just said I don't know any. Kiana exclaimed in a fluster. If you are willing, I will give you this. Ling Xuan took out a simulated gem he had previously extracted using the power of the Lightning Arbiter from his pocket. This is... Before Kiana could respond, Bronya's pupils constricted. As the Ural Silver Wolf, she recognized the immense power contained within this gem at a glance. Once unleashed, it could easily obliterate the entire Kanglan city. What do you think? But GZ mentioned that. Kiana's gaze drifted. Just agree to him, Kiana. A gentle voice interjected. Ling Xuan turned to see a fiery red figure come into view. GZ. Bronya and Kiana turned their heads. Nice to meet you for the first time. Brother Ling Xuan. The lady referred to as GZ waved at Ling Xuan. Major GZ, Ling Xuan asked tentatively, having entertained a thought. Wuyang Tower GZ was momentarily taken aback. Silly Kiana, why do you reveal everything out loud? Bronya shot a glance at the nearby bug. I didn't. Don't say that. Kiana quickly shook her head. Her two braided pigtails flailed in the air. All right, Bronya, even if Kiana is both silly and foolish, there are certain things she will not divulge. GZ defended Kiana. MHM, even if I am both silly and foolish, right? GZ. Kiana suddenly realized something was amiss. Her face flushed as she exclaimed loudly at Major GZ. All right, be good. Major GZ covered one ear and gently stroked Kiana's head, as if soothing a wounded pet. Oomph. Kiana huffed, crossing her arms and turning her head away. Major GZ chuckled, removing her hand from Kiana's head, and redirected her gaze to Ling Xuan. So, brother, shall we continue our previous conversation? How about this place? A few individuals arrived at an uninhabited clearing, where Wu Liangta Jizi addressed Ling Xuan. "I am capable of anything," Ling Xuan replied with a light chuckle. "Very well," Jizi nodded, turning her gaze towards another, Kiana. "Since Jizi has said so, all right, I shall show mercy." Kiana approached, brandishing a Colt. Ling Xuan chuckled lightly, raising his right hand and grasping at the void. In an instant, a crackling purple thunder erupted, bathing everything in its luminescence, as a ghostly violet katana gradually materialized. "Oh!" Kiana paused, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the katana in Ling Xuan's hand. "What is this?" Bronya's expression changed abruptly as she observed the data on her tablet. "Bronya, what is wrong?" Jizi inquired, only to have her own expression shift upon seeing the figures displayed. "How is this possible? A spiritual energy value of 500,000 is unprecedented. Brother, you truly surprised me," Ling Xuan remarked with a smile. "Shall we commence?" Wu Liangta Jizi replied, confidently, "Of course. A high spiritual energy does not necessarily equate to formidable combat prowess, Kiana." Kiana, a level awakener, request to engage. Kiana declared, warning, "Be careful." She sprang forward with a powerful leap, and Ling Xuan lifted his head, his violet pupils quaking against the surrounding void. In an instant, lightning enveloped him. "Hiya!" Kiana kicked towards him. With a swift motion, Ling Xuan raised his hand and effortlessly grasped Kiana's leg mid-air. "Huh!" Kiana froze, only to be flung away by Ling Xuan with a casual gesture. "So fast," Bronya remarked gravely. Wu Liangta Jizi's eyes sparkled. "He is a precursor of the lightning element." A precursor is one who possesses naturally awakened abilities. Although the Alliance stipulates that awakening ceremonies commence in high school, there are always exceptions, and numerous families possess awakening arrays. "Ling Xuan, I never imagined you would be this formidable." "Come again." Kiana, wiping her mouth, charged at him once more. With a rapid succession of blasts, energy orbs materialized and erupted from her Colt. However, to Ling Xuan, these projectiles were painfully slow. He charged forth katana in hand, eager to engage in a display of skill rather than mere energy suppression, effortlessly shattering the energy bullets. Bang! The katana met the Colt, sending red sparks flying. "Is this an energy-conducting metal?" Ling Xuan exclaimed in surprise. My gun is quite special, remarkably tough." Kiana chuckled. Just then, Ling Xuan felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, the tremendous strength of the Kaslana family manifesting, pushing him back. As he regained his stance, he witnessed Kiana hurling her gun like a boomerang. Ling Xuan's pupils narrowed. He raised his katana with one hand and swung at the void. Bang! He deftly redirected the Colt to the ground. Chapter 8. Thunder S. Resplendence. Kiana, if this continues, you shall surely lose, Ling Xuan cautioned, parrying Kiana's assault with a horizontal sweep of his blade. "You are mistaken. The Kaslana family's gun techniques extend far beyond this," Kiana retorted defiantly. With a swift motion, she summoned the Colt back to her hand from the ground. Taking a step forward, she brandished her dual guns and charged straight at Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan, gripping his katana with one hand, smirked slightly. "Then let me witness your full strength." Bang! With a thunderous crack, Ling Xuan surged towards Kiana without hesitation, delivering a decisive strike. Bang! A straightforward blow was effortlessly countered by Kiana. "Hey!" Kiana grinned mischievously, supporting herself with one hand while delivering a kick towards Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan's pupils constricted, his unarmed left hand extended. Bang! The two forces collided, the sheer power forcing Ling Xuan to take a step back. "There's an opening," Kiana shouted as she charged forward with even greater speed and force, her powerful advance creating a small crater in the ground, akin to a ferocious beast. "Foolish Kiana, you're too overzealous." Bronya observed the ravaged earth with exasperation. "Is that really so bad?" Jizi smiled gently, her gaze fixed on the two combatants. They seemed quite happy. Ling Xuan, engaged in battle with Kiana, bore an expression of exhilaration. This was not merely a clash with someone he cherished deeply. It was a thrilling encounter. The girl, radiant as moonlight, danced gracefully in the wind. Her powerful yet aesthetically pleasing gun techniques left Ling Xuan searching for flaws. After yet another collision, they distanced themselves from one another. Truly, she dares to challenge a Herrscher's. Ling Xuan marveled at his tingling hands. Raising his head, he beheld Kiana, poised with her dual guns, ready for action. Despite the gun techniques, in the end, it all comes down to using a sword to strike. Yet, indeed, only a fool from the Kaslana family would rely on dual guns. Ling Xuan was bested in hand-to-hand combat, but he would not yield in swordsmanship. The lightning that dwelled within the seven thunder of purification seemed to awaken, intertwining around the blade like a dragon in flight. Kiana's agility was impressive, yet in the eyes of the Lawrencer, it was still too slow. The lightning cleaved through the past. His violet gaze opened, emanating an ethereal brilliance. Shoo! The lightning streaked through the void, and as it neared Kiana, he raised his katana. Northern Star Slash. Shoo! Thunder's resplendence, a fleeting moment. Kiana's pupils constricted sharply. In her line of sight, the lightning severed her dual Colts in two. A gentle breeze brushed her face, and by the time Kiana realized what had happened, the blade's tip was a mere centimeter from her throat. Kiana, you have lost, Ling Xuan stated flatly. Kiana is indeed strong. Too bad her opponent is a mere wall. Kiana stared blankly at the blade poised against her throat, momentarily lost in thought. She seemed to glimpse May's shadow within Ling Xuan's sword. Applause erupted. Brother, you truly astonish me. Ling Xuan turned to see Wu Liangta Jizi approaching. He relaxed his grip, the katana vanishing into the system space, and smiled. Just a few slick little tricks. Kiana, how do you feel? Wu Liangta Jizi asked, glancing at Kiana. Just wait until I switch weapons. I will surely not lose. Kiana pouted unhappily. Jizi smiled warmly, and then turned to Ling Xuan. I never expected there to be someone as formidable as you hidden within Kanglan City. Ling Xuan chuckled lightly. I must ask for your discretion, Major Jizi. Wu Liangta Kiko was momentarily taken aback, her crimson lips parting as she spoke in a teasing tone. Rest assured, I still wish to engage in a deeper dialogue with you. Ling Xuan replied, although I must admit, I have a fondness for insects. Thank you, Major Kiko. With that, Ling Xuan retrieved a gem-like object from his pocket. What is this? Kiko asked, puzzled as she observed the gem being offered to her. A mere stone. A token of friendship, Ling Xuan chuckled. What a mysterious man, Kiko mused, watching Ling Xuan's retreating figure. Is Kiko perhaps harboring feelings for someone younger? Bronya remarked with a flat expression. Bronya, do you find me lacking in stature? Kiko's lips twitched as she delivered a playful punch to Bronya's head. Bronya's eyes transformed into a blank stare. Upon returning home, Ling Xuan collapsed onto the sofa, breathing lightly. Thank goodness my body has been enhanced. I truly wouldn't have been able to endure that. He patted his chest, still feeling shaken. Indeed, the Kaslana family is filled with monsters. The image of them wielding a single-handed baseball bat to combat the Honkai beasts is deeply ingrained in my mind. And that was my first battle. The dual pressures on both body and spirit made it inevitable to feel a bit tense. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bronya inquired, what are the results? From the perspective of psychic energy and physical prowess, he is undoubtedly of the elite tier. Bronya solemnly handed the tablet to Kiko, gazing at the data on the tablet. Even she felt a bit dazed. I never expected that an ordinary student could possess such formidable strength. He must not even be an adult yet. Indeed, he is 17 years old, Kiko confirmed. A wild elite at 17, how intriguing. She licked her lips, casting a glance toward the adjacent room. Bronya, maintaining her stoic demeanor, warned, Kiko, please refrain from engaging in any peculiar behavior. Kiko rolled her eyes. I can't shake the feeling that I've become some strange person in your view. In Kiana's room, she sat on her bed, hugging a home doll, staring vacantly at her adorable toes. Sweet human, are you still upset about earlier? Kiana looked up to find the fairy, Eri, had mysteriously appeared before her. Oh, it's you. I'm fine, just taking a break after the battle. Sweet human. No emotion can escape the keen eyes of this fairy. Well, since you don't wish to speak, allow this beautiful fairy to use her magical powers to dispel your worries. Eri raised her tiny wand. Worries be gone. A pink light blossomed from the small wand. How about it, sweet human? Do you feel better now? What magic is this? It's merely a special effect, Kiana replied, though she couldn't help but chuckle at Eri's concerned expression. Reaching out, she placed her hand on Eri's head and ruffled her hair. Thank you, Fairy Eri. Helping sweet humans out of their confusion is also a fairy's mission. Eri declared proudly. I'm fine now. Let us go down together to find May and make something delicious. Delicious. Eri's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hurry down, sweet human. The beautiful fairy can hardly wait. You might as well call yourself Foodie Airy, Kiana teased, observing Airy's enthusiasm that rivaled her own. Who could refuse May's cooking? Airy asserted with conviction. Chapter 9. The End of Innocence. Ding. Today's sign-in has commenced. Does the host wish to sign in? The following morning, as Ling Xuan's consciousness began to awaken, he heard the system's voice. Let us sign in. Ling Xuan turned over lazily. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired the flower of humanity. As the system's voice faded, a pink crystal flower gradually descended beside Ling Xuan's pillow. Ling Xuan, slightly confused, opened his eyes. What is this? He instinctively picked up the crystal flower. As his awareness sharpened, he recognized it. Isn't this Ares' crystal rose? Ding. Its appearance is similar, but its properties are not the same. Is this what you refer to as the means to alter the Herrschers of the End? Ling Xuan remarked instinctively, suddenly recalling something that made his expression shift. Wait a moment. What did you just sign in for? Ding. To the host, it is the flower of humanity, which aids all those who have fallen into the abyss to reclaim their original humanity. Hearing the system's words, Ling Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Phew, system. You are truly cunning. After this revelation, Ling Xuan found himself wide awake. He immediately entered the group chat. Upon entering, the first order of business was to lift the ban on the Herrschers of the End. He then randomly selected 3 items from the system space. Ding. The group leader has sent a lucky draw red envelope. Morix claimed your red envelope. The fairy strategist claimed your red envelope. The genius of victory team claimed your red envelope. However, Ling Xuan paid little attention to these matters. His focus was solely on whether the Herrschers had claimed her share. System, have you locked it in? Ling Xuan asked, somewhat anxiously. Ding. It has been locked in. The crystal rose will only be obtained if the Herrschers of the End opens it. Ling Xuan nodded, glancing at the Herrscher's avatar in the group chat. To avoid appearing too conspicuous, he had specifically chosen a lucky draw red envelope. On the moon, upon hearing the notification sound, the Herrschers of the End opened her eyes, surprised to find her silence had been lifted, but she was soon captivated by the second item, a red envelope. After a moment of silence, she ultimately decided to click it. You have claimed the group leader Ling Xuan's red envelope. As a red envelope opened, a crystal rose appeared before the Herrschers of the End. She reached out her hand, and just as she was about to touch it, the pink crystal rose suddenly shattered. Countless petals flew toward her. The Herrschers of the End gasped in shock. Terrifying Honkai energy erupted from within her, attempting to repel the incoming petals. However, this was not a physical invasion. All the petals ultimately fused into the Herrscher's being. Boom! A pulse resonated. The Herrscher's expression changed dramatically. She clutched her chest with her right hand, and with a crack, she knelt down. It hurts so much. At that moment, the Herrschers felt her head splitting apart. It was as if her mind was being torn in half, and her body was uncontrollably unleashing Honkai energy in all directions. After 50,000 years, it reminded her once again what pain truly was. Within the pure white space, the Herrscher's anguished cries echoed. Crack! Behind the Herrschers of the End, a rift opened in the void. Buzz! Endless Honkai energy erupted from the rift, shooting straight into the sky. Herrschers! What have you done to me? The genius of victory team remarked. What's so special about it? It's just a regular braised pork rib. Ye Sakura appeared bewildered. Moritz added, I received a white wig. The fairy strategist declared, I received a lollipop. Ling Xuan, rest assured, what I have will indeed assist you. Before that, enjoy yourself thoroughly. Damn it, cursed humanity. In the pure white space, the Endbringer's visage distorted. An endless surge of ruin energy began to dissipate from her form, and she ultimately fainted. As the Endbringer's consciousness faded away, a pure white rose slowly blossomed above her body. The originally immaculate white form gradually became tinged with color. Subsequently, her body began to shrink. Genius of the victory team. Is she all right? Ling Xuan, she should be fine. After all, he merely endowed the Endbringer with a touch of humanity. It shouldn't be too serious, right? Endbringer, genius of the victory team. Is this truly all right? Ling Xuan, for a moment, even he felt uncertain. System, what is the current state of the Endbringer? Ding. The host can traverse back to take a look. Traverse? Ding. Yes. Ling Xuan fell silent for a moment, then said, Are you sure it's safe for me to go? I might be instantly killed. Ding. Please trust the system. It will never harm the host. Since you say so, Ling Xuan sighed, saying, you better protect me at this critical moment. Ding. The host can rest assured. After conversing with the system, a teleportation portal materialized before Ling Xuan. Gulping, he felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of confronting the legendary Endbringer, who had once obliterated an entire civilization. Swallowing hard, the cleansing thunder manifested, and Ling Xuan nervously stepped inside. In the world of ruin on the moon, a spatial portal appeared, and Ling Xuan entered this domain belonging to the gods for the first time. Vigilantly surveying his surroundings, he found himself unassailed, contrary to his expectations. Iya! Iya! At that moment, a sound reminiscent of a babbling infant echoed. Following the direction of the sound, Ling Xuan looked curiously and was taken aback. A small girl was seated on the ground, busily fiddling with several differently colored gemstones. Ling Xuan, it is well known that only one person is sealed on the moon. Thus, system, is she the Endbringer? Despite his reluctance to believe it, Ling Xuan tentatively inquired. Ding. Yes. Silence. Endless silence. In the pure white space. Apart from the little girl's voice, there was no other sound. Brother, play with me. Noticing Ling Xuan, the small Endbringer's face lit up with joy. She stumbled over and hugged his leg, speaking in a babyish tone. Ling Xuan, gazing at the innocent, adorable little girl, he wore an expression akin to disbelief. She looked just like Kiana when she was young. On the throne, Ling Xuan held the small Endbringer in his arms, examining her petite form. Oh dear. The small Endbringer reached out her delicate little hand, attempting to grasp Ling Xuan, but alas, her arms were too short to reach him. System, what is her current condition? Can she revert back? Ding. Replying to the host, the Endbringer, as an apostle of ruin, has had her will entirely assimilated. The flower of humanity has granted her a semblance of humanity, forcibly dispersing most of the Endbringer's powers. Currently, her body and intellect are akin to that of a 10-year-old human, but she will gradually regain her strength as she ages. Upon hearing the system's words, Ling Xuan sighed. Truly, he had never anticipated that he would transform the Endbringer into this state. If it is my fault, then let her be my little sister from now on. I shall care for you. Hug, hug, hug. The small Endbringer opened her arms towards Ling Xuan. Reluctantly, he embraced her, patting her tiny back. We need to give you a new name. Kiana 1T-Do. With your silver hair, how about I call you Sky? Ling Xuan lifted Sky high, saying. His thoughts regarding the Endbringer were now quite evident. Chapter 10. My sister is the Endbringer on the throne. Ling Xuan cradled Sky's little belly with one arm to prevent her from falling, while with the other, he rummaged through a pile of gemstones. Finally, he found it. With that, he retrieved a gray gemstone, the Gem of Reason, the embryonic form of the core of the Law of Reason. Although this gemstone bore the name of a gem, its power was rather weak. Through Ling Xuan's perception, this gemstone was akin to the simulated conquest gem he had constructed. Daddy, I want it. Upon seeing the gemstone, little Sky became excited, reaching out her hands in a cute manner, trying to grasp it but unable to. Call me brother. Ling Xuan playfully tapped little Sky's head. What? The next moment, tears welled up in little Sky's eyes. Don't cry, have some candy. Ling Xuan retrieved a lollipop from the system's space and placed it in little Sky's mouth. The next second, the previously sobbing little Sky instantaneously brightened, holding onto the lollipop stick with both hands, grinning widely as she enjoyed it. Truly easy to please. Ling Xuan ruffled little Sky's hair. System, assist me in merging this gemstone. Ding. Merging in progress. The system executed Ling Xuan's command. The gray gemstone slowly floated into Ling Xuan's body. Ultimately, it was entrusted to the core of the Law of Thunder, absorbing ruin energy and gradually perfecting itself. Little Sky watched eagerly, wanting it but too timid to speak. The power of the Law of Reason can be said to embody civilization. Surely, no one would be indifferent to it. The complete power of the Law of Reason is terrifying. It does not require one to grasp the information of an object. As long as the creation is within reach of a mortal body, the Law of Reason can manifest miracles achievable by civilization in an instant. In simpler terms, wherever civilization can reach, that is the domain of the Law of Reason. Even that uneducated child, Serin, was able to create fleets upon acquiring the core for the first time. This sufficiently illustrates the immense strength and practicality of this core. Unfortunately, its power has been greatly dispersed. It will require some time to grow into a complete core. Feeling the gemstone within him, Ling Xuan murmured. Now that he had integrated the core, he could easily create some small items. Extending his hand, the blue construct power manifested in his palm. 2 hair ties appeared in his grasp. Little Sky, don't move around. Feeling the fidgeting little Sky in his arms, Ling Xuan pinched her soft, fair cheek. As expected, at the sound of Ling Xuan's voice, the previously mischievous little Sky instantly settled down. Ling Xuan then began his task. He lifted little Sky's silky silver hair and took out a wooden comb stored in the system space, beginning to groom her hair. Little Sky sat in Ling Xuan's embrace, her lively eyes observing the surrounding pure white space, her feet swinging lightly in the air. After finishing her hair, Ling Xuan picked up a hair tie and started to style Little Sky's hair. Ultimately, he managed to create a pair of pigtails, albeit with his clumsy technique. He then let Little Sky hop down from the throne and stand before him. However, gazing at the uneven twin ponytails, Ling Xuan wore a peculiar expression. It was strange. He was clearly facing the one who styled them, so why were they asymmetrical? Xiao Qiong tilted her head, looking at Ling Xuan with confusion. Never mind. I suppose I should consult May when I return. After contemplating, Ling Xuan decided against further tormenting Xiao Qiong's soft hair. If Kiana could manage such intricate twin braids symmetrically, May's skills would undoubtedly be up to par. I'll take you to meet your sister when we get back. Ling Xuan extended his finger, gently scratching Xiao Qiong's soft chin. Hee brother, that tickles. Xiao Qiong giggled at the playful gesture. Hearing her laughter, Ling Xuan couldn't help but smile. He ruffled Xiao Qiong's hair, untied the ponytails, and let her smooth, long hair cascade down her waist. He stored the remaining gems in the system space, took Xiao Qiong's hand, and they departed from that divine realm. Whatever calamity lay ahead could go to the devil. A spatial passage materialized, and Ling Xuan and Xiao Qiong emerged from it. Xiao Qiong's wide eyes sparkled with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings, which felt both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. Let's sit for a moment. I'll prepare breakfast, he said, pulling out a chair at the dining table before heading into the kitchen. Brother, Xiao Qiong trotted over, tugging at Ling Xuan's shirt while pointing excitedly at the television. You want to watch TV? Ling Xuan glanced at the screen and inquired. TV, yes. I want to watch. Xiao Qiong exclaimed with enthusiasm. All right, I'll turn it on for you. He patted her head and walked over. Xiao Qiong was already seated on the sofa, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Ling Xuan switched on the television, briefly explaining the remote's functions before handing it to Xiao Qiong. Returning to the kitchen. Xiao Qiong sat on the sofa, swaying her small body and humming a tune, her eyes filled with wonder for the world around her. After breakfast, Ling Xuan sat at the dining chair, a grand blueprint gradually forming in his mind. He extended his hand, accompanied by the powers of thunder and reason. A pair of dual pistols materialized on the table. Satisfied with his creation, Ling Xuan nodded approvingly. He constructed a gift box and placed the dual pistols inside. Then he called out to Xiao Qiong, who was still engrossed in the television. Xiao Qiong, it's time to go. Okay. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Qiong skillfully turned off the TV, leaped from the sofa, and ran to Ling Xuan's side. I need to buy Xiao Qiong a few sets of fitting clothes and shoes, he mused while observing her in her white dress. Let's go. Ling Xuan smiled gently and extended his hand. Xiao Qiong grasped his thumb, and together they stepped outside. After leaving the house, Ling Xuan headed next door, where he spotted May hanging laundry. Good morning, Miss May, Ling Xuan greeted as he approached with Xiao Qiong. Good morning, Mr. Ling Xuan. May paused upon hearing his voice, her expression brightening upon seeing him. Who is this? She inquired, focusing her gaze on Xiao Qiong. Instantly, a sense of familiarity washed over her as she looked at Xiao Qiong. This is my sister, Gongyue Qiong. You could just call her Xiao Qiong. Xiao Qiong. Greet your sister, Ling Xuan said with a smile. Hello, Sister May, Xiao Qiong chirped sweetly. Hello, Xiao Qiong. May responded warmly, her smile reflecting the charm of the adorable girl. Is Kiana home? Ling Xuan asked. Ah, she's still asleep. She always does this, going back to sleep after breakfast. It's quite worrisome, May expressed, her brow furrowing with concern. Ling Xuan chuckled awkwardly. Kiana had been better off lately. She used to sleep through lunch. Inside the house, May invited Ling Xuan to sit on the living room sofa, bringing out tea and pastries from the kitchen. Please wait a moment. I'll go upstairs to call her. May said, Thank you. Ling Xuan replied with a slight nod. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs. Slow down, dear human. The beautiful fairy hasn't dressed yet. Ling Xuan recognized the familiar voice of the fairy, Airy, as he sat on the sofa. Soon, a silver-haired girl in a tank top descended the stairs, leaving Ling Xuan momentarily speechless. Without her braids, she looked stunning. Nice to meet you, dear human. I am Airy from the fairy kingdom, she began. But before she could finish, Kiana covered her mouth and tossed her aside. Airy tumbled through the air before landing, her eyes spinning. Clapping her hands, Kiana curiously asked, Ling Xuan, what brings you here? I'm here to apologize, he replied straightforwardly. Huh? Kiana blinked in surprise, but her attention quickly shifted to Xiao Qiong, who was playing with her hair. What cute girl. Ling Xuan, can I hold her? Of course. Ling Xuan acquiesced, unable to refuse the sparkles in Kiana's eyes. With Xiao Qiong's adorably bewildered expression, Ling Xuan slipped his arms beneath her and lifted her to Kiana. The sight of the small, innocent girl melted Kiana's heart, and she immediately embraced her. So soft and tender, Kiana cooed, nuzzling against Xiao Qiong, embodying the essence of a love-struck admirer. Indeed, the allure of adorable things is undeniably potent for girls. Struggling against Kiana's affections, Xiao Qiong pushed her face away with all her might, though her feeble strength couldn't compare to the might of Kiana. Now that I look at it, Xiao Qiong and Kiana seem quite alike, Mei remarked suddenly. I think so too. So your name is Xiao Qiong? Would you like to be my sister? Kiana proposed. No, I am my brother's sister, Xiao Qiong firmly refused. Cough. Child trafficking is illegal, Ling Xuan interjected. I was just joking, Kiana pouted. All right, let's return to our previous discussion. Ling Xuan placed a black suitcase on the table. What is this? Kiana, still holding Xiao Qiong, looked puzzled. Why not open it and see? Kiana set Xiao Qiong down and opened the case, revealing a pair of exquisitely crafted dual pistols. Guns? Kiana turned to Ling Xuan. I accidentally damaged your weapon yesterday, so consider this my apology, Ling Xuan explained. Oh, that is not necessary. Kiana hesitated, but Ling Xuan continued. If you refuse, it would imply you don't consider me a friend. Kiana was momentarily speechless. However, even brothers settle accounts clearly. Besides, wouldn't you want a weapon made of the same material as my katana? Ling Xuan smiled. All right, no more hesitating. That is not the Kiana I know. Since you put it that way, I suppose I'll accept it, Kiana remarked, intrigued as she picked up one of the peculiar guns. She had acquired numerous handguns, yet this uniquely designed one was a first for her. Ling Xuan smiled gently. One could always trust Xiao Shi's aesthetic. Ling Xuan began to introduce. The dual guns of the mundane world is a weapon of lightning attribute. When fired skyward, it conjures bolts of lightning. In terms of overall strength, it should reach a formidable level. Impressive. Even the utterly uninformed Chong felt a sense of awe at Ling Xuan's description. This must be quite valuable, right? After all, no matter how fine the weapon, if unused, it's merely a heap of scrap metal. Ling Xuan interrupted Chong again. Shall we give it a try? Observing Kiana's expression, Ling Xuan said with a smile. Absolutely. Kiana nodded. In the courtyard, there stood wooden stakes that she had previously set up. Mei, Bronya, and the fairy Ailey followed suit. Taking a deep breath, Kiana raised the mundane world and aimed it at the stake. In the next moment, ethereal energy surged, and the dual guns radiated an eerie crimson glow. With a light incantation from Kiana, bang, a violet lightning beam shot forth from the muzzle like a laser, obliterating the stake into fine powder. Incredible. Kiana was taken aback. It was not mere wood shavings, but a fine dust. Wow, Xiao Qiong exclaimed in quiet admiration. Bronya also wore a look of astonishment. This was not mere destruction. It was disintegration. Could Ling Xuan truly be generous enough to bestow such a weapon upon Kiana? Bronya found it hard to believe. Was this truly the act of someone she had only known for a couple of days? Bronya's gaze shifted to Ling Xuan, who seemed fixated on Kiana. As if struck by a revelation, Bronya's lips curved upwards. Bronya has seen through everything. How does it feel? Ling Xuan inquired. Absolutely powerful. Chong exclaimed, enchanted by the dual guns in her hands. I'm glad you like it, Ling Xuan chuckled. By the way, I can also take care of the weapon's maintenance. If there are any issues, just come to me. Kiana gazed at Ling Xuan, suddenly falling silent. Then she bowed deeply. Ling Xuan, I'm sorry. What's wrong? Ling Xuan asked, puzzled. After losing to you yesterday, I threw a bit of a tantrum. You had no obligation to let me win. Ling Xuan pondered for a moment before smiling. Could it be that you wish for me to be lenient towards you? Of course not. I was just a little sad about losing. Chong shook her head. Silly Kiana, that's the consequence of slacking off in training, Bronya remarked. I did not slack off. That was merely a halftime break, Kiana retorted. Ling Xuan watched the two bicker with a smile. Such a smile was worthy of cherishing and protecting. Mei regarded Kiana and Bronya with tenderness before addressing Ling Xuan. Mr. Ling Xuan, if you don't mind, would you stay for lunch? Upon hearing Mei's words, Ling Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Was he being invited to lunch, a sign of her acknowledgement? Ling Xuan's demeanor softened. No need for the formality. Just call me Ling Xuan, like Kiana does. All right, Ling Xuan, Mei smiled. In the victory team, Yu Rue, who was organizing documents, felt a bit uneasy. The group leader and Zhong Yuan have been offline for quite some time. I hope nothing has happened. Moritz replied, generally speaking, the strength of our leader is not inferior to ours, which binds us together. The fairy strategist added, I concur, Yu Rue, you need not worry excessively. Our leader possesses the ability to foresee the future. Surely they have anticipated some matters. Moritz continued, I am more intrigued by the group chat points. The Transcendence card allows one to traverse to other worlds, Zhongli mused. This Transcendence card particularly piqued his interest. The worlds beyond Teyvat stirred even his usually calm demeanor. Perhaps it could reveal methods of resisting wear and tear. Meanwhile, after lunch, Ling Xuan held Xiao Qiong's hand as they strolled through the streets with Kiana. Xiao Qiong, come try this on. Poor Xiao Qiong had become the model for trying on clothes, as the three of them took turns dressing her in various adorable outfits. Ling Xuan was more than willing to indulge this. Who wouldn't cherish having such a delightful mascot at home? After all, there was a washing machine. Thanks to the power of the Ether Stone, Ling Xuan had set up 4 or 5 washing machines at home, each designated for different types of clothing. Chapter 12. Level Catastrophe Brother. After exiting a clothing store, Xiao Qiong dashed toward Ling Xuan. Seeing her rush toward him, Ling Xuan's expression changed. If it had been a beautiful young woman, he would have welcomed her with open arms. However, given Xiao Qiong's height, her head aligned precisely with an inappropriate area. Thus, Ling Xuan swiftly sidestepped to avoid her. Huh? Xiao Qiong, having missed her target, looked bewildered. Brother? She gazed at Ling Xuan in disbelief. He dodged. He actually dodged. Sorry, I didn't react in time. Ling Xuan sheepishly scratched his head. Xiao Qiong said softly, you did dodge. Is that what you call not reacting? She was naive, but not foolish. Faced with Xiao Qiong's gaze, Ling Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He crouched down to meet her innocent golden eyes and said earnestly, Xiao Qiong, you must trust your brother. I just feel it's a tad too early for you right now. When you grow up, I promise to cook noodles for you every day. A large question mark appeared above Xiao Qiong's head. Her small mind struggled to comprehend. The flower of humanity was too powerful. Xiao Qiong. At that moment, a bright voice rang out. Xiao Qiong, who had been pondering Ling Xuan's words, suddenly shivered and darted behind Ling Xuan, casting a wary glance at 3 figures approaching from the clothing store. Brother, I'm scared. Huh? Ling Xuan was taken aback, looking up to see 3 amiable individuals carrying shopping bags emerging from a store. He cast another glance at the frightened Xiao Qiong and was left wondering what they had done to this adorable child during his absence. Xiao Qiong, come. Let us go to the next shop. Kiana cheerfully approached her. Bronya had just found a delightful children's clothing store, her eyes sparkling. She finally understood why Kiana enjoyed buying her clothes so much. Dressing someone else was indeed a fun experience. As Kiana approached, Xiao Qiong clutched Ling Xuan's shirt tightly, too frightened to take a step forward. Could you all tone it down a bit? Xiao Qiong is scared. Ling Xuan sighed in exasperation. He then gently patted Xiao Qiong's head, reassuring her, don't be afraid. Your brother is right here. Xiao Qiong nodded vigorously, as if she had found her anchor. Ling Xuan chuckled softly, exerting strength to pull Xiao Qiong into his embrace. Supporting Xiao Qiong with one hand, he addressed the trio, as for clothing. This is ample for now. We can purchase more later. All right then. Kiana conceded after catching a glimpse of Xiao Qiong's fearful eyes. She had wished to dress Xiao Qiong beautifully, yet she realized that jeopardizing their relationship in the process would be a grave mistake. Upon hearing she could escape the clutches of anxiety, Xiao Qiong beamed with relief, wrapping her arms around Ling Xian's neck. The fragrance of osmanthus enveloped Ling Xian's senses, and he could not help but plant a gentle kiss on her fair cheek. Let us go enjoy some delectable treats. Xiao Qiong smiled brightly, reciprocating with a kiss of her own, which instantly moistened Ling Xian's cheek. I wish I could hold Xiao Qiong too, Qiana said, her tone laced with envy as she watched. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable bond with Xiao Qiong, as if the latter were her sister. Mei looked at Qiana with exasperation, remarking that excessive enthusiasm could sometimes startle children. Meanwhile, in Jianshui City, across from Kanglan City, 7 men clad in black robes stood within a blood-red magic circle in a dim underground chamber. Are you prepared? The leader inquired of the others. Let us offer our hearts to the supreme deity. Each black-robed figure bore an expression of fearless resolve. Then, let the sacrifice commence, the leader proclaimed, drawing a small knife to sever an artery. Crimson blood flowed from his arm, and the other 6 followed suit, each cutting their wrists. Countless streams of blood converged on the ground, forming an intricate 8-pointed star. Come forth, calamity from another realm, and engulf this godless land. The leader raised his hands fervently. With his frenzied words, the 8-pointed star inscribed on the ground glowed with an eerie crimson light. Suddenly, countless sharp spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the 7 black-robed men as well. In an instant, their bodies turned to ashes, their faces adorned with an eerie smile, even in death. Thud, thud, thud. As the sacrifice concluded, the dark underground chamber echoed with a rhythmic pulsation akin to a heartbeat. Abruptly, a rift tore open in the void, releasing an inky black mist. Amidst the darkness, a dark red vertical pupil materialized with a roar. Brother, I wish to taste your flavor, Xiao Qiong exclaimed, perched on a stone stool beneath a large tree, enjoying ice cream with Ling Xian and the others after their shopping. She gazed longingly at the chocolate cone in Ling Xian's hand, yearning to sample something she had never tried, much like a child who, despite having the finest toys, still craves the allure of the untried. Hearing her words, Ling Xian extended the cone towards her. Thank you, brother. With that, Xiao Qiong opened her mouth wide and took a small bite. Being a cold treat, she couldn't eat too much at once without risking a chill to her teeth, which meant she could only savor a small portion. So sweet. A look of bliss washed over Xiao Qiong's face. Silly girl, Ling Xian chuckled, ruffling her hair. Sister Mei, I want to try yours too. Of course, Mei replied gently. Sister Bronya. Qiana, sister? Qiana pouted. Why am I the one with a question mark? After sampling each flavor, Xiao Qiong returned to Ling Xian's side, bracing herself against the stone bench, and with a determined push, seated herself beside him. Ling Xian wrapped an arm around her, feeling the gentle breeze from the river as they gazed at the shimmering waters. Qiana leaned her head against Mei Yi's shoulder, taking small bites of her ice cream. Just as the atmosphere was filled with warmth, a rumble shook the earth. The violent tremors sent many sprawling to the ground. What is happening? The fallen were bewildered, glancing around in confusion. Ling Xian and his companions were also affected, but their superior physical prowess allowed them to regain their balance swiftly. Holding Xiao Qiong close, Ling Xian surveyed their surroundings cautiously. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion captured everyone's attention. Boom! 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 A series of explosions followed, originating from the city across the river, in the midst of blinding flames. Skyscrapers crumbled as if they were mere paper. Is it a gas leak? A few curious onlookers ventured closer to gaze at the scene in Jianshui City. No, that is... Ling Xian squinted, his dark eyes transforming into the crimson gaze of the lawmaker. He could distinctly see a colossal figure lurking within the raging inferno and debris. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a sound resembling an alarm emanated from Qiana. She hastily retrieved a white box from her pocket. This is the communicator that Herrscher's left for me. Opening the device, the image of Herrscher's appeared. Qiana, where are you right now? Herrscher seemed anxious. Auntie, I'm in the Kanglan shopping district. The Kanglan shopping district? All right, Qiana, you need to take Mei Yi and the others to the shelter. Herrscher's, what is happening? Mei inquired, leaning closer. Herrscher's expression turned grave. According to the latest intelligence, monsters have suddenly appeared in Jianshui City. They are not native demons from Blue Star, but rather calamities from another realm. Based on the data detected, they have been classified as level. The military will soon arrive to handle the situation. Your priority is to find a shelter and await rescue. Brother, Xiao Qiong, nestled in Ling Xuan's embrace, clutched his neck tightly. Do not worry, everything will be fine. He gently patted her back, his expression calm as he gazed towards the city across the river. Chapter 13. The Advance of the Three Families Kiana. This incident is unlike any before. You must not recklessly charge ahead. Herrscher cautioned. Clearly, Kiana had a history of such impulsive behavior. I know. I will go to the shelter, Kiana assured. Don't just promise without action, mate. Keep an eye on her. Herrscher instructed. Understood, Herrscher. Ling Xuan, you must hurry and take Xiao Qiong to the shelter. After disconnecting the call, Kiana turned to Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan paused, and what about you? Of course, we must face that calamity. Kiana's fists collided with determination as she gazed at Jiangshui City, her spirit ignited for battle. I've never fought a calamity before. You will die. After a moment of silence, Ling Xuan replied calmly. With your level of strength, facing a level calamity offers no chance of victory. I know, but I must go, Kiana declared resolutely. Ling Xuan stared at her in astonishment, then sighed with resignation. He almost forgot. Kiana does not ponder these matters at all. This little creature is entirely preoccupied with others. One might say she is overly enthusiastic. It is precisely this impulsive nature, rushing headlong into situations, that causes concern, sighed Ling Xuan. Hey, Kiana replied playfully with a smile. Don't worry about me. I have great faith in your weaponry. Are you all joining us? Ling Xuan inquired, shaking his head as he glanced at Bronya and Mei. Bronya has recently devised a new tactic, Bronya stated matter-of-factly. There's no choice. We've already promised to stick together, Mei shrugged. Mei, Bronya loves you both dearly. Kiana exclaimed, embracing Mei and Bronya with heartfelt emotion. Just indulge her, Ling Xuan remarked helplessly. The world of collapse is peculiar, is unfriendly towards the opposite sex, yet surprisingly amiable towards Yuri relationships. Mei, take this. Ling Xuan gestured towards the void, and a purple katana materialized. This as Mei gazed at the new design with astonishment. It can protect you at critical moments, Ling Xuan assured. Thank you. Mei accepted the katana quietly. Bronya. A blue energy structure manifested in the void, forming a pair of double cannons. This is a gift for you. Ling Xuan, Bronya's pupils dilated in disbelief as she looked at him. I will explain everything when we return, Ling Xuan promised. Bronya lifted her head, her smile blooming. It seems Bronya now has a compelling reason to return. In the next moment, a humanoid exoskeleton mech emerged from the void behind Bronya. The double cannons Ling Xuan had constructed were also installed onto the heavy bunny. Kiana. Don't push yourself too hard, Ling Xuan advised. Of course not. I still want to see little Qiong in her new attire, Kiana chuckled. As he watched the figures of the others recede into the distance, Ling Xuan cradled little Qiong. Simultaneously, the first level evacuation alarm blared. Countless people surged towards the shelters in a frantic rush. Brother, aren't we going with Sister Kiana? Little Qiong's small hand clutched Ling Xuan's clothing tightly as they made their way to the shelter. Aren't you afraid, little Qiong? Ling Xuan asked. I am scared, but I feel that if we don't go, it will be even scarier, she replied. Ling Xuan paused, gently stroking her head. It is truly hard to imagine. Is this the end or the true nature of the end? Brother, please set me down. I can take care of myself. Little Qiong insisted. Rest assured, that monster is not capable of harming them, Ling Xuan reassured softly. Indeed, with the item he provided Mei, that creature would not pose a threat to them. How is the evacuation proceeding? On top of a tall building, a middle-aged man inquired of another man beside him. He was Han E, the director of the Inspection Bureau, overseeing 5 surrounding cities. The moment the incident occurred in Jiangshui City, he had arrived via the teleportation array. Most of the crowd has been evacuated, but a small portion remains trapped under the rubble, his secretary reported. Han E raised his head, observing the figures amidst the dust. I will grant you 10 minutes to send all awakened individuals capable of teleportation to rescue people. Yes, the secretary shouted, leaping from the tall building. Now, let me confront you. Hani looked up at the massive figure rampaging in the inferno, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's my first time battling a creature of this caliber, so don't disappoint me. With a roar, a monster with 9 serpent heads emerged from the flames, its crimson eyes fixated on the middle-aged man atop the building. Among all present, only this man exuded the strongest aura. Chains of radiance. Hani grasped at the void. In an instant, a crimson chain shot forth, landing in his grasp. Boom! The ground cracked as he propelled himself forward. Cross seal. Accompanied by a sharp command, for crimson chains erupted from the void. With a swift sound, they pierced through the body of the nine-headed serpent. Buzz! A massive array materialized in the void, instantly binding the serpent's form. The bound creature was displeased. All 9 heads opened wide, releasing a sound capable of rendering ordinary individuals deaf. Under this sonic assault, Han's expression shifted. Countless civilians bled from their orifices and fainted. The awakened ones attempting to rescue them clutched their ears, kneeling on one knee. This made the already challenging evacuation task even more arduous. Damn it! Silence! He roared. With a single hand, he sent a chain into a collapsing building. Under his control, a resounding crash ensued as the structure struck the 9-headed serpent, stunning its central head. Roar! Yet, while one head was dazed, the remaining 8 grew furious. Opening their mouths wide, azure energy gathered within the mouths of the 8 serpent heads. This is bad. Han's pupils constricted. Whoosh! In the next moment, 8 torrents of energy erupted from the serpent mouths. The steel and concrete structures crumbled before it, melting into a lava-like liquid wherever it passed. Boom! 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 A series of massive explosions continued to ravage the city, effectively obliterating its splendor in an instant. Approximately 5 minutes later, the explosions finally ceased. Cough, cough. Is this the power of a creature of this caliber? A mere release of energy has left me in disarray. Amidst the dust, shielded by chains, coughed violently. Blood trickling from his forehead and lips. The 9-headed serpent flicked its forked tongue, as if mocking him, its 100-meter form towering like a giant, disdainful of mere insects. Just then, 2 blue energy projectiles shot forth from the void. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions erupted upon the 9-headed serpent. Hiss! The intense pain prompted the serpent to emit a wail for the first time. Has help arrived? Han's expression brightened. However, when he turned to look, he was taken aback. 3 young girls? What impressive weaponry! Bronya exclaimed, gazing at the blue cannons mounted on the heavy bunny with surprise. Ordinary firearms are ineffective against the mutated life forms of this caliber, yet these cannons can inflict damage. This was beyond her expectations. Chapter 14. The Lawyer Experience Card. Bronya. Well done. Observing the 9-headed serpent falter, Kiana gave Bronya a thumbs up. Silly Kiana, don't charge in recklessly. Even if I say that, you want to listen. Bronya hesitated to advise. Hee. Kiana smiled sheepishly, lifting her gaze to the enormous 9-headed serpent in the distance. Her pupils sharpened. Kiana, Sister May, Bronya will cover you. So charge ahead without worry. Kiana gestured, come back, and I'll treat you to toast pizza. Silly Kiana, I have no interest in your cooking. Yet, despite her words, Bronya's lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. Heavy-duty bunny, Bronya called out sharply. Energy coalesced, and the blue turret began to charge. Kiana leaped forward, her 2 white braids dancing in the wind due to her momentum. Following closely behind was May, wielding a purple katana. Kiana, don't confront it head-on. Understood, May. Kiana soared into the air, raising her twin guns to unleash a barrage of shots. Bang, bang, bang. The serpent scales, which could easily defend against skills, failed to protect it this time, as the bullets from the mundane realm punctured several holes in its hide. Han, watching from above, was taken aback. Hiss! The enraged Hydra let out a roar, ignoring Han, and turning its attention to the rushing Kiana. This is bad, Han thought, rushing forward. Meanwhile, the Hydra lifted its thick, black tail, preparing to strike Kiana with tremendous force. Calibration complete, heavy-duty bunny. Bronya's calm voice rang out. Boom, boom, boom. A series of blue drill bits shot forth from a key of truth. They struck the Hydra's tail directly. Roar! The Hydra cried out in pain, its tail swerving downward, crashing into the ground about 50 meters from Kiana. Even so, its massive form sent a boulder flying toward the speeding Kiana, just as it seemed she would be struck. Buzz! Swoosh! Accompanied by a flash of purple blade light, the boulder was cleaved in 2. A girl with purple bangs descended from the sky, wielding a purple katana. Kiana, are you alright? May asked, gently brushing her hair aside. With May by my side? I'm not worried at all, Kiana exclaimed, embracing May from behind. You. May sighed. He stared blankly at the three girls, especially the one with purple bangs. He had barely caught a glimpse of her just a moment ago. Kiana. Sister May. Bronya floated over. The weapon given by Ling Xuan is incredible. Kiana marveled at the heavy artillery on the heavy-duty bunny. The moment I grasped it, my body felt so light. May also looked at the katana in her hand. After a moment of silence, Kiana stowed away the mundane realm's weapon and extracted a steel rod of moderate size from the rubble, weighing it in her hand. Indeed, a stick feels more comfortable to wield. Cuts are on a South ancestral close combat style. The trio, now prepared, charged once more toward the Hydra. Meanwhile, Ling Xuan did not head to the shelter. Instead, he took Xiao Qiong to a tall building, activating the remote viewing system. Brother, it's Kiana and the others. Xiao Qiong exclaimed, astonished at the figures on the screen. Xiao Qiong, would you like some chips? Aren't you the least bit worried, brother? Xiao Qiong asked again. Ling Xuan tousled her hair, mysteriously replying, we shall see. You three, are you unaware that this area has been sealed off? He shouted at Kiana and the others. Sealed off? But why is no one here? Kiana responded, perplexed. He replied, of course, they have all gone to take shelter. Normal people wouldn't run back into danger. Forget that, old man, it's about to break free. What? He was startled. Turning around, he saw the chains binding the Hydra straining under the pressure. The previous attacks had thoroughly enraged the beast. Boom, boom, boom. The chains holding the furious Hydra snapped under the strain, unable to withstand even 5 seconds. Damn it, old man, since we can't escape anyway, let us help. Kiana laughed. Ding, ding, ding. Just as he was about to speak, a communication came through his earpiece. Director, all the injured have been evacuated. Shall we activate the sealing barrier? He paused, glancing at Kiana, who was grinning at him. Considering the trio's earlier performance, he sighed, activated. Yes. The communication ended. Soon, a massive barrier enveloped the area within 100 miles. There would be no retreat now. He turned to face the colossal Hydra, stating calmly, Bronya won't be a burden. As she spoke, the surrounding spiritual energy began to channel energy into the key of truth. Meanwhile, May and Kiana darted out from either side. In the next moment, the four engaged in battle with the Hydra. Their agile forms navigated the ruins with ease. When Kiana realized the steel rod couldn't breach the defenses, she picked up the twin guns from the mundane realm once more. At the barrier's edge, numerous awakeners from the Monitoring Bureau also charged their spiritual cannons to provide support. However, the attacks merely created smoke without inflicting any substantial damage. Hiss! The enraged Hydra roared, sending shockwaves that trembled the earth and shattered glass. My ears! Kiana collapsed to the ground, covering her ears, as the sound waves made her head throb painfully. Bronya, May, and Kiana all suffered similarly. This is bad, Hani thought, realizing he had forgotten about the Hydra's nauseating ability. At that moment, the Hydra seized its opportunity, swinging its massive tail with force. It aimed to sweep away these bothersome ants like trash. May! Kiana's eyes widened as she saw May, the closest to the Hydra. Ignoring her body's pain, she dashed forward. In the next second, bang! As the tail swept past, a white figure landed beside May. Ling Xuan's eyes narrowed, and a surge of lightning erupted around him. The intense lightning even injured Xiao Qiong. Ding! Please remain calm, host. The system has protected Kiana's body at the critical moment. She is merely unconscious. Hearing the system's words, Ling Xuan exhaled, his eyes regaining clarity. Thank you, system. Kiana. Little girl. Bronya and he rushed over urgently. May stood frozen, staring at Kiana, who lay unconscious on the ground. Kiana? She approached, almost in a trance, and cradled Kiana in her arms. Holding Kiana, May trembled uncontrollably. Regret, unwillingness, and self-blame surged forth in that moment, culminating in a single thought. I could do nothing. However, the Hydra was not one to grant time for sentimentality. In reality, there would be no moment of villainous disappearance. One of its heads opened wide. Boom! A blue beam erupted forth in an instant. Sister May. Bronya's eyes widened. It was too late. The beam loomed, threatening to engulf both May and Kiana. Ding! The host has detected a threat. Synchronization is commencing. At that moment, a katana that had fallen to the ground, suddenly emitted an electronic sound. Following this, under a purplish electromagnetic aura, the katana slowly levitated in the void. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the purple blade, known as the key of celestial destruction. Did the sword just speak? In the next instant, purple energy shot forth from the hilt, directly nullifying the attack of a nine-headed serpent. Hiss! The nine-headed serpent was momentarily bewildered. Where did its attack go? Ling Xuan, who was tending to the injured Xiao Qiong, murmured while observing the floating katana on the screen. Although this is a one-time event, let me witness your adaptability. Director, the spiritual energy in your area is rising at a geometric rate. The secretary's voice crackled through the headset. What? He was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the katana that had flown before May. Is that so? May, synchronized with the information, gently lowered Kiana. Rising to her feet, she approached the key of celestial destruction and grasped the hilt adorned with lightning. May's sister, Bronya called out, filled with concern. Bronya, take Kiana away from here. And Ling Xuan, thank you. May lifted her gaze, her violet eyes firmly fixed on the nine-headed serpent. Boom! In the next moment, a thick crimson thunderbolt descended from the sky like a fountain, effortlessly piercing through the so-called barrier, as if it were made of paper. The array practitioners, caught in the backlash, bled profusely. The lightning obliterated everything in its path, and the swirling dust obscured the vision of the onlookers. Hiss! The nine-headed serpent flicked its tongue, its menacing vertical pupils warily observing the dust. Animals possess a stronger instinct for danger than humans. It could sense an exceedingly terrifying power brewing within that cloud of dust. May's sister, Bronya, instinctively wanted to move closer. But in the next moment, the crimson lightning leaped from the ground to the heavens. Bang! The terrifying wind pressure scattered everything. Even Bronya and Han Yi were hurled away. Struggling to open his eyes amidst the sandstorm, Han Yi's pupils constricted. There stood a shadow as dark as the abyss. The red armor gleamed like stars in the pitch-black night sky. Upon opening its eyes, a pair of crimson orbs met his gaze, their indifferent stare sweeping over the nine-headed serpent. Boom! An instant later, the sound of thunder echoed in everyone's ears. They witnessed a crimson lightning bolt pierce straight through the nine-headed serpent. Bang! As a katana was sheathed, crimson arcs flickered in the void. Hiss! In an instant, the four severed heads of the serpent fell heavily to the ground, their dark crimson blood spraying like a fountain onto the earth. The speed was so swift that no one could react in time. Bronya, controlling the heavy mech bunny that cradled Kiana, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the dark figure amidst the ruins. May turned around, her eyes reflecting the blood-soaked ground where five serpent heads lay, crimson arcs flashing in her eye sockets. Raising the katana in her hand, the lightning danced upon it, hungering for blood. Hiss! Sensing the threat, the remaining five heads of the serpent, disregarding their pain, converged together. Opening their mouths, they began to gather violent energy, compressing it into a blue sphere of light. The power contained within was sufficient to penetrate the entire Earth's crust. Lightning, submit to me. A calm voice emerged from May, imbued with the power of thunder. In that instant, boom, the crimson lightning descended like an enraged dragon, roaring down from the firmament upon May. Bang! The lightning rampaged, consuming everything in its path. The next moment, as the lightning dissipated, two crimson mechanical arms appeared around May. A ghostly purple halo unfolded in the void behind her, its dark red glow strikingly visible against the dim sky. At this moment, May was clad in the form of the Herrschers of Thunder. May's sister, Xiao Qiong, stared incredulously at the resplendent figure of Thunder May on the screen. This pressure is on a whole different level. Han Yi gasped in astonishment. There's no mistake. He had seen such a creature at a national assembly. The aura of dominance was something he would never forget. At that moment, the unconscious Kiana also began to awaken, stirred by the thunderous noise. Bronya, good evening. Is it time for dinner? Kiana stretched and spoke. Bronya, you silly Kiana, you've slept too long. Bronya replied with a mix of annoyance and joy. Huh? Bronya, why are you crying? Who bullied you? I'll help you fight them. Kiana exclaimed in a flurry. You big idiot. Huh? Is that May? At that moment, Kiana noticed the drastically transformed May in the distance. What happened to May? Bronya was equally perplexed, shaking her head. As May looked up at the charging five-headed serpent, Her crimson pupils narrowed. Boom! The thundering sky heralded the judgment thunder of sin. Roar! The anguished cries of the five-headed serpent echoed throughout Jiangshui City as it was struck by the lightning. Turn to atoms, you wretches. The cold, emotionless voice emanated from Mei. Bang! Mei leaped into the air, soaring high above, her figure positioned in the realm of the heavens. Looking down upon the minuscule creatures below, slowly, she grasped the katana at her waist. Her crimson arms also gripped the massive blade that spanned several meters. Without further words, Mei unsheathed the katana and unleashed a single, thunderous strike. Boom! As Mei demonstrated the power of the Herrschers of Thunder, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and lightning crackled through the void. The nine-headed serpent was obliterated in a single blow of lightning. Mei! Kiana stared in awe at Mei standing amidst the void, feeling a profound sense of unfamiliarity. Upon witnessing the nine-headed serpent's demise, Mei closed her eyes. In the next moment, her attire reverted to its original form, and the key of celestial destruction transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the air. The experience of being a Herrscher is concluded, and Mei, stripped of her power, fell freely from the sky. Mei! Sister Mei! Xiao Qiong and Bronya gasped, rushing forward. At the last moment, Xiao Qiong leapt up, catching Mei midair. Mei, wake up! Kiana called out. Kiana, you're awake. Hearing the voice, Mei opened her eyes, gazing at the face so near, reaching out to touch it gently. Only upon feeling the warmth did she smile. Mei, don't speak just yet. Let me take you home, Kiana urged anxiously. Mei smiled reassuringly. Han Yi silently observed the three from a distance. Speaking into the communicator, he instructed, delete all records of today. Yes, Director. Let us go, Xiao Qiong. It's time for us to return home. Ling Xuan waved his hand, dispersing the video feed. Huh? Xiao Qiong came to her senses and responded. What's wrong? Lost in thought. In the depths of little Qiong's mind, she reminisced about the appearance of Mei, the Herrschers of Thunder. She felt as though she had encountered her sister Mei before, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Is that so? Perhaps I have indeed seen her, Ling Xuan pondered. Little Qiong gazed at Ling Xuan in confusion, realizing her brother often spoke in ways she did not comprehend. Chapter 15. The Keychain of the Eye of God, what did you say? It has been subdued? The late-arriving military personnel appeared bewildered. Indeed, the class catastrophe has been vanquished. It must have just crossed the boundary, and its strength has yet to be restored. Before them stood a man clad in a black suit, unmistakably the secretary who had previously been by Han Yi's side. What about the video files? He inquired after a moment of silence. I apologize. The sudden onset of the disaster interfered with the magnetic field, rendering all equipment inoperative during that period. The secretary replied, adjusting his glasses with a calm demeanor. Should you require anything, I suggest you visit the scene. Jiangshui City has just endured a calamity, and there are many matters needing my attention, the man remarked, opening his mouth to say something further, but ultimately stated, thank you for your hard work. Excuse me. With that, the secretary departed. Captain, now that the disaster has been resolved, what shall we do next? A team member inquired. Let us visit the site of the incident, the captain replied coolly. At the municipal government office building in Kanglan City, Han Yi looked at the incoming secretary and asked, have they left for the disaster site? Yes, they have, came the reply. What is it? Han Yi noticed the secretary's anxious expression. There remain traces of lightning power at that location. They may suspect we are concealing something. Han Yi chuckled softly. Isn't that precisely what we desire? What? There are hardly any individuals with such formidable power in all of Jiangnan. They will likely think this is the handiwork of a certain esteemed predecessor, which is exactly what we want. His laughter echoed in the air. Let them speculate and piece together their own conclusions. Silence speaks volumes. Now I understand. Thank you for the enlightenment. The secretary responded, realization dawning upon him. Han Yi nodded and continued. Chunjia, let's put the matter of those three girls to rest. Understood, teacher, the secretary named Chunjia replied. What progress have you made on the investigation I assigned you? Han Yi shifted the conversation. Chunjia's expression grew serious as he placed a document on the desk. This is the surveillance footage we retrieved. As Han Yi opened the document, a photograph of a man in a black cloak came into view. So it is indeed them, he remarked, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he slammed the file onto the desk. Truly, the wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will spring back to life with a spring breeze. You are to personally organize a search team and ensure that all followers are found. This failure will only drive them further into madness. Han, he stated gravely. Yes, teacher. You may leave now. Han, he waved his hand dismissively. After Chun, Jie departed. Han, he resumed examining the documents on his desk. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the dark cross upon the black cloak. The Murphy sect? When Ling Xuan and little Xiong returned home, it was already 5 in the evening. Glancing into the empty refrigerator, Ling Xuan proposed. How about we have egg fried rice for dinner? Little Xiong loves whatever her brother makes. He affectionately ruffled her hair. It's still the same. You're so easy to please. Be a good girl and watch some television for a while. I will call you when it's ready. Okay, little Xiong replied obediently, heading toward the living room. Entering the kitchen, Ling Xuan did not rush to cook, but instead checked the group chat. Morix, I see magic, like the eye of God, guiding elemental power, but not from the outside world, rather from the elemental power within the body. Returning to the conversation, Zhongli extended his hand, and a yellowish magic circle appeared, slowly coalescing a rock above it. As the god of commerce, Zhongli's understanding had always been commendable. After a few pointers from Mebius, he had begun to grasp the principles of what was called magic. The fairy strategist, the Eye of God, is also quite remarkable. It can rapidly absorb the magical energy from air, akin to a perpetual motion machine from magic users. Mebius, wielding the Eye of the Rock God, remarked in the chat, the magical energy of a magic user is primarily internal, while something like the Eye of God, which can manipulate external magical energy, is not entirely non-existent, but exceedingly rare. Observing Mebius's comments, Zhongli clenched his hand, dispelling the magic circle. In truth, he yearned more for the world of Ye Ryu, a land devoid of deities, governed entirely by humans. That was the retirement life he currently sought. During this time, the three exchanged insights and items from their respective worlds, growing quite accustomed to one another. Morix, the genius of the victory team, Mr. Ye Ryu, when we can exchange for a transference card. Please allow me to experience your world. The genius of the victory team, no, I am the one. I am very interested in the elemental powers of your world. Ever since learning Zhongli's age, Ye Ryu had become somewhat tongue-tied. Ling Xuan, you all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Observing the harmonious scene in the chat, he felt quite pleased. The genius of the victory team, group leader, you're back. Ling Xuan, yes, I was handling a few matters before. Morix, group leader, you arrived just in time. I was wondering these points. Saying this, Zhongli sent a screenshot of a transference card to the group, his impatience evident. Ling Xuan points? Generally, they are earned through tasks and check-ins. Responding to Zhongli's inquiry, Ling Xuan explained. The fairy strategist. Check-in? Ling Xuan, like this. Ding. Group leader has completed today as check-in and earned 10 points. The genius of the victory team. I had no idea. Morix, I see from a rational standpoint. I'm also unaware. The fairy strategist. Indeed. The genius of the victory team. At first glance, it seems trivial, but from a rational perspective, Mr. Zhongli understands. Morix, the genius of the victory team. Haha. Pardon me, I couldn't help it. Morix displayed a resigned expression as Zhongli found the check-in button. Ding. You have completed today as check-in and earned 5 points. Are these points also random? Zhongli mused, stroking his chin. 100 points are required for the transference card. It's quite a long road ahead, he lamented. Morix, by the way, group leader, how have you been handling the matter of the Herrschers of the End? Zhongli expressed his curiosity, for he was quite invested in the affairs concerning the Herrschers of the End. Ling Xuan, if you tag her, you'll find out. Zhongli fell silent for a moment before tagging the Herrschers of the End in the group. Morix, Herrschers of the End. At the same time, little Xiong, sitting on the sofa watching television, was jolted into awareness by a notification sound in her mind. Her consciousness was then drawn into an inky black realm. Herrschers of the End, where is this place? Ling Xuan, little Xiong. Herrschers of the End. Huh, brother? You are here too. The genius of the victory team. Brother? Ye Ryu was left in a state of confusion. Rubbing her eyes, fearful of a misperception, Ling Xuan remarked, Xiao Qiong, these are all my friends. The Arbiter of the End responded, Yes, yes. Greetings, elder brothers and sisters. I am Xiao Qiong, Ling Xuan's sister. Morix was left speechless, as was the fairy strategist. At that moment, the expressions of the three were nothing short of bewildered. What was this image of an obedient girl? Hadn't she previously exhibited a relentless demeanor? The genius of the victory team interjected, "Group leader, what have you done to the arbiter of the end?" Ling Xuan replied, I did nothing. Just enlightened her about the beauty of humanity. The fairy strategist was at a loss for words. Morix exhaled deeply, expressing his astonishment. Group leader, you truly never cease to amaze me. Zhongli pinched the bridge of his nose, releasing a heavy sigh. He had contemplated sealing or even erasing her. Yet he had never imagined she would become Ling Xuan's sister. Was this what being a group leader entailed? His strength was indeed unfathomable, Zhongli mused. Ding. Zhongli sent you an exclusive red envelope. Ling Xuan instinctively clicked on it, and instantly a piece of the eye of the rock god landed in his palm. Ling Xuan contemplated for a moment before retrieving his key and attaching it to the newly formed keychain known as the Eye of the Rock God. Compared to the glass products available in his past life, this was undeniably an authentic version. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Ling Xuan exited the group chat to prepare for dinner, with Xiao Qiong following closely behind. Unlike Ling Xuan, she had been driven away, particularly by Zhongli, who incessantly questioned her, causing her discomfort. Chapter 16. Siberian beet soup. On the sofa, Xiao Qiong swung her legs, her body swaying along, utterly captivated by the television, which presented everything as a novelty. Xiao Qiong, come eat, came Ling Xuan's voice. Coming. Xiao Qiong jumped off the couch, slipped on her slippers, turned off the television, and hopped toward the dining table. Meanwhile, due to a danger alert, the streets were deserted as people sought refuge in air raid shelters. Bronya naturally summoned the heavy bunny, cradling May as they returned home. Oh no, what happened to May? The fairy, Ellie, exclaimed in alarm upon seeing the unconscious May. It's just exhaustion. I'm taking her to her room, Kiana replied as she carried May in a princess hug. All right, I'll fetch some water. Ellie quickly flew to the kitchen. In the room, Kiana observed May lying on the bed, her breathing steady, yet her brow remained furrowed. Kiana, you needn't worry too much. May will be fine, Ellie comforted, holding a cup of water. Thank you, Ellie, Kiana said as she gently patted Ellie's head while taking the cup. Bronya, why did May become like that today? Kiana turned her gaze towards Bronya. After a moment of silence, Bronya recounted the events that transpired. So, it was Ling Xuan who saved us. Kiana was taken aback upon learning the details. I fear it's more than that. Kiana, you directly took a hit from the nine-headed serpent without any injuries, which likely indicates Ling Xuan's involvement, Bronya explained. Ling Xuan, Kiana murmured, recalling the power bestowed upon May by the key of Heaven's End. She retrieved her peculiar dual pistols, and after a brief silence, she abruptly sat up, declaring, Bronya, I need to step out. Are you going to find Ling Xuan? Bronya inquired. Yes. I must express my gratitude. You stay here with May while I seek him out, Kiana replied. Wait, there are some matters I need to clarify. Bronya turned to observe the heavy bunny fading into the void. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I'll get it, Xiao Qiong announced, darting towards the door. Upon opening it, a turbocharged figure came into view. Sister Bronya? Xiao Qiong exclaimed joyfully, noticing Bronya, who was taller than her. Xiao Qiong, Bronya gently patted Xiao Qiong's head, a rare gesture reserved for her. Is your brother home? Yes, he is. Xiao Qiong opened the door wider for Bronya to enter. Would you like to join us for dinner? Ling Xuan, seated at the dining table, asked with a smile. No, Ling Xuan, I need to discuss something with you. Bronya replied earnestly. It seems you can no longer contain your curiosity. Follow me. Ling Xuan gestured as he rose from his chair and ascended the stairs, with Bronya closely trailing behind. Xiao Qiong watched the pair with intrigue. Ling Xuan, who exactly are you? Bronya directly inquired once they reached the room. A well-meaning neighbor, hoping for world peace? Well, it seems you are not satisfied with that answer. Ling Xuan shrugged as he observed Bronya's impassive expression. Bronya remained silent, summoning the heavy bunny, whose massive form nearly exceeded the height of the room. In its mechanical grasp was a pair of heavy artillery known as the Keys of Truth. I'm not here to create trouble. On the contrary, I am grateful to you. If it weren't for you, Kiana and I would not have returned alive, Bronya stated, fully aware that if May had not transcended, the outcome would have been dire. Ling Xuan remained silent for a moment before saying, It appears you are already aware. Kiana, although possessing extraordinary strength, could not have emerged unscathed from such an attack. Ling Xuan approached, scrutinizing the heavy bunny. A girl is much more charming when a bit foolish. It's your overly deliberate actions that even Kiana's intellect has begun to notice, Bronya sighed. I know you mean us no harm, but we have only known each other for a few days, and I am curious as to why you would go to such lengths to assist us, Bronya queried. Before moving, she had researched the neighbors, which indicated that Ling Xuan was merely an orphan without parents. Yet, his actions revealed depths far beyond what the record suggested. This perplexed her. Why expose himself after concealing his abilities all this time? Ling Xuan took a deep breath, locking eyes with Bronya, and stated earnestly, "Because I care for you." What? Bronya was momentarily taken aback. A simple reason. I care for you, May, and Kiana, and I cannot bear to see you harmed. Ling Xuan placed a hand on his chest, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Bronya's eyes betrayed no emotion. Honestly, that joke falls flat, since you prefer not to disclose your thoughts. I want to force you, Ling Xuan responded, puzzled. Let us change the subject. How did you come to know about the heavy bunny? Bronya asked. More importantly, how do you assess May's power when she slew the serpent? Ling Xuan dodged the question. Incredible. Stronger than anyone I've ever encountered. After a moment of contemplation, Bronya answered. Then, Bronya, do you wish to possess such strength? The power to protect those you hold dear? Guarding one's heart, as if a thought struck her. Bronya suddenly lifted her head. Let me guess, you must have a sister named Seal? The pupils of Bronya finally flickered with emotion, fixing her gaze intently on Ling Xuan. What do you know? Ling Xuan chuckled lightly. Rather than saying I know something, it would be more accurate to say. He extended his hand, a gray gemstone quietly hovering in his palm. Following this, Ling Xuan uttered words that caused Bronya's pupils to constrict. Do you wish to rescue her? Sister Bronya? After finishing her meal, Xiao Qiong watched Bronya as she descended. Sister Bronya. Bronya gently patted Xiao Qiong's head, revealing a strained smile before departing. Xiao Qiong gazed at Bronya's retreating figure, then turned to Ling Xuan, who was coming down the stairs. Brother, what did you talk about with Sister Bronya? Oh, nothing much. I just gave her a pair of wings, Ling Xuan replied with a smile. Once outside Ling Xuan's home, Bronya took a deep breath. She raised her hand, the gray gemstone silently floating above it. Looking at the gemstone, Bronya wore a helpless smile, thinking to herself, not only did I fail to ask anything, but I also unwittingly became entangled. Shaking her head, she clenched her palm, causing the gemstone to vanish. With a creak, the door swung open. Upon entering, Bronya was greeted by the enticing aroma of bacon. Kiana, what are you making? Bronya, you're back. Kiana, who was preparing toast pizza, exclaimed joyfully. Is toast pizza all you can make? Bronya inquired, casting a glance at the dish on the table. Ah, well. Kiana's gaze wandered. Bronya sighed, opening the refrigerator and surveying its contents. Memories of time spent with Seal surfacing in her mind. Glancing back at the dry toast pizza on the table, she wore a resigned expression. Perhaps I should make beet soup for a change. Chapter 17. The second dimension contest. That night, Ling Xuan sat alone on his bed, gazing at the luminous crescent moon outside the window. It feels as if I have transformed into a different manifestation of collapse, he mused, recalling the evening when he coaxed Bronya into accepting the gem of the law of reason. So, am I to seek out a few individuals to become apostles? Ling Xuan raised his head, and in the pitch-black room, several gemstones floated in the air, radiating various hues of light. With a mere thought, these gemstones were drawn into the system space. I sincerely hope the core can be nurtured soon. Ling Xuan focused his mind. In the depths of his consciousness, a purple core came into view, beneath which lay a gray gemstone. This was the true gem of the law of reason. The one given to Bronya was merely a semblance, though it could be referred to as a pseudo-core without much harm. Once this gemstone is upgraded to a core, he can begin the fusion process with the next gemstone. The night passed without incident. The following day, at 7:00 a.m., a notification chimed. Ding! Today's sign-in has commenced. Would the host like to sign in? Let's sign in, Ling Xuan said, glancing at the time. The system's prompt was remarkably punctual, reminding him to rise at precisely 7:00. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received the Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight ignores level and rank. Everything the host observes will be analyzed. What a remarkable gift! Ling Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. The Eye of Insight, when coupled with the powers of the law of reason, was an exquisite combination. After merging with the Eye of Insight, Ling Xuan reopened his eyes and casually picked up his phone. Instantly, The structure and functions of the device crystallized in his mind. With this ability, I can temporarily compensate for my knowledge limitations. Blinking once more, he closed the eye of insight. Ling Xuan tossed aside the covers and got out of bed, beginning his morning routine. Upon exiting his room, he glanced at the neighboring one and gently opened the door. There lay Xiao Qiong, sleeping soundly, using her blanket as a pillow, limbs sprawled all around. Such a poor sleeping posture. He entered to tuck her in, resembling a caring father concerned for his daughter. After quietly shutting the door, Ling Xuan headed downstairs to prepare breakfast. With the holiday over, it was time for school again. High school life in this world was relatively relaxed. Classes began at 9 in the morning and ended at 5 in the afternoon, thanks to a 12-year compulsory education system. After millennia of spiritual development, life no longer needed to be as hectic as in his previous life. Good morning, brother. After a while, Xiao Qiong, rubbing her sleepy eyes and dressed in a white nightgown, slowly descended the stairs, clutching the railing. Good morning, Ling Xuan replied, observing her as she nibbled on a pancake at the dining table. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? Yes, brother, you're going to school today. And I'm spending the day with Sister Kiana, Xiao Qiong said, setting down her pancake with a serious expression. So obedient, Ling Xuan praised, ruffling her hair. Hee, Xiao Qiong giggled. That's how it is. I'll be counting on you today, Xiao Qiong, Ling Xuan said, looking at Kiana. No problem. Leave Xiao Qiong to me. Kiana replied confidently. Is May good now? Ling Xuan inquired. She has recovered, but just to be safe, Bronya and I decided to let May rest for a day. All right, I'll take my leave then. Goodbye. Kiana waved. Afterward, Ling Xuan set off alone for school. Kanglan High School, generally named after the region, boasted excellent teaching quality. The school Ling Xuan attended was the top high school in Kanglan City. As he approached the familiar school gates, Ling Xuan felt a sense of nostalgia. Just a few days away felt like an eternity. Upon entering the classroom, Ling Xuan walked straight to his seat in the back row by the window, granting him a view of the playground below. He couldn't help but marvel at how he had found himself in a protagonist position in this world, albeit lacking the stature of one. With some time to spare before class commenced, Ling Xuan rested his head on his hand, staring blankly at the playground below. Memories of Kiana and Xiao Qiong surfaced in his mind. I wonder if Kiana did anything strange with Xiao Qiong. Who is Xiao Qiong? A curious voice interrupted his thoughts. Ling Xuan turned in surprise to see a beautiful girl with black hair and crystalline blue eyes reflecting his face. Oh, it's you. What brings you here so early? He glanced at her before returning his gaze to the playground. Bored at home. It's much livelier here at school, Tan Yuqin replied, taking a seat. She was Ling Xuan's desk mate and could be considered a school beauty, though Ling Xuan had always been rather reserved and had scarcely spoken to her. Today was the first time she had taken the initiative to greet him. Ling Xuan, tell me, what would you do if the person you secretly admired started liking someone else? Tan Yuqin asked after sitting down. I will ask around just like you, said Ling Xuan, not even turning his head. You're truly not charming at all. Thank you for the compliment. Speaking seriously, how do you find my appearance? Tan Yuqin inquired earnestly. Ling Xuan turned his gaze towards her, scrutinizing the young woman, and finally, under her expectant gaze, blandly uttered, You resemble a rather effeminate figure. How dare you? I am a woman. How could I be effeminate? Tan Yuqin stood up, exclaiming. Her voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of the entire class. Noticing the peculiar stares from her peers, Tan Yuqin cleared her throat, her cheeks reddening, and awkwardly sat back down. Mind your manners. Where's your decorum? Ling Xuan tapped his ear. Your decorum is of no use to me. Tan Yuqin scoffed lightly. If you like someone, just express it. Otherwise, in the end, you'll have nothing. Ling Yuan stated matter-of-factly. But if rejected, wouldn't it amount to nothing as well? Tan Yuqin's expression dimmed. I won't even have friends left. Ling Xuan smirked, turning to Tan Yuqin with a mischievous glint. If you were a bit bolder, you could consider becoming a stalker. Get lost. Tan Yuqin promptly punched Ling Xuan. Do you have anything you particularly cherish? Tan Yuqin suddenly asked. What? Are you thinking of starting with gifts? For boys, it usually comes down to a few things. Sneakers, games, models, and the like. What about you? Tan Yuqin followed up with her inquiry. As for me, Ling Xuan grinned. I have a fondness for silicone gel. What on earth do you need that for? Tan Yuqin asked, puzzled. Silicone gel is commonly used by women for breast augmentation, which piqued her curiosity. Naturally, I do use it. Otherwise, why would I collect it? After a moment of silence, Tan Yuqin displayed a look of disdain. Wow, what a person you are. Ling Xian's expression returned to calm as he turned his gaze back to the playground below. Perhaps you should direct your questions to someone else. I prefer not to have my desires serve as a reference for gifts from others. My apologies. It's nothing. You haven't done anything wrong. What if it were a gift from me? Tan Yuqin cautiously glanced at Ling Xian. It's almost time for class. Ling Xian retrieved his textbook from the drawer. Ling Xian, apologies, but I have no interest in three-dimensional women. Chapter 18. Let us make a commitment. With a demeanor like yours. Surely no one would be fond of you. Tan Yuqin snorted lightly. With the college entrance examination approaching, you should focus on your studies. Ling Xian dismissed her words as mere background noise. I don't need your concern. Ding dong. Soon, the class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher approached the podium. Observing the students below, he began. Before we commence, there is something I need to discuss with you all. In 1 week, the school will hold an awakening ceremony, so everyone can prepare accordingly. Finally, it's about to begin. I've been eagerly anticipating this day for so long. The students were extraordinarily excited, chattering animatedly. All right, quiet down. The homeroom teacher called out. In an instant, the previously noisy classroom fell silent. I understand your excitement. After the awakening ceremony, it will be time for you to choose your career paths, and by then, you should have a clear idea. Supernatural abilities are merely supplementary. They're not everything. Modern society is a fusion of spirituality and technology. Whether one is an extraordinary individual or on the technological side, both hold immense potential. So do not place undue importance on the awakening of supernatural abilities, the teacher cautioned. In previous years, there have been numerous cases of suicide due to unsatisfactory abilities. After discussing some precautions for the awakening ceremony, the teacher proceeded with the day's lesson. As time passed, before long, it was time to dismiss. Ling Xian rose from his seat and headed towards the door. Ling Xian, where are you off to? Just as he stepped out of the classroom, a familiar voice called out, a hand resting on his shoulder. Heading home. Ling Xian glanced at the young man beside him. During school, there are always a couple of friends. Han Cheng is one of them. They were quite close, having shared the same class for 12 years. The only one left from their entire cohort still in the same class. Aren't you taking any books home? Observing Ling Xian's empty hands, Han Cheng inquired. They're all here. Ling Xian pointed his head. Impressive. Don't head home too early. How about we go out for a meal? Not interested. In the past, Ling Xian would have agreed, as he was alone. However, images of Xiao Qiong and Qiana flashed in his mind, and he shook his head in refusal. Now he was no longer alone. Have you gotten a girlfriend? Well, sort of. My future wife could also be considered a girlfriend, right? Oh, come on. We agreed to stay single together. Han Cheng lamented, feigning betrayal, his expression one of sorrow for the loss of a companion. Isn't it easy for you to find a girlfriend? Just beckon with your finger, and they LL come running, right? Ling Xian teased. Well, forget it. You know my father's temperament. Han Cheng put an arm around Ling Xian, whispering, he might be staring at me through a crystal ball right now. The life of a young master in the era of extraordinary abilities is tough, Ling Xian sighed. As if you weren't born in the extraordinary era, Han Cheng retorted. Enough of this. I have to head back. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the school gate. All right, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. After bidding farewell, Ling Xian made his way to the market, purchasing some vegetables and pork, and then stopped by a prepared food stall to buy some spicy chicken. This should be enough. Glancing at the fruits and vegetables in the system space, Ling Xian headed in the direction of home. In Qiana's room, hooray, I won. In the game called Howl of War, Qiana achieved a resounding victory over Xiao Qiong, jumping up in delight like a child. Silly Qiana, always picking on Xiao Qiong. Bronya remarked, exasperated. Unable to defeat her, she finds joy in tormenting a novice. It's all right, as long as Sister Qiana is happy, Xiao Qiong said with a smile. She felt no resentment over winning or losing and instead relished the current atmosphere. Xiao Qiong, you're so obedient. Bronya gently patted Xiao Qiong's head, her expression warm. Cute and sensible children are always endearing. Xiao Qiong, come have some watermelon. Mei entered with a plate of watermelon. Mei, I want some too. Qiana rushed over. But as she reached out, Mei swatted her hand away. The first piece is for Xiao Qiong. Boo-hoo. Mei doesn't he love me anymore, Qiana whimpered, her eyes brimming with tears. What are you talking about? Mei sighed, placing the bowl down and handing a piece to Xiao Qiong. Thank you, Sister Mei. Xiao Qiong sweetly exclaimed as she accepted the watermelon. Taking a bite of the juicy red fruit, she instantly squinted her eyes in delight. Isn't it true? Isn't it true? Everything May makes is delicious. Kiana, the watermelon is store-bought, May reminded her. That is only because it tastes so good because it has been through May's hands, Kiana beamed. You. May was at a loss for words and gently tapped Kiana's forehead with her index finger, affectionately praising her. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. It's my brother, Xiaoqiong exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she set down her watermelon and dashed downstairs. Xiaoqiong, slow down, Bronya called after her. The three of them, along with the fairy Ailey, quickly followed suit. With a click, the door swung open to reveal a handsome young man. Brother, Xiaoqiong cried, rushing into his embrace. Did you miss me? Ling Xuan asked as he pulled Xiaoqiong into his arms and planted a kiss on her fair cheek. Yes, I miss you a lot, Xiaoqiong replied enthusiastically. Welcome back, Ling Xuan, May said with a smile as she approached. Thank you for your trouble today. Ling Xuan nodded to the three of them. Not all. We enjoy playing with Xiaoqiong, May replied cheerfully. Since we're here, Xiaoqiong, let us head home, Ling Xuan said, reaching for Xiaoqiong's hand. Wait, you haven't made dinner yet, have you? May suddenly interjected. Ling Xuan nodded. I've bought groceries and I'll cook after picking up Xiaoqiong. Then don't go back. Stay and eat with us, Kiana invited. Yes, I haven't properly thank you yet, May added. Don't dawdle, come inside, Kiana urged, pulling Ling Xuan in by the arm. Brother, the food May makes is delicious. Xiaoqiong chimed in from Ling Xuan's arms. It seems a single meal has won you over, Ling Xuan chuckled, playfully pinching Xiaoqiong's cheek. Then I shall impose upon you tonight, he said with a hint of shyness. We're all friends here. There is no need for formality, Kiana said, enthusiastically patting Ling Xuan on the shoulder. Apologies for the intrusion. Ling Xuan laughed lightly as he changed his shoes and stepped inside. As time passed, the sun set and night enveloped the room in warm, golden light. Ling Xuan observed Bronya sitting on the floor, playing with Xiaoqiong, and felt a gentle warmth in his heart. This was the life he had always desired. Is Kiana not coming back for dinner tonight? Ling Xuan inquired, glancing at Kiana, who was lounging casually nearby. Kiana, she has been tied up with some matters lately. She wants to be back for a few days, Kiana replied nonchalantly. It seems she is dealing with the aftermath of the nine-headed python, Ling Xuan remarked. Suddenly, Kiana set down her blocks, folded her legs on the couch, and looked seriously at Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan, I truly appreciate what you did last time. You want to thank me? He replied, tilting her chin up so their faces were close, their eyes locking. With a teasing smile, he added, then perhaps you could offer yourself as a reward. Kiana blinked in surprise. The fairy Ailey, who had been dozing off, instantly perked up at the statement. Her interest piqued. Chapter 19. The Forbidden Land of Imagination. Ailey feigned sleep with her eyes closed, but her pointed ears twitched slightly. Ling Xuan, what are you talking about? Kiana stammered, avoiding his gaze, a hint of shyness creeping in despite her usual bold demeanor. Ling Xuan chuckled softly and withdrew his hand, feeling no rush. He was merely planting a seed, knowing that affection grows through daily interactions, especially when one is so close by. Everyone, dinner is ready, May announced, arranging the cutlery and calling to those in the living room. Kiana, still dazed, was jolted from her thoughts by May's voice. By the time she regained her composure, Ling Xuan had already stepped away. Dinner is ready, Xiaoqiong, Ling Xuan said as he picked her up and carried her toward the dining room. Noticing Kiana's gaze upon him, he placed a finger to his lips in a gesture of secrecy. Kiana, why is your face so red? Bronya asked, observing Kiana's flustered state. I'm fine, really, Kiana exclaimed, startled by the question. She scrambled to her feet, pushing Bronya forward. Let us hurry to dinner. Kiana, you seem a bit unusual today, Bronya noted, increasingly suspicious that Kiana was hiding something. Do I? Kiana laughed awkwardly. Ailey smirked mischievously as she trailed behind. At the dining table, Kiana did not eat as voraciously as usual. With her head down, she would occasionally sneak glances at Ling Xuan, only to meet his warm smile each time, which made her cheeks flush even more, prompting her to hastily consume her food. May and Bronya exchanged concerned glances, wondering if Kiana was feeling unwell. Are you not going to play a bit longer? May asked as she watched the two preparing to leave. It's getting late. Xiaoqiong needs to sleep soon, Ling Xuan said, ruffling Xiaoqiong's hair with a smile. All right then, see you tomorrow, Xiaoqiong, May said, squatting down to shake hands with her. Yes. Goodbye, May's sister, Bronya's sister, Kiana's sister, Xiaoqiong replied affectionately. What about me? Ailey chimed in. Goodbye, Ailey sister. Xiaoqiong laughed. Goodbye, Xiaoqiong, Ailey said with a satisfied smile. Back in their home, Ling Xuan asked, Did you have a good day, Xiaoqiong? Yes, very happy, she replied. What do you think of Qiana's sister? Ling Xuan inquired as he knelt beside her. Qiana's sister is very cheerful and kind to me. I really like her, Xiaoqiong said. How about continuing to play with Qiana's sister for a few more days? Ling Xuan suggested. Suddenly, Xiaoqiong fell silent. What's wrong? Do you think brother doesn't want Xiaoqiong anymore? Ling Xuan was taken aback. Why do you say that? Xiaoqiong explained. I heard that disobedient children get abandoned by their parents and have to live with others while their parents quietly leave. She reached up, clutching his hand that rested on her head, her voice trembling. Brother, you abandoned Xiaoqiong, right? Ling Xuan gently enveloped her in his arms, seeing the tears welling in her eyes. Don't watch such news. How could I ever abandon you? I believe in you, brother, Xiaoqiong said, her eyes filled with trust. Ling Xuan, wiping her tears with his thumb, smiled helplessly. Stop rubbing your eyes. They'll get puffy. Later that night, Ling Xuan leaned against the headboard, scrolling through his phone and catching up on international news. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and he looked up curiously. In the moonlight, a petite figure clad in pajamas stood at the threshold, clutching a pillow. Seeing Xiaoqiong enter, Ling Xuan asked, Xiaoqiong, what is the matter at this late hour? I want to sleep with you, brother, she said as she climbed on his bed. Remembering earlier events, Ling Xuan wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her close. Just for tonight, he whispered. Okay. Xiaoqiong nodded obediently, wrapping her arms around his, her face glowing with happiness. Ling Xuan gently ruffled her hair and closed his eyes. In the adjacent room, Qiana lay in bed, reflecting on Ling Xuan's words, her mind involuntarily conjuring a plethora of indescribable images. The thought of intimate areas made her cheeks flush, compelling her to cover her head with the blanket. Could it be that he truly harbors feelings for me? The sound of insects echoed in the tranquil room. The following day, a notification chimed. Ding! Has the host signed in? Let us sign in, Ling Xuan replied casually. However, he soon sensed something amiss. His chest felt heavy and slightly damp. Frowning, Ling Xuan opened his eyes, only to find little Qiong, unbeknownst to him, sprawled on his chest. Her drool soaking through his shirt. At such a tender age, why does she prefer to sleep in this manner? Looking at little Qiong, Ling Xuan wore a helpless expression as he gently rolled her off to the side. Observing her petite frame, he couldn't help but think of the ample form of the end. If her sleeping position were to lead to any detrimental effects, it would indeed be a travesty. Ding! Sign in complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a treasure. Puncturing Thorn Spear. The system's notification arrived belatedly. A treasure indeed? What a splendid item. With his chest still damp, Ling Xuan found himself unable to return to slumber. He stored the acquired treasure in the system space. It was a fine item, yet regrettably lacking a venue for its application. System, is there a place for sparring? My hands have been a tad restless lately. I cannot unleash my full potential nor cause destruction during battles with Qiana. Ding! The fantasy forbidden zone has been opened. To his surprise, Ling Xuan began to absorb the information relayed by the system. Upon completion, he grasped its essence. The fantasy forbidden zone functioned akin to a fixed boundary, allowing for battles among members, with injuries reverting to their original state upon exit. It could also serve as a means to draw adversaries within, preventing unnecessary destruction in reality. He mused that this was perhaps more practical than the Thorn Spear. With that thought, Ling Xuan opened the group chat. Ling Xuan, a new feature has been activated. Who wishes to try it out? Morix, the fantasy forbidden zone? I just received the notification. Ling Xuan, have you been living in the group? You're always so quick. Morix, haha, I've merely carved out a moment from my busy life. Ling Xuan, just a moment, I presume. Morix, haha. Zhongli smiled silently. Ling Xuan, Lord God of War. Would you be interested in a friendly match? Morixo, since the group leader has such refined interests, how could I refuse? Genius of the victory team. I'm coming. Genius of the victory team. Mr. Zhongli is going to spar with the group leader? Yoru, who was slacking off at work, was astonished by the group messages. Ling Xuan, my hands are itching. Morix, it has been a while since I last engaged in combat. Genius of the victory team. May I observe? Ling Xuan, when the fantasy forbidden zone opens, there will be a live broadcast stream to the group. Ling Xuan, so Morix, please proceed. Ding. The group leader has sent you a challenge for the Fantasy Forbidden Zone. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Zhongli clicked yes. In the next moment, his presence vanished from this world. After explaining the situation to little Qiong, Ling Xuan entered the Fantasy Forbidden Zone as well. When the two opened their eyes, they found themselves in a new domain. Where is this? Zhongli gazed at the familiar surroundings, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Guyu Pavilion, a splendid locale. Wouldn't you agree? A voice emerged. Zhongli beheld a strikingly handsome youth approach with a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. The Fantasy Forbidden Zone can be configured with various scenarios. You must be quite familiar with the rock spears of Guyu Pavilion. Pleasure to meet you. I am Ling Xuan, he said, extending his hand toward Zhongli. Greetings. I did not expect Lord Ling Xuan to be so youthful, Zhongli replied, shaking Ling Xuan's hand. Chapter 20. The Movement of Heaven and Earth, the Fantasy Forbidden Zone. Guyu Pavilion, the cool sea breeze tousled their hair. The map's simulation appeared remarkably lifelike. The seawater and the sand beneath felt as though the actual Guyu Pavilion had been transported here. Ling Xuan thought that if he ever wished for a vacation, he could simply come here instead. Who wouldn't desire a private beach? Zhongli opened his eyes, his pupils a dark gold, while Ling Xuan's were crimson. The red energy flickered around him like a lightning serpent, manifesting the purging thunder. Lightning and blades? How familiar! The sight of the purging thunder in Ling Xuan's hands evoked memories of a deceased comrade for Zhongli. As time passed, the world had changed, inevitably invoking a sense of nostalgia. Sighing, he grasped the air, condensing the rock elements into a Qianyan spear. On the sandy beach of Guyu Pavilion, there were no hilichurls or fatui to interrupt them. The gentle breeze swayed the flowers and grass. Neither moved, standing still and gazing at each other. Yuru, watching from the sidelines, dared not even breathe. The live broadcast was so authentic that it felt as if he were truly on the battlefield. As the breeze passed, the sea rippled. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the void, lightning mingling with dust. Genius of the victory team, what just happened? Yuru, who had been engrossed on the toilet, was startled by the explosion. As the dust settled, Ling Xuan and Zhongli's single-handed lightning blade and rock spear collided in the void. Truly, the legendary god of war. Ling Xuan marveled at the force resonating through his arms. Fortunately, the core was continuously refining his body, otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand it. Leader, your energy is extraordinary, Zhongli remarked, observing the corruption energy gradually adhering to his hand. Is this akin to leyline energy? No, it is even more potent. In terms of blades, I am no less than those two sisters. Ling Xuan's pupils flashed with crimson arcs. The blade grazed the smooth shaft of the rock spear, creating sparks that sent the spear reeling. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he struck down heavily towards the golden shield. Boom! Yet this strike, powerful enough to cleave mountains, failed to shake the small shield. How solid! Ling Xuan's palms tingled. Immovable as a mountain, Zhongli remained unfazed, thrusting his spear forward. In an instant, the solitary spear transformed into dozens, hundreds, thousands of afterimages, all piercing toward Ling Xuan. 1,000 spears converging at a single point. As Ling Xuan beheld the oncoming spears, his mind stirred. Icebound frozen clouds. In an instant, a chilling aura that could freeze time and space spread forth. A massive snowflake pattern materialized beneath Zhongli and Ling Xuan. What is this? In the midst of the realm, Zhongli displayed a look of astonishment. His movements had become sluggish. Lightning cleaved through the vast sky. Seizing the opportunity, crimson mercury thunder infused the blade of the 7 thunders of atonement. The lightning coalesced like 1,000 dragons, forming a single strike. With both hands gripping the hilt, he swung down towards Zhongli. Boom! The descending lightning struck heavily upon the jade barrier, momentarily engulfing Zhongli in an endless sea of thunder. The roar of thunder reverberated far and wide. The once solid rock softened under the might of the lightning, resembling mere tofu. The thunder extended for 1,000 meters. Until the lightning dissipated, a fissure 1,000 meters long had cleaved through the entire solitary cloud pavilion. The towering pavilion was split in two, much like the chasm of the Wuxian blade. From a godlike perspective, Mavis and Yellowy stood with mouths agape, the shock rendering them momentarily speechless. Master, your strength is on par with the most formidable of demon gods. A calm voice resonated. On the blackened, scorched earth stood a brownish-yellow figure. With an expression as tranquil as the gentle breeze, it seemed as if the devastating strike had caused no harm, save for the dissipated jade barrier surrounding him. Indeed, it appears you remain unscathed, Ling Xuan remarked, flicking the blade with a knowing smile. Your attack is formidable. The power contained within the thunder is the strongest I have ever witnessed. However, it seems you have yet to fully master it, Zhongli questioned, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Of course, I am but an immature child in this regard, Ling Xuan chuckled lightly. With a horizontal grip on the hilt, purple lightning enveloped the blade. A sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds chirping filled the air. What is this? Zhongli observed the 1,000-bird blade, his expression one of surprise. Therefore, I must trouble you, Mr. Zhongli, to serve as my sparring partner, Ling Xuan declared, lifting the 7 thunders of atonement with a smile gracing his lips. Zhongli paused, then displayed a resigned expression. So it is I never anticipated that I would one day be the subject of your trials. With a sudden flash, Ling Xuan transformed into a streak of lightning. Zhongli's pupils constricted as he brandished his spear, thrusting forward. Bang! Sparks erupted as the long spear effortlessly deflected Ling Xuan's assault. Ling Xuan was not the least bit surprised that his attack was thwarted. On the contrary, it would have been strange if it had not been. With a flicker, Ling Xuan, embodying the thunder's roar, executed a technique akin to instantaneous movement, appearing behind Zhongli in an instant. Bang! Alas, the title of war god is not merely a boast. His golden eyes, reminiscent of stars in the dark night, scanned every corner of the night. The North Star sword style emphasizes a lethal strike, timing being of utmost importance. However, while the North Star sword style is commendable, it is evidently insufficient against a being like Zhongli, the progenitor of the celestial path, akin to Fuhua. The spear technique, akin to a coiling dragon, firmly held Ling Xuan in check. Indeed, the application of martial skill and energy was Ling Xuan's greatest shortcoming. All is absorbed. A calm voice emerged from Zhongli's lips. Boom! A colossal elemental shockwave radiated outward. The myriad of elements was obliterated. Swoosh! The void hesitated, and with a resounding bang, the delayed space returned to normal. Ling Xuan landed gracefully, holding his blade towards the heavens as lightning poured forth. Boom! Boom! The thunder roared incessantly. The clear sky transformed entirely into a domain of power. The thundering echoes within the sky were drawn forth by the 7 thunders of atonement. Roar! A dragon's roar, resonating through the ages, echoed. Zhongli gazed upward, and within his golden pupils, a purple lightning dragon reflected. It descended from the clouds, overlooking the mortal realm with its fierce, thunderous gaze fixed upon him. Impressive. You have indeed mastered the lightning to such an extent. Zhongli marveled. The Ball sisters, embodiments of the celestial thunder, were known for their ability to consolidate the thunder into a single strike, annihilating all with their incandescent lightning. He had never before witnessed such precise control over lightning as exhibited by Ling Xuan. Then I too shall give my all. Zhongli's eyes widened. In a region higher than the clouds, a dark yellow, celestial nebula painted the space. Here it comes. Ling Xuan's gaze was locked onto the dark yellow nebula, recalling Zhongli's most powerful technique, which he had only ever seen him reject. The heavens taste decay. The heavens shift all things. Zhongli's calm voice resonated. In the next instant, a celestial star shot forth from the nebula, hurtling directly towards the lightning dragon. Shatter it. Ling Xuan spoke calmly in response. Roar! The lightning dragon bellowed, gathering the might of countless thunders, and charged directly at the massive falling star. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing boundless power that surged towards the heavens and the earth. The solitary cloud pavilion, standing above the sea, was utterly obliterated by this terrifying force. The fierce impact dispersed the seawater, revealing the dry gravel beneath. Chapter 21. The ancient sword technique and endless silence enveloped the scene, both internally and externally filled with a stupor. As they witnessed the unfolding spectacle, Mavis and Yellowy were at a loss for words. Arriving with curiosity, they now found themselves in a daze. Within the realm of illusion, the solitary cloud pavilion had vanished, its traces physically erased. Not only that, but the sea within a 100-mile radius had been entirely cleared. In its place, a colossal chasm, 100 miles in diameter, formed, with countless waves continuously pouring into the abyss. Gulp. From a godlike perspective, Yellowy struggled to swallow. The vast expanse of the collapse exceeded his understanding and cognitive limits. It should be noted that the radius of the boy who had once bombed them was merely 16 kilometers. Huff. Mavis exhaled heavily, opening her eyes. Her beautiful gaze was filled with shock. She had no doubt that even Jelf might not be a match for the master in Zhongli. To her recollection, the only being capable of such a feat was the legendary Black Dragon, the harbinger of destruction. In the realm of illusion, above the sea, Ling Xuan gazed at the continuously filled ocean, somewhat dazed. Did I do this? He recalled hearing of the Lawgiver of Rock silencing the entire continent of Mu with their power. At that time, he had paid little heed, as he had no tangible experience. But now, the scene below him alone struck a profound impact upon his heart. One could only imagine the despair faced by those who lived in the century before the collapse. Master. At that moment, a voice interrupted Ling Xuan's thoughts. Turning, he saw a brownish figure approaching through the air. Zhongli, are you unharmed? Master, your strength could undoubtedly rival even the 7 regents, Zhongli remarked, his eyes reflecting a flicker of turbulence as he gazed upon the unscathed Ling Xuan. Even he had felt the scorching touch of lightning in the final moments. Had it not been for the thickness of a shield, he might have already been bloodied. Yet, Ling Xuan, who had faced the celestial star head-on, remained entirely unscathed. I'm still far from sufficient, Ling Xuan replied. Zhongli paused for a moment before inquiring, I'm quite curious, what do we, the members representing your eyes? The group leader? Without a hint of hesitation, Ling Xuan responded, friends and companions, individuals we can mutually trust. Zhongli was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. I see. I shall remember that. He then gazed down at the still unfilled abyss, reflecting, it has been a long time since I felt this at ease. The last time such a spectacle occurred was during the sealing of Ruochuo. Group leader, I concede this round, Zhongli remarked, and before Ling Xuan could respond, he departed from the realm of illusions. Observing Zhongli's exit, Ling Xuan also withdrew from the scene. Once the live stream concluded, everyone returned to the group chat. The genius of the victorious team stated, I need some time to process this. The fairy strategist replied, so do I. Ling Xuan noted, it seems the recent battle had quite an impact on these two, especially on Yashue. Mebis, with her magical background, would absorb the experience swiftly. However, Yashue had merely been in an ordinary technological world prior to the appearance of the monsters, excluding, of course, the max power system. Ding! Member Zhongli has sent you an exclusive red envelope. Ling Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the notification sound. Upon opening the envelope, he received a message. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Cloud Sword Technique. Holding the Gray Sword Manual, Ling Xuan displayed a perplexed expression. The name sounded quite familiar. Moritz commented, Group Leader. After the recent battle, I noticed there are still some deficiencies in your martial skills. He continued, the Cloud Sword Technique is a swordsmanship practiced by the Liyue 7 stars, specifically by the Star Yuan. Although it differs slightly from sword techniques, its essential function lies in the speed of lightning. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Ling Xuan suddenly recalled, ISNT the Cloud Sword Technique, just Kaching's diagonal sword technique? A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth as his mind conjured an image of himself twisting his hips while shouting, sword light like me, slicing through all. Shivering at the thought, Ling Xuan resolutely dismissed the idea, thinking, who would learn such a technique? Giving it to whom, if not to Master Kaching? Is this a curse? I am a god of thunder, not a mere bench warmer. He decided to pass it on to Mei later and tossed the Cloud Sword Technique into the system space. Brother. Hearing the voice, Ling Xuan looked down to find Xiaoqiong had woken up, gazing at him with a dazed expression. Good morning, Xiaoqiong. Ling Xuan instinctively patted her head. Good morning, brother, Xiaoqiong beamed, clearly delighted by the gesture. After a series of morning rituals, washing up, getting dressed, having breakfast, and leaving, the day commenced. Today, I shall ask for your help again, Ling Xuan said, looking at the young girl with an apologetic tone. It's no trouble at all. Xiaoqiong is both lovely and understanding. We adore her, Mei replied with a smile. What about Kiana? Ling Xuan inquired. Huh, she was just here, Mei exclaimed, turning around to find an empty space. Her expression filled with confusion. Ling Xuan quickly understood. She was likely hiding from him. It's getting late. I shall take my leave. Be careful on your way. Mei responded. After Ling Xuan departed, Bronya walked towards the bathroom, abruptly pulling open the door to find Kiana looking quite flustered. With a stoic expression, Bronya asked, "Why were you hiding?" "Hiding? I wasn't hiding at all," Kiana replied, a hint of guilt in her tone. "Then why were you eavesdropping behind the door?" Bronya asked skeptically. "Eavesdropping? I was just about to open the door when you did." Kiana feigned innocence as she maneuvered around Bronya and exited the bathroom. "Xiaoqiang, let us go upstairs to play games," Kiana exclaimed as she hurriedly led Xiaoqiang away. "It seems that even the most charming humans have their secrets," the fairy, Ellie, remarked as she approached. What secrets could she possibly have? Bronya scoffed. Yet, as she spoke, she suddenly paused, as if a thought had crossed her mind. In the following days, Ling Xuan entrusted Xiaoqiang to Kiana during the day while he indulged in leisure at school. Over the course of several days, the members of the group became thoroughly acquainted. Yashue even received the eye of the rock god, though Ling Xuan, with his white hair, expressed some skepticism. Just as everything seemed peaceful, the genius of the victorious team declared, "Everyone, something terrible has happened in my world. Don't panic, take your time." Morix calmly replied as Zhongli, who was listening, sent a message. It is as follows. Yesterday in the Mongolian region, a creature over 50 meters tall suddenly appeared. While speaking, Yashue shared a photo in the group. Morix remarked, "Is that a demon?" The fairy strategist added, "A devil?" Xiaoqiang, hearing the notification, came to check the group chat and was startled by the fearsome appearance of the creature. "This is my first time seeing it," Yashue admitted. "Let us ask the group leader. He should know," Morix suggested. "All right, Ling Xuan, group leader, are you there?" Ling Xuan, who had been dozing off in class, was suddenly jolted awake by the notification sound. He promptly entered the group chat and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yashue's image and inquiry. "ISNT that a Golzin?" Ling Xuan responded. "You know it," Yashue exclaimed. "A mere minion. No need to worry," Ling Xuan reassured. "Huh? Does no need to worry mean we can ignore it?" Xiaoqiang inquired. "Xiaoqiang, have you been obediently listening to your sister?" Ling Xuan asked. "Yes, I am very obedient," Xiaoqiang replied proudly. Ling Xuan, "This monster is among the most insignificant of its kind," he added. "Insignificant?" Yashue was taken aback. "Did I hear that right? Insignificant? So there are many more." Ling Xuan continued. "Yashue, prepare yourself. The days of peace are over. You will soon face alien invasions, attacks from local monsters, the descent of evil gods, and so forth. To be honest, this experience will be something you can boast about for a lifetime. I would rather not have this experience." Yashue protested. "Don't worry. I will send you a memory fragment." Ding! Group leader Ling Xuan uploaded the first episode of Ultraman Tiga as a memory fragment. Yashue downloaded it without hesitation. The next moment, scenes of YKO becoming light and other events filled Yashue's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. YKO becoming light. Chapter 22, Phoenix Meteor. Yashue never anticipated that YKO would be a giant. After processing the information, he turned to gaze at the dazed YKO, who noticed his stare and smiled back. YKO was well-liked. Nearly everyone who interacted with him developed fondness for this sunny, cheerful young man. Things that can enable flight through the sky. An iron castle resting upon the sea. Yes, this must be science, Zhongli pondered, his eyes opened as he absorbed the visuals from the memory fragment. Rather than focusing on YKO becoming light, he was more captivated by these objects, which seemed perfectly suited for civilian use. The towering skyscrapers particularly caught his attention. As Golzin made his entrance, the narrative of Diga commenced. Ling Xuan rested his chin on his hand, gazing down at the lively playground below. In this world, high schools had not neglected physical education. Rather, due to the influence of spiritual energy, they placed great emphasis on physical training. A warm breeze swept through as the weather gradually turned warmer. Ling Xuan shifted his focus to the system space, where lay the items he had recently acquired through his daily check-ins. Among these, one item stood out remarkably, the three-dimensional maneuvering equipment from the realm of giants. Alas, the tough hides of the monsters in the Diga world rendered it impractical. Otherwise, he could have allowed Yar to attempt forming a reconnaissance team. He had even thought of a name, Wings of Freedom. Of course, such notions were mere fantasies. Should he truly charge in with a weapon, it would likely result in futile efforts, causing no harm whatsoever. The steel cables would fail to pierce the monster's skin, although there were indeed numerous exceptions, such as the zombie monster, Silizin. Perhaps that could work. Ling Xuan suddenly recalled something. It was an item he had obtained from his check-in 2 days prior. Not a physical object, but rather a technique. The meteor technique, also known as the transcendence technique, originated from the world of Mebius. This extraordinary technique was based on the remnants of extraterrestrial spacecraft and encompassed a multitude of fields, including weaponry, flight, and monster manifestation. It could be said that the Phoenix Meteor technique was the only rival to the Max Power system in terms of capability. Contemplating this, Ling Xuan felt a surge of anticipation. The complete meteor technique could easily subdue all monsters initially. Furthermore, possessing the meteor technique would render any subsequent crashes indefensible. He had already grasped the data, which could be shared with Yarr without consequence. Ling Xuan, Yarr, the genius of the victory team. What do you think of the Max Power system? Yarr paused, caught off guard. While he was uncertain why Ling Xuan had suddenly brought it up, he responded, I have only seen the preliminary theoretical draft, but according to Dr. Hachibi, it is a technology capable of altering the course of human history. Ling Xuan, is that so? Then allow me to give you a technique of equal caliber to the Max Power system. Yarr's mind was momentarily stunned. A technology on par with the Max Power system? Although he had only encountered it superficially, he understood the immense power of the Max Power. Morix, does the group leader have experience in this area as well? Ling Xuan, it's merely a little something I created during my leisure time. Yarr, group leader, you must be joking, right? Regaining his composure, Yarr asked, suppressing his astonishment. Ling Xuan, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Yarr hesitated, pondering the overwhelming prowess Ling Xuan had previously demonstrated, and a smile broke across his face. Life is like this. Either one is crushed or exhilarated. Since defeat was inevitable, Yarr decisively chose to accept. Ding. Group leader Ling Xuan uploaded a memory copy. These were all materials pertaining to the meteor technique. Ling Xuan uploaded it directly through the memory copy method, making comprehension effortless. Ling Xuan, take your time to review it. I'll return to class. Call me if you need anything. With that, Ling Xuan logged off. Just a few more days, and summer vacation would commence. Seeing Ling Xuan's message, Yarr hastily downloaded the memory copy regarding the meteor technique. As soon as it was loaded, Yarr felt an excruciating headache. A torrent of terrifying knowledge surged into his mind in an instant. The meteor technique surpassed humanity by over a century. It was completely cosmic-level technology, and the data was self-evident. The intense pain caused Yarr to collapse to the ground. Yarr, what's wrong? The members of the victory team were startled and rushed over to the side of Yarr, suddenly collapsing. However, at that moment, Yarr was entirely immersed in the shock brought on by the meteor technique. So this is it. How terrifying. Yarr murmured to himself. The others exchanged glances. This kid. Could he have been stimulated and gone mad? Captain, I'd like to request a 2-day leave. Yarr suddenly lifted his head to look at Kamade K. Kamade K fell silent. Under normal circumstances, she would have readily agreed upon seeing Yarr's condition. However, with Golzen's revival, the data support for the victory team still relied on Yarr. I'll cover for Yarr during this time, Kuraki proactively offered. Kuraki? Kamade K was taken aback. But recalling that Kuraki had been involved in the entire defense mechanism and weapon systems, she nodded in agreement. You will be responsible for the data terminal during Yarr's absence. Understood. Then, Yarr, you should take a break for now. Thank you, Captain. Yarr was elated. He could hardly wait to document the theories surrounding the meteor technique. He had no desire to share his excitement with anyone, knowing that no one would believe him. Yet, if he could write down the complete technology, the technical staff of the victory team were all first-rate geniuses. They would surely recognize its value. Meanwhile, Zhongli and Mebius, who had also accessed the memory copy, gained knowledge of the meteor technique, but unfortunately, they both expressed their inability to comprehend it, their expressions bewildered. This marked the first time the god of war and the strategist experienced a setback in knowledge. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. Tomorrow is the weekend. Shall we go out for barbecue? Han Chung approached, casually draping an arm around Ling Xuan's shoulders as he extended the invitation. Are you treating? I will. All right, but I want to bring someone. A girlfriend? No. A friend? Ling Xuan smirked, wrapping his arm around Han Chung's shoulders. With you, who else would I need? Whoa. The sudden tease caused Han Chung to stumble back a few steps, eyeing Ling Xuan warily. Look at you so startled. It's my little sister. Ling Xuan rolled his eyes. What? So, it's your sister? I genuinely thought your taste had changed. Han Chung patted his chest. Ling Xuan's forehead twitched. I have a question. How old is your sister? Han Chung grinned mischievously. 12, I believe. Ling Xuan pondered for a moment, considering the height of Xiao Qiong. That's a 4-year gap, but it's not unacceptable. Han Chung murmured, noting that in this world, adulthood was reached at 16. Ling Xuan, just hope you're worthy of her. Chapter 23. Oral Ruler Gem. As time passed, Ling Xuan and Kiana had become quite familiar, often dropping by for meals, which had become a common occurrence. On the sofa, Ling Xuan glanced at Bronya, who was building blocks with Xiao Qiong, while Kiana and the fairy Ailey were engrossed in a video game. His gaze then shifted to the busy Mei, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia. In his past life, even visiting a girl's home had been a challenge, let alone staying there daily. Now, being able to savor home-cooked meals made by girls every few days, Ling Xuan felt as if he had entered paradise. During this period, Kiana seemed to have comprehended something, reverting back to her carefree self. Kiana and Bronya had just received a call that Himiko would be returning tonight. Just then, Mei approached. Himiko is coming back. That's wonderful, Kiana exclaimed joyfully. It had been 4 or 5 days since Himiko last returned home, and Kiana missed her dearly. Well, she'll be a bit late, around 9 o'clock, Mei replied. Oh, 9 o'clock? Himiko isn't going on another blind date, is she? Kiana asked. Does Himiko often go on blind dates? Ling Xuan inquired. Yes. This must be at least her nth time, but after each date, she always says they aren't suitable. I really don't understand why she bothers going, Kiana lamented. With Himiko's looks, she shouldn't have any trouble finding a partner, right? Ling Xuan asked curiously. Kiana and Mei exchanged a glance. Could it be that she's considering you two? No. It's just that no one wants her. Kiana quickly shook her head. Bronya and Mei surprisingly agreed with Kiana's statement. I don't know what to say, Ling Xuan said, attempting to change the subject. By the way, Kiana, aren't you all supposed to be in school? We are, but the transfer paperwork hasn't been completed yet, and Himiko hasn't been around lately. Kiana sat cross-legged on the sofa, barefoot, gazing up at the ceiling. What will we do? After all, Himiko is our guardian. But isn't it nice? We can play games, go shopping, sleep when we're tired, and eat when we're hungry. I love this kind of life, Kiana said, giving Ling Xuan a thumbs up and flashing a big smile. Are you a pig? Mei said helplessly. You've been home for quite a while now. Come with me to buy groceries tomorrow morning. What? No, Mei. Waking up early will be the death of me, Kiana exclaimed in horror. Not being able to sleep is pure torture. Then don't eat, Mei retorted, refusing to indulge her this time. How unfair. Kiana pouted, resting her head on her arms, her enthusiasm waning. Ling Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. It truly was a carefree life. Ling Xuan, come with me, Bronya said as she approached him. After saying this, she turned and headed upstairs. The others looked at Bronya with curiosity. I'll go check it out, Ling Xuan said to Kiana and Mei before following her. Kiana turned to Mei with curiosity. What does Bronya want with Ling Xuan? I have no idea either, Mei replied, equally puzzled. Upstairs. Bronya did not lead Ling Xuan to her bedroom, but instead to a room resembling a laboratory. Inside were precision instruments adorned with military insignias, clearly acquired through Himiko's connections. Ling Xuan eagerly scanned the area with his insights. Everything here belongs to me. He was just one step away from making the Law of Reason gemstone the core of his ambitions. In just a couple of days, he would completely transform into the Law of Civilization. At that time, the dual core would complement each other perfectly. However, the military technology here was not something one could easily obtain. Ling Xuan, Bronya's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. He looked up to see Bronya standing in front of a machine with a gray gemstone on the research table. Ling Xuan recognized it as the simulated law gemstone he had previously given to Bronya, giving him an eerie sense of being dissected. What about the conquest gemstone? He suddenly worried about the safety of the gem he had gifted earlier. The purple gemstone, you mean? Follow me, Bronya said, leading him out of the laboratory to an adjacent room, where she expertly opened an electrical box. There, Ling Xuan found the conquest gemstone quietly floating within a glass cover, providing a continuous source of energy for the room. Ling Xuan fell silent as he observed the gemstone being used as a power source. During my research, I discovered that this gemstone contained a rich source of electricity, so I modified the home power system a bit, Bronya explained. If you hadn't mentioned that the gemstone could break through quantum barriers, I might have forgotten about it entirely, she added, scratching her head. She had been so focused on the law gemstone lately that she hadn't had time to think about anything else. Very good, That's very like you, Bronya. Ling Xuan silently mourned for the gemstone for a moment before retrieving a purple gem from his system space. If it's not too much trouble, could you help me modify my home as well? He asked Bronya. The two returned to the laboratory, and all the way there, Ling Xuan was fascinated by the power supply system of the Conquest gemstone. He was already contemplating whether he could attempt to combine the Frostbite gemstone, the Ice Core version, with the Plague gemstone to create a reservoir, then place the desired gemstone within it to aid its purification cycle. Wouldn't that eliminate all water and electricity costs? Thank you, Bronya, Ling Xuan said seriously, having sorted out his thoughts. Huh? Bronya was taken aback, somewhat bewildered by Ling Xuan's sudden gratitude. Based on my previous research, gemstones act as compressed energy sources. However, this gemstone does not automatically release energy like the one you gave me before. I have tried numerous methods, but could not extract any energy, so I wish to know how to release the energy within the gemstone, Bronya explained. It's simple, just eat it. Ling Xuan snapped his fingers. What kind of ridiculous method is that? Bronya exclaimed. Moreover, she looked at the large gemstone, thinking, there's no way it will fit. Ling Xuan smiled slightly, extending his hand as a blue structural energy materialized in the air. What is this? Bronya gasped, remembering that Ling Xuan had previously demonstrated lightning abilities. The structural energy continued to materialize, and soon, a framework of the 7 lightning of purification formed in the void, with countless energies coalescing, ultimately transforming into a physical entity that fell into Ling Xuan's hand, creating something out of thin air. Bronya stared intently at the 7 lightning of purification in Ling Xuan's hand. Would you like to learn? Yes, she replied eagerly. Then eat it, Ling Xuan said, grinning as he approached Bronya with the gemstone. Startled, she quickly backed away, exclaiming, no, don't. It will ruin my throat. Don't worry, sprinkle some sugar on it, and it won't be so hard to swallow, Ling Xuan reassured her. Stop, I don't want it. Woo-woo. Bronya began to protest, but Ling Xuan suddenly covered her mouth. With a gulp, she swallowed the gemstone. Once she heard the sound, Ling Xuan released his hold on her petite frame. Cough, cough. Bronya, having been force-fed, doubled over on the ground, gagging. Ling Xuan gently patted her back to help her ease the discomfort. However, he soon thought, what if she accidentally regurgitates it? So he changed his approach, softly stroking her back. Due to the summer heat, her clothing was quite thin, and with Bronya's figure rivaling that of Fu Hua, she hardly needed undergarments. This caused Ling Xuan to caress the sensation at his back, which felt exceptionally smooth, devoid of any irregularities or barriers. Is it better now? Ling Xuan teased. You're toxic, Ling Xuan. Bronya glared fiercely at him after taking a few sips of water. Rest assured, one day you shall repay me in kind, Ling Xuan replied with a smile. Chapter 24. The new member Bronya closed her eyes, attuning herself to the power of the gem, which radiated a gentle blue glow around her. This energy was unlike the corrosive nature of Herrscher's energy. Rather, it was akin to spiritual energy, remarkably stable. It continually transformed Bronya's body, slowly allowing her to take on forms of her choosing. Ling Xuan sat comfortably in a chair, biting into an apple while observing Bronya's delicate features. So small and delicate, it must be quite comforting to hold you. After a considerable time, once the gem's power was fully integrated, Bronya opened her eyes, the blue glow surrounding her gradually fading. How do you feel? Ling Xuan inquired, tossing the apple core into the trash bin. Bronya remained silent, extending her hand instead. The flow of Herrscher's energy mirrored that of spiritual energy coursing through her veins. Thus, Bronya effortlessly harnessed the energy from the gem. In the next moment, the blue construct swirled, and a Corol pistol was instantaneously materialized in her grasp. The cool sensation sent a shiver through Bronya's striking eyes. Despite her preparation, she was still taken aback. It transcended her understanding, verging on divine authority. Once one comprehends the explanation of a phenomenon, one can replicate it through their own power. Quite an impressive ability, Ling Xuan remarked with a chuckle. Bronya remained in a daze, overwhelmed by the astonishment the gem had bestowed upon her, comparable to Kiana voluntarily doing laundry. For you, this ability should be the most fitting, Ling Xuan continued. With Bronya's vast reservoir of knowledge, this could indeed transform knowledge into power. This ability might truly be feasible. Bronya mused, gazing at the Corol pistol in her hand, a deep azure figure surfacing in her mind. You can practice the manipulation of authority. It operates similarly to spiritual energy. I won't elaborate further, as it fundamentally hinges on the solidity of your knowledge, Ling Xuan advised. Listening to his words, Bronya clenched her small hand, placing it over her heart. Thank you, Ling Xuan. This marked Bronya's first expression of gratitude, her tone sincere. The richer the knowledge, the greater the appreciation for the value of reconstruction. Indeed, many concepts that exist solely in theory can be explored through authority. The power of a gem is far more intricate than it appears. If one explores it gradually, unexpected surprises may arise, Ling Xuan smiled. Indeed, once one advances to the core and becomes a true lore-rider, one could be deemed invincible. Facing a nation's military alone would be a trivial matter. Such is the essence of a lore-rider. Wherever civilization reaches, that is their domain. Even the most formidable space manipulators can be forcibly interrupted by a lore-rider through spatial calculations and wormhole technology. Subsequently, the two discussed the topic of authority further before exiting the laboratory. Upon seeing the two descend, Kiana and the fairy Aerie looked on with curiosity. Xiao Qiong, we should be heading back. Ling Xuan called out to Xiao Qiong. Aren't you staying for dinner? Mei asked, wielding a spatula. No, it would be right to trouble you all, Ling Xuan replied, ruffling Xiao Qiong's hair. If this continued, he would be entirely dependent on Mei. Should he become as lazy as Kiana, that would be disastrous. It's fine for girls to be a bit lazy, but if a boy becomes lazy, it truly becomes an issue. Would you like to come to my house tomorrow night, if everyone is free? Yes, yes. Mei, let's go to Ling Xuan's house tomorrow. Kiana exclaimed, glancing at Mei. Seeing Kiana's excitement, Mei chuckled helplessly and said to Ling Xuan, then I shall trouble you. See you tomorrow, they all replied, waving goodbye. Once Kiana and Aerie had left, they crowded around Bronya. Bronya, what were you two discussing upstairs? They inquired eagerly. Curious? Bronya glanced at Kiana. Yes, yes. Kiana nodded like a curious child. It's a secret, Bronya chuckled lightly. Oh, just tell me. Aerie chimed in, equally eager to know. However, no matter how much they pressed, Bronya remained tight-lipped. After bidding farewell to Kiana and the others, Ling Xuan and Xiao Qiong returned to their home. Brother, what as for dinner? Xiao Qiong, seated on a chair, asked. Let us keep it light today. Tomorrow, I'll take you for barbecue. Ling Xuan replied with a smile while cooking noodles. Is it with Mei and the others? Just a friend of mine who expressed a desire to meet you, Ling Xuan clarified, shaking his head. Meet me? Xiao Qiong wore a puzzled expression. Indeed, my sister is so adorable. How can I not show her off? Ling Xuan said, lifting Xiao Qiong into his arms, rubbing his cheek against her soft face. One who is prosperous does not know the way home, akin to wearing fine garments in the night. Especially when one has a charming little girl at home, he added with a grin. Giggling from the tickles, Xiao Qiong laughed like a silver bell. After dinner, Ling Xuan took Xiao Qiong by the hand for a stroll. The night's scenery was unique, and the cool river breeze on Ling Xuan's face made him contemplate falling asleep right there. Tap, 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 tap. Xiao Qiong hummed a tune, her hand in Ling Xuan's, taking large strides along the cobblestone path. Listening to her melody, Ling Xuan felt his spirits lift, presumably exhausted from play. Xiao Qiong soon began to doze off, her eyelids fluttering, and ultimately resting her head on Ling Xuan's shoulder. Ling Xuan, holding her, wore a look of resignation. At first glance, she bore no distinction from an ordinary child. Once home, after settling Xiao Qiong, he washed up and returned to his room. Ding. Host, would you like to initiate the next round of member invitations? The system chimed. New members already? Perhaps tomorrow morning, Ling Xuan thought, instinctively inclined to agree, but he reconsidered, unwilling to disturb the sleeping Xiao Qiong. Ding. Request processed. The system faded into silence. Ling Xuan turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next day, at 7:00 a.m. Ding. Today's sign-in has commenced. Would the host like to sign in? The system reported punctually. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the inherent skill of riding. The ability to proficiently control various mounts, including ancient two-horse chariots and modern terrestrial vehicles. A multifunctional driver's license. Ling Xuan mused as he reviewed the riding skills details. With this, I wouldn't even need to attend driving school. I could take the exam directly. System, please arrange for the new members. Ding. Invitation has been sent. As soon as the system's voice fell, for notification, sounds chimed in succession. Ding. I cannot see the participants joining the group chat. Ding. Emperor Yin has joined the group chat. Ding. Waterlord has joined the group chat. Ding. Herbivore Dragon has joined the group chat. Morix, welcome everyone. The genius of the victory team. A sudden influx of friends entered the group chat upon hearing the notification sound. Emperor Yin. Aries voice transmission? Visit Lufa. If you have the ability, confront me face to face. Waterlord. Emperor Yin. Fire Dog. Emperor Yin. What Fire Dog? I am the leader of the Flame Star. Emperor Yin. In the world of Xingtian, Emperor Yin was filled with fury. After commanding the galaxy for many years, this was the first time he had been referred to as a fire dog. He was seething with rage. In the Pokemon world, Waterlord pondered whether to report to the Phoenix King, as a certain dog had become bold enough to claim dominion. In the dark cave, the Black Dragon, startled by the notification in its mind while munching on fruits, trembled and burrowed into the fallen leaves. Similarly, Sayuki suddenly pulled into the group chat, broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the spirits discovered her ability to see them? Chapter 25. What are you barking about? The Fairy Strategist. New friends joining the group can click on the group icon and introduce themselves. Meebies took on the role of the group guide. A trap. This must be a trap. While attending class, Sayuki, hearing the voice in her mind, appeared calm on the surface but was panicking internally. She exerted all her effort to ignore Meebies' voice. Clicking that icon would mean her soul would be devoured. Such were her thoughts. The herbivorous dragon hesitated, hiding in the grass and peering at the screen. Everyone felt a sense of wariness toward the sudden emergence of the group chat. However, Emperor Yin was unconcerned. I want to see what trick Lufa has up his sleeve. With a cold snort, Emperor Yin pressed the group icon. The next moment, information about the group chat flooded in. What is this? The more he received, the more unsettling it became. Once fully received, Emperor Yin furrowed his brow. Multiverse? Dimension? Was it not that scoundrel Lufa who pulled me into this group? Interesting. I, Emperor Yin, have never battled with beings from other worlds. After the initial surprise, he revealed his battle intent. For a martial enthusiast like him, as long as he could fight a strong opponent, everything else was trivial. His previous defeat to Lufa was due to the latter's underhanded tactics, leading him to look down on that individual. Emperor Yin, I never expected that one day I, Emperor Yin, would interact with beings from other worlds. Morix, the word fate is truly remarkable. Emperor Yin, my name is Emperor Yin, the leader of the Flame Star. You may refer to me simply as Emperor Yin. Morix, Zhongli, the genius of the victory team. My name is Yeri. Welcome to the group. Fairies Military. Meebies Viviamru. Waterlord. Ling Xuan. It seems everyone is getting along quite well. Emperor Yin, are you the group leader? Emperor Yin asked Ling Xuan, who had spoken. Ling Xuan, yes. Emperor Yin, very well. Let us engage in a match, the kind where life and death are at stake. The genius of the victory team. I advise you to be kind, newcomer. Yeri could not help but remind him. He had witnessed Ling Xuan's terrifying strength firsthand. Emperor Yin, I only respect the strong. Ling Xuan, if I win, I want your position as group leader. If you win, I will submit to you. This was his nature. He craved a battle upon seeing a strong opponent and adhered rigidly to his principles. Zhongli, wandering the mortal realm, was taken aback, observing the messages in the group. He smirked slightly. How amusing. Seeing Emperor Yin's message, Ling Xuan was not surprised. The Flame Star's Emperor Yin, aside from that brawny and simple-minded fellow from the world of Xingtian, he could not think of anyone else. However, he had no reason to refuse this eager subordinate. Ling Xuan, may I ask, do you possess the Shura armor? Emperor Yin. The once enthusiastic Emperor Yin's expression stiffened. Damn, I forgot that Lufa snatched the summoner away. Emperor Yin, without armor, I can still defeat you. Ling Xuan, apologies, but I do not enjoy bullying the weak. Emperor Yin, you, Waterlord, shameful. Seeing Emperor Yin remain silent, Waterlord initiated a taunt. Emperor Yin, who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Am I someone you can command? Waterlord, what are you barking about? Waterlord scoffed disdainfully. Regardless of which world he hailed from, in his worldview, Emperor Yin was merely a fire dog. Emperor Yin, how dare you? Come before me, and I shall beat you so thoroughly that your mother won't recognize you. Waterlord, crude. Waterlord raised her proud head, a beautiful rainbow reflecting in the lake. Ling Xuan wore a peculiar expression. Observing the exchange between the two, it reminded him of humorous videos from his past life. Ling Xuan, herbivorous dragon, I cannot see you. What about the other two group members? Will you not come forth to introduce yourselves? Herbivorous dragon. I'm just an ordinary herbivorous dragon. Please do not kill me. I cannot see. I cannot see, cannot see, cannot see. Ling Xuan, have you both lost your minds? Morix, these two newcomers must have misunderstood something. I cannot see the herbivorous dragon. Rest assured, we are not bad people. I cannot see. You're lying. Your name has betrayed you. Morix, Zhongli appeared confused. Did his divine name sound frightening? Ling Xuan, I think I have a rough idea of what is happening. In the eyes of normal people, Morix is one of the 72 demon gods under the demon king Solomon. And demon gods, to ordinary folks, upon hearing the word demon, instinctively think of villains. Herbivorous dragon, please spare me, great beings. I am just an ordinary herbivorous dragon. I truly have not committed any heinous acts. Ling Xuan, herbivorous dragon, speak properly. If you continue to wail like a ghost, I will send you away. Herbivorous dragon, yikes. Emperor Yin, when did even such a timid creature come to coexist with me? Observing the herbivorous dragon's message, Emperor Yin felt an overwhelming ire. Little Qiong, it's quite noisy early in the morning. Can you refrain from making such a ruckus in little Qiong's mind? The sleepy little Qiong, sitting up in a daze, had disheveled hair, looking as though she had not slept well. Ling Xuan, little Qiong, please turn on Do Not Disturb. Then go wash your face and brush your teeth. Little Qiong, okay. Little Qiong obediently responded. Ling Xuan, little Qiong. Looking at the still-lit icon, Ling Xuan could not help but call out again. Little Qiong, I understand. Having been caught peeking, little Qiong awkwardly exited the group chat. Zhongli paused his steps. Watching little Qiong's message, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. That damned sense of familiarity. Morix, it seems that little Qiong and the group leader have a very good relationship. Ling Xuan, flattery, flattery. Emperor Yin, Ling Xuan, if you help me escape this damned prison, I will face you in battle. Ling Xuan, uncle, do I look like an idiot to you? Morix, indeed. While Emperor Yan's words may seem nonsensical at first glance, from a generally rational perspective, I see no wisdom in them at all. Emperor Yin, you all, wait for my return, and I shall trample you all beneath my feet. After much contemplation, the Flame Emperor uttered a threat devoid of menace. Ling Xuan, I can simply choose to expel you. No matter how formidable the Azura armor is, it cannot transcend the boundaries. Flame Emperor, the genius of the winning team, trembles in fear. Flame Emperor, I see you are afraid, aren't you? Ling Xuan, ever since I grew weary of the pursuit, I have learned to strike true with a single aim. Since the winds of adversity have swept in, I can now withstand the gales from all directions and navigate my vessel through them. Flame Emperor, the herbivorous dragon, the group leader, truly possesses eloquence. Clearly, a creation of the highest caliber. Ling Xuan, herbivorous dragon, cease your flattery. Flame Emperor, do you understand why you lost to Liu Fa? Flame Emperor, isn't it due to that scoundrel's cunning? His base nature? Ling Xuan, incorrect. It is because your speech lacks flair. Flame Emperor. Chapter 26. The Azura armor. The Flame Emperor appeared utterly bewildered. What does the art of conversation have to do with anything? The other group members shared his confusion. Ling Xuan, don't comprehend? Allow me to show you a video. Selecting a memory fragment from his mind, he sent it to the group chat. The members hastily downloaded it. In a pitch-black world, a towering figure emerged before their eyes. A resonant voice echoed in their ears. As I ascended to great heights, I discovered an enduring solitude, with none to converse with. The frigid winter left me shivering, pondering my true intentions at such heights. Heaven and hell. I lack the power to choose, only to endure the fate that has chosen me. One must traverse 7 layers of solitude to become a true powerhouse. And thus our world is born. Various pretentious phrases reached the Flame Emperor's ears. He stared at the image of the king of the underworld, his mind momentarily blank. So, this is how one can flaunt. He reflected on his own limited vocabulary. Flame Emperor, I must express my astonishment at such profound words. This individual has transcended the mundane. Morix, each statement is a philosophy of life. I yearn to engage in conversation with this esteemed gentleman. Ling Xuan, there will be an opportunity. Flame Emperor, I can sense he is undoubtedly a superlative powerhouse. The Flame Emperor trembled with excitement. From that chilling image alone, he could perceive the magnitude of such a being. For the strongest are, indeed, the most isolated. This feeling was all too familiar. Yet, the loneliness of the king of the underworld and that of the Flame Emperor were vastly different. Flame Emperor, Ling Xuan, group leader, assist me. How could one let such a formidable being slip away? It is merely pride. If it grants me the chance to battle such a powerhouse, it is worth it. Should I miss this opportunity due to a trivial sense of pride, I would regret it for a lifetime. Ling Xuan, no problem. Ling Xuan smiled. The allure of the king of the underworld was indeed not to be dismissed. The group members all concurred. As the group leader, how could he not extend some courtesy? Ling Xuan, but before that, I must prepare breakfast for Xiao Qiong. In this vast world, nothing is more important than my child's nourishment. Ling Xuan exemplified what it meant to be a devoted father. Flame Emperor, originally brimming with fervor. The Flame Emperor felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. I cannot see. Jianzi looked on, perplexed. Surely, the ghost would not engage in such antics. Could it be she truly misinterpreted? Contemplating, Jianzi recalled Mibi's earlier words and glanced at the group icon. Why not get a try? Having exited the group chat, Ling Xuan began to wash up and dress. Xiao Qiong, brother will step out for a moment and return in about half an hour, Ling Xuan said to Xiao Qiong, who was nibbling on an egg tart. All right, brother, take care. Xiao Qiong waved her little hand without suspicion. Ling Xuan chuckled softly. A soil-colored gem materialized in his hand, which he swallowed like a candy. With unwavering determination, he gazed ahead. System, let us commence. Ding. Coordinates confirmed. Azura Armor World, Demon Suppression Tower. As the system's declaration resonated, a dark spatial passage appeared, and Ling Xuan stepped through it. When he emerged once more, he found himself within an ancient tower. This tower did not enshrine any deities or Buddhas, but rather an array of distinct and eerie specters. Indeed, this place was the lair of the underworld demons, sufficiently ominous. Casting a glance at the surrounding statues of the underworld demons, he proceeded in the direction indicated by the system. Eventually, he arrived at something resembling a podium. This must be it. With a resounding crack, he shattered the stone bricks. A silver object, resembling an ostrich egg, was retrieved by Ling Xuan. Though it appeared like an ostrich egg, it served as a weightless electromagnetic prison specifically designed to seal the Flame Emperor. Ling Xuan's pupils constricted. The Eye of Insight instantaneously analyzed it, and soon after, blue constructs of power enveloped the magnetic prison. The next moment, Ling Xuan hurled the prison away. The initial ostrich egg transformed into a dark void, revealing a bald man in black attire, seated within. Are you the group leader? The emerging Flame Emperor scrutinized Ling Xuan with suspicion. Whether to trust or not would be revealed through combat. Ling Xuan chuckled softly, turning around. Next, let's retrieve the Azura armor. Observing Ling Xuan's silhouette, a smile crept onto the Flame Emperor's lips. A bold spirit, splendid. I, the Flame Emperor, shall befriend you. Thank you. Ling Xuan waved his hand and walked directly towards the exit of the Demon Suppression Tower. Simultaneously, the protagonist Yang Huan and the antagonist Lu Fei sensed a disturbance in the tower. The Flame Emperor's seal has been broken. Within the Balwang group, Lu Fei abruptly stood, his expression a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Yet, only he knew the password. This is it. Gazing at the river before him, Ling Xuan remarked. Lu Fei actually concealed the armor within the river? The Flame Emperor furrowed his brow. Do you need my assistance? Ling Xuan inquired. The Flame Emperor opened his mouth, choosing silence. Without the armor, he was merely an ordinary man. Ling Xuan chuckled softly. Though he verbally denied it, his body was quite honest. Nevertheless, he too was intrigued by the legendary Azura armor. System, with my current strength, can I perfectly materialize the Azura armor? Ding. With the system's assistance, it is indeed possible. Well then, that will suffice. Let me adjust the configuration. The binding of the strongest aura is too constraining. Ding. Request accepted. Ling Xuan extended his hand, and, with a hum, a virtual space materialized. He directly reached into it. Following this, before the Flame Emperor's astonished gaze, Ling Xuan retrieved the summoning equipment of the Azura armor. In an instant, a perfect replica appeared within the system space. Here you go. Without hesitation, Ling Xuan tossed the summoning device to the Flame Emperor. You do not require it? The Flame Emperor gazed at Ling Xuan in astonishment. It is known that even the likes of King Pier covet the power of the Azura armor. If it is not my own strength, I have no interest. Ling Xuan replied. Ha ha ha. Ling Xuan, you truly are to my liking. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily. Flame Emperor, it truly is you. At that moment, Lu Fa arrived with several underworld demons. Human, you are the one who released the Flame Emperor. Noticing Ling Xuan beside him, Lu Fa questioned. Don't need to take action? Ling Xuan glanced at Lu Fa and replied, no need, just a bunch of insects. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon the lips of the Flame Emperor. What has transpired will inevitably recur. What has been done will surely be done again. Lu Fa. It is time we reached a conclusion. Ling Xuan, 00 Lu Fa. When did this big oaf become so literate? Producing a flip phone, or rather, the Shura summoning device. The Flame Emperor pressed a few buttons before connecting it to the gauntlet on his arm. In the next moment, the Shura armor appeared, draped in a cloak. Upon seeing the familiar armor, Lu Fa was engulfed in a wave of trepidation, reminiscent of past encounters. At that moment, two nether demons charged at him from either side. However, with a resounding thud, each punch from the Shura armor obliterated the nether demons upon contact. In the eyes of the powerful, there is no place for the weak. The Flame Emperor snorted disdainfully. Lu Fa's expression darkened. Instantly, he transformed into battle mode. A slender sword reminiscent of Western, courtly blades materializing in his grasp as he lunged at the Flame Emperor. Ling Xuan stood aside, arms crossed, observing the spectacle. Chapter 27. The annihilation of the protagonist. The battle data between the two was equally valuable to him. With a mighty punch, sparks flew from Lu Fa's chest as he was driven back several steps. Everyone encounters moments of hesitation. While uncertainty is not frightening, the true terror lies in failing to make a choice amid such indecision. Shaking off his hand, the Flame Emperor began to advance slowly towards Lu Fa. Spare me your nonsense, Lu Fa retorted, feeling his blood boil at the philosophical musings. After a century of dealings, he was well aware of the Flame Emperor's mindset. With the light of the nether affixed to the blade, he thrust it fiercely toward the Shura armor. Oof! The Flame Emperor coldly snorted, effortlessly grasping Lu Fa's sword. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lu Fa found his hand unwittingly twisting outward. The Flame Emperor stepped closer, their noses a mere 10 centimeters apart. Evil or righteous? What a grotesque sight! With a dismissive scoff, he exerted force, sending Lu Fa and his weapon flying through the air. Glaring at Lu Fa, who had collapsed to the ground, the Flame Emperor's eyes were filled with contempt. What do you understand? If it weren't for that scoundrel Pier, would I have fallen so low? Lu Fa roared as he rose to his feet. The Flame Emperor gazed skyward, his proud silhouette casting a shadow over Lu Fa. Only by traversing the 7 layers of solitude can one become a true powerhouse. Lu Fa, witnessing the Flame Emperor's pretense, felt a surge of fury. Found you right here. Just as the Flame Emperor prepared to deal with Lu Fa, 3 figures approached rapidly. It was none other than the protagonists, Xing Tian and his companions. Oh, the armors of heaven, earth, and man, the Flame Emperor exclaimed in surprise. It has indeed been a long time. Flame Emperor, you continue to entertain Lu Fa. I shall take these 3. Ling Xuan stepped forward. The Flame Emperor pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. I apologize, but I cannot allow you to interrupt old friends in their reminiscence. And you are? A passing knight in armor, Ling Xuan replied with a light chuckle. The Shura summoning device materializing in his hand. What? Both the Flame Emperor and Lu Fa were taken aback by the sight of the familiar device. Is someone still using a flip phone, this ancient relic? The young master Su Xiaofei scoffed. Indeed, I also find it rather outdated, Ling Xuan agreed. But it suffices as long as it functions. Be careful, this person is not simple. Liu Tian Barnat Ein Ling Xuan Barili. To remain composed in the presence of Lu Fa and an unknown armored figure is not something an ordinary person could achieve. Just knock them down and we will see. Wu Gang brandished his summoning device. Come on, let me witness the prowess of the armors of heaven, earth, and man. With a single hand, he flipped open the device and casually pressed a couple of buttons. He then inserted it into his gauntlet. In an instant, an armor identical to that worn by the Flame Emperor materialized. You actually conceal the armor, Lu Fa exclaimed like a deceived spouse, clutching the Flame Emperor's arm. Preposterous. There are only 4 in the entire Flame Star. The Flame Emperor was equally bewildered. Let us go. Ling Xuan beckoned to the trio. Do not underestimate them. The diamond armor combined. Wu Gang immediately merged with his armor. Su Xiaofei and Li Haoyan also activated their armor combinations. The 3 charged forward. As the diamond armor led the charge, Ling Xuan did not retreat. With the power of lightning coursing through his hand, just as the diamond armor closed the distance, Ling Xuan's pupils constricted, and a crimson glow flashed across his visor as he unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! The lightning surged, landing firmly on the chest plate of the diamond armor. The next moment, the figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the stone bricks, and subsequently disintegrating, unconscious. Xiao Gang. The other 2 gasped in shock. He defeated the diamond armor with a single move. From his position, Yang welcomed abruptly changed expression. Xingtian and Fei Ying immediately summoned their respective weapons, the Xingtian sword and the Jiaying blade, charging at Ling Xuan. Clang! However, the so-called razor-sharp blades barely left a scratch on the sure armor. Observing the 2 fighters closing in, Ling Xuan's left fist collided heavily with the blue crystal at the center of the Xingtian armor. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the blue energy shield protecting the chest shattered. Ugh! Li Haoyan, having released his armor, buckled to his knees, blood spattering forth, and fainted just like Wu Gang. Xiao Tian, Fei Ying exclaimed, horrified. Are you distracted during battle? Ling Xuan showed no mercy, seizing Fei Ying by the neck with one hand while the other grasped Su Xiaofei's summoning device. With a swift motion, Ling Xuan tore the device away, sending sparks flying as he delivered a kick just as the armor began to dissipate. Boom! Sparks erupted as Fei Ying's armor was sent flying, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. With multiple fractures, if Ling Xuan had not held back, standing again would likely be a distant dream. A bit weak, Ling Xuan remarked with disappointment. As expected, the early stages are just that. You bastard! I will kill you. Su Xiaofei, bloodied at the corner of his mouth, glared angrily at Ling Xuan from the ground. Ling Xuan shook his head, tossing the Fei Ying summoning device beside him. I'll look forward to your revenge. Waving his hand, Ling Xuan turned and departed without a backward glance. You bastard! Consumed by rage, Su Xiaofei coughed up a mouthful of blood, then rolled his eyes back and fainted. Lu Fei, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy. Although he looked down upon these 3 younglings, they had indeed bested him on multiple occasions. To see them dispatched so easily? With this trouble resolved, you're the last. Ling Xuan, arms crossed, stood quietly beside the Flame Emperor. Hey, it will be over soon. A smile graced the Flame Emperor's lips as he grasped Lu Fei by the neck, lifting him slowly. It is time to say goodbye, the harbinger of Ares' doom. The Flame Emperor raised his hand, lightning crackling around it. Do not be so pleased. I shall return. Boom! The Emperor of Flame's fist struck heavily against Lu Fei's abdomen, transforming him into a brilliant display of fireworks in an instant. Has he escaped? Ling Xuan furrowed his brow. Upon the demise of a nether demon, a genetic code is produced to facilitate future resurrection. Yet, it was evident that Lu Fei was not completely vanquished. This individual remains as sinister as ever. The Emperor of Flames muttered as he reverted from his transformation, explaining to Ling Xuan it was merely a clone. It matters not. After all, it cannot stir up much commotion. Ling Xuan replied nonchalantly. Indeed, with the Shura armor, he felt confident in his invincibility. Do you not desire these 3 armors? The Emperor of Flames inquired, glancing at the 3 individuals sprawled on the ground. Just trifles, if you fancy them. Keep them for yourself, Ling Xuan remarked. Lu Fei is merely a transient presence. Should you seek formidable warriors, you might explore the neighboring city of happiness. Oh, the Emperor of Flames expressed surprise. The inhabitants there are far more skilled than the novices of Hope City. Ling Xuan gazed into the distance. In Happiness City, one can acquire the 5 elements armor, as well as the legendary Emperor armor. That, indeed, represents the pinnacle of combat power in the galaxy. I shall make my way there. Now, are you prepared? The Emperor of Flames positioned himself opposite Ling Xuan. You do not inquire as to how I possess the Shura armor? Defeating you will reveal all, the Emperor declared confidently. Chapter 28, The Authority of the Lawgiver. Uncle, one must remain humble in life. That is a concern of yours, but I am not human, the Emperor of Flames retorted. True enough. To this, Ling Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps for the beings of the Flame Star, brute force is indeed a creed of survival. So, are you ready? Bring forth your best. Ling Xuan chuckled softly. In an instant, the space around them transformed. The environment morphed like a canvas soaked in paint, gradually revealing a new form. By the time these so-called pigments fully enveloped them, the two found themselves on a vast plain. A gentle breeze flowed through the air. Although the Emperor of Flames was somewhat astonished, he found it acceptable. The Shura armor's ability to manipulate surroundings was equally adept at altering the environment. Moreover, a battlefield of plains perfectly suited him, for Ling Xuan had nowhere to hide. With this thought, a subtle smirk crept across the Emperor's lips. Little did he know, the expansive plain was equally an ideal arena for the swift lightning. Ding! The group livestream has commenced. Ling Xuan did not rush into battle against the Emperor of Flames, but instead initiated the livestream. The system's notification echoed in the ears of every group member. A livestream? Upon hearing the notification, Zhongli was momentarily taken aback. He promptly entered the group chat. It had been 4 or 5 days since the last livestream. Clearly, he had little to occupy his time. Of course, if one were to mention debts, he had indeed accrued quite a few. Similarly, the 3 newcomers entered the livestream with curious minds. What is this? Upon opening her eyes, Jianzi gazed in astonishment at the azure sky and emerald grass. How did she suddenly find herself in the wild? This was not at all what she envisioned a livestream to be. The expressions of the herbivorous dragon and water lord mirrored her shock. Possessing the ability to manipulate space, one is undoubtedly a formidable force, regardless of the world. Time commands respect, and space reigns supreme, such as the unchanging law of existence. Isn't this the cloudy pavilion? A deep, resonant voice rang out. Jianzi instinctively turned her gaze, her pupils contracting. Unlike the usual malevolence she encountered, surrounding Zhongli was a golden aura she had never witnessed. It radiated divinity and brilliance, shimmering like gold. A deity? For a moment, Jianzi found herself entranced. Noticing Jianzi's gaze, Zhongli smiled warmly. Greetings. Good day, Divine One. Jianzi hurriedly replied. Divine One? The herbivorous dragon's expression shifted at this revelation. The embodiment of the North Wind, the Water Lord, stood still, paralyzed with apprehension. Beside it loomed a pitch-black dragon. An instinctual warning resonated within, indicating that this dragon possessed immense strength, formidable enough to rival the Phoenix King. However, these must be the other 2 group members. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhongli, and our group is known as Morix. Zhongli greeted the Water Lord and herbivorous dragon. Greetings, I am the herbivorous dragon. You may call me Little Black. In the astonished gaze of the Water Lord, the perceived strong one prostrated before Zhongli. Even Zhongli was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display. The Water Lord, 00. At this moment, confusion enveloped it. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Mr. Zhongli, young friend Uri, and Miss Meebes, you have all arrived. Zhongli nodded and smiled upon recognizing the familiar faces. Subsequently, everyone patiently awaited the commencement of the impending battle. To show mercy to one's enemy is to be cruel to oneself. The Emperor of Flames raised his summoning device. Ling Xuan, unleash your utmost power. This is only natural. As he spoke, crimson arcs of electricity surged around Ling Xuan, and a violet blade of thunder manifested in his right hand. The core residing within Ling Xuan radiated an ominous purple glow, with the liberation of the core's authority. As he lifted his gaze, the Emperor of Flames was met with a pair of crimson eyes. Clang! The Emperor's heart trembled. This instinct, honed through years of combat, only triggered a warning in the face of danger. Yet, he had not experienced such a sensation in over a millennium. Ha ha ha! The Emperor of Flames could not suppress his laughter, gazing at Ling Xuan with fervor. Ling Xuan, you have truly not disappointed me. Kulme, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Like a madman, the stronger the enemy, the more exhilarated he became. Shura armor, unite. With a commanding shout, the regal armor of the galaxy enveloped him. Is that the armor? The first sight of the armor left Meebes and the others filled with curiosity. It resembles the masked fighter. Observing the Shura armor, Jianzi murmured. Do you have knowledge of it, Miss Jianzi? Zhongli inquired, intrigued by otherworldly matters. Huh? I feel a sense of familiarity, but I cannot be certain, Jianzi quickly responded. After all, This is a divine being. One must tread carefully with words. Having possessed the yin-yang eye for many years, Jian Zi understood the importance of caution. Fear not. We may treat this as casual conversation, Zhongli gently reassured. Subsequently, Jian Zi began recounting tales concerning the masked fighter. Confronting Ling Xuan, the Emperor of Flames was fully alert, summoning his weapon, the Shura Purgatory Halberd. In a flash, he teleported behind Ling Xuan and raised the halberd to strike. Bang! The clash of metal resounded, and a crimson mechanical arm seized his Shura Purgatory Halberd. Did the group leader not use his full strength when battling me? Zhongli exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Xuan lifted his head, his eyes resembling those of a vengeful spirit, causing the emperor to startle inwardly. Instinctively, he retreated, yet in the next moment, lightning flashed, and Ling Xuan was already before him. How swift! The emperor's pupils constricted. The cold gaze was devoid of any emotion. Ling Xuan raised the blade in his hand and struck down with great force. The sword flashed like the sun. Years of battle had ingrained muscle memory, causing the Flame Emperor to instinctively raise his spear to block. Bang! The clash of two opposing energies triggered an explosion in the void. Boom! The tremendous explosion was eye-catching. From the black dust emerged two beams of light, one purple and one white. The Shura Demon Palm. The Flame Emperor unleashed a strike powerful enough to shake mountains. Ling Xuan's pupils constricted as he swiftly dodged the Flame Emperor's attack from the side. Shura 100 breaks, just as Ling Xuan prepared to powerfully slash downwards. The purple light surrounding his Shura armor illuminated. An immense force sent Ling Xuan flying. Regardless of strength or speed, he was far superior to that fellow, Liu Fa. The Flame Emperor exclaimed in surprise. The speed of the lightning was astonishing. Although the power of the Flame Emperor's armor was formidable, it was rendered ineffective. Zomli Ramarka Kalmli. The battle raged on. The Infinite Ray. The Flame Emperor pressed a hand to his forehead, where a purple crystal emerged. In the next moment, a purple ray shot forth. Ling Xuan, suspended in the void, did not retreat but extended a hand. The power of the virtual realm manifested, and a yellowish virtual space suddenly appeared, consuming the Infinite Ray in an instant. What? The Flame Emperor was taken aback. However, before he could react, the virtual space quietly emerged behind him, and with a whoosh, the Infinite Ray pierced through his body. Zhongli and the onlookers were astonished. Those knowledgeable understood the intricacies, while others merely watched in awe. For a moment, Zhongli seemed to see the shadow of a law maintainer in Ling Xuan. Struck by his own attack, the Flame Emperor felt a sharp pain in his chest. My friend, the price of violating martial ethics is dire. Ling Xuan waved to the void. A blue construct power materialized, and rows of truth keys were laid out in the air. Upon seeing the densely packed artillery, the Flame Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. If this were to rain down, there would be nothing left. Hey, this is going too far. The Flame Emperor's expression darkened. It reminded him of the terror he once felt under the command of the Ares fleet. As for me, I respect others as much as they respect me. Ling Xuan revealed a benevolent smile. The Flame Emperor, the new group member, trembled. This group leader may have a conscience, but surely not much. Chapter 29. The Cleansing 7 Thunder Spears. I am the Flame Emperor, the former leader of Flamestar in the Milky Way. Not long ago, I resolved my most detested adversary, Liu Fa, and now I am battling my benefactor. With a desperate mindset, I employed the long-range single-target attack, the Infinite Ray. However, the outcome was far from ideal. Not only was it easily countered, but it was also sent back at me using a method akin to spatial folding. Now, I am facing dozens of artillery aimed at me. I am in a panic. What should I do next? Seeking help online, urgency coursing through me. Ling Xuan extended his hand towards the Flame Emperor, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Snap! The crisp sound of fingers snapping echoed in the void. Here it comes. The Flame Emperor's pupils constricted. The blue radiance of a truth key coalesced. Buzz, accompanied by the sound of air friction. Torrents of blue construct energy cascaded down from the artillery like rain. The divine demonic annihilation slash. In a moment of urgency, the Flame Emperor unleashed the ultimate move of his Shura armor. All the energy gathered into the Shura Purgatory Spear, which he wielded with both hands and swung violently towards the sky. Buzz! The air hummed as a massive purple wave, 100 meters in size, erupted from the Shura Purgatory Spear. It met the downpour of construct energy head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive sounds were deafening. Fire and dust obscured the view, and the blast shook the heavens and the earth. How terrifying! The herbivorous dragon clutched its mouth in fear. This power is on par with divine beasts. The Water Lord stood in shock. In his understanding, humans were weak and only technology held any merit. Yet compared to those divine beasts manipulating laws, humans remained too insignificant. Will the group leader be all right? The herbivorous dragon looked at Zhongli. The divine eye on the wristband shimmered intensely. Such an attack cannot harm him. Zhongli Shuklat. That is someone capable of breaking his own shield. If you're dealt with so easily, it will be a loss of face for him. Has it succeeded? The Flame Emperor, beneath the dust, felt a surge of joy at the absence of incoming attacks. What? These artillery pieces are merely for show. They are truly feeble. In an instant, the Flame Emperor felt rejuvenated. Ha ha ha. Group leader, you are not so impressive after all. With this thought, he could not help but burst into laughter. His laughter resonated through the air. I say, old man, isn't your joy a bit premature? A mocking voice rang out. The Flame Emperor's laughter abruptly ceased, his smile frozen on his face. As the dust settled, Ling Xuan held a purple electromagnetic gun aimed at the Flame Emperor. A sniper rifle? The herbivorous dragon exclaimed in astonishment at Ling Xuan's stance. Brother Yin, your arrogance is the reason for your downfall. Ling Xuan chuckled lightly. With that, he pulled the trigger. The destructive energy gathered at the gun's muzzle. The next moment, boom, a bolt of lightning powerful enough to reduce any object to atoms shot forth. The tremendous recoil nearly caused Ling Xuan to lose his grip. The Flame Emperor's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his spear to block. Bang! The laser struck precisely against the Shura Purgatory Spear. A massive explosion erupted in the void, sending the Shura armor flying. It soared over 100 meters before crashing to the ground. Unfortunately, the momentum did not cease. The Shura armor bounced across the ground like a basketball, creating several deep craters before finally embedding itself in the earth. The weapon, the Shura Purgatory Spear, was heavily lodged into the ground. Not bad in terms of power. Ling Xuan remarked in astonishment as he gazed at the cleansing 7 Thunder Judgment in his hand. The cleansing 7 Thunder possesses 7 forms. The sniper rifle is merely one of them. It is said to also include a lipstick and a slingshot. The slingshot is understandable, but what about the lipstick? Could it be the Queen's whip? Observing the distant Flame Emperor, whose armor had disintegrated and lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, Ling Xuan descended. Approaching the Flame Emperor, he lightly kicked him with his foot. How are you feeling, big brother? The latter remained silent, his body twitching in response. Clearly, he had been severely electrocuted, with currents still coursing through him. Despite the Flame Emperor's bravado, without the Shura armor, he was no different from an ordinary person. Liu Fa was even stronger than him. Well, the battle is over. Seeing the Flame Emperor unconscious, Ling Xuan stored the cleansing 7 Thunder in the system space. Naturally, he did not rush to lift the illusionary barrier, but instead walked towards Zhongli and the others. Big shot. The herbivorous dragon immediately bowed down. You are a mighty dragon. Have some confidence. Ling Xuan replied, utterly speechless. But I am merely a pitiful, weak herbivore, the herbivorous dragon lamented with tearful eyes. Appearing woefully adorable. Upon our first meeting, I introduced myself as Ling Xuan, the leader of the dimensional group. With a smile, I extended my hand to the others present. Hello. The timid Jinzi hurriedly shook my hand, fearful that this esteemed figure might dismiss her at any moment. No need to be anxious, I assure you. I am not a man-eater, I remarked, noticing the perspiration on Jinzi's palm. I apologize, she stammered, quickly withdrawing her hand in surprise. Zhongli, do you possess a blank vision? I inquired. A blank one? Zhongli paused for a moment before producing a blank vision and handing it to me. As I received it, arcs of lightning danced around my hand, enveloping the vision. In an instant, a crimson symbol of the lightning element manifested on it, distinct from the purple of the Raiden Shogun. It was uniquely my own mercurial lightning. This is for you. With it, you need not fear the specters any longer, I said, offering the vision to Jinzi with a smile. You know about this, leader? Jinzi gazed at me in astonishment. Since childhood, her yin-yang vision had allowed her to see the ghosts and vengeful spirits invisible to ordinary people, filling her life with dread. However, it also afforded her the rare opportunity to glimpse her deceased father. Understanding the past of my group members is a necessary lesson for a leader, I chuckled. Thank you. Thank you, Jianzi exclaimed excitedly as she accepted the vision, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. At last, she could live free from the torment of malevolent spirits and be an ordinary person. Leader, I adore you. In her exuberance, Jianzi enveloped me in a heartfelt embrace. Taken aback by the sudden affection, I found myself momentarily dazed. It was my first experience of being embraced by a girl, not counting Xiaoqiong. And no worries. Once you join the group, we are all family, I stammered, gently patting her back after regaining my composure. Yes, yes. Jianzi nodded enthusiastically. All right, next. As I released her, my gaze shifted to another group member, and I crouched down to observe Shui Jun. According to official sources, Shui Jun's true form was that of a mythical qilin. Yet the more I looked, the more it resembled a dog. I hesitated, contemplating whether it would be impolite to reach out. Greetings, embodiment of the north wind, I said. Hello, esteemed leader, Shui Jun replied softly, its voice warm and gentle, a stark contrast to the playful banter within the group. It seems you have settled into this group well, I remarked with satisfaction. Shui Jun was known for its mild temperament among divine beasts, yet remained highly vigilant. Gaining its trust would require some time. Curiosity sparked within me. I wondered if I could learn weather manipulation skills, such as summoning rain through the use of red envelopes. Picture it, raising my hand to summon the dragon star, while wielding the sword of the abyss with the other. In that moment, I would be unstoppable, a force to be reckoned with. Dear leader, may I inform the Phoenix King of our group chat? Shui Jun inquired. Are you referring to that mutated big-mouthed sparrow? I responded. Forgive me. I speak too bluntly, Shui Jun said, its expression one of embarrassment. That hardly seems like an apology. I chuckled, stroking Shui Jun's head with a friendly demeanor. It is not yet the time for such disclosures. If you recklessly inform other beings, I shall have to deal with you. I warned lightly. Is that not a threat? Shui Jun questioned, its noble head bowing in acquiescence. Understood. I shall refrain from speaking without your permission. Good. Let's shake hands then. Shui Jun looked momentarily perplexed, instinctively extending its paw, which rested upon my hand. From the side, the sight of human and canine was harmonious. Now, does anyone have further matters to discuss? If not, I shall dissolve the realm of fantasy, I stated, rising as I patted Shui Jun's body. When can we issue tasks? Zhongli asked, voicing his primary concern. I am uncertain. The release of tasks is entirely random, I replied, shaking my head. Is that so? Zhongli accepted my answer without further inquiry. The others had no additional questions, while Yi Rue continued to praise my meteorological techniques, which made me somewhat bashful, as they were merely imitations. After some awkward small talk, we bid each other farewell. Xiaoqiong, I'm back, I called upon entering my home. Brother, Xiaoqiong, seated on the sofa and watching television, turned upon hearing my voice, leaping from her seat and dashing into my embrace. I caught her effortlessly, ensuring not a single affectionate gesture was overlooked. Holding Xiaoqiong, I returned to the sofa and checked my phone, noting that we still had an hour before our scheduled appointment, allowing us time to relax together. Once the realm of fantasy was lifted, the Flame Emperor was naturally expelled. I'm Phoenix. Upon exiting, the Flame Emperor's consciousness returned, and upon inspecting himself, he found his injuries had vanished. What a humiliating defeat, he lamented, reflecting on how he had been knocked unconscious by a single shot. I lost. From now on, I shall follow your lead, he declared, acknowledging his new position. While I was accustomed to being the leader, it felt foreign to him to play the subordinate. I was in the midst of watching television with Xiaoqiong when I suddenly received the Flame Emperor's message. That is most commendable, I replied. I will not impose any demands upon you. Just temper your temperament, for there are others in the group who are equally formidable. Are there other strong individuals? The Flame Emperor's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Forget I said anything, I retorted, exiting the chat as I leaned back on the sofa, cradling Xiaoqiong. In truth, I prefer diligent and capable female subordinates over male ones. Hey, it's time to go, I said to Xiaoqiong as she finished putting on her shoes, extending my hand. Okay, she replied, grasping my larger hand as we ventured outside. As we stepped into the fresh air, I noticed Mei was absent from the yard. It was understandable. How could one possibly tend to household chores all day without taking a moment to rest? La la la. Holding my hand, Xiao Qiong hummed a cheerful tune, her twin ponytails bobbing as she exuded youthful exuberance. Children seemed to possess boundless energy, especially when in good company. After walking a distance, I paused at the entrance of a barbecue restaurant named a Yuan. Gazing up, its scale was impressive, likely the largest in Kanglan City, covering an estimated 300 square meters. To acquire such a large space in the heart of the city is a testament to the proprietor's substantial capital. Greetings. May I assist you? Just the two of you? A server approached as we entered. I am here to meet someone. Han Shang, I replied. Yes, mister. Han's room is in 408, the server informed. Thank you, I said, guiding Xiao Qiong away from the counter as we made our way to the 4th floor. As I opened the door, the first sight that greeted me was Han Shang, engrossed in watching videos on his phone. Ah, how leisurely it is, young Master Han. Upon hearing the voice, Han Shang raised his head and remarked, finally arrived. How slow you are. Thank you for the compliment, replied Ling Xuan, who humbly accepted the praise and entered with Xiao Qiong. So this is Xiao Qiong? At first glance, Han Shang was taken aback. With her soft twin tails, golden eyes, and dressed in a pristine white princess gown, the most striking feature was her silver hair. My goodness, how enchanting. Xiao Qiong looked at Ling Xuan with confusion. This is my friend. Although he has a somewhat peculiar appearance, his character leaves much to be desired. You could just call him Xiao Hanzi. What sort of eunuch title is that? Han Shang was utterly befuddled. Hello, brother Xiao Han, Xiao Qiong politely greeted. Ah, is she an angel? Han Shang's heart fluttered upon hearing her soft, delicate voice, causing him to squint his eyes in delight. For some reason, it felt so soothing. Have you ordered yet? Ling Xuan inquired. Not yet. The menu is here. Xiao Qiong, take a look and choose whatever you like. Today, brother Han will treat you. Han Shang said with a cheerful smile, approaching Xiao Qiong with the menu. Brother, Xiao Qiong turned to Ling Xuan. Feel free to order whatever you like. If you can't finish it, we can take it home. We're running low on vegetables at home. Ling Xuan chuckled while seated. Don't encourage the little angel. You scoundrel. Han Shang grumbled. Running low on vegetables? Do you think this is a barbecue place? Am I a fool? Brother Xiao Han, is that okay? Xiao Qiong asked. Ah, of course. Order whatever you want. It's on me, Han Shang replied, revealing a smile of redemption at the sight of Xiao Qiong. Thank you, brother Han, she said. Call me that more often. This guy's a bit of a creep. ISNT, Ling Xuan commented. However, when Han Shang took the menu, he was stunned. Is this really enough? Well, Sister May said we shouldn't waste, Xiao Qiong replied. Han Shang gazed blankly into her innocent eyes. A pure, white angel. Turning to Ling Xuan, Han Shang asked seriously, Ling Xuan, do you need a younger brother? Get lost. Ling Xuan shot back with a disdainful look. Just let me hold her for a moment. It won't hurt. Get away. You think my little Qiong is someone you can just hold? Good brother, the bond is faded. When the waiter entered, they found Ling Xuan with one foot on Han Shang's shoulder, protectively holding Xiao Qiong while Han Shang was clawing at Ling Xuan's thigh. After a moment of silence, the waiter set the dishes down and quietly left. Ahem, let us not cause a commotion. Han Shang coughed lightly, sitting up straight. However, his gaze kept darting toward Xiao Qiong. Let us talk business. The awakening ceremony is the day after tomorrow. And then? Ling Xuan, still holding Xiao Qiong, asked. The abilities awakened during the ceremony are quite peculiar. Aren't you curious about what power you might obtain? You have a point. Exactly. So the awakening array should be a valuable asset. Perhaps we could steal it to see if it would help Xiao Qiong awaken. Ling Xuan mused while twirling Xiao Qiong's silky hair with his fingers. Han Shang lukit uteli bewilderet. What's going on? Shouldn't normal people be fervently discussing supernatural abilities? Why are you thinking about stealing an array? Is this the mindset of a rational person? Chapter 31. Kamwang Town, all right. I no longer wish to comment on your thought process. There is no need to steal the array. It's available online. However, to draw it requires a 6-tier array master. The cost of hiring an array master is prohibitively expensive, Han Shang explained. Ling Xuan nodded in understanding. Just like Pokemon. A child from a wealthy family is born with a spirit companion, nurturing a bond from an early age. The middle class pays for the starter Pokemon, while someone like me, with little money, can only chance upon them in the wild. A Rattata and a Caterpie are the standard fare. But speaking of spirits, Ling Xuan lowered his head, contemplating Xiao Qiong in his arms. Well, if I got Absol or an Arcanine arrays? Noticing Ling Xuan's gaze, Xiao Qiong looked up and smiled at him. Ling Xuan chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Hurry and eat. It's getting charred, Han Chung remarked, pouting. I recall you have a younger sister. Why didn't you bring her? She went shopping with her friend. She has little money but insists on shopping. Such a blend of incompetence and playfulness, Han Chung replied, looking disinterested. Why not send her something? No way. Don't even think about it. I've already given her birthday gifts for 5 consecutive years. What about her? She has never given me anything. If she weren't family, I would have kicked her out long ago. Han Chung gritted his teeth. Ling Xuan nodded. It seemed that, unlike him, Han Chung's familial bond with his sister had not deteriorated. Speaking of which, there is something else, Han Chung suddenly said. What is it? The graduation trip. Oh, that. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Where are we going again? Ling Xuan recalled. Graduation trips are a staple from elementary to middle school, aimed at enhancing students' impressions of their school. If a remarkable powerhouse were to appear, they would be representing their alma mater. I think it's called Kamwang Town. Han Chung pondered for a moment before saying, Puffed. A mouthful of water sprayed from Ling Xuan's mouth. Brother, are you all right? After a fit of coughing, Ling Xuan fixed an intense gaze on Han Chung. What did you just say? I said the graduation trip is to Kamwang Town. Is there a problem? A problem? It's a big problem. Ling Xuan was bewildered. What in the world? Could the deity of this world be a girl? Why are you so shocked? It's just Kamwang Town, Han Chung said, confused. Don't mention just Kamwang Town. There is also one called Almuran. Let me ask you, is there a high school called the Private Kamwang Academy in Kamwang Town? Ling Xuan asked earnestly. Oh, then I wouldn't need to say much. We'll use the teleportation array to get there. After receiving an answer, Ling Xuan fell silent for a moment, thinking to himself, System, are you behind this? System, staring at the sky and slacking off. So it really is you. System, I'm a good citizen. I don't like harem situations, Ling Xuan said bashfully. System, please host, do not create a facade. I know what kind of person you are. Xiao Qiong, I'm sorry, Ling Xuan said as he hugged Xiao Qiong tightly, inhaling her sweet fragrance while tears welled in his eyes. Brother, don't cry. I'm here. Xiao Qiong gently caressed Ling Xuan's head. You are all my wings. Han Chung, is this really the right moment for such sentiments? How strange. Time passed swiftly, and after finishing their barbecue, the trio stepped out of the restaurant. Where shall we go this afternoon? Stretching under the sun, Han Chung yawned. Let us head to Kamwang Town. So eager? Han Chung asked, puzzled. I want to confirm something, Ling Xuan replied. It's better not to linger once you know something. I'm also quite curious about the divine annihilation weapon. Fine, I'll accompany you for a bit, Han Chung agreed. After all, he had nothing else planned for the afternoon. Ling Xuan, Xiao Qiong? At that moment, a surprised voice came from behind. Turning around, I spotted Kiana and Bronya emerging from behind the trio. In Bronya's embrace, the creature home had been replaced by the fairy, Ellie. Han Chung was taken aback. What was happening today? With such an array of charming and beautiful girls arriving one after another? Kiana, are you all here for the barbecue as well? Ling Xuan inquired. Bronya replied. We went out to buy groceries together this morning, and midway, Kiana insisted on having barbecue. Unable to refuse her, we came along. Ling Xuan smiled at Bronya. Sensing her guilt, I have a feeling you might be the instigator. Bronya, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her gaze. Ling Xuan, are you heading home? Kiana asked. No, I plan to explore other cities. Would you like to join me? Ling Xuan smiled at Kiana. Is that all right? Of course, he assured her. Kiana, May, let us go together. We haven't truly explored Kanglan City yet, have we? Kiana pleaded, linking her arm with May's in a playful manner. It's not Kanglan City. It's a different city, May corrected her. Look, it's a new city. All right, I can't argue with you, May conceded, her tone a mix of exasperation and affection. Hee. May, you're the best. Kiana beamed, hugging May tightly. Han Chung interjected. So, you're seeking out Ling Xuan again? How do you plan to get there? Yeah, aren't you just a passerby? Kiana exclaimed in surprise. Kiana, May couldn't help but call out. I'm sorry, Kiana apologized obediently. It's fine, Han Chung replied, his lips twitching. Was his presence truly so insignificant? As the distinguished heir of the Han family, he had never imagined a day where he would be mistaken for a mere passerby. Well done, woman. You have successfully captured my attention, Han Chung sneered, covering his face with one hand. Oh, Kiana responded. Let us go, don't mind him. He is just being difficult, Ling Xuan said, grasping Kiana's wrist. Surprised by Ling Xuan's hold, Kiana found herself involuntarily drawn along. System, provide me with the coordinates. Ding. Location confirmed. Soon, the coordinates of Juong Town flooded Ling Xuan's mind. Let us go. The virtual space opened ahead. Spatial abilities? Han Chung exclaimed in astonishment. Mei and Bronya seemed unfazed. The group stepped inside. Is this Juong Town? It appears to be quite an ordinary town. However, the scenery is rather unique. Let us explore, Ling Xuan suggested. That hand. Kiana attempted to remind Ling Xuan. Yet, who could awaken someone pretending to be asleep? Unless one splashed water on them. Ling Xuan was just like that. Kiana's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, and he feigned deafness. What is wrong with holding hands among friends? The streets were bustling, and unlike the depictions in anime, this world's Juong Town belonged to the land of Iwakuni. As for the presence of angels and demons, that remained uncertain. During their stroll, Ling Xuan purchased 4 servings of cotton candy for the girls. While they rested, a pair of delicate hands holding a flyer extended towards Ling Xuan. Looking up, he saw a girl with short silver hair, clad in a school uniform. She was a member of the Catgirl faction, one of Lilith's subordinates. Ling Xuan took the flyer without a hint of emotion. The flyer displayed a magical circle, one of the sources of energy for demons, demonic flyers. They could be used to summon demons and forge contracts. Ling Xuan, appearing as any ordinary person, glanced at it before placing it aside. The Catgirl did not linger, continuing to distribute flyers to others. At that moment, Ling Xuan was already 100% certain that this Juong Town was indeed the place he recognized. Therefore, the divine being must be a girl. Chapter 32. Lilith's Gambit. When the flyer reached Xiao Qiong's hands, the Catgirl froze, her golden eyes fixated on Xiao Qiong. Noticing the Catgirl's unwavering gaze, Xiao Qiong couldn't help but express her confusion. Is there something on my face, miss? The others turned their attention as well. It's nothing, the Catgirl finally uttered after a moment of silence before departing with the flyer. What a perceptive little cat. Ling Xuan chuckled to himself, redirecting his focus back to the flyer. It seemed he would need to pay a visit in person. As for Lilith, Ling Xuan held no particular thoughts. However, that demonic chess piece was indeed a valuable asset. Among the girls in the demon high school, he favored Aisha the most. After all, it was hard not to like her personality unless one had rather peculiar tastes. Beyond that, there were Orpheus, the Catgirl, and the Valkyrie Rosweiss from Norse mythology. Rita's Rosweiss was named after her. After all, who could resist Otto's fascination with Norse mythology? Even the 9 floating islands were named after the 9 realms of Norse lore. Han Chung, I'm heading to a different location. Feel free to explore here, Ling Xuan announced as he stood up. Aren't you coming with us? Han Chung asked. I'll be back soon. Saying this, Ling Xuan ruffled Xiao Qiong's head. Be sure to listen to Mei, all right? Yes, Xiao Qiong will behave, she replied. Ling Xuan smiled before departing. After he left, Han Chung glanced at Xiao Qiong, scheming mischievously. With Ling Xuan gone, could he sneak in a hug? In a secluded alley, the Catgirl clutched her chest, panting. Just moments ago, upon touching Xiao Qiong, her instincts as a Catgirl warned her that this little girl was dangerous. Perhaps even more so than her sister, Heige. Letting out a gentle breath, she was about to continue distributing flyers when a hand landed on her shoulder, startling her and causing her tail to bristle. Hello there, little cat. A calm voice emerged from behind her. The Catgirl spun around in shock, retreating swiftly. It's you. Upon recognizing the person, the Catgirl wore a look of astonishment, realizing she hadn't sensed Ling Xuan's aura at all. It seemed demons did not suffer from 3-second memory loss. Ling Xuan remarked with a smile. The Catgirl tensed. Who are you? Ordinary people cannot possibly know about demons. I'm merely a passerby, passing through your world, Ling Xuan replied. The little Catgirl is quite popular. Isn't she? Ling Xuan noted with mild surprise. What do you want? She inquired, her demeanor still tense. Don't be so anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to request your assistance. I trust you wouldn't refuse a request from your employer, would you? Ling Xuan produced the demonic flyer. You have not followed the correct path. I do not acknowledge your contract, the Catgirl asserted. That is true, Ling Xuan nodded. So, do you intend to refuse? He extended his finger, a golden light emerging. A powerful presence of holy energy erupted, causing the Catgirl to grimace in discomfort. Fairy's radiance, one of the 3 great magics of the fairy tale, stood as the pinnacle of holy magic, posing a lethal threat to demons. Of course, Ling Xuan had no intention of harming the cat girl, but the discomfort would still be present, akin to discovering maggots in one's meal halfway through eating. Are you a member of the church? Feeling the profound, sacred power above, the little cat exclaimed in astonishment. A church? Not quite, I suppose. If we consider wings, in a certain sense, he could indeed be regarded as an angel. Is it not somewhat disrespectful to bully my subordinate in the town of Ju Wang, given my position as their master? Suddenly, a blood-red magic circle materialized on the ground, and 3 figures emerged beside the little cat. At the forefront stood a woman with flowing crimson hair and a voluptuous figure. Behind her were a man and a woman. The man's gaze was ablaze with fury. To an uninformed observer, one might think Ling Xuan owed him money. Director, the little cat instinctively called out. I see. I feel much more at ease now that you are here. Lia's Jamunri, Ling Xuan replied with a light chuckle. Although chaos reigned, the system was meticulously organized. Everything remained within his comprehension. Do we know each other? Lia's furrowed her brow. Have we not just met today? Ling Xuan smiled. Ha, I prefer not to be acquainted with someone who does not even introduce themselves. Lia's crossed her arms defiantly. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Kevin Kaslana, Ling Xuan stated without a hint of embarrassment. Kaslana. Upon hearing this surname, the pupils of those present involuntarily contracted. Ling Xuan was taken aback. Is there something wrong with this surname? Must there be such a strong reaction? What is your relationship with the Saintess Colin? Lia's inquired. Colin sent me, Ling Xuan replied, maintaining a calm facade while his heart raced. Colin Kaslana is here too? Is that rascal Otto also present? After Colin's name was mentioned, even Mu Chao Yudo sheathed his magic sword, indicating the esteemed character of this saintess. Since you're sent by Colin, I naturally welcome you. Please. Lia's conjured a red magic circle and gestured for Ling Xuan to proceed. Dog system, how many secrets have you kept from me? System ding. The joy of life lies in discovering surprises. Haha. Ling Xuan, damn. Meanwhile, it was clearly Ling Xuan who suggested coming here. Why am I the one who left first? Han Chung lamented. According to the map, there's a church on the mountain. Shall we go take a look? Bronya proposed. Sure, I've never seen what a church looks like, Kiana responded. Then let us set off, Han Chung declared, rising to his feet. Aren't we waiting for brother? He has allowed us to explore on our own. A message will suffice. Doesn't little Chion want to see the church? Alricht. In the Paranormal Research Society. The two sat on opposite sides of the sofa. As Lia's queen, Jidai Juana presented exquisite black tea. Thank you. With a polite acknowledgement. Ling Xuan took a sip of the tea. Deliciosa. I am glad you like it. Jidai Juana replied with a forced smile. Ling Xuan paid no mind. He was not there to seek refuge or plead for favors. Miss Lia's, I shall be frank, he began. Please proceed. Just as he started to speak, Ling Xuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Boom! Thunder rumbled outside, illuminating the faces of Lia's and her companions. Instantly, an overwhelming and oppressive aura erupted from Ling Xuan. The terrifying pressure rendered everyone in the conference room, including Lia's and her subordinates, breathless. Even with all their magical power, they were utterly powerless against it. Fan Ang. Turning his head, crimson eyes traced arcs through the void, resembling the gaze of a malevolent spirit. Lia's and the others shuddered. This level of terrifying pressure she had only witnessed emanating from her brother, the demon king Lucifer. Judging by his appearance, Ling Xuan appeared to be no more than a young adult. Without uttering a word, he transformed into a streak of lightning, shattering the window and disappearing. How terrifying! Merely being gazed at felt as though my soul was frozen. After Ling Xuan's departure, Lia's collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath. When did the church produce such a monster? Jidai Juna remarked, still shaken. Even she, who was accustomed to thunder, felt a ringing in her ears. Perhaps he is not of the church. Lia's hesitated before speaking. Her gaze remained fixed on the ground where Ling Xuan had unleashed his lightning. Had he not mentioned fallen angel? Could it be that church? Jidai Juna gasped. The two exchanged glances, and the four of them followed through the teleportation array. Chapter 33. Awakening of the End? Outside the church, yes. Yes. Just like that, again. A madly grinning priest, a silver-haired man wielding a blessed sword, was fixated on the two before him. Damn it, I never expected Han Chung, would become a burden. Han Chung watched the battle in front of him involving Kiana and the others, seething with anger. If not for the fact that he had yet to awaken his powers, he would have intervened already. May, be careful, this guy is strange, Kiana warned, her expression grave as she faced the fallen priest. Holding Muramasa, May's blade crackled with lightning. After a single harmonization, even without a core, the accumulated lightning within her could still be utilized. Come on, let's have some fun. The fallen priest, seeing the delay in their attack, charged forward with his sword. May took a deep breath, blue arcs of electricity flickering around her as she met him head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing swords and blades resonated. Yes, just like that, faster, even fiercer. Ha ha ha. The fallen priest cackled maniacally, growing more exhilarated with each passing moment. Do not touch my May, Kiana shouted, firing 2 shots. But just as the bullets were about to hit, a shield of light materialized around the deranged priest, blocking the attack. Fried, we cannot afford to waste time here. If we're detected by the Bureau, it will be troublesome, a figure with dark wings interjected. I know, but we cannot let the secret be revealed, can we? The man referred to as Fried revealed a sinister grin. May and Kiana stood protectively in front, attentively watching the two. What do you intend to do with that girl? Kiana demanded loudly. What do you think? Of course, we intend to kill her. Fried replied with a smirk. You monster. Huh, you wish to save her? Think of yourself first, he taunted, licking his lips and lunging forward. This is troublesome. The fallen angel scoffed disdainfully. Raising his hand, a light spear materialized. Sister May, Kiana, be careful. Bronya, providing support from the back, shouted. D. The fallen angel hurled the light spear. Boom, boom. Under Bronya's control, the key of truth unleashed 2 spiraling cannon blasts, directly neutralizing the light spear. What? The fallen angel was taken aback, observing Bronya's grim expression. How could a human nullify his attack? Where would this fallen angel save face? Haha, old man. You're not so impressive after all. Fry jeered as he battled May and Kiana. Humans, you have angered me. Listening to that piercing laughter, the fallen angel's forehead bulged with veins. With a flap of his wings, dozens of light spears materialized around him. Each strike possesses the might to cleave stone. Alas, the key of truth is momentarily inadequate for such multitude. Bronya thought to herself, sensing an ominous turn of fate. It was not that the key of truth lacked strength, but rather that she herself was too feeble. D. The fallen angel roared, and with a sweeping gesture, luminous spears fell like rain. Not good. Han Cheng's heart raced as he swiftly embraced Xiao Qiong, turning his back to shield her. Bronya hastily deployed the shield of her heavily armored rabbit. Gazing at the descending light spears, Xiao Qiong's golden eyes narrowed. Boom! The spears plummeted, crashing down like a barrage of missiles. The ground trembled, sending clouds of dust swirling. Oof, is that all? The fallen angel sneered from above. Fried, is he dead? The voice of the elder quivered slightly. What? The fallen angel froze. As the dust settled, a golden shield emerged alongside the unscathed group. How can this be? The fallen angel's disbelief was palpable. Even a direct hit from his spears should have left them gravely injured. How could these mere wretches endure such an assault? Inside the shield, Kiana and the others wore expressions of confusion. Has Ling Xuan returned? Human, how long do you intend to cling on? The cold voice echoed. Han Cheng was startled, noticing that Xiao Qiong's gaze had transformed entirely. The indifference in her eyes sent a shiver down his spine, as if his very soul were at risk of being extinguished with a mere glance. Han Cheng quickly released Xiao Qiong. Xiao Qiong, May, and the others looked at her with puzzled expressions. Ignoring Kiana and the others, Xiao Qiong directed her gaze towards the fallen angel. The moment she locked eyes with him, he felt as though his body was no longer his own. Ants. The chilling voice emanated from Xiao Qiong. In the next instant, amidst the stunned gazes of all present, the fallen angel disintegrated into molecules, vanishing into the ether. A radiant white light erupted from Xiao Qiong, and, as it faded, a girl with silver hair and delicate feet gradually came into view. Xiao Qiong? Kiana and the others stared in shock at the girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Kiana. At this moment, it seemed rather inappropriate to still call her Xiao Qiong. She should be addressed as the end. Filthy creation. She regarded Fried, her voice devoid of emotion, yet laden with disdain for all creations. Fried gasped, instinctively attempting to flee. At the moment he rose, his body crumbled into dust. Not even a second had passed, and the priest who had tormented them for the better part of the day was dead. Kiana and the others stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the innocent and adorable Xiao Qiong they once knew? Ling Xuan, what manner of being have you raised? Han Chung gazed at the divine-like figure of the End, swallowing hard, feeling terror for the first time in his life. As the End lifted her foot to take a step forward, a wave of weakness washed over her. In the next moment, her form began to shrink until her eyes fluttered shut and she fainted. Just as Xiao Qiong was about to fall to the ground, a crimson arc of electricity flashed, and a figure caught her with steady arms. Brother? Falling into a warm embrace, Xiao Qiong struggled to open her eyes. Yes, brother is here. Now sleep. Ling Xuan gently stroked her head, speaking softly. Xiao Qiong replied and closed her eyes. Ling Xuan, Xiao Qiong. The others approached, glancing at her with uncertainty. Actually, Xiao Qiong is not my biological sister. She was found by my parents 10 years ago at our doorstep. Please keep today's events confidential. I dislike unnecessary troubles. Ling Xuan explained. I won't tell anyone, regardless of her nature. Xiao Qiong will always be my sister, Kiana asserted, though I am uncertain of the circumstances. I cannot betray a friend, Han Chung added. Thank you. Ling Xuan nodded, then inquired, why are you all here? Well, Mei recounted the events leading up to their arrival. It turned out they had witnessed the fallen priest kidnapping a nun on their way to the church and decided to intervene. But the fallen angel, the nun? Kiana pondered. Kiana, please take care of Xiao Qiong, Ling Xuan said, as if recalling something. Of course. Kiana immediately agreed, cradling Xiao Qiong in her arms. The lingering question in her mind was why Xiao Qiong bore such an uncanny resemblance to her as she grew. Where are you going? To save someone. With that, Ling Xuan transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing toward the church. Chapter 34. Aisha Aljet at this moment, within the church, a sacred cross stood tall at its center. A comatose blonde girl was bound to it by chains. Surrounding the cross were a dozen black-robed cultists chanting ancient incantations. Before them, a scantily clad female, fallen angel eagerly awaited the girl bound to the cross, or more accurately, awaited the artifact within her that could heal any being. Acquiring such a relic would earn her the favor of the fallen angel governor. The thought consumed her entirely. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered. As the sky dimmed, so too did the interior of the church. The female fallen angel frowned. Why has it suddenly started to thunder? Boom! Another clap of thunder echoed, and at that moment, the church doors burst open. You all seem to be having quite the time. A calm voice resounded. Who? The fallen angel Laneri gasped, hastily turning her head. In the next instant, two bloodied black wings were thrown at her feet. These are Middlet and Calavanus. Recognizing the aura emanating from the wings, Laneri's pupils constricted. The two were fallen angels she had dispatched to guard outside, their strength only slightly inferior to hers. How could this be? Boom! A flash of purple lightning illuminated the scene. Laneri looked up to see a figure suddenly materialize at the doorway. Those crimson eyes glared from the darkness like a devil's gaze. Who are you? Laneri exclaimed, her demeanor shifting to one of caution as her right hand prepared to conjure a light spear. The sound of footsteps echoed in the vast church. As the figure advanced, his visage was revealed. He was a strikingly handsome young man, though his expression was cold, as if he were surveying corpses. A human? Laneri gasped in astonishment. Ling Xuan offered no reply, lifting his gaze as crimson arcs danced at the corners of his eyes. Ah! A shriek erupted from behind. Laneri was startled, suddenly realizing that the man before her had vanished. Crash! The sound of chains breaking rang out. Laneri turned to see the girl bound to the cross had been rescued by the young man, while the surrounding cultists had been reduced to ashes. Aisha! Ling Xuan gazed at the figure in his arms, his expression complex. It truly was her. Hearing his voice, Aisha opened her eyes in bewilderment. Upon encountering Ling Xuan's crimson gaze, a tremor ran through her spirit, and she cautiously inquired, Who are you? A human? How dare you thwart my plans? Lena's furious voice echoed. Sir, run. At the familiar voice, Aisha regained her clarity in an instant, seizing Ling Xuan's shoulder and shouting, It's all right. Ling Xuan gently stroked Aisha's head. To Aisha's astonishment, he cradled her in his arms like a princess. Lena's energy gun materialized in her hand, hurling it fiercely towards Ling Xuan. Watch out, Aisha cried out. However, the energy gun abruptly halted just 1 meter from Ling Xuan. What? Lina gasped. Ling Xuan lifted his gaze, expressionless as he regarded the energy gun, his pupils narrowing. Boom! In the next moment, the energy gun vanished into the void. Lina's heart quaked as she shouted, "What have you done?" Without responding to her question, Ling Xuan calmly uttered 2 words, "Kneel." What? Lina was taken aback. Did she hear him correctly? A mere human expected her to kneel? Huh. You insignificant human, you. Before she could finish, a terrifying pressure enveloped her. An overwhelming gravity forcing her to the ground. Ard. The dreadful weight made Lina feel as though her heart and lungs were being crushed. Don't look. Ling Xuan covered Aisha's eyes. The originally red pupils transformed into a deep crimson. As the energy from the gemstone within him surged forth, a scarlet energy enveloped Lina. The next moment, a gravity powerful enough to rend everything descended upon her. Bang! Amidst Lina's heart-wrenching screams, she was mercilessly crushed into dust. Blood erupted, splattering everywhere. Even with her eyes closed, Aisha tightened her grip on Ling Xuan's clothing, unable to ignore the agonizing cries. The demise of Lina stirred no emotions within Ling Xuan. Such filth was not worth his breath. After dispatching Lina, he strode directly towards the church entrance. Just then, a blood-red magic circle materialized. It was Leah's and her companions. The aftermath is in your hands. Without turning his head, Ling Xuan addressed Leah's and brushed past her. Leaving the church, Leah's fell silent, staring at the blood-soaked ground. Leah's, Jidai Shunai hesitated. Handle it. Leah spoke no further, beginning the cleanup. Once outside the church, Ling Xuan set Aisha down. Observing her bewildered expression, he said, "Now, you shall accompany me." Huh? Why are you dawdling? Let's go. Okay. Aisha quickly gathered herself and followed suit. By the way, my name is Aisha Aljit. Just call me Aisha. With her hands clasped tightly, she gazed at Ling Xuan, feeling somewhat anxious. Ling Xuan. Mr. Ling Xuan, thank you. If not for you, I would surely have perished, Aisha said, her expression forlorn. Having been cast down by the church and deceived by fallen angels, Ling Xuan now felt like a beacon of hope to her, second only to God in her heart. No need for thanks. Just repay me with the rest of your life, Ling Xuan replied nonchalantly. Aisha paused, then smiled. Yes, I will repay you well. Ling Xuan was taken aback, offering a helpless smile. Was this the expected response from a normal person? Should he label her as excessively naive or exceptionally kind? Aisha's spirit was as pure as a blank canvas, untouched by any corruption. Such a girl was indeed a rare gem in the world. One Ling Xuan had never encountered in his past life. He reached out, ruffling her smooth hair playfully. Mr. Ling Xuan? Aisha looked at him, puzzled. It's nothing. I just think you're a bit silly, Ling Xuan replied. Following this, Aisha obediently trailed behind him as they descended the mountain together. Is little Qiong still asleep? Upon reuniting with Kiana and the others, Ling Xuan inquired. Yes, Kiana nodded, glancing at the sleeping little Qiong in her arms. Give her to me. Ling Xuan gently received little Qiong, gazing tenderly at the slumbering child. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to regard little Qiong as true family. Is it you all? Aisha looked at Kiana and the others in surprise. That's wonderful. You're safe, Kiana exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Aisha rescued. Yes, thanks to Mr. Ling Xuan, Aisha smiled. Miss Aisha, are you a nun? After introductions, May asked. Yes, but I can no longer return, Aisha replied, her expression dimming. Must a nun always reside in the church? Kiana inquired. I'm an orphan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Kiana apologized hastily. Foolish Kiana, Bronya quipped. How about this? Why not come stay with us? Kiana suddenly suggested. Huh? Aisha was taken aback. Kiana, Bronya interjected. After all, this was only the second time they had met, not even acquaintances. How about you bring Aisha home? Thank you, but I have already promised to go to Mr. Ling Xuan's home. Aisha bowed in gratitude. Hearing her words, Kiana and the others were left with large question marks above their heads. Han Chung looked at Ling Xuan in utter bewilderment. Wasn't he being a bit excessive? 3 beautiful female friends, and he was still considering another woman? Ling Xuan remarked. Have you ever seen a fallen angel with wings? Chapter 35. The evil eye that stops the world. Why are you all staring at me? Ling Xuan, cradling little Qiong, asked in confusion. Ling Xuan, you are quite the rogue, Han Chung remarked sarcastically, thinking about the things he had said. You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. I haven't even finished my meal. Ling Xuan shot a glance at Kiana. What meal? Han Cheng questioned, perplexed. I said you're beautiful. Really? This is the first time someone has told me that. Kiana's cheeks flushed. Han Cheng was at a loss for words. Even with her extraordinary beauty, her foolishness was undeniable. All right, everyone must be tired today. Let us head back. Ling Xuan stood up, still holding little Qiong. After the incident with the fallen angels, he had lost his enthusiasm and would inquire about the devil's chess pieces another time. Ling Xuan opened a portal to the void. The others exchanged glances, saying nothing further, and followed him inside. Frankly, they were also exhausted. Among them, Han Cheng felt the most defeated. He despised the feeling of being protected and powerless. Fortunately, the awakening ceremony would take place the day after tomorrow. Upon returning to Kanglan City, Han Cheng took his leave. Aisha walked alongside Kiana and the others, chatting and laughing. When they reached their destination, she was stunned. She never anticipated that Ling Xuan and Kiana were neighbors. After the initial shock, joy followed. In her heart, Kiana and the others had already become friends. For her, having a friend living next door was the greatest joy imaginable. After covering Xiao Qiong with a blanket, Ling Xuan exited her room. As he descended the stairs, Aisha hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to speak. Mr. Ling Xuan. Yes. What is it? Aren't you curious why the fallen angel wants to capture me? Is it for the artifact? Aisha suddenly looked up, startled. You know? Yes. I am aware that your artifact can heal both humans and demons, Ling Xuan replied. Aisha's expression darkened. Yes, because of this, I was exiled to Zhuwang Town as a heretic. How peculiar that the territory of the Demon King's sister would be chosen so remotely. Deemed a place of exile by the church, Ling Xuan remarked. But then again, most humans worship heaven and the Buddha, leaving the good places occupied. Otherwise, demons wouldn't be reduced to handing out flyers to survive. Lilia's is quite foolish. Why not just Demon King's sister? Aisha questioned, confused, as she struggled to grasp Ling Xuan's words. Indeed, Zhuwang Town is quite an interesting location. It is the domain of the current Demon King, Lucifer's sister, Lilia's Jamongli. Ling Xuan chuckled lightly. Aisha was taken aback. Could it be that she had such a connection with demons? The past is behind you. Your present self can embrace a new life. Whether it involves the church or demons, none of it concerns you now, Ling Xuan said, gently placing a hand on Aisha's head. Thank you, Mr. Ling Xuan, Aisha replied, her face brightening with an innocent smile. All right, you sit tight. I'll prepare dinner, Ling Xuan said, removing his hand from her head. Oh, how can I let you cook for me? Aisha exclaimed, flustered. Ling Xuan gently pressed her shoulders, guiding her to sit on the sofa. Since I have chosen to bring you back, I consider you family, so it is perfectly acceptable to lean on me a little. He smiled, then turned toward the kitchen. Watching Ling Xuan's retreating figure, Aisha felt a warm sensation in her heart. Was this what it felt like to be cared for? She suddenly realized that she was not here merely to repay a debt, but to be redeemed. At 6:30 p.m., a variety of dishes were laid out on the dining table. Mr. Ling Xuan, this is amazing, Aisha exclaimed, astonished by the culinary spread before her. There's no need to be too surprised. Living alone necessitates learning some life skills. I just hope you find it to your liking, Ling Xuan replied. I have no trouble adapting. Your cooking is delightful, Mr. Ling Xuan. I truly enjoy it, Aisha said earnestly. If you like it, eat more. Ling Xuan chuckled at her serious demeanor. Then, may I take over the cooking duties from now on? Aisha mustered her courage to ask. Noticing her timid gaze, Ling Xuan understood that she had yet to fully open up, wanting to prove her worth through household chores. Naturally, he had no intention of extinguishing her enthusiasm. Of course, I would be grateful for your help, Aisha. Yes, Aisha nodded vigorously. After dinner, Ling Xuan helped Aisha tidy her room and suggested she borrow a few outfits from Kiana. As for why they didn't use the core's power, well, those in the know would understand. There was nothing quite as comfortable as something already worn. That night, Ling Xuan, reclining against his bed, voiced his concerns. System, Xiao Qiong won't be reoccupied by the end, will she? Ding. Please rest assured, host. Today merely activated Xiao Qiong's self-protection mode forcibly. It will not affect her, and the end will not return. That's a relief, Ling Xuan sighed. Though the system seemed somewhat unreliable, its words were still reassuring. Good night, system, he said, feeling more at ease. Ding. This is the host's first time saying good night to the system. Is it? Then let it be a first, Ling Xuan replied before closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Aisha lay in bed, gazing quietly at the crescent moon outside. The scent of her clothes and the bed brought her happiness, making it difficult for her to fall asleep. She realized she had a home now. The next day, ding. Today's check-in has begun. Will the host proceed with the check-in? Check-in. Ling Xuan had grown accustomed to this daily inquiry. Ding. Check-in complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the artifact. Evil Eye of World Stasis. Isn't this? A beam of light pierced Ling Xuan's pupils, turning his brown irises a deep blue. With a flicker of thought, the world transitioned to grayscale, and everything in the room came to a halt. Artifact. Evil Eye of World Stasis can freeze the time of objects within the line of sight. What a remarkable item. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had returned to their original state, with time in the room flowing once more. The temporal eye technique was precisely what he had been missing. After refreshing himself, Ling Xuan opened the door and made his way downstairs. Brother, good morning. As he descended, he heard a familiar voice. Xiao Qiong. Ling Xuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her sitting on the sofa, watching television. Are you all right now? He rushed over. Yes, after a good sleep. I feel incredibly refreshed, Xiao Qiong replied with a smile. What about yesterday? Yesterday? Wasn't it you who arrived, just in time? Xiao Qiong asked. Ling Xuan paused, surprised. Had Xiao Qiong forgotten? Mr. Ling Xuan, Xiao Qiong, breakfast is ready, Aisha announced, walking over with a plate in hand, dressed in a crisp white shirt. Sister Aisha, Xiao Qiong exclaimed, running over to hug Aisha's leg. System, is that you? Ding. Indeed, feel free to praise me. The system responded. Ling Xuan chuckled at the system's playful demeanor. Well done. Have you completed today's tasks? Absolutely. Praise is due, the system replied. Thank you, Ling Xuan said, amused. Ding. It is part of my duties. Chapter 36. Awakening Ceremony. Aisha's breakfast was a typical Western-style meal, which was quite enjoyable to have occasionally. Well then, Xiao Qiong. Aisha, I'm off to school, Ling Xuan announced after finishing his meal. Mr. Ling Xuan, you're still a student? Aisha asked, astonished. Yes, I'm a senior in high school. By the way, Aisha, you aren't undocumented, are you? Of course not. I have a residency permit for the raw country, Aisha replied, producing a small red booklet. Ling Xuan chuckled lightly. Even if she were undocumented, he wouldn't be worried. After all, Xiao Qiong had come here as an undocumented person too. Glancing at Xiao Qiong, who was sipping milk, Ling Xuan told Aisha, I'll leave Xiao Qiong in your care today. If she gets bored, she can go play with Kiana and the others. Understood. All right, I'm off. Ling Xuan waved goodbye. Safe travels, Aisha bowed, seeing him off like a dutiful wife. At Kanglin High School, the entire staff and student body gathered on the playground, creating a sea of black uniforms. Today marked the day of the awakening ceremony, and students shared their nerves and expectations with one another. First and second-year students were also present. The principal knew they would be too distracted to attend classes, so he called everyone to the playground for assembly. In front of the crowd lay 6 intricate formations etched into the ground, each accompanied by a staff member from the testing bureau. Chun Ming and Jiang Wei. The class teacher called out names with a line of students following closely behind. An atmosphere of anticipation and tension enveloped everyone present. The awakening ceremony is a ritual designed to liberate the latent energy within ordinary individuals, enabling them to acquire extraordinary abilities. Whether one can ascend to greatness hinges upon this moment. Han Chung, the teacher called out. I'll go ahead, he added, patting Ling Xuan on the shoulder as he stepped forward. Brother Jia, Han Chung shouted to the man standing beside the formation. Han Chung, I thought I had misheard. The man replied, a smile spreading across his face. After a brief exchange, Han Chung began to channel his energy into the formation. The white markings of the formation glowed as red patterns gradually enveloped them. The man, known as Brother Jia, narrowed his eyes, one hand pressed against the air, and an energy barrier instantly formed around them. Flames burst forth from the void, and in the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The infernal flames spiraled into a vortex, engulfing Han Chung and launching skyward. The searing heat enveloped the entire playground in an instant. In that fleeting moment, all gazes were drawn to the soaring whirlwind. What is this? The other observers seemed to witness the unbelievable, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. This flame truly lives up to the legacy of the teacher's son. Ruan Chenjia exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Even the barrier he had constructed seemed to tremble under the pressure. As a gentle breeze blew, the fiery vortex dissipated, revealing Han Cheng unscathed at the center of the formation. He lifted his head, and for a fleeting moment, his orange pupils flickered before returning to their brown hue. "Brother Jia," he called to the man who had dispelled the barrier. "The teacher will surely be delighted to hear this," Ruan Chenjia remarked with relief. "By the way, Mr. Ruan, what ability did Han Cheng awaken?" The principal inquired urgently as he approached. Glancing around at the gathered crowd, Han Cheng calmly replied, "Grade A elemental ability, Flame of Redemption." Grade A. The principal gasped in astonishment. While he was unfamiliar with the specifics of the Flame of Redemption, he was acutely aware that no more than 5 Grade A talents emerged in a provincial capital each year. Furthermore, the distinction between Grade A abilities and Grade A combat prowess was a matter of disparate nature. One was a gift, while the other pertained to fighting capability. Upon hearing that it was a Grade A ability, the others displayed similar expressions of disbelief. "Han Cheng, could you accompany me to the office?" The principal gazed at Han Cheng with excitement. A student with Grade A talent emerging from the school was bound to become a remarkable figure in the future, which would be an immense honor for the institution. Han Cheng instinctively glanced at Ling Xuan. "Let's wait until the awakening ceremony concludes." He was more concerned about what ability Ling Xuan would awaken than anything else. Of course, the principal beamed, his smile broadening. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Han Cheng returned to class with an air of composure. "Impressive, young Master Han," Ling Xuan teased, noting the principal's gaze, which seemed eager to devour him. "He merely seeks to win me over," Han Cheng replied. "I am far more interested in discovering what ability you will awaken." Ling Xuan chuckled. Han Cheng's lack of surprise indicated he had likely known about his Grade A ability all along. Ling Xuan chose not to pry. Who doesn't harbor a few secrets? Han, a Grade A ability. There might not even be another in the entire Kanglan city. Indeed, Han will surely secure a recommendation. A throng of admirers gathered, eager to curry favor. Hearing their incessant chatter, Han Cheng furrowed his brow. He turned to the boy before him, his pupils shifting to orange. "Could you refrain from interrupting my conversation with my brother?" Understood." The boy shrank back, leaving begrudgingly. "What a nuisance," Han Cheng sighed. "But it's quite beneficial. Some matters can be handled without my direct involvement," Ling Xuan quipped. "Do not mock me. I'm not like that." Tan Yuqin. Upon hearing this name, Ling Xuan's expression shifted. He focused his gaze as a girl with long black hair stepped forth from the crowd. Her stunning beauty captivated the hearts of most students, earning her the title of School Beauty. "Oh, isn't someone who usually acts indifferent now almost glued to her?" Han Cheng teased from the sidelines. "I'm merely curious." "Being friends is acceptable," Ling Xuan replied. Yes, whatever you say." Ling Xuan's lips twitched. "Are you itching for shock treatment?" At the awakening formation, Tan Yuqin began channeling her energy, and the white formation illuminated with a blue glow. A mist-like chill radiated from her. Achoo! Nearby classmates sneezed, caught off guard by the sudden temperature shifts. "Its ice attribute, quite fitting for a girl," Han Cheng noted, observing the frost-covered ground. Ling Xuan remained silent, watching intently. At that moment, a crystalline blue butterfly, icy in hue, delicately perched upon Tan Yuqin's slender finger. "Please take care of my partner." She smiled at the frost butterfly resting on her finger. "Meep." The little ice butterfly responded softly. "It's the frost rain butterfly. Such a rarity." Han Cheng exclaimed in surprise. "You know?" Ling Xuan glanced over. "Yes, unlike my elemental abilities, hers is a Beastmaster ability," Han Cheng explained. "The frost rain butterfly, a creature from another realm, possesses ice-blue wings that shimmer in colors under sunlight, capable of conjuring blizzards, a harmonious blend of beauty and strength." Ling Xuan nodded in understanding. "What do you think? Beautiful, right?" Tan Yuqin approached Ling Xuan eagerly, showcasing her butterfly like a child. "Yes, quite lovely," Ling Xuan affirmed. "Next, Ling Xuan. It's your turn. You've seen my abilities already, haven't you?" "Yeah, I suspect you might have something up your sleeve." Han Cheng narrowed his eyes. "Who knows?" Ling Xuan shrugged non-committally and stepped forward. Each awakening draws numerous eyes, and Ling Xuan was no exception. "Just channel your energy into the awakening formation," he nodded. Reaching out to the void, he pressed downward gently. In an instant, crimson arcs of lightning erupted, enveloping the entire formation. "This is Feeling the familiar energy emanating from the lightning, Ruan Qinjia's pupils constricted. He gazed sharply at Ling Xuan. There was no mistake. The aura was identical to that of the girl from Jianghai City. Ruan Qinjia remained silent, but noted Ling Xuan's name. Chapter 37. The benevolence of water. As energy surged forth, the crimson lightning intensified, its scarlet glow even overshadowing those still awakening. The gale whipped about, rustling the robes of those present. The tempest, laced with arcs of electricity, roared around them. Han Cheng and Tan Yuqin broke free from the crowd, fixated on Ling Xuan. Ding! The system detects the host undergoing the awakening ceremony. Is intervention required? The system's voice suddenly echoed in Ling Xuan's mind. Ling Xuan was taken aback. Can this still interfere? Ding! As long as the host desires, there is nothing the system cannot accomplish. Fine, you may proceed with the interference, Ling Xuan stated directly, fully trusting the system. Everything about him was tied to the system. Even if he awakened some supernatural ability, it would likely go unused. Reflecting on the evil eye he had signed in that morning, which could even halt time, what power could he not attain in the long run? Ding! Your request has been accepted. As the system's voice faded, Ling Xuan felt an overwhelming force drawing him in. The previously dissipated spiritual energy converged toward the front. A gentle breeze began to swirl around him. In an instant, all the spiritual energy gathered, and the world fell silent. It's coming. Ruan Qinjia lifted his head. Before Ling Xuan, a phantom of a sword gradually solidified. Boom! In the next moment, boundless spiritual energy erupted. A fierce wind tousled everyone's hair. While everyone shielded their eyes, Ling Xuan remained transfixed by the object before him. It was a long sword of ice blue, quietly suspended in the air, its clear, transparent blade seemingly crafted from water. Ling Xuan silently gazed at the sword, then called out its name. Ruoshui? Buzz. A sound akin to a pulsing heartbeat resonated. In the next instant, Ling Xuan sensed the connection forming with the sword. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have awakened the supernatural ability, Weapon Mastery. The system's voice snapped Ling Xuan back to reality. Weapon Mastery? He murmured. Numerous supernatural abilities exist in this world. Elemental, Summoning, Beast Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and so forth. The ability of Weapon Mastery is not uncommon. Through awakening, one can acquire their destined weapon. Long spears, swords, halberds, and knives are all among them. However, it is rare for a weapon to take shape directly after initial awakening. As in Ling Xuan's case, regaining his thoughts, Ling Xuan scrutinized the long sword before him, and his eye of insight transmitted information into his mind. Divine Sword Ruoshui. It was crafted from the core of the ruler of the 10th law of the previous civilization era, specifically designed to combat the collapse, one of the 1,000 keys of the 10th god. It is on par with the legendary Xian Yuan sword of the Divine Continent. Furthermore, a striking line of red text appeared below. Activate with pure collapse energy to unleash the sword spirit residing within Ruoshui. Sword spirit? Ling Xuan mused quietly. This piqued his interest. He was quite curious about this so-called sword spirit. Could it be Cheng Li Xue? If that were the case, he wouldn't mind. In a flash of light, the Ruoshui sword was stored in the system space. Ling Xuan turned and walked toward his class, while Ruan Qinjia remained silent. All was done to avoid drawing attention. Did you really not hold back? As Ling Xuan entered the classroom, Han Cheng wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Is there a possibility that by entering the formation, one could gain a new supernatural ability? Ling Xuan raised a finger. If so, wouldn't everyone have 100 or 80 abilities? Han Cheng reiterated. I was just saying, hurry, take out your sword. Han Cheng was eager. It's just a sword. Is it necessary to be this excited? Ling Xuan replied, slightly speechless, as he grasped the air with one hand. The ice blue Ruoshui sword materialized. Others might be fine, but you're different. You, my friend, are a freak. After saying this, Han Cheng took the Ruoshui sword. Wow, this is something. Han Cheng exclaimed, admiring the patterns on the sword. Having been exposed to such things since childhood, he had developed a keen eye. This sword was undeniably exceptional. What is the ability of this sword? Ling Xuan casually replied, Ruoshui, of course, controls water. Control water? Tan Yuqin's pupils contracted. Ling Xuan embodied water, while she represented ice. Didn't that make them a perfect match? As she thought about it, her gaze softened toward Ling Xuan. You can't escape. All right, here you go. After observing for a while and finding nothing remarkable, Han Cheng returned the Ruo Shui sword to Ling Xian. Ling Xian stowed the Ruo Shui sword once more. Considering this, water paired with lightning could trigger elemental reactions. Ling Xian chuckled softly. The God Key's fusion with collapse energy was remarkably perfect. If only it could be paired with the Void Sword technique, it would be flawless. The Sword of Domination was best used alongside the Divine Essence. As time passed, the awakening ceremony came to a close. Han Cheng and Tan Yuqin were taken aside for a conversation by the principal, while Ling Xian, with nothing to do, strolled home with his hands in his pockets. At Ling Xian's home. "I'm back," he called as he opened the door. "Welcome back, Mr. Ling Xian. Brother." Ling Xian embraced the little Qiong who rushed over, while a smile spread across Aisha's face as she welcomed him home. This tranquil life was truly delightful. He kissed the cheek of little Qiong and set her down. "Aisha, Aisha looked at Ling Xian with curiosity as he approached. He kissed Aisha's cheek and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work today." "Huh?" Aisha froze, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Embarrassed, she crouched down, covering her burning face, her eyes spinning like a whirlwind. Observing the adorable Aisha, Ling Xian chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Sitting down, Ling Xian began to contemplate the matter of the Ruo Shui sword. Infusing collapse energy? How could that be faster than inserting the core directly? A shadow enveloped Ruo Shui as Ling Xian revealed a mischievous smile. "Brother, that's scary." Little Qiong trembled beside Aisha. Mr. Ling Xian must have a profound intention behind this. Aisha firmly believed. The ice blue gem of the ruler of ice was taken out by Ling Xian. He placed it on the Taiji diagram of the Ruo Shui sword's hilt, and upon contact with the gem, the Ruo Shui sword began to absorb it. After completely consuming it, the sword gleamed with an ice blue radiance. A chill spread, coating the tabletop with frost. Ruo Shui slowly ascended, and the ice blue collapse energy radiated outward. In an instant, amidst a multitude of tiny ice crystals, the entire room appeared as if it were a tilted galaxy. So beautiful! Aisha and little Qiong were mesmerized. Above the Ruo Shui sword, a figure materialized. The highest virtue is like water. Water benefits all things without contention. Clad in a blue Chong Sam, a spirit-like armor doll named Ruo Shui opened its crystal-clear eyes. Perched upon the Ruo Shui sword, it addressed Ling Xian. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Ruo Shui, and I am here to clear all obstacles in your path." Ling Xian gazed at the armored doll resembling Cheng Lixua, feeling an indescribable strangeness within. Could it be that the system had heard his wishes? But what he desired was Bella. Giving him the ice assistant Ruo Shui was not aligned with his preferences. Chapter 38. The Unpredictability of Life Master? It's nothing. Ling Xian snapped back to reality and nodded. "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Extending his index finger toward Ruo Shui, it slightly inclined its head, its frosty little hand grasping Ling Xian's finger, each motion exuding the grace of a refined lady. Upon seeing Ruo Shui, Xiao Qiong hurried over, her golden eyes brimming with curiosity. Sensing the gaze upon her, Ruo Shui turned her head and softly greeted, "Hello, young master." Her voice was delicate and gentle, like a soft silk caressing the face. "Hello. Are you also a fairy from the fairyland of Xianla, like Fairy Ailey?" Xiao Qiong inquired. "Fairyland of Xianla?" A hint of confusion crossed Ruo Shui's face as she pondered, but her mind yielded no corresponding information. Shaking her head, she replied, "I'm not a fairy from Xianla. I hail from Shenzhou." "What kind of place is Shenzhou?" "I'm not quite sure, but I know it is a beautiful land." Ruo Shui closed her eyes, seemingly reminiscing. Ruo Shui, may I sit on your sword?" Xiao Qiong suddenly asked. Glancing at the sword beneath Ruo Shui assessed Xiao Qiong's petite frame and eventually nodded, "Of course." "Yay." The corners of Ruo Shui's mouth lifted in a smile. Indeed, emotions are contagious. Gently rising from her sword, she floated in midair, touching the sword lightly with her fingers. Under Ruo Shui's control, the sword gradually descended to the ground. "Young master," at Ruo Shui's call, Xiao Qiong perched herself upon the sword. Up, with a light command, the sword lifted Xiao Qiong into the air. "I'm flying, brother. I'm flying." Xiao Qiong exclaimed excitedly to Ling Xian as she soared through the sky on the sword. With a gentle smile, Ling Xian looked at Xiao Qiong, now at eye level, and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Sister Aisha, look, Xiao Qiong can fly now." Xiao Qiong is amazing. Aisha clasped her hands together, her face radiating a tender smile. Apologies, Ling Xuan addressed Ruoshui. Ruoshui chuckled softly. It's no trouble, as long as the young master is happy. Brother, I want to take Sister Ruoshui to play with Sister Kiana. I see you want to find Fairy Ailey, don't you? Was that so easy to see through? Xiao Qiong shyly stuck out her tongue. Ling Xuan smiled helplessly. He could understand the innocence of a child. Ruoshui, I trouble you with this. Rest assured, master. I will take good care of the young master, Ruoshui said, clasping her hands in a respectful bow, exuding a sense of chivalry. The combination of a young lady and a knight was truly marvelous. Under Ruoshui's guidance, the sword, carrying Xiao Qiong, glided out. Aisha, you should come along too. Aisha shook her head. No, I still need to prepare dinner. With the flight of a sword, the two soared to the next house. Bang, bang, bang. Sister Kiana, Sister May, Sister Bronya, Sister Ailey, Aunt Jeezy. Xiao Qiong called out while knocking on the door. Coming. A voice came from within. With a click, the door swung open, revealing Kiana with a single ponytail. Huh. As soon as the door opened, Kiana was taken aback, astonished by the sight of Xiao Qiong and Ruoshui flying on the sword. Hello, my name is Ruoshui. Ruoshui politely introduced herself. Is this a new doll made by Ling Xuan? Kiana squatted down, poking Ruoshui's soft cheek with her finger. Miss, please have some decorum. Ruoshui extended her small hand to block Kiana's finger. How impressive. Her personality is completely different from Fairy Ailey, Kiana exclaimed in wonder. Personality-wise, she seems more akin to Bronya. Let the beautiful fairy see who this adorable human is. Fairy Ailey hurriedly flew out upon hearing Xiao Qiong's voice, for she had only Xiao Qiong to play with her. However, upon her arrival, Fairy Ailey was bewildered. Why is there another fairy beside Xiao Qiong? Meanwhile, Ling Xuan closed his eyes, sinking into the group chat. The genius of Victory Team. The group leader is truly remarkable. The meteor technique has now been implemented, allowing us to completely restrain the monsters. Morix, ahem, the wisdom of the group leader is something I have yet to comprehend. Zhongli coughed lightly. Not only have I failed to comprehend, I can't make heads or tails of it. The genius of Victory Team. That is because Mr. Zhongli lacks modern knowledge. Otherwise, your understanding would surely be deeper than mine. Morix, haha, my young friend, do not belittle yourself. Emperor Yin, in my view, everyone has their strengths. Forcing oneself to understand things that do not suit oneself is inherently foolish. Waterlord, the dog is right. Emperor Yin, how many times must I say it? I'm not the person you think I am. I can't see. A friendly reminder. Uncle Yin, you are not a human either. Emperor Yin, little Jinzi, you become quite cheeky lately. I can't see. Emperor Yin, your face. Ling Xuan, Emperor Yin, what are you doing, bullying little Jinzi? Emperor Yin, upon seeing the elder brother arrive, the emperor immediately became meek. Fairy S strategist. Ling Xuan, Mr. Ling Xuan, I have recognized Augustus. Ling Xuan, is that so? Congratulations. Fairy S strategist. I should thank you. Is there anything you desire? I will do my utmost to find it for you. Ling Xuan, well, I would like the god-slaying magic and the dragon-slaying magic crystal. Fairy S strategist. Understood. I will send it to you once I find it. Ling Xuan, thank you. By the way, let me inform you of something special. Fairy S strategist. Ling Xuan, after entering the group chat, your fate has been severed from the god Anxioram. Meebys' pupils contracted. Fairy S strategist. Are you saying? Ling Xuan. Yes, the same curse can no longer kill you, so live well with Jelf. Currently, Jelf has not harmed the fairy's tail. Residing within the Wolf Island means that Meebys holds no animosity towards him. The ultimate outcome also indicates that both are deeply in love with each other. To see it through, Ling Xuan has facilitated their reunion. Reading Ling Xuan's message, Meebys covered her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Mom, what's wrong? Augustus, with white hair, looked at the weeping Meebys, his heart trembling. Augustus, I'm going to find Jelf. Wiping her tears, Meebys stood up and declared. Augustus was taken aback, worriedly asking, but the curse of Anxioram. Do not worry. That no longer applies to me. Meebys turned her head, a smile mingled with tears gracing her face. Augustus stared blankly at Meebys. On that day, the golden fairy danced gracefully under the bright sun, drawing the fallen fairy back into the light. Fairy S strategist. Thank you. Ling Xuan, wishing you happiness. Fairy-esque strategist. Yes. Truly thank you. Herbivorous dragon. Although I do not understand much. The group leader is indeed formidable. Ling Xuan, stop flattering. You should think about how to deal with the Demon King. Herbivorous dragon. Huh? Why do I need to deal with the Demon King? It looked bewildered. Ling Xuan, life is full of surprises, waiting for you to discover. Herbivorous dragon. Group leader, please. This concerns my dragon life. Emperor Yin, what are you panicking about? Is the Demon King that terrifying? Face it like a man. Herbivorous dragon. Woo-woo, help. I don't want to die yet, mommy. In the cavern, the herbivorous dragon let out a cacophony of wails. Emperor, Waterlord, the genius of the victory team. Is this too much? The group members were at a loss for words. What is yet to occur? And he is already crying for his mother. Isn't that a bit cowardly? Chapter 39. The ethereal sword Chi. The members were rendered speechless by the herbivorous dragon's antics. You are a dragon. How can you cry for your mother before even encountering the Demon King? You are tarnishing the dragon's dignity. Ling Xuan, why are you crying? If you continue, I will send you away right now. Herbivorous dragon. Woe is me. The group leader is bullying me. However, after such a scare, the herbivorous dragon ceased its lamentations. Herbivorous dragon. Ling Xuan, group leader, please save little dragon. I am merely an ordinary herbivorous dragon. I have never even harmed a rabbit, let alone the Demon King. Emperor. Herbivorous dragon. How can you utter such shameful words? I feel embarrassed for you. Herbivorous dragon. Woe is me, if my life is at stake. What use is dignity? The herbivorous dragon portrayed the essence of vulnerability with great flair. Emperor. A true man ought to thrive in this world. How can one languish beneath others? Herbivorous dragon. But someone has to take me in. Whispers. Emperor. What did you say? Herbivorous dragon. Nothing. You are absolutely right. Esteemed one. With a sigh, wiping the sweat from his brow, Ling Xuan interjected in the group chat. Ling Xuan, herbivorous dragon, fear not. The Demon King will not slay you, and we are not mere decorations. Herbivorous dragon. That's a relief. It exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't face death, all is well. Ling Xuan, have you encountered anything interesting lately? Share it with me. Disregarding the whimpering dragon, he shifted to the next topic. Morix. Interesting occurrences? Well, the traveler from Mondstadt subdued the Anemo dragon. Ling Xuan, was that traveler a male or female? Morix. It was a woman named Lumen. Ling Xuan. Morix. Just a reminder, keep an eye on the ladies. Morix, huh? Ling Xuan. Waterlord. I have a favor to ask of you. Waterlord, please speak. Group leader. Ling Xuan. Could you see if you can procure a female shiny Lurantis for me? A large question mark appeared on Waterlord's forehead. While Lurantis itself posed no issues regarding gender, and a shiny variant could be arranged. The trio of requirements made it quite a challenge. It was unlikely that a single specimen could be found within the entire clan. However, it was the first time the group leader had made such a request, so it would be inappropriate to refuse outright. Waterlord, if I find one, I will contact you. Ling Xuan, great. It must be female. I do not want a male. Upon completion, I will give you a divine eye of spatial attributes. Morix, since when did divine eyes become commodities? I wonder who started that trend. However, spatial attributes? Zhongli pondered with his chin in hand. He had yet to see such a divine eye. He was curious about what it might look like. Morix, Waterlord, I too have a keen interest in this sprite. May I offer a divine eye in exchange? Emperor, so do I. The genius of the victory team. Waterlord, esteemed one, recognize me. Waterlord, it is not as though it is a soul-catching eye. Why carry so many transparent stones? Ah, Ling Xuan, having exited the group chat, stretched lazily. After comparing, he still found the blue shiny sable eye to be the most aesthetically pleasing. In the kitchen, Aisha hummed a tune, her small hands gripping the knife handle as she sliced vegetables, her face radiating happiness. She adored this stable and simple life. Perhaps this was the blessing of the divine upon her. While Aisha was engrossed in her culinary tasks, a pair of large hands slipped beneath her arms, gently encircling her slender waist. Ah, startled by the sudden embrace, Aisha nearly dropped her knife. Fear not, it is I, Mr. Ling Xuan. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Aisha froze. Mr. Ling Xuan, what are you? Sensing the unusual atmosphere behind her, Aisha's cheeks flushed crimson. Nothing. Just let me hold you for a moment. Ling Xuan whispered, resting his face against her back. Naturally, the gentle Aisha would not refuse. Blushing, she replied with a soft and allowed Ling Xuan to hold her, making no further movements. Inhaling the fragrant scent of Aisha, Ling Xuan instinctively tightened his embrace. By evening, Xiao Qiong and Ruo Shui returned hand in hand. Sister Aisha, your face is so red. Do you have a fever? During dinner, Xiao Qiong, noticing Aisha's frequent glances at Ling Xuan, curiously asked while nibbling on her spoon. Oh no, I just got a bit warm while cooking. I see. Xiao Qiong, not suspecting anything amiss, continued to enjoy her meal. Ruo Shui, however, who possessed a clear mind, sensed something unusual but chose not to comment further. Meanwhile, at Han Cheng's home, he finally returned, utterly exhausted. As soon as he entered, he collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. The principal had kept him engaged in conversation for an entire afternoon, leaving him feeling numb. Back already? Hearing the noise, Han emerged from the study. Yes, I wish I had secretly awakened instead, Han Cheng replied, leaning against the sofa. Cheng, I have a question for you. Han settled onto the adjacent sofa, looking at Han Cheng. Huh, what is it? Han Yi's expression turned serious. Are you aware that Ling Xuan is an early awakener? Of course. What? You knew? Han Yi was taken aback, believing his son was oblivious. Yes, is there a problem? Why have I never heard you mention it? You never asked, Han Cheng shrugged. Han Yi, that reasoning is sound. Don't you have that magic crystal? Can't you just check? Han Sheng ing kuriet, putzlid. Ahem, I wouldn't normally use it. Even I cannot invade others' privacy indiscriminately, Han Yi replied, clearing his throat. Oh right, a few days ago, my younger sister was confessed to, and the next day, that person didn't come to school, Han Cheng added. Han Yi's gaze drifted away. That happened? How come I didn't know? Han Cheng, then why don't you look me in the eyes when you speak? All right, let's put this topic to rest. Since you are aware, I have nothing more to say. With that, Han Yi stood up and left, looking somewhat guilty. The next day, ding. Today's sign-in has commenced. Will the host sign in? Sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random traversal card. A traversal card? Ling Xuan looked at the card in his hand with a puzzled expression. Ding. As the name suggests, it allows the host to be randomly transported to an unknown world. An unknown world? That could work. With a faint hum, Ling Xuan tucked the card away. After breakfast, Ling Xuan and Ruo Shui entered the realm of fantasy. They were not here to engage in combat, but to cultivate. The armed automaton Ruo Shui sat gracefully atop her sword, hovering in front of Ling Xuan. Opening her azure eyes, Ruo Shui slowly began to speak. The ethereal sword qi encompasses 5 essences: heart, form, intention, soul, and spirit. Among them, heart and intention represent internal energy, while form and soul relate to sword techniques. Ling Xuan listened attentively, resembling a student absorbing the teachings of Ruo Shui. The heart is the essence of life and the transformation of the spirit. Within the realm of the void sword qi, the understanding of the heart is an elemental foundation, comprising 4 distinct levels: still water, dustless, bright mirror, and the void. At present, what Ling Xuan lacks most is the comprehension of techniques and the application of energy. Ruo Shui can be considered an exceptional mentor. Not only is she well-versed in swordsmanship, but her Ruo Shui sword also has the ability to calm the mind and clarify one's thoughts, facilitating a deeper grasp of the heart techniques. The so-called true qi is, in essence, the energy of destruction. As a lawgiver, Ling Xuan's study of the void sword qi yields remarkable efficiency. In no time, he has made his initial foray into the still water realm. Understanding the heart cannot be achieved overnight. Thus, I shall now begin teaching you sword techniques, referred to as the form element. Ruo Shui appears tranquil, as if nothing could disturb her emotions. Chapter 40. The Coolness of Summer. This practice lasted an entire day. A lawgiver exists almost as a divine being, capable of foregoing sustenance entirely. Clang, clang. On the verdant plains, purple flashes of blades and blue shadows of swords intertwined, the sound of metal clashing ringing continuously. Ruo Shui wielded the ice-blue Ruo Shui sword, tracing arcs of blue light in the air, wielding her sword with qi, emanating a chilling brilliance. Ling Xuan did not employ the Beichen sword style, but rather utilized the defensive techniques taught by Ruo Shui. That will be enough for today. As the thunderous energy dissipated, The blade repelled the Ruoshui sword, and Ling Xuan voluntarily concluded their sparring session. With a flick of her finger, Ruoshui sent the Ruoshui sword flying to the side. Your talent is remarkable, and you have already grasped the fundamentals of the form element. Perhaps it is due to my status as a lawgiver, Ruoshui mused. Do not underestimate yourself. While there may be enhancements, your innate talent is equally significant, she added. With an air of wisdom, Ling Xuan chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Ruoshui's hair. Lest apart. Ruoshui replied softly, blushing slightly from the gesture. The two then exited the realm of illusions. Sister Ruoshui. As soon as they emerged, Xiaoqiong leaped onto Ruoshui, knocking her to the ground. Little master? Ruoshui inquired, glancing curiously at the tiny figure embracing her. The steel-like body ensured she would not be injured from such a collision. Rising, Xiaoqiong grasped Ruoshui's hand and turned to Ling Xuan. Brother, Ruoshui, let's hurry. Mei has made egg tarts. If we delay, Kiana will eat them all. Egg tarts? Ling Xuan detected a delightful aroma wafting through the air. What about Aisha? Sister Aisha has gone to help. Xiaoqiong replied from Ling Xuan's arm. In that case, let us go, he said, bending down to scoop Xiaoqiong into his arms. Ruoshui gracefully took her place on Ling Xuan's shoulder. Kiana. The door to Kiana's home was ajar, and Ling Xuan called out as he approached. Shortly, a silver figure appeared. Ah, Ling Xuan, you've arrived, Kiana exclaimed, one hand clutching a cookie while her mouth was stuffed with crumbs. Upon entering, Ling Xuan observed Kiana's messy eating habits. Your manners remain as poor as ever. It's mainly because Mei's cooking is so delicious, Kiana laughed, quickly finishing her cookie and seizing Ling Xuan's hand. Come quickly. I must tell you that Mei's egg tarts are absolutely delectable and cannot be found elsewhere. Just let me change my shoes. What shoes? We have a big cleanup this afternoon. Kiana tugged on Ling Xuan's arm, leading him to the dining table. Mr. Ling Xuan. Aisha's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. Here, Mei and Bronya are both present. Oh, and there's a fairy named Airy. You must try this, Kiana exclaimed, handing a tart to Ling Xuan. Taking a bite, Ling Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the explosion of flavors. How is it? Delicious, right? Kiana asked eagerly. Indeed, this is the finest egg tart I have ever tasted, bar none, Ling Xuan affirmed. Kiana blushed slightly, her embarrassment evident despite her smile. The food Mei makes is the best in the world, she declared proudly. Sister Ruoshui, what do you think? Xiaoqiong asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Having tasted it, Ruoshui nodded gently. Sweet yet not cloying, flaky yet not brittle, it is truly delightful. However, the petite tart required both her hands to hold. Ling Xuan, I have something to tell you. Kiana suddenly remembered something while seated. What is it? This semester, we don't have to attend school. We go directly into summer vacation. Kiana exclaimed, raising both hands in jubilation. Ling Xuan paused, then smiled. Congratulations. Silly Kiana, always thinking about play. Kiana responded, isn't summer vacation meant for fun? As the saying goes, play hard when it's time to play. Where shall I go this summer? Kiana mused, counting on her fingers with excitement. Shouldn't we study hard when it's time to study and play hard when it's time to play? Aisha queried, looking puzzled. It varies from person to person. Ling Xuan replied with a smile. Kiana can certainly fight, but studying might be a challenge for her. In the end, we will all be at home anyway, Bronya interjected, dousing the excitement. That's impossible. This time, I will definitely go out to play. Kiana insisted vehemently. Where do you want to go? Ling Xuan asked. The beach is a must, Kiana said, pulling out her phone, displaying a stunning image of a sandy beach. The thought of summer's coolness made Ling Xuan's mind wander to the image of Kiana and the others in swimsuits. Remembering the game, where he had them don swimsuits to battle the Honkai beasts, he felt a twinge of guilt for being so unreasonable. Ling Xuan, what's wrong? Kiana questioned, noticing his strange demeanor. Kiana, have you bought your swimsuit yet? Huh? Not yet, Kiana replied, bewildered. Leave it to me. I have a friend who specializes in swimwear. I guarantee you will be satisfied with the final product. No. That won't do. Kiana quickly declined. Even someone as carefree as she understood the boundaries between genders. Trust me, I promise you will be torn between wanting it and resisting, Ling Xuan said earnestly, placing his hands on Kiana's smooth shoulders. Mr. Ling Xuan, could I also have one? Aisha asked shyly, tugging at her chest in embarrassment. Oh, Bronya exclaimed, surprised. Who would have thought that the seemingly delicate Aisha would be the most daring? Of course, Ling Xuan replied with a smile. Thank you. Aisha sighed in relief, grateful not to be left behind. Upon hearing Ling Xuan's response, Kiana felt a pang of jealousy, as if her cherished possession had been snatched away. It left her feeling constricted and breathless. Yet, she could not comprehend why this was happening. Was it due to the swimsuit, Ling Xuan's words, or Aisha's request? Observing Kiana's inner turmoil, Bronya smirked and decided to stoke the flames. Ling Xuan, since Kiana is unwilling, don't force her. Just get one for me instead. Bronya? Mei and Kiana were taken aback. I apologize for being too hasty. Realizing he had overstepped, Ling Xuan immediately released Kiana's shoulder. As the hand gradually retreated, Chong's pupils constricted. Wait, Kiana shouted, and with a snap, she grasped Ling Xuan's hand. Ling Xuan, taken aback by Kiana's sudden hold, wore a perplexed expression. Chong lowered her head, and after a long pause, her voice trembled. I want you to make me a swimsuit. Raising her head, Ling Xuan was met with Kiana's bashful visage. His cheeks flushed. Oh no, is this the feeling of infatuation? Mei and Kiana stared blankly at Kiana. That foolish girl. Bronya chuckled softly. Well, I said she's my friend. Ling Xuan averted his gaze, feeling guilty. I don't care, you must do it, or else I'll bite you. Kiana revealed her adorable little fangs. Fine, I'll make it myself. Oomph. With a light huff, Kiana released Ling Xuan's hand, turned around, and blushingly took out her phone, typing rapidly. Ding dong. The next moment, Ling Xuan received a message, but just as he instinctively reached for his phone, Chong pressed it down firmly. Her cheeks flushed, but her tone was stern. Look at it later. Seeing this, Ling Xuan abandoned the thought of checking it now. Then, Xiao Qiong, Ruo Shui, you can play here for a bit. I'll head home. Without allowing Kiana to respond, he dashed back home. Huh? Kiana was bewildered. Can be done this way? Kiana is still too naive. Bronya sighed, looking up. No. Quickly recall the message. Realizing she had been tricked, Kiana hurriedly took out her phone to retract the message. But just as she pulled out her phone, a pink figure darted past her. It's been snatched. In midair, the fairy, Ai, held Kiana's phone aloft. Well done. Fairy Oili. Bronya could barely contain her eagerness to see the contents. Fairy Ai, give me back my phone. Kiana's expression changed dramatically as she jumped to grab Fairy Ai, but no matter how high she leapt, she could not reach her. Kiana, your face is so red. What did you send to Ling Xuan? Bronya teased. Let the adorable fairy take a peek. Don't look. Click. The sound of a screen unlocking echoed. Kiana's face fell into despair. What is this? Fairy Ai looked at the contents with a puzzled expression. Let me see, Bronya urged. Fairy Ai descended gracefully. Xiao Qiong, Ruo Shui, Aisha, and Mei all gathered around. 163, 49, 8, 4, 5, 9, 8, 7. After reading, everyone fell silent. I said not to look. Kiana snatched the phone back and hastily pressed the recall button. Unfortunately, 2 minutes had already passed. Kiana, unexpectedly, you were quite bold. Bronya giggled behind her hand. Woo-woo. Kiana lay despondently on the ground, utterly humiliated. Kiana, it's nothing. Measurements, height, and weight are essential to create comfortable clothing. Mei approached, gently stroking Kiana's head. Mei, they're bullying me. Kiana tackled Mei to the ground, weeping. Meanwhile, outside, Ling Xuan was left speechless by Kiana's message, though he already knew the details. Chapter 41. Equipment update. Kiana actually sent me her measurements. Ling Xuan poked Kiana's avatar. Kiana's social media profile picture was a close-up of herself, a cheerful photo. As he gazed at Kiana's beaming smile, Ling Xuan couldn't help but recall her bashful expression from earlier, causing his pupils to tremble. Drawing upon his memory, he conjured her image. How adorable, Ling Xuan instinctively remarked while gazing at the photo. At that moment, he had to admit that he was smitten. Oh no, how did I fall first? Ling Xuan covered his mouth. Yet, the more he looked, the more enchanting she appeared. Kiana was already beautiful, especially today, with her single ponytail. This was truly his type, combined with her shyness. Brother, why are you standing at the door? At that moment, a voice startled Ling Xuan, causing him to turn abruptly, hiding the photo behind him. It was Xiao Qiong, with a look of suspicion. Brother, you're sweating. It must be the heat. Let us head inside. Ling Xuan stumbled over his words. Oh, Ling Xuan, you have your college entrance exams tomorrow, right? Aren't you going to review? In the laboratory, Bronya observed Ling Xuan seated in a chair. It's fine. I've memorized those points long ago. Speaking of which, come and see this. What is it? Bronya leaned closer, intrigued by the model on the computer. Ling Xuan crossed his arms, pointing at the design on the screen. This is a weapon I've newly designed. I named it Blue Flame Silver Falcon 0019. This weapon is crafted based on the latest psionic technology, utilizing the newest energy conduction model to absorb gemstone energy while freezing the surrounding void in time. Additionally, I've designed a corresponding dual-gun weapon, which I named Silver Wing Light Howl. Ling Xuan switched to the next design. It was a pair of silver pistols, unmistakably resembling the weapon of the Great Duck. This is prepared for Kiana. I assent it? Bronya inquired. Is it that obvious? Among the three of us, only Kiana practices gun combat. Bronya teased. Ahem. It's not just for Kiana. I've prepared one for May as well. Ling Xuan cleared his throat and quickly switched to the next image. He understood the principle of fairness. Why does this knife have a different color scheme than ours? Bronya observed the design with a puzzled expression. Since May successfully evolved once, I designed a weapon for her to use with lightning. This Dawnbreaker table can convert electrical energy into intense heat, making it as easy to cut through metal as slicing through tofu, Ling Xuan explained. Bronya remained silent, watching Ling Xuan speak animatedly. Then, as if coming to a resolution, she grasped Ling Xuan's shoulders, her tone earnest. Ling Xuan, I will help you. Help me? With what? Ling Xuan was bewildered. Bronya chuckled lightly. It's a secret. Ling Xuan? It can't be that she's helping him pursue Kiana, right? After discussing the designs with Bronya, Ling Xuan returned home. After all, it was a girl's house, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to keep dropping by. Perhaps he could consider moving in directly. In the afternoon, ding-dong, the doorbell at Ling Xuan's home rang, and Aisha rose to answer it. Click! The door opened, revealing a familiar figure. Aisha, Mr. Han Chung? Seeing Aisha dressed like a devoted wife, Han Chung forced a smile. Is Ling Xuan home? Yes, please come in. Aisha stepped aside. As Han Chung entered, he spotted Ling Xuan sitting on the sofa, cradling Xiao Qiong and watching television. What brings you here? Ling Xuan glanced at Han Chung, intrigued. I was bored at home, so I came to play with you. With that, Han Chung settled down as if he were in his own home, showing no signs of restraint. Mr. Han Chung, your tea. Aisha brought over a cup of tea. Thank you. You seem to be living quite comfortably these days, Han Chung remarked, his words tinged with a hint of bitterness as he held the cup. Not bad. Why aren't you studying at home? I got recommended. Han Chung leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs in a nonchalant manner. Oh, congratulations then. Come on. If you showed your true capabilities, you would definitely be among those recommended. Ling Xuan chuckled softly. Learning? I've had my fill. The knowledge from school may not even be useful to me. Han Chung fell silent for a moment and then asked, What is your current strength? Strength, huh? Ling Xuan murmured, turning to look at Han Chung. The next second, his pupils dilated sharply, his blue eyes captivating. The space trembled, and in an instant, the surroundings transformed into shades of gray and white. This is... Han Chung jumped to his feet, astonished as he gazed at the void around him. Everything was suspended. Ling Xuan closed his eyes, and time resumed its flow. Wow! Ling Xuan, you can actually manipulate time and space. Han Chung breathed deeply, looking at Ling Xuan as if he were a monster. Ling Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. So it's better to keep a low profile. You know, while I enjoy causing trouble, I dislike being troubled. That's just shameless, Han Chung retorted. Call what you will. Ling Xuan replied dismissively. By the way, your ability is fire-based, right? To be precise, it's holy fire, Han Chung said confidently. That's the confidence that comes with a high-level ability. All the same, Ling Xuan waved his hand and continued. What kind of weapon do you prefer? A weapon? Why the sudden question? Don't worry about it. Just tell me. Well, if I had to choose, I'd say I prefer swords. Especially the kind that are wielded with both hands. They look cool. Han Chung pondered for a moment. A great sword, huh? I see. What do you see? Nothing. Just complimenting you. Han Chung said, Enough with the small talk. Get up and let's have a match. Are you out of your mind? And by the way, I forbid you to use that time-stopping ability. I haven't agreed yet. 3 days' worth of meals. Han Chung raised 3 fingers. A week. Deal. Han Chung decisively replied. Ling Xuan, I can't shake the feeling that I've drawn the short straw. Quit the chit-chat. Hurry up, Han Chung urged. Coming, don't rush me. Ling Xuan sighed, placing Xiao Qiong down beside him before standing up. Mr. Ling Xuan, Mr. Han Chung. Aisha looked at the two with concern. Don't worry, we're just going to spar. Nothing will happen, Ling Xuan reassured her, patting Aisha's head. Xiao Qiong will be in your care. Okay. Aisha nodded emphatically after being patted on the head. Ling Xuan chuckled lightly, ignoring the murderous glare from Han Chung, and withdrew his hand. Ruoshu, he softly called, and in an instant, Ruoshu, seated upon the Ruoshu sword, flew before Ling Xuan. What on earth? Is this a doll like the fairy Ailey? Han Chung was astonished at the sight of Ruoshu. Ignoring him, Ling Xuan gestured towards the void. Ruoshu vanished into the Ruoshu sword, which then flew into Ling Xuan's hands. With the Ruoshu sword in hand, Ling Xuan bowed slightly to Han Chung. Thank you for being my punching bag today, Han Sheng. Ling Xuan smiled faintly. As luck would have it, he needed someone to test his Tai Su sword form. It was truly a delivery right to his door, free shipping, and he even got a week's worth of meals in return. What a benefactor. Chapter 42. The Tai Su sword god. After receiving Ling Xuan's bow, Han Chung felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. Shaking his head to dispel unnecessary thoughts, he looked at Ling Xuan and said, let's go to the arena. That public battle place only requires a small fee to use. No need for that hassle. Ling Xuan extended his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the surrounding space rippled like water. By the time Han Chung regained his senses, he found himself in an open field. A warm breeze tousled his hair as he gazed blankly at everything before him. I'm not dreaming, am I? It was an expansive grassland, the air filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. Are you satisfied with this place? A familiar voice came from across, snapping Han Chung back to reality. Looking at Ling Xuan, Han Chung exhaled deeply after a long pause. You freak. This was the third ability Ling Xuan had showcased before him. He was at a loss for words to express his astonishment. Perhaps it was the heavens showing pity for his orphan status. Ling Xuan looked up at the sky, reflecting wistfully. Parents sacrificed boundless magic. After what you said, I might as well want to be an orphan too. Han Chung scratched his cheek. Ling Xuan raised his hand high, proclaiming, let the sacrifice commence, my family. Han Chung, just a little joke. Ling Xuan chuckled lightly and lifted the Ruoshu sword. As spiritual energy flowed, the sword glowed with an icy blue light. The gem within the sword activated, and the sword spirit, Ruoshu, opened its crystalline blue eyes. Be gentle, or I might just cry, Ling Xuan said with a light laugh as he readied the Ruoshu sword. After a moment of silence, Han Chung clenched his hands toward the void, flames coalescing into an elemental greatsword. The blazing fire engulfed the sword, and as it touched the fertile ground, the vibrant grass was reduced to charred earth. Then let us see you cry. Han Chung gripped the sword hilt, raising the great sword above his head. With a sharp shout, the flaming great sword came crashing down. Boom! The flames erupted, incinerating the lush green grass beneath. The wave of fire surged forth. I told you I might cry. Ling Xuan sighed, lifting the Ruoshu sword. The Tai Su symbol on the hilt trembled toward the void. Yin and Yang give birth. Purity and filth separate, break. With a gentle shout from Ling Xuan, he swung his sword. The water wave, sword energy, countered the oncoming firestorm. Hiss! Steam erupted, obscuring Ling Xuan's vision. Bang! The next moment, an explosion resonated. Ling Xuan narrowed his eyes. Amidst the white mist, a red figure broke through, lunging at him with a sword. Die, socialite. Raising his head, Ling Xuan calmly lifted the Ruoshu sword, fingers aligned along the blade, gradually coating it in a layer of icy blue light. The form is the path above, the weapon below. Tai Su sword form, transform into sword rain swallows. With a firm step on the ground, Ling Xuan soared into the sky. Like a startled swan, he advanced rather than retreated, with a single-handed swing of the sword. The void resembled a tranquil pool, as the divine sword Ruoshu traced graceful arcs through the air. In Han Cheng's astonished gaze, the blade of the Ruoshu sword met the blade of his great sword, and in the next second, he was flung away. Bang! What has happened? Han Chung landed in a daze. Had he been thrown away? Ling Xuan, what did you just do? Han Chung asked, bewildered. Have you ever heard of using force against force, leveraging 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? As Ling Xuan gracefully descended to the ground, he stood with his sword on his back, exuding an ethereal aura, surrounded by a mist that rendered him almost otherworldly. Han Chung, filled with skepticism, thought to himself, you must be joking. I know you well enough. You're too lazy to even consider martial arts. He simply could not believe Ling Xuan, suspecting him of fabricating tales and putting on an act. With a strained smile, Ling Xuan retorted, whether it's true or not, you'll find out soon enough. But Han Cheng, you shall not leave here on your own 2 feet today. He revealed a warm smile as arcs of electricity crackled around him. In the blink of an eye, there was a thunderous explosion. The earth split apart, and crimson lightning shot forth like a laser, drawing a vivid scarlet line across the verdant lawn. Han Cheng's pupils constricted in alarm. By the time he lowered his gaze, Ling Xuan was already standing before him. In a flash, Han Cheng found himself staring into a pair of indifferent eyes. His heart raced, and he instinctively swung his sword. Clang! Sparks flew. In his narrowed vision, he saw the fiery sword being effortlessly blocked by Ling Xuan. A chilling wave of frost instantly enveloped the fiery blade. Han Cheng quickly released his grip on the sword. But before he could retreat, a surge of crimson lightning grazed his cheek. He glanced up to see Ling Xuan's left fist poised to strike. With a forceful punch, he unleashed a powerful blow. Han Cheng was sent hurtling backward as if propelled by a cannon. As the lightning dissipated, Ling Xuan nonchalantly shook his hand. That hurt. This technique is probably better suited for young ladies. Though he hadn't practiced the inch heart fist, he knew how to unleash his full strength in a punch. Cough! Cough, cough! A series of harsh coughs echoed from a distance. Ling Xuan looked up to see Han Cheng struggling to rise, clutching his chest. You truly hold nothing back. Han Cheng remarqued. If it weren't for the protective armor my father gave me, I might have been on my knees. Care for another round? Ling Xuan inquired, raising the Ruoshui sword toward Han Cheng. I'd like to witness your full power. With that, an inferno erupted from beneath Han Cheng's feet, transforming the vicinity into a sea of flames. Standing amidst the blaze, he provocatively gazed at Ling Xuan, lifting his great sword high. Endless flames surged from the ground, merging into Han Cheng's elemental sword, which now glowed with an orange hue. Observing Han Cheng's resolute expression, Ling Xuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Your competitive spirit remains unchanged. Han Cheng grinned. Thank you for the compliment. If you don't give it your all, my next strike could be fatal. Understood. I shall oblige, Ling Xuan responded, waving his hand. Ruoshui, lend me your full power. I intend to employ that technique. Yes, master, came Ruoshui's voice from his sword. With a thunderous stomp, Ling Xuan ascended into the sky. Han Cheng looked up, fixated on Ling Xuan suspended in midair, slowly raising the Ruoshui sword. An overwhelming coldness radiated outward as he pointed the sword downward. The divine, in its utmost transformation, speaks to all things and cannot be confined by mere forms. As Ling Xuan's voice resonated, the Ruoshui sword trembled. A colossal taiji diagram materialized in the void. Crack! Crack! The sound of ice forming echoed. Under the guidance of the sword spirit Ruoshui, a chilling aura spread through the air. With a mighty roar, a blue dragon spirit coalesced from the destructive energy spilling forth from the Ruoshui sword, tinting the surroundings of frosty azure. The icy breeze caused the flames around Han Cheng to flicker weakly. Wow, this is far superior to Tan Yuqin's cold rain ice butterfly. Han Cheng stood transfixed, gazing at the dragon spirit above. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, Ling Xuan addressed Han Cheng, Ruoshui's sword, at 0 designated power, Taishu sword god. With a thunderous roar, the ice dragon unleashed a deafening growl, opening its massive jaws and charging downward. Cataclysmic judgment. Han Cheng's pupils narrowed as he swung his great sword skyward with all his might. The air ignited boom. A terrifying inferno surged forth like a tsunami, racing toward the dragon spirit of the Taishu sword god. With a single-handed swing, Han Cheng summoned all his spiritual energy, unleashing a strike capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing an endless wave of steam that engulfed everything. This guy truly goes all out, a calm voice remarked. As the mist cleared, Ling Xuan stood upright while Han Cheng lay unconscious. Ruoshui, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Ling Xuan inquired, releasing the Ruoshui sword to check on the sword spirit. Ruoshui shook her head. I am fine, but I will require a week before I can use the sword god technique again. Thank you for your efforts. Ling Xuan gently patted Ruoshui's head and perched her on his shoulder. Glancing down at the unconscious Han Cheng, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, The realm of illusion faded like mist, and the two returned home. "Brother, you're back," Xiao Qiong exclaimed. "Yes," Ling Xuan nodded, observing Han Cheng on the floor. Two crimson mechanical arms materialized behind him, lifting the slumbering figure. Due to the effects of the illusionary realm, while his injuries had healed, the exhaustion from the sudden drain of spiritual energy kept Han Cheng in a comatose state. He would not awaken for several hours. "Aisha, please prepare an extra set of chopsticks for dinner." "Of course," Aisha replied with a gentle nod. After settling Han Cheng in the guest room, Ling Xuan resumed watching television with Xiao Qiong. As time passed into the evening, Han Cheng regained consciousness, a severe headache causing him to inhale sharply. "Where am I?" He stared bewildered at the unfamiliar ceiling. "Right, I was battling Ling Xuan. It seems I've lost." With a sigh, Han Cheng acknowledged the inevitable. Although he had anticipated defeat, the reality stung. Propping himself up, he leaned against the bed and gazed out the window. Has night fallen already? It's summer, so it must be at least 7 o'clock. Creak. The door swung open. "Little Hangu, you're awake," Xiao Qiong exclaimed, her silver twin tails bouncing as she stood at the threshold, cradling Ruoshui in her arms. "Ah, Xiao Qiong," Han Cheng smiled. "Brother, little Hangu is awake." Xiao Qiong turned and called to Ling Xuan. Before long, Ling Xuan and Aisha approached. Ling Xuan glanced at the sitting Han Cheng. "You're awake? Hurry up and eat. I've healed your injuries." "Really?" Han Cheng was taken aback, only then realizing that aside from a lingering headache, he bore no signs of bruising whatsoever. After getting up, the five of them gathered around the dining table. Tonight's dinner featured a delightful spread of tomato and egg stir-fry, beef stew with potatoes, chicken and bell pepper curry, pan-seared steak, and a refreshing fruit salad. Aisha served each dish with care. "Do you indulge in such lavish meals every night?" Han Cheng gazed blankly at the dishes on the dining table and inquired. "What else would I do?" Ling Xuan replied, popping a piece of dragon fruit into his mouth with a toothpick. How infuriating! Han Cheng felt a pang of envy, suffering more from watching Ling Xuan relish his meal than if he were eating dirt. "Mr. Han Cheng, feel free to eat as much as you like," Aisha chuckled. These dishes were the fruits of her and May's recent culinary endeavors. They experimented with different recipes daily, leading to a delightful variety in Ling Xuan's meals. This is so delicious," Han Cheng exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. Reflecting on the absence of his parents, the necessity of either cooking or ordering takeout, and the burden of having a lazy younger sister, he truly felt despondent. "Your sister still has room for growth. You should encourage her," Ling Xuan comforted, patting Han Cheng on the shoulder upon seeing his disheartened expression. Han Cheng recalled his sister's lazy demeanor, his face darkening. "Thank you, but I believe she is beyond saving. It would be best if she married off soon to wreak havoc on others." "Don't fret, Mr. Han Cheng. There's plenty more," Aisha remarked as she observed Han Cheng devouring his food. "Ling Xuan, how about I come over for dinner every day from now on?" Han Cheng suggested. "You should discuss that with Aisha. It's not my decision," Ling Xuan replied. "Well, if Mr. Han Cheng enjoys it, he is welcome to come often," Aisha said, sneaking a glance at Ling Xuan. "You see, if you don't mind the hassle, it's up to you," Ling Xuan added nonchalantly. "Yay." After finishing dinner, Han Cheng leaned back in his chair, caressing his belly. "I haven't eaten this well in ages. Burp. What a shame." Ling Xuan rolled his eyes and went into the pantry, emerging with a black box, placing it before Han Cheng. "This is for you." "What is it?" Han Cheng asked curiously, eyeing the box. "Open it and see." With a click, the box opened to reveal a pair of pistols. "What is this?" Han Cheng was taken aback, placing his palm against the cool barrel of one of the guns. As he picked one up, examining its black and white design, confusion washed over his face. "Try channeling some energy into it," Ling Xuan suggested. Han Cheng complied, and in the next moment, the previously inert gun glowed with a crimson light. "An energy weapon?" Han Cheng exclaimed in surprise. "This isn't cheap," he added. "Well, I suppose it is. I named this gun Heavenly Fire's Divine Judgment. It's a fire attribute weapon. Why haven't I seen this style on the market?" Han Cheng questioned, scrutinizing the weapon. "Of course you haven't. I made it myself." "You made it?" Han Cheng looked at him incredulously. "Don't doubt me. This weapon was custom-made for you. Try merging the handles." "Merge?" He pondered. Following Ling Xuan's instructions, he brought the two handles together. In the blink of an eye, the twin guns fused into a magnificent sword. Whoa! It transformed into a sword. Han Cheng stared dumbfoundedly at the weapon, akin to a child witnessing something extraordinary for the first time. Such technology existed, but it was typically reserved for state use, not civilian applications. Where did you acquire this weapon? I found it. Ling Xuan shrugged, feeling that even claiming to have made it might be met with skepticism. Why are you suddenly gifting me this? Han Chung inquired, examining the heavenly fire greatsword. When I saw you exhaust all your energy to execute an attack, I knew you were destined to wield this weapon, Ling Xuan affirmed. Does that mean wielding it will drain all my energy? Not exactly. If that's the case, then it's fine. I would only be in trouble. To protect your loved ones, you might risk your life to unleash a powerful attack. Get lost. Han Chung tossed the heavenly fire greatsword back to Ling Xuan. You give me such a dangerous item? I haven't even had a girlfriend or held a girl's hand yet. I can't afford to die young. Ling Xuan paused, contemplating for a moment, then said, if that's how you feel, how about I lend you some money for a foot massage? Get lost. Han Sheng exclaimed. Don't rush. I'm just joking, Ling Xuan laughed. Han Chung sighed in relief. I knew you still have a conscience. But your attack isn't a lie. Huh? So, it really could be fatal? Of course, but only to others. The heavenly fire's divine judgment possesses terrifying flames and explosive power. I've observed your fire. You can handle this sword. However, for anyone else, it might combust spontaneously. So, this sword won't harm me? Correct. You nearly scared me to death. Han Chung exhaled deeply. It seems your conscience is only slightly present. Hee. Ling Xuan stuck out his tongue. Hee, your head. Chapter 44, Judgment. Take care. We won't see you off. At the door, Ling Xuan's family waved goodbye to Han Chung as he departed. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. Do take it seriously, Han Chung called back, clutching the box as he left. To me, the exam holds little significance now, Ling Xuan mused as he observed Han Chang's retreating figure. Once, he studied for a better life, but now he felt no worry over such matters. The points exchange in the group chat was 11,000, and with daily sign-ins granting 10 points, it seemed impossible to exhaust them. Most crucially, everything was handled by the system. Let us head back, Ling Xuan said, gently pushing Aisha while holding little Qiong's hand as the four of them entered the house. Mr. Ling Xuan, you have an exam tomorrow. Get some rest. I'll take care of Qiong, Aisha said upon returning to the house. It was clear she had heeded Han Chang's words. However, Ling Xuan was indifferent about the exam, yet he couldn't refuse Aisha's encouraging gaze. With a reluctant smile, he replied, Understood. You should also rest early and refrain from secretly studying recipes or doing housework at night. Ling Xuan grasped Aisha's hand, noting the scars left by a knife. Oh, I'm fine. Aisha quickly withdrew her hand and pushed Ling Xuan's shoulder, insisting, Mr. Ling Xuan, you should head upstairs. All right, I'm going, Ling Xuan chuckled. Aisha had been staying at their home for several days, and Ling Xuan felt assured leaving things in her care. Good night, brother, little Qiong called out while hugging Ruoshui. Ever since Ruoshui arrived, little Qiong had taken to holding her almost every day. Little Qiong, children shouldn't stay up late. Okay, ding. Today's sign-in has commenced. Would the host like to sign in? Sign in. The next day, with the system's voice, Ling Xuan sat up. He had fully adapted to the system's fixed prompts, waking almost simultaneously with its announcements. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving Entangled Fate 10. Rubbing his head, Ling Xuan pondered. Can this really be considered a reward? Ding. The system can offer only what the host cannot imagine. Nothing is beyond the system's reach. Impressive, my system. Ling Xuan gave the other party a thumbs up. System, thank you for the compliment. May I ask if the host wishes to draw a lottery? Go ahead. What kind of hamster holds back from drawing? In the next moment, a lottery page appeared before Ling Xuan. 10 meteors streaked across the azure sky, and in Ling Xuan's astonished gaze, golden light illuminated the entire screen. A 10-fold draw of gold? Am I transitioning from a non-entity to Europe? Ling Xuan found it hard to believe. Recalling the despair he felt when he precisely drew 3 keys of the blazing brilliance during the 6th anniversary celebration of 3, he wondered if his fortune had turned with his journey across worlds. As he gazed in anticipation, the golden light dissipated. In the next instant, his pupils were filled with a fiery red figure. In that fleeting moment, his smile froze. What was that saying again? Judgment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the character template, Dialect. Weapon, Dawnbringer. The system's voice gently echoed in Ling Xuan's ears. Thank you. Looking at the card inscribed with the image of a Mondstadt resident, Ling Xuan expressed his gratitude to the system. Why did you summon dialect with entangled fate? Why not give me a Barbara? After a moment of sarcasm, Ling Xuan absorbed the card. Red energy flowed into his body, and in the next moment, he acquired the power of judgment. Before dawn arrives, someone must slightly illuminate the darkness. He opened his palm towards the void, and a firebird soared from his hand, dissipating in midair. Though it was a bit off, it was not a loss. In this world, there are no multipliers or sacred relics. Strength is genuinely earned. Thus, Ling Xuan could only console his fragile heart in this manner. I prefer dialect's attire over the judgment. It would fit Kiana perfectly. The deep crimson night pairs wonderfully with the true red night. All right, time to get up. Ling Xuan rose from his bed, freshened up, and went downstairs. Downstairs, Aisha had prepared breakfast for him early, filling Ling Xuan's heart with happiness. Indeed, Aisha is the ideal girlfriend for all boys. Mr. Ling Xuan, take care. After finishing breakfast, Aisha waved to Ling Xuan. He nodded and addressed Aisha. Today, I have entrusted Xiao Qiong as well. Rest assured, today's city was particularly quiet. Due to the college entrance examination, the companies and buildings surrounding the school were all shut down, leaving a serene atmosphere. Ling Xuan felt a bit unaccustomed as he walked down the road. The first round was mathematics. Inside the examination room, Ling Xuan merely glanced at the questions, and all the answers floated into his mind. He swiftly completed the answers, tossed his pen into the stationery box, and rested his head on the desk, closing his eyes to enter the group chat. Unfortunately, he could not submit his paper early. Otherwise, he would have gone out for a stroll. Since he was idle, he might as well chat. I cannot see. I tell you all, today I encountered a deity. Emperor Yin. Don't you meet deities every day? Morix. I cannot see. This is different. Morix. An otherworldly deity? I would love to meet them. I cannot see. It was a guardian spirit of a shrine, looking like a goat, but actually a fox. It suddenly appeared after I paid my respects at the shrine. Morix a fox? Generally speaking, it aligns with my impression of a deity from a certain realm. I cannot see. Does Uncle Zhongli also have fox deities? Morix. It should be, I suppose. Zhongli pondered for a moment and replied. Ling Xuan, why did you suddenly go to the shrine? With my divine eye on you, you should be safe. I cannot see. Ah, great leader of the group. Xiao Qiong, Ling Xuan, brother, aren't you taking an exam? Ling Xuan, those questions were too easy. I finished in less than 10 minutes. I cannot see. Is this what it means to be a learning deity? Seeing Z was dumbfounded. Completing a paper in 10 minutes? Is this something a person can do? Genius of the victory team. Are you still a student, Mr. Group Leader? Ling Xuan, graduated for high school, just so you know. Genius of the victory team. How come this guy is sleeping? Han Sheng, who was assigned to the same examination room as Ling Xuan, looked bewildered at Ling Xuan, who was slumped over the desk. He wouldn't have given up already, would he? The questions aren't that difficult. Han Chung murmured, glancing at his own paper. Although he was guaranteed a spot, he still wanted to give it a try. Ling Xuan, I cannot see. Xiao Jizi, make sure to keep my divine eye close. I cannot see. I carry it with me at all times. Morix, does the group leader know something? Ling Xuan, what you encountered wasn't a deity, but a vengeful spirit. Its true form is the head of a sacrificed maiden. I cannot see. A vengeful spirit. Jizi, who was bathing, was startled. Genius of the victory team. So it's a vengeful spirit disguised as a deity? Yeri was shocked, but found it acceptable. The recent appearance of monsters corresponded with many ancient texts, leading him to believe that those ancient deities and monsters were likely creatures. Ling Xuan, primarily due to the living sacrifice, it became tainted with a significant amount of resentment and curse power. However, with my divine eye's power, it cannot reach you. I cannot see. All right. Cold sweat dripped down Jizi's forehead. He had realized he had encountered something so dangerous. Thankfully, the group leader was there. Thinking this, Jizi tightened his grip on the divine eye. This was a life-saving item that must not leave his sight. Chapter 45. Group Task. Jizi's World, I Cannot See. Great leader of the group. Ling Xuan, speak. I cannot see. Can you, my friend? She accompanied me to the shrine. Will she be targeted? She has a divine eye, but Huazi does not. A person is bound to be alone at times. She cannot always guard Huazi. Ling Xuan, generally speaking, it cannot harm you. It will certainly seek your friend. I cannot see. Then, what should we do? Jizi became anxious. Huazi was her best and only friend. Ding. A group task was issued. At that moment, a window suddenly popped up in the group chat. Morix, group task. Zhongli's expression changed suddenly, much like Hu Tao upon seeing Chi-Chi. Task. Redemption from Calamity task description. Defeat the ghostly god of the member I cannot see and liberate the soul of the girl trapped in a shrine. Reward. 500 points, limited to one person. Ling Xuan. Truly, what one lacks will come in abundance. I cannot see. My world? Does this mean? Ling Xuan, yes. The ghostly god is the one from the shrine you visited. Emperor Yin. Only one person can go? Ling Xuan. That is correct. Genius of the victory team. I'm just an ordinary person, so I'll refrain from getting involved with ghostly gods. Emperor Yin. I've arranged a fight with someone named Kuinzhong, so I want to take on this task. Ling Xuan. I have an exam and cannot spare the time. Fairy strategist. That fool Jelf runs away whenever he sees me. I still have to catch him. Waterlord. Not my area of expertise. Herbivore dragon. Whimper. Ling Xuan. That settles it. Morix. This task is entrusted to you. Genius of the victory team. The rock god shakes the heavens and sweeps away the armies. Morix. He watched the messages in the group where others declined. The words he had prepared stuck in his throat, and he swallowed them down with a helpless smile. These individuals are indeed quite disingenuous. Morix, I understand. Ding. Group member Morix has accepted the task. I cannot see. I beg of you, Zhongli. Morix, very well. Inside the Wangxing funeral parlor, Zhongli opened his eyes and rose from his seat. Mr. Zhongli, are you heading out? Asked the attendant, noticing him walking towards the door. Zhongli smiled faintly. Yes, I'm going to find a friend to attend to some matters. I will not be returning tonight. Please inform the master. Ah, understood. The attendant nodded. At the Galiyuan, Zhongli gazed out, taking in the entirety of Liyue Harbor. A rare stir rippled through his usually tranquil heart. Should he traverse through? Without hesitation, Zhongli pressed yes. In the next moment, a dark void emerged in the air, and he stepped in with practiced ease. Just as Zhongli departed, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing a cerulean figure. Observing the empty Galiyuan, a voice of confusion arose. Emperor? Morix. I cannot see. Where are you? I cannot see. Morix, Mr. Zhongli, have you arrived? Morix. Yes, I am here, but there are quite a few people. I cannot see. Zhongli raised his head, gazing at the throng of men and women fervently taking pictures of him, a bitter smile gracing his face. People from another world are so enthusiastic. This young man is quite handsome. What is he wearing? Is it something new? One after another, they crowded around him, leaving no room to breathe. Excuse me. Please make way. At that moment, a figure rushed into the crowd and grabbed Zhongli's arm. Seeing the delicate back of the hand, Zhongli paused. In the next instant, a force tugged him away. After a monumental effort, Jinzi finally managed to pull Zhongli out, swiftly leading him away. The elder gentleman was unexpectedly escorted by a young girl. In the park, Zhongli looked at the breathless girl before him and chuckled lightly. You must be Miss Jinzi. Mr. Zhongli, please have some self-preservation awareness. Jinzi replied with exasperation. You are a dignified deity. How can it be that I, a mere human, am the one saving you? My apologies. I have not encountered such fervent individuals in Liyue. Zhongli expressed regretfully. Jinzi sighed, but Mr. Zhongli is truly handsome. By the way, where's the shrine? Zhongli redirected to the main topic. As Jinzi regained her composure, her expression turned serious. Please follow me. This world is rife with malevolence and resentment. In Zhongli's golden eyes, he could distinctly perceive the evil spirits and vengeful spirits invisible to ordinary people. Shadows of these beings lurked almost everywhere they passed. Alas, Jinzi sighed, feeling weary. If I could, I would prefer not to see them. Mr. Zhongli, could you possibly change your attire? Feeling the gazes around them, Jinzi inquired. Of course, Zhongli nodded. They moved to a place obscured from view, and an aura of deep yellow energy radiated from Zhongli. In the next moment, his brown robe vanished, replaced by modern attire, a shirt and trousers. Is this acceptable? Zhongli adjusted his tie and asked. Perfectly acceptable. Jinzi gazed at Zhongli in awe. So handsome. It was the first time in her life she had encountered someone so striking. After a while aboard the electric train, they arrived at their destination. Throughout the journey, Zhongli gazed out the window, marveling at the modernity surrounding him. What is happening? The road was pristine before. At the foot of the mountain, Jinzi looked at the weathered steps and the surrounding weeds, momentarily bewildered. The signs of neglect were evident. It had not been like this during her previous visit. "There's a barrier here," Zhongli stated plainly, extending his hand to lightly press against the void. Instantly, ripples spread across the air. In the next moment, a gust of wind surged, forcing Jinzi to shield her eyes. When she opened them again, they found themselves in a brand new shrine. "It seems the owner here is not too welcoming of me," Zhongli remarked. Jinzi followed his gaze and saw two white figures, emanating golden light and adorned with fox masks, standing like guardians before the shrine. "It's them, those two little deities," Jinzi exclaimed excitedly. "Is this power what one refers to as curse energy?" Zhongli mused, observing the golden energy surrounding the two Shikigami. What a pity, no amount of disguise can conceal that resentment. Zhongli lifted his gaze. Above the shrine, a fox-like deity sat, its divine eyes fixed intently upon him. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out. Boom! The air erupted, and the two Shikigami charged towards them without warning. "Mr. Zhongli," Jinzi gasped, hurriedly retreating behind him. Unfazed, Zhongli raised his hand, his elemental power of dark rock expanding, forming a golden jade shield in the air. Bang! Bang! The sturdy jade shield repelled the two Shikigami, sending them crashing against the sides of the shrine. The once magnificent shrine was instantly reduced to ruins. Incredible! Jinzi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Is this the disparity between a true deity and a false one? Chapter 46. Leisurely Wanderings in the Mortal Realm. Jinzi, hold tightly to the divine I given to you by Ling Xuan. "Ah, understood," Jinzi responded, tightening her grip on the divine eye. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the fox deity that had been perched atop the dome descended before the shrine. The fierce wind made Zhongli's robes flutter ominously. The two Shikigami that had been knocked away returned to the sides of the fox deity. "Jinzi! Jinzi! Jinzi!" The fox deity called out her name, from a soft whisper to an enraged roar. Hearing her name echoed in such a manner sent a chill down Jinzi's spine, cold sweat soaking through her clothes. Just as the group leader had mentioned, it is a living sacrifice. Zhongli merely cast a glance and immediately discerned the essence of the situation. The girl was a sacrificial offering to the fox deity. However, the deceased maiden had not found redemption. She was imprisoned by the mountain spirits, ultimately devolving into the malevolent being she had become. She granted people's wishes, yet the price was becoming a part of her. Was this the second condition for completing the task? To rescue the girl trapped within the malevolent spirit? While Zhongli pondered, the demon masquerading as a deity finally revealed its true form. Surrounded by swirling dark energy, its body was entirely cloaked in shadows, composed of sacred bells. Its hollow eyes bore down on Zhongli and Jinzi, the pupils resembling dark dots. "Jinzi!" It opened its gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth, unleashing a roar that echoed from the depths of hell. Jinzi stared in terror at the colossal demon. With a crack, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground, appearing helpless and pitiful. Jinzi, seeing its desired prey, the demon lunged towards her. "Step back." Zhongli's pupils narrowed sharply, and a soft reprimand escaped his lips. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying surge of elemental energy erupted from Zhongli's being. The ground sank, and the ferocious power of the rock element engulfed everything. The malevolent spirit halted involuntarily, exerting all its ghostly energy to resist this domineering and majestic force. Raising his hand, Zhongli conjured a dark yellow spear of elemental power. With a mere flick of his mind, the spear shot forth. Boom! As the spear traversed its path, the ground's blue bricks shattered, leaving deep impressions. The rock spear pierced through the spirit's body, pinning it firmly against the stone tablet behind the shrine. Gush! A jet of black blood erupted from the spirit's mouth, as it slumped lifelessly onto the ground. Jinzi was stunned. Was this the disparity between a pseudo-deity and a true god? Could it still move? Yes, it could. With Zhongli's support, Jinzi stood up. "Stay close to me," Zhongli instructed, striding forward. The steady sound of his footsteps echoed like the tolling of Hell's Gate, instilling fear in the spirit that had roamed for centuries. Yet, Zhongli ignored it entirely, advancing straight toward the shrine. Jinzi clung to the hem of Zhongli's garment, trembling slightly as she met the spirit's chilling gaze. As she observed Zhongli's direction, the spirit's expression shifted dramatically, its already distorted face becoming even more grotesque. Ding ding. The frantic ringing of bells resounded, causing the shrine to tremble under the weight of the cacophony. Mr. Zhongli. Jizi looked at him in fear. Ultimately, she was just an ordinary girl. Although she could disregard malevolent spirits, she still felt terror in the face of death. It's all right, Zhongli reassured her with just 2 words. In an astonishing turn of events, those simple words calmed Jizi's nerves, dispelling her fear. Was this the sense of security that Morix provided? The ringing intensified, yet despite the spirit's struggles, the rock spear remained steadfast. Compared to the grievances of the demons from the war against the Archons, the vengeful spirit formed from the mountain's malevolent entities was utterly insignificant. With a loud crack, the shrine's door swung open. Inside, something appeared to be enshrined. Atop a wooden platform in the center lay an object covered with cloth. Zhongli approached calmly and lifted the cloth, revealing a long dried head. This was one of the objectives, the head of a sacrificial maiden, and also the true form of the spirit outside. Without hesitation, Zhongli pressed his hand against it. Crack! A shattering sound echoed. In the next moment, Jizi watched as the head disintegrated into specks of light. Oh! The spirit, pinned outside by the rock spear, let out a wretched howl. In the following second, its body began to disintegrate, unleashing a multitude of malevolent spirits. Once all the spirits had fled, a girl shrouded in a veil slowly emerged from where the spirit had once stood. Jizi gazed at her in awe. As the 2 figures exited the shrine, the girl offered a gentle bow to them. Zhongli nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, the girl transformed into luminous particles and vanished. In stark contrast, the 2 Shikigami, powerful sorcerers imprisoned due to the spirit's influence, were now liberated with the spirit's demise. Ding. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on earning 500 points. The notification chimed. Was it over? Hearing the group chat notification, Jizi slumped to the ground, recalling the spirit's visage, and a smile of relief graced her face. The sky cleared, sunlight bathed her in warmth, and tears of joy welled in her eyes. How wonderful it is to be alive. Ding. A notification appeared in Jizi's mind. Instinctively, she entered the group chat and opened the red envelope. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 80 points. Yendi. So many points? Morix. You wouldn't have given out all the reward points, would you? Morix. No, I save 100. I am already satisfied to have received this opportunity to traverse. Indeed, Morix proved to be a shrewd businessman. Genius of the victorious team. Mr. Zhongli, I love you. Morix. As long as everyone is happy. Miss Jizi, the mission has been completed, and now I have a personal request. Exiting the group chat, Zhongli turned to Jizi. Huh? What do you mean? Zhongli continued. There are 5 hours left until our return. I hope you can accompany me around this city, if you have the time. Of course. You've helped me so much. It's the least I can do. However, Jizi quickly reconsidered her enthusiasm. On the bustling street, she gazed at Zhongli with exhaustion. Why was it that boys had more stamina when shopping than girls? Oh no, I can't go on. Jizi's friend was simply too resilient. Having been called to carry bags, Huazi was sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat. She panted lightly, her legs trembling from the prolonged exertion. Don't say strange things to your savior. Jizi playfully flicked Huazi on the head. What savior? Huazi rubbed her forehead, bewildered. It's nothing. Once we're done, I'll treat you to something delicious. Jizi reassured her, glancing at Huazi's adorable expression. That's a promise. Huazi's eyes sparkled. All right, I'm re-energized. She stood up, brimming with vitality. Miss Jizi, could you come over here for a moment? Zhongli's voice called from ahead. Coming. As Jizi hurriedly approached to pay, Huazi looked on in confusion. How odd. Chapter 47. Zhongli, I am not a social failure. Thank you very much today, Miss Jizi. Zhongli expressed his gratitude as he gazed at her. No, it's I who should thank you, Mr. Zhongli. You've helped me immensely. This is the least I could do. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Jizi flashed a weary smile. The exertion today exceeded her total physical activity for the year. This was with both her and Huazi taking turns. She could barely stand. She couldn't imagine the toll it would have taken had Huazi not been there to help her withstand Zhongli's demands. As for Huazi, she was already exhausted, sprawled on a park bench, fast asleep. Thank you for your help today. Zhongli noticed Jizi's fatigue and felt slightly guilty. The wonders of this otherworldly realm had captivated him, causing him to lose track of time. Subsequently, Zhongli produced a vision from his pocket and extended it toward Jeezy. I don't have anything else. So please accept this vision as a token of my gratitude. Looking at the rock vision before her, Jeezy quickly shook her head. This is too much. You've already helped me so greatly. I cannot accept your belongings. No, this is absolutely necessary. Miss Jeezy, I mentioned at the shrine that the time spent together is my personal affair, and I owe you appropriate compensation, Zhongli insisted earnestly. As the god of contracts, he places great importance on the principle of equivalent exchange. The system's tasks have already rewarded him with points. The fact that GNZ spent an entire afternoon accompanying him is, in itself, a favor. It is well known that favors are the hardest to repay. Moreover, he had caused quite a bit of trouble for both GNZ and her companion. Thus, in both sentiment and reason, he could not allow them to leave empty-handed. Observing the resolute attitude of Zhongli, GNZ hesitated. Zhongli spoke. This divine eye contains the celestial power I have stored. It will guard you, repelling all evils and shielding you from harm. While you possess the divine eye of the group leader, Miss Huazi does not. Surely, you would not wish for today's events to repeat themselves, would you? Upon hearing this, GNZ finally grasped the implications. She lifted her gaze to meet Zhongli's calm smile and took a deep breath. I understand. With that, she solemnly accepted the divine eye. I look forward to our next meeting, Miss GNZ. Watching GNZ take the divine eye, Zhongli nodded slightly and transformed into a beam of light, departing from this realm. As he gazed in the direction of Zhongli's departure, GNZ tightened her grip on the divine eye and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Zhongli. Upon returning, a gentle breeze brushed against Zhongli's face as he reopened his eyes, realizing he had returned to the land of Liyue. It was now evening, and from this vantage point, the myriad lights of Liyue Harbor lay before him. To buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine together, alas, when shall I see my old friend again? Beneath the star-studded night sky, Zhongli strolled towards Liyue Harbor. The nightlife of Liyue remained vibrant, the laughter of children echoing through the marketplace and port. Walking along the cobblestone path, Zhongli listened to the surrounding commotion, a smile gracing his lips. Liyue, thriving and harmonious, was precisely what he, as a deity, yearned to witness. On his way to the Yuheng Hall, Zhongli caught sight of the glass lilies blooming under the moonlight, momentarily lost in thought. What a pity it would have been to have a camera back then. As he pushed open the grand door of the Yuheng Hall, a crimson figure rushed towards him. Zhongli, where have you been this afternoon? The lively young girl twirled around Zhongli, her curiosity evident. I visited a friend. I am your hall master. It is my duty to care about my employees' whereabouts. If you can guess, I shall tell you. Zhongli lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a delicate sip. Zhongli, you have changed, Hu Tao pouted, crossing her arms in feigned displeasure. Ah! Zhongli chuckled lightly, then produced a small bag and placed it on the table. Hall master, this is for you. What is it? Hu Tao leaned in with curiosity. As she opened it, a golden light nearly blinded her. Zhongli's voice resonated. This is the money I owe. Please settle it, Hall master. Though the phrase charge it to the Yuheng Hall sounded imposing, it merely meant that Hu Tao would deduct it from his salary. However, Hu Tao did not truly intend to deduct Zhongli's entire wage. She left a basic salary for daily expenses while using the rest to repay debts. Coincidentally, having acquired a significant amount of points today, he exchanged them for an equivalent amount of mora to settle the remaining debt. Yet, as soon as Zhongli finished speaking, the entire Yuheng Hall fell into an eerie silence, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. Hu Tao looked at the money bag in her hands with sheer horror, as if she had encountered an ominous omen. Hall master? Zhongli inquired, curious when Hu Tao remained silent. Ah, good heavens, Zhongli actually has money. Am I dreaming? Hu Tao's expression was one of disbelief, her soul nearly escaping her body. Is it truly necessary to be so astonished over merely producing some money? Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of loud thuds echoed as Hu Tao began to bang her head against a pillar, muttering the words nightmare repeatedly. Hall master, this is rather exaggerated, isn't it? Zhongli could not help but speak. Exaggerated? This is sheer terror. Hu Tao exclaimed as she stopped. Hall master, you are bleeding from your forehead. That is unimportant. I must escape this nightmare at once. This dream is too terrifying. Zhongli actually has money. Is Teyvat on the verge of collapse? Zhongli, after finishing his exam, Ling Xuan returned home, presenting the candies he bought from a street vendor to Xiao Qiong with a flourish. Brother, you are amazing. Xiao Qiong gazed at the candies in Ling Xuan's palm, her face filled with admiration and surprise. Whether or not there was food mattered little. It was the overwhelming sense of delight that truly counted. Ruffling Xiao Qiong's hair, Ling Xian smiled and said, "Go and play." "Ling Xian, have a glass of juice," Aisha approached, bearing freshly squeezed orange juice. "Thank you." Ling Xian accepted with a nod. Upon taking a sip, the sweet and tangy juice burst upon his palate. "Aisha, do you wish to attend school?" Ling Xian suddenly inquired. "School? Yes, in the second half of the year, Kiana and the others will also be going. So I was wondering if you would like to join them." "Could I attend the same school as you, Mr. Ling Xian?" Aisha asked instinctively. I will not be going." Ling Xian scratched his cheek. "Huh. School holds no significance for me anymore. It is merely a pathway to a future. Now that I possess all the means to rest, I naturally have no desire to attend school, and I shall not go either. Do you not wish to make some new friends?" But I only want to stay where you are, Mr. Ling Xian," Aisha declared with her eyes shut. Ling Xian stared blankly at Aisha, who had her eyes tightly closed. My apologies." Realizing her response, Aisha quickly corrected herself. "Aisha, please consider." After a moment of silence, Ling Xian made a gesture in the air. In an instant, a pop-up window appeared before Aisha. "Would you like to join the super-dimensional group chat?" Chapter 48. Singles Lament, what is this? Aisha looked at the pop-up window in surprise. "Agree. All the answers lie within," Ling Xian said, taking another sip of orange juice. Without hesitation, Aisha clicked yes. In the next moment, her consciousness was drawn into a pitch-black space. Ding! The smile of the Holy Mother has joined the group chat. In contrast, a welcome prompt echoed in the chat. "I can't see. Welcome, newcomer. Victory Team's Genius. Welcome, welcome. Herbivorous Dragon. Group Status 1. Morix. Is there only one member this time?" Ling Xian, allow me to introduce, this is Aisha, my friend. Emperor of Flames. A friend of the group leader? She must be formidable. Smile of the Holy Mother. Come and fight me. Ding. Member Emperor of Flames has been muted by the group leader Ling Xian for 10 minutes. Herbivorous Dragon, trembling in fear. Ling Xian, Emperor of Flames. Stop with the constant fighting. Aisha is not a combatant. She is a healer. Herbivorous Dragon. Exactly. What is the point of fighting? It only results in injuries. One might as well lie down and enjoy a comfortable sleep. Ling Xian, Herbivorous Dragon. You should also be quiet. Whimper. Morix, healer. Ling Xian, similar to Chi-Chi, a supportive healer. Morix, understood. Zhongli took out a notebook and jotted down the new term. Healer. Xiao Qiong. Sister Aisha? Smile of the Holy Mother. Xiao Qiong? Xiao Qiong, it's me. Aisha opened her eyes, gazing in astonishment at Xiao Qiong, who was preparing to change Ruo Shui's clothes. Xiao Qiong, you are also in that group? Xiao Qiong nodded, yes. But my brother usually asked me to keep a secret. Seizing the opportunity, while Xiao Qiong was momentarily distracted, Ruo Shui swiftly tidied her attire and escaped from Xiao Qiong's grasp. At this moment, Aisha felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, but the predominant emotion was joy. She had just glanced at the group, and there were no signs of Kiana or the others. This meant that Ling Xian truly regarded her as one of his own. Aisha was quite naive, and all her thoughts were plainly reflected on her face. Ling Xian understood instantly. You'll know everything once you click on the group avatar, Ling Xian suggested. All right, Aisha responded, closing her eyes as her consciousness re-entered the group chat. The instant she clicked on the group avatar, a torrent of information flooded her mind. Mr. Ling Xian, are you a deity? Aisha exclaimed, astonished, as she looked at Ling Xian. Connecting to other worlds is something even biblical gods might not accomplish. Saying I am a god is not entirely inaccurate, Ling Xian remarked, recalling his identity as a lawmaker. However, this statement held a different connotation in Aisha's ears, leading her to believe that Ling Xian was a divine being sent to redeem her. She immediately knelt on the ground, her hands clasped together in reverence. Oh, omnipotent Lord, is this my salvation? Observing Aisha in prayer, Ling Xian furrowed his brow and reached out, grasping her arm. With a startled gasp, she was pulled into his embrace. Lowering his head, their brown and emerald eyes met. Mr. Ling Xian? Aisha's face flushed instantly, her delicate voice trembling slightly. Gazing into her flawless eyes, Ling Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Aisha, there's a god before you. How can you believe in God instead of me? That would make me quite upset. Why yes, I'm sorry. Ling Xuan gently lifted Aisha's chin, his tone insistent. Listen well, from now on, you shall only kneel before me, and your prayers shall only be directed to me. Understood? Why yes, understood. Aisha nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Very well. As my devotee, you must receive a mark. Huh? MMM. The next moment, Aisha's lips were silenced. Wow. Xiao Qiong covered her eyes with her hands, trying to avert her gaze. However, the gaps between her fingers were too wide, forcing her to unwillingly take in the scene. Aisha exhaled softly, her eyes dazed, a fragrant sweat trickling down her neck. MMM. Yet, before Aisha could catch her breath, Ling Xuan wrapped his arms around her head, initiating a second round. Aisha clumsily responded. Waterlord, the group leader has gone missing again. Genius of the victory team. This is normal. I'm used to it. Fairy strategist. But there is still someone beside the group leader. Fairy strategist. Xiao Qiong, tell me. Where did your brother go? Xiao Qiong. Brother hasn't he gone anywhere. He is bullying sister. Fire Emperor, what? I didn't expect the group leader to bully a lady. I can't see. I feel like it's not literal. Xiao Qiong. Yes, it seems sister enjoys it. Genius of the victory team. Fairy strategist. I can't see. We've all been through it. We understand. Morix. Well, from a common sense perspective, have we just heard something extraordinary? I can't see. Is it too late for me to play deaf and mute? Ding. Member Xiao Qiong has been muted by the group leader Ling Xuan for 1 hour. Genius of the victory team. It seems it's too late. I can't see. Wah. Ling Xuan, please go easy on me. Ling Xuan. Ignoring them, Ling Xuan turned his attention to the root of the trouble. Xiao Qiong. Ah. Brother is going to eat people, run. Noticing Ling Xuan's unusual tone, Xiao Qiong was startled and quickly dashed back to her room, shutting the door behind her and diving into her blankets. That child. Watching Xiao Qiong vanish in a flash, Ling Xuan sighed wearily. Aisha, blushing like a timid bride, remained silent. Aisha, from today onward, you're my devotee. Seeing Aisha's bashful face, Ling Xuan felt a moment of awkwardness. He hadn't thought much before, but now it seemed a bit embarrassing. Aisha nodded gently. Now, let me tell you the tenets of my faith. Ling Xuan cleared his throat. Raising a finger, he declared, 1. There must be a good morning kiss. 2. There must be hugs every day. Aisha's face grew redder with every word, yet she nodded in agreement to each stipulation. Having grown up in a church, her heart was pure and untainted by the world, due to the smile of the Holy Mother artifact. She had once been revered as a figure akin to the Virgin Mary. However, after healing demons, she was deemed a heretic by the church and subsequently manipulated by fallen angels. In her despair, she could never forget the moment when a bolt of lightning shattered the silence in that dark church, illuminating her with hope. From that moment on, she entrusted her heart to Ling Xuan. Her small heart could no longer accommodate anyone else. That's how it is. After finishing the tenets of her faith, Ling Xuan's face also flushed slightly. Rather than a devotee, it felt more like a girlfriend. Initially, Ling Xuan had his doubts about Aisha's feelings for him. It was only after she expressed her intentions in the previous chapter that he acted accordingly. Of course, he did not deny that his initial motives for taking Aisha were not entirely pure. After all, who wouldn't be fond of a girl like Aisha, gentle, delicate, understanding, and charmingly dependent? Unless you are. Chapter 49. Where and Tier Genius of the Victory Team. The group leader has logged off again. Morix. The word love is something even the group leader cannot escape. Zhongli wore a fatherly smile. I can't see. How wonderful. I wish to have a caring boyfriend too. Morix. Miss Jinzi has such thoughts? I can't see. Oh no, I just said it casually. I'll think about such things when I go to college. Noticing Zhongli's sudden interest, Jinzi instinctively felt uneasy and quickly denied it. Morix, is that so? If Miss Jinzi has such thoughts, I could recommend someone. One of my subordinates, a celestial being who is diligent and meticulous, with a cool exterior but a warm heart. He is also handsome. If I had to mention a flaw, perhaps it would be his height. After spending half a day together, he found Jinzi to be quite a good girl. If she truly had intentions, he wouldn't mind playing matchmaker. I can't see. I will definitely consider it then. Jinzi awkwardly yet politely smiled. Her sixth sense was indeed accurate. Ling Xuan, I'm back. Herbivorous dragon, welcome back. Fire Emperor, Ling Xuan. Was it enjoyable? Ling Xuan. Why do I feel like I'm akin to an abuser? Water Lord. Fire Emperor. If you can't speak wisely, please remain silent. Fire Emperor. Who are you to teach me how to act? Ling Xuan, enough, what abuse? I merely placed a mark, didn't I? Isn't that right? Aisha? Smile of the Holy Mother. Morix. This mark indeed penetrates to the very marrow. Zhongli spoke with profound meaning. Ling Xuan coughed. Ahem, let us skip this topic. Noticing Aisha's increasingly flushed face nearby, Ling Xuan sent a message in the group chat. He feared that if the conversation continued in this manner, Aisha, with her delicate sensibilities, might very well faint. The genius of the victory team interjected, Group leader, I have been pondering a question lately. Ling Xuan replied, Go ahead. The genius of the victory team continued. As we traverse barriers through group chats, do the bacteria we carry not also get transmitted? Yurichi inquired, troubled by this thought for some time. Bacteria are ubiquitous. If modern people were to be transported to ancient times, they would undoubtedly be the source of great chaos. I can't see, responded one member. Have I harmed Mr. Zhongli? Moritz reassured, no need to worry about that. The group chat has protective mechanisms. The genius of the victory team pointed out, if we follow your reasoning, when you gifted Zhongli a book, did you not essentially condemn an entire city? Indeed, Yurichi exclaimed, realization dawning. If such a situation were to arise, Zhongli would likely have dealt with him swiftly, rather than engage in calm conversation as they were now. Ling Xuan declared. Thus, do not speak of cross-dimensional issues. Even the union of two individuals from different worlds would pose no problem. The genius of the victory team responded. So individuals from two realms can truly conceive children. Ling Xuan replied, You have a dragon. She has a well. What is there to fear in producing a dragon king? A look of sheer bewilderment appeared on Yurichi's face. What an apt metaphor. It would be even better if we switched to tadpoles. I can't see, said another. I don't understand. What do you mean, group leader? I can't see, replied Mr. Zhongli need not comprehend this. The Flame Emperor noted, I utterly despise riddlers. The Virgin smile clarified. What Mr. Ling Xuan means is, water is not deep. Where there is a dragon, there is spirit. The Flame Emperor retorted, I still don't understand. Can you not speak plainly? Water Lord commented, given your intellect, it is natural for you to struggle with comprehension. The Flame Emperor snapped back. What did you say, you water dog? Water Lord challenged. Care to demonstrate? The Flame Emperor replied, Come on then, I welcome it. The genius of the victory team interjected. Why are you two arguing again? I can't see, speculated. Perhaps it is simply the natural opposition of fire and water, as these two elements are inherently antagonistic. Morix mused, is that so? He recalled the interactions between Fa Nan and Ingda. Though they represented fire and water, they had always looked out for one another. Reflecting on those times, a faint smile crept upon Zhongli's lips. Friends from those days were still present, as were brothers and comrades. Yet, as he opened his eyes, he found himself alone in the vastness of the Yinshang Hall, cradling a cup of warm tea. The familiar shadows had long since vanished. Would you like to buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine together? Looking at the empty hall, a sense of melancholy inevitably washed over him. He found himself increasingly nostalgic about the past. Was time slipping away from him? Zhongli, a major deal has come in. At that moment, Hu Tao burst in, interrupting his reverie. She eagerly grasped Zhongli's arm and pulled him outside. Master? Zhongli stared in confusion at Hu Tao. Hee, this time it's a super big deal. Her golden pupils reflected Hu Tao's innocent, radiant smile, softening his expression. Very well, that is acceptable. Suddenly, Zhongli seemed to remember something and abruptly halted. Master, you should go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Hu Tao exclaimed. Watching Zhongli depart, she scratched her head. No, that won't do. They specifically requested you. They are the executive from the Winter Kingdom, and they said the price is negotiable. Rest assured, she will not mind, Zhongli stated matter-of-factly. It is merely a prearranged script. A slight delay bears no consequence. Arriving beneath the Fulong tree, he closed his eyes and entered the group chat. Morix inquired, Group leader, do you have a way to resolve wear and tear? Ling Xuan was taken aback. While accompanying Xiao Qiong in building blocks, he was astonished to find that Zhongli had initiated a private chat. Wear and tear refers to how individuals or objects undergo changes, often unfavorable, due to the passage of time or various experiences. As the saying goes, time smooths out the edges. Here, the term refers to emotions. In the world of Teyvat, The so-called archons are not traditional organisms, but rather conscious aggregates of certain elements born from nature. The essence that sustains their consciousness is their emotions. Once the emotional tether wears down sufficiently, they become akin to inorganic matter, reintegrating into the world and losing their autonomy. Ling Xuan stared at Zhongli's message, perplexed. Resolving wear and tear? How could he possibly do that? It was the inexorable current of time itself. The system? When in doubt, consult the system. Ding. Yes. However, to recklessly alter a world's laws requires immense energy, necessitating shared burdens. What do you mean? Ding. The system can issue collection tasks to Zhongli. Once the points reach a certain threshold, this system can alleviate the wear and tear for one individual. I see. Allow me to prepare. Ling Xuan remarked. Ahem, it seems you have finally noticed this issue. Morix's heart trembled. Is it truly possible? Ling Xuan queried. Do you wish for Ruochuo to recall his memories of guarding Liyue? Or do you wish to entirely resolve the world rule of wear and tear affecting him? Morix replied. If it's merely restoring memories, wear and tear will still occur in the future. Naturally, based on Teyvat's inherent rules, wear and tear is unavoidable. Zhongli fell silent. Ling Xuan presented him with two choices, each bearing starkly different consequences. Simply restoring memories would mean that millennia later, Ruochuo would revert to his current state. However, he had no desire to experience the pain of sealing a friend once more. Morix asked, what must I do to completely resolve Ruochuo's wear and tear? Ling Xuan explained, wear and tear is a rule of the Teyvat world. Even if I wish to change it, it is a daunting task. Thus, I need you to help share the burden. Share the burden? How? I will provide you with a window for exchanging source points. Through this, you can trade items from your world for corresponding source points. Only when enough source points are amassed can I harness the accumulated power within the window to assist Ruochuo in breaking free from the shackles of wear and tear. Morix understood. So, I need to gather items that can be exchanged for source points, correct? Yes, and they must be items from your world. Every item within a world contains, to some degree, a substance known as the source. Only by accumulating sufficient source points can I intervene in the rules of your world. Morix declared, I understand. Seeing Zhongli's message, Ling Xuan realized he had chosen the second option. Without hesitation, he called out into the void. System ding. The application has been accepted, and the loading process begins. Ding. The exchange window has loaded completely. In the next moment, a chilling notification sound suddenly echoed beside Zhongli's ear. Immediately thereafter, a pop-up appeared before him, and the information regarding the exchange was directly implanted into his mind. With curiosity, Zhongli took out a vision from his pocket and placed it on the window. Rock Elemental Vision, 1,000 source points. Only 1,000? Observing the displayed source points, Zhongli furrowed his brow. As an external magical organ, the vision was quite rare in the land of Teyvat. Was a mere 1,000 source points too little? With curiosity lingering, Zhongli produced a chest-like, dusky yellow piece. In an instant, the corresponding information appeared on the exchange pop-up. Heart of the Rock God, 10 million source points. After glancing at the 1 billion source points required to resolve the wear on rupture, and then at his Heart of the Rock God, Zhongli fell into an endless silence. After concluding Zhongli's matters, Ling Xuan exited the group chat and stretched lazily. He had provided the method. Now it was time for him to explore on his own. Checking the time, Ling Xuan called out to the distant Xiao Qiong. It's getting late. Xiao Qiong should go to sleep. All right, Xiao Qiong replied cheerfully. The next day, ding. Today's check-in has begun. Does the host wish to check in? Before the system could finish speaking, Ling Xuan interrupted. System ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Changhong sword technique. Shonggong sword technique. That sounds familiar. Lately, the system has been relaying techniques that feel oddly familiar, yet elusive. Subsequently, the system activated its automatic teaching and transmission mode, and the sword moves and insights of the Changhong sword technique flowed into his mind. Changhong piercing the sun. Realizing the final move, Ling Xuan's eyes widened. No wonder it felt so familiar. It was the Changhong sword of Hongmao. How nostalgic, a childhood memory. Ling Xuan pinched the bridge of his nose. Remarkably, he had once found a rabbit appealing in his youth. But perhaps it was for the best. Among countless sword techniques, they converge into one. With the insights from the Changhong sword technique, his void sword chi would surely yield twice the results with half the effort. Moreover, he had the perfectly compatible dialect template. Although the Ruoshui sword is fundamentally a water-controlling weapon, it adapts remarkably well to the energies of collapse, accommodating various elemental attributes. Upon reflection, perhaps the system had long planned this? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Regardless, he was profiting immensely. Such exquisite swordsmanship was precisely what he lacked. At the entrance, after bidding farewell to Aisha, Ling Xuan nibbled on a piece of bread and greeted May beside him before heading off to school. How lamentable that despite being the oldest, he was the only one going to school. What a world this was. The only consolation was that the college entrance examination lasted merely 2 days. Once today's exam concluded, he would be liberated. As the exam ended, the announcement rang out. Candidates, please stop writing immediately. The broadcast stirred Ling Xuan from his drowsy state. As it ended, turning his head, he noticed the sun had already set. What is wrong with you? Have you been sleeping for 2 days? Han Chung approached. Are you really not planning to go to college? One cannot merely judge by appearances. Come on, bro. I'm in a good mood today. Let me treat you to dinner. Ling Xuan smiled, wrapping an arm around Han Chung. Really? Han Chung asked uncertainly. Of course. I want a seafood buffet. Don't get greedy. You said you'd treat me. I said I'd de-treat you. Not that you get to choose. Then what are we eating? Ling Xuan grinned slightly. I think the Huangmin chicken at the commercial street sounds great. All right, as long as you're happy. Is the Tianhua Sacred Judgment working well for you? I've been busy reviewing. I haven't had the chance to open it yet. Oh. The two chatted as they walked toward the entrance, just as a striking figure approached. Two handsome guys, where are you headed? Going to eat? Want to join? Han Sheng replied. Sure. Tan Yuqin laughed and walked over to Ling Xuan. Glancing at the girl beside him, Ling Xuan said, Girls should head home early to avoid any unwanted attention. With you two around, who would dare approach me? Tan Yuqin chuckled lightly. Don't underestimate me. I'm quite strong. Saying this, she extended her finger, and a cold rain ice butterfly settled on it. By the way, Ling Xuan, which university are you planning to apply to? Tan Yuqin suddenly asked. I'm considering St. Freya Academy. Ling Xuan replied casually. Oh, St. Freya? Isn't that a girls' school? Are they starting to admit boys? Tan Yuqin questioned in confusion. Han Chung waved his hand dismissively. Don't listen to him. He's just teasing you. In the past 2 days, he hasn't spent more than 30 minutes on any exam paper. He doesn't even know if he'll get into a school. I think he'd fit in at Yanghai Academy. I've heard that school lets anyone in without scores, but it's rather peculiar. Their conversation left Ling Xuan beside them, feeling utterly bewildered. Chapter 51. The 9 Celestial Foxes. Speaking of St. Freya Academy, I heard their principal is coming here to establish an eastern branch. Tan Yuqin suddenly recalled. I've heard that too. I wonder if it's true. Speaking, Han Chung nudged Ling Xuan's shoulder. Ling Xuan, you're aiming to enter a girls' school. Do you have insider information? Ling Xuan smirked. I was just thinking perhaps I really could get into St. Freya Academy. If it weren't for St. Freya Academy, I wouldn't have considered it. But now that it exists, it's likely Kiana and the others will attend this school. You can't be serious. It's a girls' school that doesn't admit male students, Han Chung said incredulously. But they do hire male teachers. Ling Xuan replied with a mysterious smile. All right, we've arrived at the restaurant. Let us go in. Unbeknownst to them, the three had reached the restaurant entrance. After calling Aisha to explain the situation, Ling Xuan sat down with the two. After taking their seats, Ling Xuan remained silent, instead searching for information about St. Freya Academy. This is a school resulting from a partnership between domestic and foreign institutions. Its principal, Dr. Lisa, was formerly a senior nun of the Holy Vatican. Due to certain reasons, fell out with the current bishop, left the Vatican, and has since acquired citizenship in the Rock Nation. It all seems rather chaotic. However, with Kiana around, having her aunt doesn't seem problematic. He has always been adaptable. Next, there's Yanghai Academy. Ling Xuan also had recollections of this school. It was from an anime, and he remembered the female lead was a vampire. A monster academy? Reflecting on the plot, Ling Xuan gazed at the photos of Yanghai Academy, murmuring to himself. The introduction of Yanghai Academy was no different from any ordinary school. It was just a bit far, located in Sakura Province. This is a public academy, indicating it is already under government control. Oh, it's worth mentioning that after a millennium of trials, the Rock Nation reigns supreme on the Asian continent. There is no need to specifically learn a foreign language, as people from other countries will learn the Rock language. If it were in Sakura Province, I would indeed be inclined to take a look, Ling Xuan remarked with keen interest. With the emergence of St. Freya Academy, it is reasonable to assume that Yanghai Academy is akin to what he envisions, an institution entirely composed of supernatural beings. The resurgence of spiritual energy and the rifts in space have allowed a myriad of other races to enter this world. While some harbor intentions of invasion, others seek peaceful coexistence, such as the Western elves and angels. The headmaster of Yanghai Academy is an individual from another realm. However, to maintain societal stability, the government of Yin has not permitted their entry into the mainland, instead situating them in the peripheral regions. Following the revival of spiritual energy, Blue Star has expanded dramatically, nearly to dozens of times its former size. In the beginning, various nations even struggled with the overwhelming expanse of territory, but that is a tale of the past. With the advent of teleportation arrays and spatial technology, those issues have been resolved. I heard there are elves at the capital university. I would love to meet one. Han Sheng suddenly exclaimed. The bloodline consciousness of such races is notably potent. To wed an elf, one must possess at least a certain level of prowess. Ling Xuan chuckled. Isn't it merely a certain level? I can achieve that upon graduating from university. Han Sheng replied confidently. Graduation is the pinnacle, is it not? Han Sheng turned to Ling Xuan and asked, What about you, Ling Xuan? Do you have any aspirations to marry a being from another race? See, I'm not in a rush. Ling Xuan smiled and offered a vague response. Well, you do have Aisha, he added. Who is Aisha? Asked Tan Yuqin from the side. Han Chung, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, instinctively covered his mouth and thought to himself that this was not good. He glanced nervously at Ling Xuan. Brother, I apologize. She's my girlfriend. Ling Xuan, however, spoke without hesitation. Tan Yuqin's pupils contracted. Did you not say that you wouldn't date during school? Ling Xuan replied. I was dating after school. Han Chung, upon hearing this, silently gave Ling Xuan a thumbs up. Is this the art of language? Truly a display of finesse. Tan Yuqin, irritated by Ling Xuan, fell silent and stared at her phone. She now felt like an outsider and had no right to interfere in Ling Xuan's matters. Aside from feeling angry, the atmosphere grew tense, and Han Chung felt increasingly uncomfortable. As time passed, their Huangmin chicken was served. Ahem, stop looking at your phones. Let us eat. Han Chung gently coughed to break the silence. Ling Xuan set aside his phone and accepted the chopsticks Han Chung offered. Tan Yuqin also put down her phone. Who would let a meal go to waste? However, just as the three were about to indulge, a tremendous explosion resonated from outside. Boom! An arc of electricity flickered on Ling Xuan's arm, and he instinctively raised his hand towards the window. In the next moment, crash! The window shattered, and a speeding concrete block was effortlessly caught by Ling Xuan. The sudden occurrence left everyone dumbfounded. Tan Yuqin covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Ling Xuan, who had intercepted the attack. What is happening? Han Chung was the first to react, exclaiming loudly. Ling Xuan stared blankly at the dinner, now covered in dust. With a simple grip of his hand, the massive stone instantly disintegrated into atoms. Opening his inside eye, he gazed intently. Amidst the dust, a fox adorned in golden light with black patterns stood atop several ordinary people, and should prostrate beneath the feet of the strong. The fox lowered its head, gazing at the human man it was trampling, and opened its maw filled with fangs. Name, Jiuyao race. Demon Fox identity. President of Yanghai Academy's Student Council strength. Weakness. Abdomen president. This is the mainland. Please revert back quickly. Unlike Jiuyao's arrogance, the lackeys beside it wore expressions of panic. What is there to fear? Look at these ants. They lack the courage to charge forward. Jiuyao disdainfully surveyed the terrified crowd. It is merely a fur coat. How audacious! Frustrated, Han Chung could no longer tolerate it and rolled up his sleeves, ready to deliver a scathing reprimand. Just as he was about to step in, Ling Xuan firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. Han Chung turned in confusion, only to meet a pair of crimson eyes. Ling Xuan? Han Cheng's pupils constricted, instinctively sensing a pang of trepidation. Boss, could you please prepare another meal for me to take away? Ling Xuan calmly requested. Rising to his feet, on the dust-covered street, under the astonished gazes of passers-by, Ling Xuan stepped through the shattered window and slowly approached Jiuyao. Noticing Ling Xuan, Jiuyao leaned down, intrigued. Do you know, I've yet to take a bite? Ling Xuan stated flatly, his hand reaching towards the void. Bang! The fabric of reality shattered, and a blade crackling with lightning emerged from the void, landing in Ling Xian's grasp. What? Jiu Yao was momentarily stunned. Buzz. As Jiu Yao raised its head, its ice-blue pupils glowed. The evil eye that halts the world is activated. In an instant, the world stood still as Ling Xian slowly lifted his hand. From a distance of 5 meters, he swung the blade down. Boom! Crimson lightning cascaded from the heavens. Simultaneously, Ling Xian released the evil eye. Roar! As the thunder crashed down, Jiu Yao's pain receptors failed to react in time. Yet, 2 seconds later, a mournful fox wail echoed through the street, its volume akin to a sonic attack, prompting onlookers to cover their ears. As the lightning dissipated, Ling Xian stomped the ground, arcs of red electricity coursing across the surface. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Jiu Yao. Jiu Yao, now charred and exuding the scent of burnt flesh, narrowed its pupils upon seeing Ling Xian. In the next moment, lightning crackled around Ling Xian's fist as he aimed a powerful blow at Jiu Yao's fox head. Death strike! Jiu Yao, rendered immobile by the electric shock, could only watch helplessly as the lightning-imbued fist drew near. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bone, Jiu Yao was sent flying, engulfed in a torrent of crimson lightning and flames. Boom! 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 The fox's massive form crashed into the ground, creating several craters before finally landing against a telephone pole. Gasping for breath, Jiu Yao, bloodied and singed, struggled to lift its head and spat out a mouthful of black blood, collapsing in defeat. Just as Ling Xian approached Jiu Yao, a figure clad in black robes appeared before it. My friend, could you show some mercy? Chapter 52. The Death of the Thorn Spear. Who are you? Ling Xian inquired, gazing at the man who had suddenly blocked his path. The man pondered for a moment before pointing at the weary Jiu Yao, sprawled on the ground. Consider me a guardian. You brought the elder to deal with the younger? Do not misunderstand. I'm not here to seek vengeance. Jiu Yao has indeed erred today, but he has already been punished enough, has he not? The man hastily shook his head. At this moment, Tan Yuqin and Han Cheng had also rushed to Ling Xian's side. Who are you? The man was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Han Cheng, his expression reflecting a sudden realization. So, this is why he has come to this place. Han Cheng, who was being observed, responded with confusion. Do I know you? The man chuckled lightly. No, I do not, but you seem familiar. Han Cheng. The man redirected his gaze to Ling Xian. Young man, how about granting me a favor? Let us put today's events behind us. I shall not spare anyone who harbors hostility towards me. Ling Xian glanced at Jiu Yao, who lay on the ground, resentfully staring at him, and calmly replied. Hearing this, the man glanced at Jiu Yao and thought to himself, what a fool. He extended a hand and waved it towards the void. In the next moment, with a resounding bang, Jiu Yao was sent flying by a slap from the man. His eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. Ling Xian observed this scene with an impassive expression. I apologize for today's incident, and I will also compensate for the medical expenses and emotional damages caused to those Jiu Yao harmed previously, the man stated, placing a hand on his chest. I can assure you he will not trouble you again, nor will there be any contact. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yushenzhi Jianming, the principal of Yanghai Academy. I have the authority to ensure that, once today's matter is resolved, you are welcome to attend Yanghai Academy at any time. The man's words were a blend of both coercion and persuasion. The principal of Yanghai Academy? I recall that it is a prestigious institution. Indeed, upon hearing the man's identity, Han Cheng's expression shifted. The others around them also displayed signs of shock. Such a figure, standing at the pinnacle of the world, they probably would never encounter in their lifetime. It is indeed strange. They had just discussed this school, and now the principal himself has appeared. Jianming chuckled, offering yet another enticing proposition. Furthermore, I can take you on as my personal disciple. What do you think? Tan Yuqin looked at Ling Xian in astonishment. A being at the pinnacle of the world wishes to take him as a disciple? How much has he been hiding? Han Cheng could not help but glance at Ling Xian. Would he agree? Under their scrutiny, Ling Xian slowly spoke. I believe you are mistaken. What? The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Has he truly declined? My goodness, such an opportunity. Even if I had to grovel, I would seize it. Why would you refuse? The onlooker seemed more anxious than Ling Xian himself, lamenting loudly. Yushenzhi Jianming's expression stiffened momentarily before returning to a smile. Haha, I merely made a suggestion. Yanghai Academy will always welcome you. With that, he turned and lifted the now human-shaped Jiu Yao, preparing to leave. However, in the next instant, bang, lightning struck down, landing solidly in front of Yushenzi Dianming's feet. Did I say you could take him? Goodness, Ling Xuan, don't do anything reckless. Han Chung exclaimed, pulling Ling Xuan's arm. Are you out of your mind? That is a being at the pinnacle of power, standing at the top of the world. We are merely newly awakened students. Angering him will not end well. Ling Xuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yushenzi Dianming. Young man, one can possess pride, but one must not be arrogant. After a moment of silence, Yushenzi Dianming turned and calmly stated, I can pretend nothing has happened just now, but please do not test me a second time. With that, Yushenzi Dianming turned away once more. No way. The ISNT angry? The onlookers were stunned. When has a being at the pinnacle of power ever been so accommodating? Principal of Yanhai Academy, I wonder if you have heard this saying? If I am the weak, then please eliminate me. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise. Yushenzi Dianming's pupils constricted. He turned around, his gaze becoming dangerous. It is not about your forgiveness. Rather, I am the one asking you. Ling Xuan raised his sword, pointing it at the man, his calm voice resonating. Do you wish to be my enemy? Silence. An overwhelming stillness enveloped the street. So quiet one could hear the heartbeat reverberating. Oh my goodness. Han Cheng's mind was racing with exclamations. This is truly audacious. Is he prepared to confront him head-on? Will he not spare even an ounce of face? Yushenzi Dianming's expression darkened. I do not believe your assurances, nor do I covet your offer. If anyone can rectify their mistakes by calling upon their guardians, what need is there for the police? What if I insist on taking him? Yushenzi Dianming's tone shifted. You may try. Ling Xuan's expression remained unchanged. Insolence. A mere junior dares to speak to me in such a manner. Yushenzi Dianming snorted coldly. The power belonging to a being at the pinnacle of strength erupted, a tremendous pressure descending like a heavy sky. It left everyone present gasping for breath. He may be amiable, but that does not mean he lacks temper. He, a dignified being of the highest caliber, conversed calmly with the other party. Yet they showed him no respect. Others may grant you face, but I shall not. Ling Xuan snorted coldly. I will surely flay that fox. He knows well the nature of the principal of Yanhai Academy, a typical figure who delegates authority, leaving the entire school in the hands of the student council. Who would believe the words of such a figure? He saw the hatred in Jiu Yao's eyes. If he doesn't eliminate this fox today, should Jiu Yao recover, he might seek revenge. If he remains unharmed, should he act against Xiao Qiong or Qiana, it would be disastrous. Every threat must be eradicated in its infancy. Oh no, this is bad. Han Qing's face was devoid of hope. Tan Yuqin remained silent, her fists clenched, standing resolutely beside Ling Xuan. Excellent. How long has it been? Over 200 years, perhaps. No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. Do you truly think I am made of clay? Yushenzi Dianming was furious. A massive aura of demonic energy was unleashed, causing the surrounding space to creak under pressure. I believe you have become too presumptuous. Wouldn't you agree? At that moment, a cold snort echoed. In an instant, the previous oppressive aura vanished without a trace. Yushenzi Dianming's expression changed. It is you? I'll give you a choice. Leave. The calm voice echoed like rippling waves in the void. Yushenzi Dianming's expression shifted, pointing at Ling Xuan. If you wish for me to leave, he must receive a blow from me. No way, Ling Xuan will die. Tan Yuqin stood in front of Ling Xuan, shouting loudly. How about it? Yushenzi Dianming inquired into the void. I said, do not underestimate my strength. Ling Xuan pressed down on Tan Yuqin's shoulder, pulling her aside. He looked at Yushenzi Dianming and asked, a blow from you? Indeed. Ha! Ling Xuan scoffed disdainfully. You think you're worthy? With a hand gesturing into the void, a crimson long spear materialized. Tilting his chin up, he looked down on Yushenzi Dianming with disdain. If you survive my strike, I will let you go. Yushenzi Dianming's pupils narrowed, displaying audacity. The immense demonic energy spread. What monster takes pride in is their own physical form. He stamped down, launching a powerful punch towards Ling Xuan, holding the long spear in one hand. Ling Xuan gazed at the approaching Yushenzi Dianming, his pupils sharpening. Your heart will belong to me. As the words fell, he tightened his grip on the spear and launched it forth directly, the spear of piercing death. Virum! The space erupted with a deafening roar. A crimson line seemed to cleave through the very fabric of reality. Feeling the aura emanating from the spear, Yushenzhi Dianming's heart jolted. With a single fist clenched, he retaliated. Bang! Hiss! Yushenzhi Dianming sent the spear flying with a powerful punch. Yet, in the next moment, the spear, propelled by an even greater force, returned to him. The immense power caused him to stagger back several steps. Spectators around were left dumbfounded. Before the reverse causality spear, Yushenzhi Dianming had no protective shield. Hiss! In the next instant, the red spear pierced through his chest. Chapter 53. Decomposing the 9 Luminaries. Crimson blood gushed from his mouth. Yushenzhi Dianming stared in disbelief at the gaping wound on his chest. How is this possible? A youth not yet 20 possesses the power to kill me. Not only Yushenzhi Dianming, but even those who had spoken earlier were engulfed in shock. Ling Xuan gestured towards a void. Virum, accompanied by a sound of tearing air. The spear carved arcs of scarlet light in the void before settling steadily in his hand. Observing the pristine, bloodless spear of death, Ling Xuan smirked at Yushenzhi Dianming. Are you still able to smile, O Lord of Ghosts? You. Wait, that weapon is... Clutching his chest, Yushenzhi Dianming's eyes widened with rage. Gungnir? At the mention of this name, all eyes fixated on the blood-red spear in Ling Xuan's grasp. Ah, Odin, so it's you. I shall remember this grudge. Yushenzhi Dianming bellowed, rushing into the void, disregarding the 9 luminaries. For a demon, a pierced heart is not necessarily fatal, but it would cause a dramatic drop in power temporarily. Ling Xuan was bewildered. What Odin? Is it forbidden for there to be other instant-kill spears in this world? It seemed Yushenzhi Dianming harbored some animosity towards Odin. Ling Xuan found amusement in the unfolding drama, watching the dogs bite each other. Meanwhile, atop the Detection Bureau building, Han Yi observed the elder beside him, his face adorned with a smile. Dad, your prowess is remarkable. With a single statement, you quelled that ghostly figure. Spare me the flattery. If it weren't for my precious grandson, I wouldn't have bothered. Hanyan shot Han Yi a glare. However, this trip was not in vain, for I witnessed some intriguing events. Hanyan regarded Ling Xuan and softly remarked, Well then, I leave the rest to you. I shall return now. Waving his hand, Hanyan departed. If you get lost, call me, and remember to return for dinner tonight, Han Yi called out. Understood, so nagging. A grumbling voice echoed from a distance. Han Yi smiled wryly. Then his expression turned serious again, reverting to his usual stern demeanor. Let the Falcon Squad accompany me on an outing. Yes, Chief. On the other side, gazing at the unconscious 9 luminaries, Ling Xuan pulled him and Han Cheng, along with Tan Yuqin, into the realm of fantasy prohibition. This place was unfit for lingering. Just as Ling Xuan departed, the teleportation array lit up, and the personnel from the Detection Bureau arrived. They sealed all information and video footage from the scene and compelled previous spectators to delete photos and videos. Before the situation escalated, he needed to find an opportunity to converse with Ling Xuan. Taking a drag from a cigarette, Han Yi exhaled clouds of smoke. Within the realm of fantasy prohibition, Ling Xuan addressed the two before him. Feel free to ask any questions, though I may not provide answers. After a moment of silence, Han Cheng spoke. Are you truly the Ling Xuan I know? You haven't been possessed, have you? No. I remain myself, just a different firework. Han Cheng nodded affirmatively. Ling Yuan, just now, I heard the principal of Yanghai Academy say your weapon is Gungnir. Have you taken Odin as your master? Han Cheng posed the next question. No. He is unworthy. Then where did your Gungnir come from? Who said this is Gungnir? Is it not? Han Cheng was taken aback. Even seasoned warriors have claimed so. Could they possibly be mistaken? This is merely an ordinary spear. I can conjure as many as I desire. As he spoke, his hands reached out, and the power of construction manifested in his palms. Soon after, 2 identical spears materialized, leaving Han Cheng in awe. If you like them, you can have them. Ling Xuan casually offered. Tan Yuqin was momentarily stunned by the spear handed to her. It was one thing for Han Cheng, but for her, it simply meant that Ling Xuan held her in regard. The thought warmed her heart. I will cherish it. She solemnly accepted. Ling Xuan, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Well then, do you have any further questions? How did you suddenly become so powerful? Is there a shortcut? Master the Heavenly Fire Greatsword, and defeating that Yushenzhi Dianming will be effortless, Ling Xuan replied calmly. Huh, you aren't joking, are you? I can't bring out trash. Although I typically don't use the things I give to others. Han Cheng, That last remark was entirely unnecessary. The two continued to pose inquiries to Ling Xuan, who selectively answered some. All right, I'll send you back now. Feeling somewhat exasperated by the questioning, Ling Xuan took the initiative to conclude the discussion. Very well. Han Cheng could only concede. Ling Xuan, my father will likely seek you out in the near future. Remember to give me a call when he does. Han Cheng reminded Ling Xuan. Understood, goodbye. Goodbye. Tan Yuqing gazed longingly at Ling Xuan. Previously, she had reveled in her unique abilities, only to realize that the true absurdity lay solely with her. She had a foreboding sense that perhaps after today, it would be difficult for the two to meet again. After bidding farewell to the two, Ling Xuan turned his attention to the 9 luminaries. System, do you have a way to deal with this? He was reluctant to dirty his hands. Ding. Decomposition in progress. Ding. Decomposition complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 9 Suns Fire, Fox Fire, and Fox Demon Feather Garment. Following the decomposition of 9 luminaries, the system had surprisingly obtained a portion of his abilities. Remarkably, this fellow had not even managed to launch an attack before being subdued by Ling Xuan. System, where's my fur? After hearing all the rewards, Ling Xuan realized that the coveted fur was missing. Ding. The fur was deemed too revealing and has been refined into the Fox Demon Feather Garment for the host. It was a light golden feather garment, quite befitting the golden fur of 9 luminaries. Name, Fox Demon Feather Garment. Description, the wearer is immune to flames. Flame immunity? Quite impressive. I'll give it to Aisha. After organizing his belongings, Ling Xuan adjusted his coordinates and departed the realm of fantasy prohibition. Ling Xuan's home. I'm back. As he opened the door, Ling Xuan called out into the house. Brother. In the next moment, a familiar voice echoed, and Xiao Qiong hurried over, embracing Ling Xuan warmly. Lifting Xiao Qiong in his arms, Ling Xuan instinctively planted a kiss on her rosy cheek. When he raised his head, he noticed Bronya and her companions were also present, including a woman named Wuyang Ta Jizi. Hey, little brother, Jizi greeted Ling Xuan with a smile and a wave. What brings you here? Ling Xuan asked as he set Xiao Qiong down and approached them. Actually, I came to find you about something. These girls are just here for fun, Bronya replied. Standing up, is it a problem related to development? Yes, Bronya nodded, pulling out a tablet and sharing the difficulties she had encountered with Ling Xuan. You're being unfair. Little brother, you made weapons for Kiana and the others, but I got nothing. I might feel a bit hurt, Jizi teased. Aunt Jizi, don't be so annoying. Just act normal, Kiana retorted, a look of disdain on her face. You're nearly 30. You should have some self-awareness, Jizi shot back. I've told you countless times to call me sister when we're out. She playfully punched Kiana on the head. Kiana then turned to Ling Xuan, little brother. You still Haven T? Answer my question. After dealing with Kiana, Jizi looked back at Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan tilted his head. If I make something for you, what will I gain in return? I can give you anything you desire, little brother, Jizi replied, stepping closer and gently lifting Ling Xuan's chin with her delicate finger. Their eyes locked, breaths mingling like fragrant orchids. Ling Xuan sniffed. Not bad, there's no bad breath. He stepped back, evading her touch. I don't particularly care about the items. I just want to know your age, dear sister. You see, if I am to craft weapons, the appropriate age range is quite crucial. Jizi's smile faltered, her lips twitching slightly. Little brother, it's best not to ask a girl her age. She's a girl, not an aunt, Ling Xuan replied innocently. Jizi sighed. It seems this question is somewhat offensive. Let me rephrase. After pondering for a moment, Ling Xuan spoke again. Sister, you must have quite a bit of savings since you're still unmarried at your age. 3 large question marks appeared above Jizi's head. This is even worse than the last one. Ha, you're killing me. May look at Jizi's face. Kiana laughed uncontrollably, clutching her belly. She laughed so hard that she nearly choked. Kiana, stop. May urged, noticing Jizi's expression darkening. Why? Kiana asked, still oblivious to the brewing storm. Is it that funny? A calm voice interrupted. A tall, dark figure loomed over Kiana's petite frame. Kiana's expression changed as she stiffly looked up, meeting the deceptively gentle smile of Wuyang Ta Jizi. Her heart skipped a beat. Jizi? Sweat poured down her face as she nervously sat upright on the sofa, frozen in place. Jizi leaned down, her right hand pressing on Kiana's shoulder, pushing her back against the sofa's backrest. With only 2 centimeters between their noses, Jizi smiled again, asking softly, Is it really that funny, Kiana? Her voice was light and gentle, akin to the tranquility before a storm. Yikes! Kiana shivered in fear. And no, it's not funny at all. Yet you were laughing. Bang! Jeezy's furious fist landed on Kiana's forehead. Kiana swayed her head. So many stars. Then, she rolled her eyes and fainted into May's arms. How terrifying! Watching Kiana lose consciousness, Xiao Qiong and Aisha huddled together, trembling. In their eyes, Jeezy had transformed into a ferocious dragon roaring amidst flames. Foolish Kiana, Bronya sighed, shaking her head, then turned to Ling Xuan. Please don't provoke Jeezy any further. Ling Xuan shrugged and addressed Aisha. Aisha, could you bring a towel for Kiana? Sure. Ling Xuan then resumed, discussing weaponry with Bronya. This silver wing light howl, the big duck's pistol, needs some adjustments in size. The dual gun form must consider the distance between the arms and body. It's manageable for one hand, but dual guns that are too large will be difficult to control, Bronya explained. Ling Xuan nodded. We can reduce the scale slightly, but I want to change the overall design. Agreed. Jeezy sat back down, crossing her legs and sipping tea, quietly observing the two. Here you go, Aisha said, bringing over a damp towel. Thank you, May replied gratefully, gently placing the towel on Kiana's head with a look of concern. Have you memorized the internal procedures? Do you need my assistance with the structure? Ling Xuan inquired after addressing Bronya's concerns. Bronya's eyes sparkled. Then I'll leave Kiana's to you. I will handle the other two myself. Okay. Ling Xuan nodded without further thought. Extending his hand, blue structural energy materialized in the air. In the astonished eyes of Jeezy and the focused gaze of Bronya, two silver dual pistols emerged from the ethereal energy. The Silver Wing Light Howl is the single-handed pistol belonging to Bronya in her secondary Silver Wing form, but it had been transformed into dual guns through Ling Xuan's modifications. In just 5 seconds, it was fully manifested. That was quick. Once you completely master the power of the gemstones, you will be able to achieve this too. Ling Xuan chuckled lightly, painting a bright picture of the future. Bronya remained silent, but her determined gaze spoke volumes. For herself, and for Seal, she must master this power. Ling Xuan then produced a box, placing the crafted dual pistols inside before closing it and setting it down by May's feet. Once Kiana wakes up, you can give it to her. Thank you for your help. May nodded. Ling Xuan turned around, glancing at Jeezy, who was deliberately staring at her phone. Jeezy, what? She was clearly still sulking, her mood sour by Ling Xuan's previous remarks. Ling Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. What type of weapon do you prefer? What? Didn't you say you wouldn't help me? Then I wouldn't say anything further. A great sword. I love the feeling of crushing everything, she declared, her false arrogance evident. Very well. Ling Xuan gestured affirmatively. He had already decided on the weapon for Jeezy. Aisha, this is for you. After May and the others left, Ling Xuan took out the fox feather garment he had refined from Jiu Yao's essence. What is this? Aisha asked, staring blankly at the light golden garment. Ling Xuan smiled, draping the garment over Aisha's shoulders. You've worked hard during this time. Consider this a small gift. I hope you like it. Mr. Ling Xuan. Aisha gazed at him, her eyes welling with tears. Why are you crying? Is this your silent protest against my gift? Ling Xuan teased, wiping her tears. How could that be? Aisha quickly responded, gently clutching the feathered garment adorning her. I simply adore it. This is the first gift I have ever received, and I shall cherish it dearly. As long as you like it, Ling Xuan replied with a faint smile, his large hand tenderly caressing Aisha's cheek. And Mr. Ling Xuan. Aisha trembled slightly, her cheeks blushing, her beautiful eyes fluttering shut. Observing Aisha, who was prepared, Ling Xuan wrapped his arm around her back and slowly bent down, initiating today's divine grace. Xiao Qiong and Ruo Shui stared wide-eyed, scarcely able to breathe. The next day, after breakfast, Ling Xuan sat alone on the sofa, examining a card in his hand. This was the World Crossing card he had obtained from a previous sign-in. According to the system, it would transport him randomly to a world he had yet to visit. He had postponed using it due to an impending exam, but today he decided it was time. Ruo Shui. Having made his decision, Ling Xuan softly called into the void. Instantly, Ruo Shui, who was cradled in Xiao Qiong's arms, transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Huh? Xiao Qiong, momentarily perplexed, looked around. A blue sword, Ruo Shui's form, soared through the corridor and landed beside Ling Xuan. Xiao Qiong, Aisha, I'm stepping out for a while. I should return before noon. he announced as Xiao Qiong and Aisha approached. Brother, I want to go too. Xiao Qiong tugged at Ling Xian's clothing. Their time together had become scarce lately. Ling Xian knelt down, gently stroking Xiao Qiong's head. Xiao Qiong, be good. I don't even know where I'm headed this time, but I promise to take you next time. Can you stay home today? Well, all right then. Please be safe. Brother, she replied, understandingly releasing his clothing. Such a good girl. Ling Xian chuckled, ruffling her hair. Standing, he turned to Aisha. Aisha, I'll leave Xiao Qiong in your care today. Rest assured, Aisha replied. Ling Xian nodded, then tore the world-crossing cart apart. In the next moment, a dark void materialized. Brother, please be careful. Xiao Qiong waved. Don't worry. Ling Xian gestured reassuringly and stepped into the spatial passage. Chapter 55. The Spirit Cage with a Hum. The spatial passage opened, and a tall figure emerged, a blue sword floating beside him. They found themselves in a desolate city. This place has been abandoned for at least 20 years, Ruo Shui remarked as she took in the collapsed skyscrapers and moss-covered walls, which spoke of a dead city. It's my first time seeing such a style. It's rather intriguing, Ling Xian mused lightly as he strode forward. Navigating through the desolate city, the silence was unnerving. A regular person would likely not last a minute in such an eerie atmosphere. Soon, Ling Xian arrived at a house covered in moss. Ruo Shui flew out, inspecting the moss on the walls, then looked at Ling Xian. This place was probably a small shop. Upon entering the building, Ling Xian observed the shattered glass counter and the scattered snack wrappers and cigarette packs on the floor. Suddenly, something caught his eye, prompting him to approach with curiosity. He ultimately found himself in a pitch-black corner. What is this? Ruo Shui gasped as she recognized what lay there, her pupils constricting. Even her calm demeanor faltered at the sight. Before them stood several stone statues of human figures, their expressions frozen in fear. I didn't expect this world to be like this, Ling Xian whispered. Name, flesh earth description. The human shell left behind after being stripped of its life essence by the devourer. Under his insight, details about flesh earth appeared before him. The soul S prison, he murmured, turning to Ruo Shui. Let S go. Ruo Shui cast a final glance at the petrified humans before following Ling Xian. At the entrance, as they exited, they discovered 4 devourers surrounding them, baring their teeth. Is it the emotions from earlier? Ling Xian murmured. The devourers in the spirit cage world are highly sensitive to emotions, detecting even the slightest hint. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong targets. Ruo Shui. With a swish, Ruo Shui's sword fell into his hand. Since this is the world we're in, I needn't hold back. Ling Xian walked forward with a calm demeanor. The surrounding devourers exchanged bewildered glances, having never encountered a human who did not flee. Roar. One of the devourers let out a furious roar and charged at him. With a whoosh, the blue water-like shadow swept across. Bang! Bang! 2 thuds echoed as the devourer's head was severed, blood spilling from its neck and staining Ling Xian's feet. The devourer, slain by Ruo Shui's sword, disintegrated into dust under the erosion of destructive energy. The 3 remaining devourers hesitated, retreating at the sight of their leader's demise. Despite being basic forms, they still possessed a semblance of intelligence. Their greatest reliance was on resurrection, but now there was a human capable of utterly eliminating them, invoking instinctual fear. However, while they might fear, Ling Xian did not. With a single swing of his sword, 3 more heaps of dust joined the ground. After dispatching the devourers, Ruo Shui's sword floated beside him once more. He extended a hand, blue energy materializing in the void. In the next instant, a blue motorcycle was conjured. Ling Xian stepped onto it, with Ruo Shui quickly seating herself in front of him, her small hands resting on the engine. Bring over the left side of the lighthouse. Ling Xian instructed the void. Ding. Request accepted. As the system's voice echoed, a map appeared before Ling Xian. 2 points were marked on the map. The blue one represented him, while the red indicated the aerial prison lighthouse. The lighthouse was an aerial fortress in this world known as Spirit Cage, hailed as humanity's last refuge. Everything Ling Xian was familiar with revolved around the lighthouse. He needed to go there to ascertain the timeline. Hold on tight, Ling Xian said, glancing at Ruo Shui on the engine. Okay. Ruo Shui nodded firmly. With a roar, Ling Xian twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life. In an instant, it surged ahead, kicking up clouds of dust. On the barren plain, a blue light raced forward. Many devourers looked up, and in their moment of confusion, The motorcycle vanished from their sight. The display showed 999, which never dropped. Ling Xuan felt exhilarated. He finally understood why so many people enjoyed racing. The rush of the wind was truly exhilarating. Ruo Shui, seated before him, clung tightly to the engine. Without Ling Xuan as her support, her small frame would likely have been swept away by the gale. Ruo Shui, hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. As Ling Xuan gazed at the increasingly imminent target on the map, he suddenly exclaimed, haven't we reached the maximum speed yet? Is that really the fastest we can go? Ruo Shui shouted back. Ling Xuan smirked. Have you ever heard of rocket boosters? Ruo Shui was taken aback. In the next moment, the power of construction manifested, and two thrusters emerged from the rear of the motorcycle. With a roar, flames erupted, and the furious thrust propelled their speed to new heights. Ling Xuan could tell from her voice that Ruo Shui was undoubtedly exhilarated as well. After what felt like an eternity, a magnificent structure gradually came into view in the sky. Is that the lighthouse? Its grandeur left even him momentarily awestruck. At this moment, Ruo Shui, nestled in Ling Xuan's arms, was feeling dizzy, believing that her body was losing moisture rapidly. In the central command hall of the lighthouse, a report was made. Unidentified energy reaction detected. Switching to visual feed, a woman with long black hair seated in the command chair remarked, yes, this is. However, as the control personnel switched the feed, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Humans, how is that possible? They exclaimed. The ground had become utterly inhospitable for human life. How could any human still exist? The command room erupted into chaos, shattering their existing perceptions. Silence. Maintain surveillance, said Jingnan, hastily exiting the command hall. Meanwhile, on the lighthouse's lift platform, a significant number of the commoners and the elite were gathering. The distinction between commoners and elites arose from the three survival laws established within the lighthouse. 1. Abandon the notions of family, kinship, love, and marriage from the old era. 2. Establish a clear hierarchy. All distribution systems must be executed according to contribution points and superior orders. 3. The lighthouse classifies its inhabitants through genetic testing, with elites possessing far greater rights than commoners. They were initially gathered to witness the expedition of the hunters, Mark and Ranbing. However, once Mark's true form as a devourer beast was revealed, the crowd transformed into a mob of malice. Amidst the shouts of thousands, what was supposed to be an expedition morphed into a public execution. The elites donned in crimson gravity suits relentlessly blasted flames at Mark, who had transformed into a devourer beast, seeking to reduce him to ashes. The crowd's chants for his death echoed, seemingly forgetting that they were once saved by him. What a visual shock, Ling Xuan mused as he observed the vast lighthouse. Only by being here can one truly grasp the insignificance of one's existence. Assessing the distance, he lowered his head and instructed Ruo Shui, enter the system space. ABA, Ruo Shui stammered, clearly dazed. Ling Xuan grabbed her head and gently tossed her into the system space. All right, now it's time to ascend. He loosened his grip on the motorcycle, staring at the towering lighthouse. With a swift motion, crimson lightning enveloped him, transforming his gray eyes to a vibrant red. In the next instant, a colossal explosion erupted, sending dust swirling as the red lightning surged toward the skybound lighthouse. Chapter 56. The resounding thunder at the forefront of the lighthouse's lift platform. A lecherous man clad in a red ceremonial robe was fastening a collar around Ran Bing's neck. He circled to her side, lightly caressing her icy collarbone. Are you truly planning to descend to the surface with him? Ran Bing remained silent, struggling fiercely. TSK, the man shook his head, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. What a pity to accompany an irrational beast. You would do better to stay and contribute to the lighthouse. The thought of their breeding process excited him. Ran Bing's pupils constricted as the image of the Dawn Hall flashed in her mind. A furious roar resonated, revealing Mark, now a devourer beast, smashing the ground in rage. Look at him, once the valiant Captain Mark, now reduced to such a grotesque state. From above, the mastermind Charles gazed down at the enraged Mark, a smug smile gracing his lips. Burn him alive, commanded the lecherous man, tugging at the collar around Ran Bing's throat. Two red armor enforcers received their orders, inserting their electrified spears into the power source. As electricity surged, The fans beneath Mark began to spin slowly, preparing to unleash an inferno capable of incinerating most objects. As the execution commenced, the crowd fell silent, fixated on Mark. With the fans whirring, a blazing wave of fire erupted beneath him. The temperature soared, and within moments, the chains binding Mark glowed a fierce red. His agonized howls reverberated through the lighthouse, instilling fear in all who listened. Ranbing attempted to break free, but the lecherous man tightened his grip. Behave yourself. High above, Charles remained expressionless. Unlike the others, he knew the flames would not harm Mark. This was merely a test to validate his father, Lord Morgan's words. The flames continued to rage, and Mark's cry of agony filled the air. Yet, curiously, as time passed, aside from some singed skin, Mark showed no signs of being incinerated. Is this truly how the lighthouse deals with heroes? Quite the eye-opener, someone remarked, just as the crowd fixated on the execution. A calm voice suddenly pierced the air. Though soft, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Who? Charles frowned, following the sound, his pupils narrowing in surprise. A figure stood suspended in midair, with scarlet eyes like a divine being. He gazed down upon the inhabitants of the lighthouse. Accompanied by crimson lightning, Ling Xuan descended onto the lift platform. The moment his feet touched the ground, the red magnetic field expanded, causing the execution apparatus to malfunction and the flames to dissipate. Woman's foolishness. How could a mere human stand in the air? It must be a deity. The crowd buzzed with speculation about Ling Xuan's identity. On the lift platform, Mark beheld Ling Xuan and lowered his massive form. Upon noticing the enormous shadow on the ground, Ling Xuan turned to confront a pitch-black monster. A sense of foreboding washed over him. In the next moment, Mark unleashed a deafening roar. Good heavens! The sudden roar sent shivers down Ling Xuan's spine. Instinctively, he threw a punch. With a thunderous sound, his fist collided with Mark's head, knocking him sideways. Mark struck, drooled, and fell unconscious. The residents of the lighthouse stood in stunned silence. With a single punch, the Abyss Beast was vanquished. Is this truly the power humanity should possess? Mark! Ranbing exclaimed, her pupils constricting. Enough shouting. Such injuries won't be fatal to the Abyss Beast, Ling Xuan replied, shaking his hand dismissively. Upon hearing Ling Xuan's words, Ranbing was momentarily taken aback. No matter who you are, no one can interfere with the judgment of the Lord of Light and Shadow. At that moment, two guards, clad in crimson, swiftly reacted, brandishing electric guns as they charged towards Ling Xuan. Did I instruct you to move? Ling Xuan glanced at them indifferently. In the next second, a scarlet light enveloped the two heavy gravity units. Bang! The force of gravity descended, pinning the two units firmly to the ground. Ling Xuan began to comprehend why Walter was so enamored with Eden. This technique was indeed impressive. As he stepped forward, the gravity upon the units intensified with each stride until they were completely immobilized, allowing Ling Xuan to rest his foot upon one of their heads. Insects should behave like insects, he said in the tone of the Flame Emperor. You bastard! Came the furious roar from within the heavy unit. However, with a resounding crunch, the two units were crushed into discs before the horrified gaze of the onlookers. Blood erupted like crushed lemons, drenching the ground in an eerie silence. Charles's expression shifted dramatically. He had initially approached this encounter with a sense of caution, but he never expected to confront such a monstrous entity. This power transcended all his previous understanding. Ling Xuan merely cast a cursory glance. In the next moment, the two discs disintegrated into atoms. Obnoxious, he muttered, hands tucked into his belt as he slowly approached Ranbing. The sound of his steady footsteps echoed on the empty platform, resonating in the hearts of the spectators, rendering them breathless. Halt! Who permitted you to approach? The lecherous man stammered in a panic as Ling Xuan drew nearer. Yet, Ling Xuan had no interest in responding to such drivel and continued his advance. You bastard, stop right there! The lecherous man, filled with both fear and trepidation, shouted in desperation. The surrounding city defense forces had their weapons drawn, aimed directly at Ling Xuan. Wait! Charles's pupils dilated as he shouted, but it was too late. Bang! 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 Countless bullets erupted from their chambers. In the next instant, to the astonishment of all, the bullets were halted midair as they approached Ling Xuan. Using metal against me is not a wise choice. Ling Xuan redirected the bullets, flicking the tips with his fingers. The next moment, bang, the air exploded, converting the ordinary bullets into a barrage akin to an electromagnetic cannon, shooting forth with unparalleled velocity. Several members of the city defense bore gaping wounds in their chests. The surrounding bullets returned with a force magnified by 100-fold. In an instant, those who had just fired upon Ling Xuan were utterly annihilated, their crimson blood soaking the ground. What? Countless onlookers gaped in disbelief, instinctively retreating as their gazes were filled with terror. Was it you who commanded me to halt? You certainly have the audacity to instruct me, Ling Xuan remarked with intriguing curiosity, addressing the now dazed, lecherous man. Why, yes, I apologize. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Please, have mercy. The lecherous man, now panicking, fell to his knees, fervently knocking his head against the ground, even bleeding in his fervor. Charles, atop the platform, clenched his fists, his expression darkening. The members of the Light and Shadow Society were compromising themselves publicly. This was a direct affront to him. Ling Xuan merely glanced at him before returning his focus to Ran Bing, uttering words that left everyone perplexed. Young lady, do you desire power? What? Ran Bing was taken aback. Ling Xuan smiled faintly. Do you wish for the power to break all shackles? Ran Bing's pupils constricted as she voiced her innermost doubt. Are you a deity? In a sense, Ling Xuan nodded. Upon hearing his affirmation, hope surged within Ran Bing, and she grasped his hand tightly. Can you save Mark? Ah, Ran Bing, I truly do not know what to say. Just look closely. Your Captain Mark is no longer human. It is time to accept the truth, Ling Xuan replied, as Charles began to stir uneasily. Ignorance is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is self-righteousness, Ling Xuan commented, casting a glance at Charles. What did you say? Charles's expression shifted sharply. He despised being contradicted. I hear you revere the Lord of Light and Shadow. Indeed. Not just me. The entire tower is his flock, Charles proclaimed, emboldened by the mention of the Lord. Oh, then tell me, if I were to kill you, would he appear? Ling Xuan's calm voice suddenly resonated beside him as he placed an arm around Charles's shoulder. What? Charles's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at Ling Xuan beside him. The city defense forces quickly aimed their weapons at Ling Xuan. Do not be alarmed. If I wish to kill you, no one can save you, Ling Xuan chuckled, patting Charles's head. Charles's gaze flickered, a storm of emotions battling within him. He struggled to suppress his growing terror and feigned calmness. Who exactly are you? Me? I'm merely a traveler, Ling Xuan replied. Chapter 57. I want you to become my apostle. Returning to the previous topic, I shall take this young girl and the abyss beast. Is that agreeable? Ling Xuan smiled. Charles's lips twitched. Did we ever discuss such matters? Charles's face morphed into one of distress. The others may be negotiable, but Mark is a notorious criminal in our tower. Then let me take the mayor's position, shall we? Charles retorted. Haha, do not be anxious. I'm quite approachable, Ling Xuan laughed. What crime has he committed? Charles took a deep breath, replying, he openly defied the 3 fundamental laws, which is a death sentence. Why do I feel it is your interests that have been offended? Ling Xuan remarked, draping an arm around Charles's neck, grinning. Charles managed a strained smile. With your strength, I cannot prevent you from taking Mark. However, Mark has become an enemy of humanity, and killing him is the will of all citizens of the tower. Even I am powerless to stop it. Young man, I believe you're missing the point. What you say has no bearing on me. I can simply take my leave with my people. After all, you cannot stop me, Ling Xuan stated with a smile. After a moment of silence, Charles began, Sir, Mark's situation is an internal matter of our tower. Your interference is rather inappropriate. Ling Xuan narrowed his eyes. Do you think I am negotiating with you? Charles felt an immense weight upon his shoulder, the terrifying gravity almost forcing him to kneel. But like a fleeting shadow, it was gone just as quickly. Just a little jest? I hope you do not mind. Ling Xuan ruffled Charles's golden hair, as if petting a dog. Charles seethed with rage internally but dared not show it. Is restoring him to human form sufficient? What? Charles was taken aback. The recombination of genes and cells is merely a trivial matter. Only you mortals would fret over the inevitabilities of aging and death, remarked Ling Xuan casually. My lord, if you can save Mark, I am willing to do anything, exclaimed Ran Bing, her voice rising after overhearing their conversation. What do you think? Ling Xuan turned his gaze towards Charles. Even if he regains human form, he may not truly be Mark, Charles retorted, with a swift motion. Ling Xuan delivered a sharp slap to the back of Charles's head. You talk too much. Just agree quietly, he admonished. You. Charles's fury was palpable. Who dared to treat him this way since childhood? But when Charles looked again, Ling Xuan had already reappeared beside Ranbing. Can he really return to his original self? Regardless of whether he can or not, the lighthouse has no room for him anymore. I am more concerned about whether the lighthouse will incur the wrath of this deity. Ling Xuan mused. What is there to fear? We are under the protection of the great Lord of Light and Shadow. He will not allow the adversary to act recklessly. The crowd buzzed with discussion. My lord, I implore you to save Mark. Ranbing gazed at Ling Xuan with a pleading expression as she stood before him. Memories of the storyline from the spirit cage surfaced in Ling Xuan's mind, causing him to pinch the bridge of his nose. He detested tragedies. He had been quite displeased when Ranbing had perished. Understood. You need only to watch quietly, he instructed, and Ranbing immediately fell silent, stepping aside. System. I'll leave matters of the soul to you, Ling Xuan declared. Ding. Rest assured, host. In an instant, the eye of insight opened, and a torrent of data regarding Mark's cellular composition and biological coding flooded into Ling Xuan's mind. Charles fixed his gaze intently on Ling Xuan below, curious about how he intended to rescue Mark, who had already transformed into a devourer beast. In the next moment, Ling Xuan's eyes flew open. The black mist of the ruler of death emerged from the void, engulfing Mark's form, and in an instant, the body of the devourer beast was completely disassembled. Just as Ranbing was about to speak, Ling Xuan reached out towards the void. A celestial armillary sphere, formed of blue structural power, began to rotate incessantly. For Ling Xuan, who was complemented by the ruler of reason and the tranquil gem, this task was remarkably effortless. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a human body gradually took shape. Charles's eyes widened in disbelief as he hurried down from the platform, moving closer. The rest of the lighthouse's populace gaped in astonishment at the figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Mark. Ling Xuan felt a twinge of discomfort. He had not anticipated that the first body he constructed would be male. If only it had been a woman, he mused. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed with the task at hand. Observing the gradually perfecting form of Mark, Ranbing covered her mouth, tears of excitement streaming down her cheeks. System. Ling Xuan called internally. The next moment, Mark's soul, previously restrained by the system, was seamlessly fused into the newly formed body. Done. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the structural power dissipated, and Mark landed safely on the ground. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, terrified of having misjudged the scene. My lord is clothes. Ranbing poked Ling Xuan's back, her cheeks flushed. Oh. Ling Xuan finally realized he had forgotten to provide Mark with attire during the reconstruction. With another snap, a black bodysuit materialized on Mark. This allowed Ranbing to blush even more as she cradled Mark's head in her lap, although her gaze kept darting downward. Due to the trauma to his soul, he will require some time to recover. He should awaken in about 3 days, Ling Xuan explained. Thank you so much. Ranbing expressed her gratitude. A miracle. This is a miracle, someone shouted, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Great deity, please reveal your name to us. An elderly man approached, kneeling before Ling Xuan with reverence. Old man, you are desecrating the name of the Lord of Light and Shadow. A member of the Light and Shadow Society raised a whip, ready to strike. However, in the distortion of the virtual space, the whip turned upon its wielder. He cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Old man, I am not a deity of this world. Knowing my name holds no significance, Ling Xuan replied, his tone indifferent as he regarded the kneeling elder. Yet the elder's face was alight with fervor. To see a true deity before I die is a blessing I do not regret. How intriguing, Ling Xuan mused, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the elderly man. Ling Xuan extended his hand, snapping his fingers once more. The virtual space materialized in the sky, and several figures tumbled out. It hurts. Among them were men, women, and children, all members of the hunter squad who had fought alongside Mark. How do we end up here? Exclaimed the red-haired girl, Erica, bewildered. Mark. The realization struck Imo Chung as he saw Mark resting on Ranbing's lap, causing his pupils to constrict as he instinctively shouted. Upon hearing his voice, the hunter squad members were stunned to discover that Mark had returned to his former self. Without a second thought, they rushed toward Ranbing and Mark. I apologize for interrupting your reunion. Ling Xuan interjected, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. Miss Ranbing, I have successfully brought Mark back. I even included a reunion special. Now, may we discuss our matters? Ling Xuan said with a gentle smile. Ranbing, what is happening? Mo Chang and the others who had just arrived looked on in confusion. Ranbing remained silent, gently kissing Mark's forehead before placing him on the ground and standing resolutely before Ling Xuan. I can offer you anything you desire. Excellent. Ling Xuan replied with a light chuckle. Hey, though I'm not privy to what transpired, if you dare to harm Ranbing, I shall not let you off easily. Exactly. The members of the hunter squad rallied protectively around Ranbing, glaring warily at Ling Xuan. Everyone, calm down. This was an arrangement we agreed upon, Ranbing said, placing her hands on their shoulders as she stepped forward to face Ling Xuan. Speak your wishes. Her ice blue eyes were filled with determination. Very well. Ling Xuan nodded in satisfaction, extending one hand as an ice blue gem levitated above his palm, emanating a chill. Gazing at Ranbing, he began to speak softly. I want you to become my apostle. Chapter 58. The ruler of ice, what is that? Mo Chang inquired. Ling Xuan did not respond to his question, but instead gazed steadily at Ranbing, awaiting her answer. What do you need me to do? She asked. Quite simply, consume it, Ling Xuan replied with a smile. Without hesitation, Ranbing grasped the gem from Ling Xuan's hand and swallowed whole. Ling Xuan was momentarily taken aback, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. I admire such decisiveness. As Ranbing ingested the gem, her body began to transform. Her originally fair skin gradually darkened to a shade of crimson and black, while blue lines resembling veins surfaced on her form, indicative of the corruption altering her body through her bloodstream. As the destructive energy surged, it brought with it immense pain, causing Ranbing to drop to one knee. Her hands clenched tightly. A sudden retch escaped her lips. Ling Xuan, observing Ranbing being engulfed by the chaotic energy, furrowed his brow. Such agony? Fortunately, he had merged with the system while asleep. Otherwise, he would have cried out. Ranbing. Erica instinctively moved to rush over, but was halted by a mere glance from Ling Xuan. Suddenly collapsing on the ground, left Erica bewildered. What have you done to Ranbing? Mo Chang shouted from the side. Do not be alarmed. She is merely adapting to the chaotic energy. Do you not wish to live on the surface? Ling Xuan replied calmly, casting a sidelong glance at him. With this power, even a king-level devouring beast could be easily crushed. What? Montak Cheng Guspit. The other members of the Hunter Brigade exchanged incredulous glances. They were well aware of the terrifying nature of the devouring beasts, far more than the inept individuals at the lighthouse. Ordinary weapons could not even breach the shells of the basic type monsters, let alone those of king-level creatures. At that moment, Ranbing's cry drew everyone's attention. Ranbing, is it about to begin? Ling Xuan squinted. Buzz. Ranbing's body seemed to split apart, an ice-blue radiance bursting forth from her being. An endless chill spread like a tidal wave around her, enveloping the surroundings in a thin layer of frost. The temperature around them plummeted by several degrees. Achoo! Erica, who was closest, shivered from the cold. What is happening? It's so cold. The others trembled as well. Charles watched Ranbing intently, eager to understand the nature of this power. The ice-blue chaotic energy shimmered in the void, intertwining to form a massive cocoon that enveloped Ranbing. Everyone looked up, transfixed by the ice cocoon suspended in the air. It appeared that more time was needed. Ling Xuan took out his phone to check the time. 10:30. There was still time. They typically had lunch around 11:20, so as long as they returned by then, they would be fine. It's time to urge the process along, he murmured while gazing at the ice cocoon. I wonder how long this natural gestation will take. Grasping the air with one hand, the azure sword, Ruo Shui, flew out from the system space. The sudden appearance of the sword startled everyone. Ruo Shui, Ling Xuan called out to the hilt. In the next moment, the armed automaton, Ruo Shui, emerged from the sword. I heed your call, master. Ruo Shui gracefully floated before Ling Xuan. Assist her, Ling Xuan instructed. The sword contained the gem of the ice ruler, sharing a common origin with the gem he had given to Ranbing. Understood. Ruo Shui nodded, elegantly waving her small hand toward the void. A colossal Taiji diagram floated in the air. Following this, blue chaotic energy fell from the sky like mist, nourishing the ice cocoon in a breathtaking display. Ling Xuan was not idle either. He used his chaotic energy to create a chaotic crystal and sent it directly toward the cocoon. The moment the crystal touched the ice cocoon, it transformed into pure energy, merging seamlessly with it. One is not enough? Then let us make it two. Approximately 5 minutes later, a cracking sound shattered the stillness. It's cracked. It's opened. Chen shouted. The ice cocoon split open. Crack! Crack! Countless ice shards erupted from the ground, swirling around Ran Bing to form a colossal crystalline flower, as if celebrating the birth of their queen. Boom! In the next instant, all the ice shards transformed into chaotic energy, dissipating into the air, revealing an ethereal figure bathed in ice blue. Silver hair cascaded through the void. Beneath a blue cloak, a pair of ice blue, diamond-like eyes gazed out. In that fleeting moment of contact, everyone felt as if their souls had been frozen. Ling Xuan smiled at Ran Bing's transformed appearance. Splendid. The change in her pupils signifies her complete alignment with the laws. Thus, his sixth apostle was born. Ran Bing. And Mo Cheng gazed at her, awestruck by the transcendent aura she exuded. Sister Ran Bing, you are so beautiful, exclaimed a child who had been cared for by Ran Bing and Mark. Master, Ran Bing lightly touched down before Ling Xuan, her voice soft. The post-alignment Ran Bing had become considerably more composed. Indeed, Ling Xuan nodded in satisfaction, sliding his hand through the void. Ding! Ling Xuan invites you to join the Super Dimension group chat. Will you join? Without hesitation, Ran Bing accepted. Having become a ruler, she understood the magnitude of this power, having surpassed the limits of humanity and reached the realm of the divine. It was precisely for this reason that Ran Bing held Ling Xuan in even greater reverence. Not only had he not demanded repayment for saving Mark, but he had also granted her a new life. This debt of gratitude could never be repaid. Let us depart. Ling Xuan extended his hand, opening the void space with a snap. There was no longer any significance in remaining at this lighthouse. Yes, master. Coming back to herself from the group chat, Ran Bing nodded gently. With a flick of her delicate finger, the unconscious Mark began to rise, floating behind her. Ran Bing turned to her companions, speaking. Do you all wish to accompany me to the surface? Of course. We, the hunters, must always stick together. Erica laughed. There is no going back now. Haji sighed, following along. And Mo Cheng said nothing more, simply moving to stand beside Mark. Ran Bing gazed at everyone, her face lighting up with a grateful smile. Thank you, my friends. Just like that, Charles, I will take them with me. Ling Xuan waved and smiled at Charles. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Charles. Safe travels. Charles forced a faint smile. Though he said to take care, his tightly clenched fists betrayed his emotions. Then, under the watchful eyes of the lighthouse inhabitants, including Fei Xue, the remaining members of the Hunter Brigade followed Ran Bing into the void space. When they emerged from the void space, they found themselves in a desolate city. Roar! Suddenly, several roars echoed. In an instant, dozens of devouring beasts appeared atop the crumbling buildings, their eyes fixated on them. Not good, it's the devouring beasts. Mo Cheng's pupils constricted as he instinctively drew his rifle, preparing for battle. The other members also fell into a defensive stance. Seeing their reactions, Ling Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Here stood a newly awakened ruler. What could mere devouring beasts possibly signify? Ran Bing, consider this your first battle. Show them your power. Yes, master. Ran Bing nodded gently, stepping away from the crowd and walking forward. Roar! The devouring beasts turned their gaze towards Ran Bing as she stepped forward, their eyes converging on her. Ran Bing remained silent. She slowly opened her arms. In an instant, an icy blue realm of devastation materialized. The destructive energy began to coalesce frantically. One by one, the corrupted beasts emerged from the ground. Roar! To the astonishment of the onlookers, hundreds of lower-tier corrupted beasts appeared. Their terrifying forms left everyone speechless. Just the battle tank-level corrupted beasts towered at 15 meters high. The mere devouring beasts seemed insignificant before the corrupted beasts, as if they could be crushed underfoot. Go! With Ran Bing's command, the assault-type corrupted beasts surged forward, while the battle tank-level corrupted beasts charged ahead. The city was effortlessly flattened, like sand being swept away. Roar! The devouring beasts fled in panic, leaving Haji and the other scavengers in disbelief. They had always been pursued by the devouring beasts. It was their first experience witnessing the devouring beasts being hunted. Is this the power of the divine? Unavoidably, All eyes turned to the softly smiling Ling Xuan. Chapter 59. Little Xiong wept before long. All the devouring beasts were reduced to a mushy paste. The corrupted beasts, born from destructive energy, were not to be compared with mere mana and crimson essence. In an instant, the cells within the devouring beasts were annihilated by the destructive energy, disintegrating into fine particles. Gulp! The sound of swallowing reverberated. This was the first time Mo City had swallowed in astonishment. Sir! Ranbing waved her hand, and numerous corrupted energies stood steadfastly by. She spoke to Ling Xuan softly. Very well, but you need not be so formal. I am quite amiable, and in a sense, we are equals. Ling Xuan smiled faintly. He was the arbiter of thunder, while Ranbing was the arbiter of ice. Both arbiters, though his core was of multiplicity. Yes, Ranbing nodded gently. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Ling Xuan, an ordinary student. Ranbing, Erica, Mo City, Haji. The others sequentially shared their names. Ling Xuan nodded, transitioning to the next topic. Ranbing, while I will not take you away nor interfere with your ordinary life, you are still my apostle. When the time comes, please do not make it difficult for me. I will not. Ranbing replied resolutely. Ling Xuan nodded. Then as a guardian, let me assist you once more before I depart. Guardian? Watching Ling Xuan's departing figure, Ranbing fell into a daze. Move aside, you're blocking my view. Ling Xuan kicked the foot of the battle tank corrupted beast, which obediently stepped aside. Surveying the surroundings, Ling Xuan faced the ground with his palm. His pupils contracted as terrifying spiritual energy burst forth. Rise! Boom! The earth trembled, accompanied by Ling Xuan's gentle command. A towering wall and an iron fortress rose from the ruins of the city before all astonished eyes. Is this real? Hani rubbed her eyes, feeling as though she were dreaming. Ranbing's expression was also one of shock. Was this the true extent of Ling Xuan's power? Creation from afar. Compared to her, this was the divine might one would expect. Clap, clap, clap. Having completed the construction, Ling Xuan brushed off the dust from his hands. How about that? This house is quite satisfactory, isn't it? The crowd stared in bewilderment. You call this a house? This is incredible. Erica exclaimed. Can you also create children? Ling Xuan joked. Huh? Erica's mind went blank, her eyes wide in confusion. Haha. The crowd erupted in friendly laughter. Erica pouted in irritation. What are you laughing at? Annoyed, she playfully punched Mo City in the chest. Cough, cough. Ling Xuan chuckled softly. He found this atmosphere rather pleasant. Within this fortress, there are various tools. You can produce and manufacture weapons at your leisure. For seeds and planting manuals, consult Morix in the group. He can be considered the god of agriculture. Any uncertainties can also be addressed in the group, as you are essentially starting from scratch. The purpose of establishing this group was to facilitate mutual assistance. Ling Xuan addressed Ranbing. I understand, Ranbing nodded. All right, it seems most matters are settled. Ling Xuan picked up his phone and glanced at it. Oh no. In the next moment, Ling Xuan's composed demeanor crumbled. Oh dear, it's already this late. I must hurry back. Little Xiong is waiting for me to return for dinner. Panic surged within him. The time displayed on his phone was 11:30, already 10 minutes past the scheduled time. Promises are of utmost importance to children. He cannot become a parent who breaks his word. Ranbing, if there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask in the group. I must take my leave. Ah, understood. Sir Ling Xuan, please take care, Ranbing replied as she regained her composure. Ling Xuan dashed into the spatial passage without looking back. After Ling Xuan's departure, the area fell silent once more. The crowd instinctively turned to Ranbing. Everyone, let us first settle Mark and then explore this fortress, shall we? Ranbing turned to the group with a smile. Seeing her familiar smile, the crowd sighed in relief. Thankfully, Ranbing was still the same Ranbing. They soon gathered joyfully together once more. By the way, how do we solve dinner? Didn't Sir Ling Xuan say we could find a solution? True, he. Amidst their laughter, the group entered the fortress constructed by Ling Xuan. Not far from the fortress, on a mountain, a silver silhouette quietly observed the fortress enveloped by walls. After a moment of silence, she turned and departed. Meanwhile, at Ling Xuan's home, I'm back. Ling Xuan hurriedly emerged from the spatial passage. Brother, why are you back so soon? Little Xiong, enjoying her pudding, panicked upon seeing Ling Xuan, hastily hiding the pudding behind her. Quick, how quick? Ling Xuan asked instinctively. It's only been an hour. Little Xiong replied in a babyish voice. Ling Xian. Ding. Reminder to the host. Time flows differently across various worlds. Ling Xian. Why didn't you mention this earlier? System, you didn't ask host. All right. Ling Xian took a deep breath, a smile appearing on his face. I miss you so much, little Xiong, that I returned early. Ling Xian opened his arms and approached her. Watching him approach, little Xiong's eyes widened in panic. Wait, that brother smells bad. Little Xiong doesn't like it. Crack. The sound of petrification echoed. Ling Xian felt as if he had lost his soul. What had he just heard? Little Xiong didn't like him? No, that couldn't be true. How could little Xiong not like him? There must be another reason. Ling Xian snapped back to reality, narrowing his eyes. Little Xiong, why are your hands behind your back? And no, I definitely didn't steal any pudding. As she spoke halfway, little Xiong realized her mistake and quickly covered her mouth. So it was just about pudding. What was there to hide? Ling Xian questioned, puzzled. Is he the type who doesn't allow children to indulge in snacks? Little Xiong fell silent for a moment and obediently retrieved a cup bearing the number 500. Aside from a bit of pudding at the bottom, it was otherwise empty. Ling Xian asked, Brother, can little Xiong skip lunch today? Little Xiong scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. I want to eat lunch today. Really? I love you the most, brother. Please treat me to some snacks. Ling Xian chuckled. What? Little Xiong was momentarily taken aback, sweat cascading down his face. Suddenly, the sound of a spanking echoed through the living room. This is what happens when you eat recklessly. It's still cold. Eating so much at once will ruin your stomach. Want it? Ling Xian delivered a few sharp slaps to little Xiong's backside. Ugh, I was wrong. I know my mistake. Please stop hitting me. Little Xiong cried. His eyes reddened from tears as he lay across Ling Xian's lap. Tell me, where did this pudding come from? It was given me by Sister Ailey from next door. Ailey? Which Ailey? Ling Xian inquired, puzzled. Did he even have such a neighbor? She asked the big sister who just moved in. Little Xiong sniffled, wiping his tears from his flushed face. Seems like we have quite a few new neighbors lately, Ling Xian muttered, pursing his lips. System, ahem. Ling Xian, why are you popping out? Don't tell me. His expression changed, an ominous feeling creeping into his mind. System. Well, host, you should explore the subsequent events on your own, but please try not to be too surprised. Oh no, this system has malfunctioned. Ling Xian pinched the bridge of his nose, appearing deeply troubled for the child. Little Xiong, what about Sister Aisha? He asked, glancing at little Xiong, who was still tearful and rubbing his bottom. Sister Aisha is with Sister Kiana, little Xiong replied weakly. Then why are you alone in the house? Ling Xian questioned, confused. Given Aisha's nature, she would never leave little Xiong alone. Brother, you said not to be angry. Little Xiong averted his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. Ling Xian narrowed his eyes and delivered another slap to little Xiong's backside. Confess. Okay, I'll tell you. Little Xiong exclaimed in surprise. I told Sister Aisha that you sent me a private message asking me to come back and help you find something. Haha. As he finished, a silly grin spread across his face. I came back, but really, I just want to steal some pudding. Ling Xian. So you're trying to be cute, huh? Have you learned to lie? He delivered 2 more slaps. Wow, brother, you're bullying me. Little Xiong began to cry again. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Creak. The front door swung open, revealing a breathless Aisha. Little Xiong, are you okay? I heard you crying. As Aisha spoke, she froze upon seeing the scene inside. Mr. Ling Xian? Aisha, quickly save me. Brother is hitting me. Little Xiong cried out, as if he had found a lifeline. However, Ling Xian quickly covered his mouth. Leaning down, he whispered softly in little Xiong's ear, oh, little Xiong, don't you want to spend happy, joyful moments with your brother? With her mouth covered, little Xiong shook her head frantically. No, I don't want to. At that moment, she was resolutely against it. But Ling Xian paid her no mind, scooping her up and heading upstairs. Seeing this, Aisha could only clasp her hands to her chest, silently praying for little Xiong. Some time later, little Xiong descended the stairs, gritting her teeth as she held onto the railing, the pain in her bottom making her unable to straighten her legs. All right, stop pretending. I've fixed everything. Ling Xian said. Brother, you're bad. Little Xiong pouted, her face full of displeasure. Ling Xian ruffled her hair. Be good. I'll take you out for a feast tonight. Upon hearing feast, a silver tuft of hair on little Xiong's head stood on end. After a moment, she casually asked, what will we eat? Seafood? In an instant, Her previously lively tuft stood up like a sword. Little Xiong instinctively wanted to call out to her brother, but held back. She couldn't let Ling Xuan think she was easy to coax, or her bottom would be in trouble next time. Thus, she haughtily declared, "Not enough. Don't push your luck." Ling Xuan flicked her forehead lightly. "Ow, brother. You're bullying me." Little Xiong, holding her head, felt tears welling in her eyes. "Then hurry up and grow up, so you can bully me." Ling Xuan pinched her soft, chubby cheek. "By the way, who taught you to lie?" As he spoke, Ling Xuan suddenly froze. Little Xiong usually only spent time with the three prominent families, and Aisha, Mei wouldn't lie, and Bronya wouldn't either. So, it must be Kiana and Himiko. Recalling the scene of Kiana shamelessly stealing fried chicken, Ling Xuan couldn't help but cover his face. How careless of me. After lunch, Ling Xuan felt it necessary to confirm the identity of his new neighbor. "Little Xiong, come with me for a while." "Where to?" "To find your sister Ailey." "What? Brother, you're not going to hit Sister Ailey, are you?" Little Xiong recoiled slightly. "Why would I hit her? I've already spanked you, Haven Ti." Ling Xuan replied, confused. "Huh?" Little Xiong was taken aback, her eyes wide with bewilderment as she looked at Ling Xuan. Is this something a brother should say? In the end, Little Xiong followed Ling Xuan out in a daze. The decor here is indeed full of youthful exuberance. Upon arriving next door, Ling Xuan was dumbfounded. Why were there pink balloons and floral wreaths on the front door? But remembering that this was Ailey, it seemed somewhat understandable. Ding dong. Sister Ailey. Little Xiong pressed the doorbell and called out to the house. Creak. Before long, the door opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful young girl, like a flurry of blossoms. "Ah, it's Little Xiong. Are you here to play with your sister?" Ailey, with her hair elegantly tucked behind her ear, smiled sweetly at Little Xiong as she stepped out. "It's not me. It's my brother." Little Xiong glanced at Ling Xuan. "Hi, I've noticed you since just now. Little brother, you're quite handsome," Ailey said with her hands clasped, smiling brightly. There was no hint of the awkwardness one might expect between strangers. Her warmth was palpable, although he had anticipated it. Ling Xuan was still taken aback upon seeing her in person. "What's wrong? Are you mesmerized?" "While I don't deny that I am a beautiful, graceful, and cute girl all in one, being stared at for too long might make me shy," Ailey said, playfully twisting her body in shyness. "I don't see any shyness in you," Ling Xuan chuckled. "Ah, the heart of a girl is quite complex, you know. Nice to meet you. I am Ling Xuan." "Ailey, I am a girl as lovely as a flurry of blossoms," she responded with a smile. Ling Xuan, what a unique introduction. Ailey chuckled softly, then opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. "We can't keep our guests standing outside for too long. Please come in." "Sorry for the interruption." Ling Xuan nodded and led Little Xiong inside. How could it be otherwise? When someone comes to visit, it brings me immense joy. Of course, I would be even happier if the visit were solely for me. Elysia clasped her hands together, her face beaming with delight. Ling Xuan couldn't help but reflect on it. No matter the world, Elysia was always so vibrant and full of life. As he stepped into the house, he was greeted by a sweet floral fragrance, distinctly different from that of Kiana's home. "Come, have a cup of tea. Today it's just me at home. Otherwise, I could have let you taste Eden's culinary skills," Elysia said, placing a cup of tea on the coffee table with a smile. "Thank you. Oh, there's no need for such formality. From today onwards, we are neighbors who will look out for one another," Elysia replied cheerfully. "Miss Elysia, which city did you move from?" Ling Xuan inquired after taking a sip. "You could just call me Elysia. I moved here from Jiangshui City. A disaster occurred in the urban area, destroying my house. But I am not unhappy, as I have met all of you," Elysia said with a smile. Ling Xuan grinned. "Elysia, you must not be living alone, right?" "Oh dear. Is it too forward to ask so many questions on our first meeting? Are you interested in me?" Elysia teased, her finger resting against her cheek. "But I can tell you, I live with my two close friends, Eden and Apollonia. Are you sure it's not something more?" "Huh? What did you say?" "I only caught the first word." "Well, I'll take that as an answer." Elysia pretended to be oblivious. "Please don't make that expression. Even young ladies have their secrets," Ling Xuan said, shaking his head. "Oh, come on. You could be a bit more enthusiastic, a bit more impulsive. When chatting with a girl, don't be so cold," Elysia encouraged. "It's nothing. I just suddenly empathized with May's feelings," Ling Xuan replied, rubbing his forehead. "Uh-huh. That name is beautiful. Could you introduce us?" "Yes. I believe you two will become great friends," Ling Xuan replied. "Of course. Who wouldn't want to be friends with a lovely girl like a flower, right?" Big brother? Elysia said, lightly flicking her hair and smiling sweetly. Ling Xuan, silence. Oh my, it seems our young man is skeptical. Elysia tilted her head slightly. No. I just find you very beautiful, Ling Xuan acknowledged. Wow, so direct. Now I feel a bit embarrassed, Elysia said, covering her small mouth, her eyes wide in surprise. I believe you can handle it, Ling Xuan shrugged. Mechem, Elysia made an indistinct sound, but from its melodious quality, it was clear she was in good spirits. By the way, Elysia, yes, I'm here. Next time, don't let Xiao Qiong eat cold food. She's still a child and can't control her appetite. Which is bad for her stomach, Ling Xuan advised. That pudding was meant for a week's worth. Elysia exclaimed, suddenly alarmed, covering her mouth and looking at Xiao Qiong in shock. Ling Xuan? Xiao Qiong, feeling guilty, couldn't meet Ling Xuan's gaze. Xiao Qiong, Ling Xuan called sternly after a moment of silence. Elysia, save me. Xiao Qiong squeaked, her hair standing on end as if yearning for a gem's fusion. Quickly hiding behind Elysia, looking fearfully at Ling Xuan. Don't think that just because there are outsiders, I won't discipline you, Ling Xuan warned. Oh dear. Zui, I'm an outsider? How hurtful. Elysia feigned tears. I thought we were friends. Ling Xuan. Xiao Qiong cheered her on from behind. Good job, Elysia. Just like that. Leave him speechless. This time, I'll let it slide. But next time you lie, see if I don't teach you a lesson, Ling Xuan said, a little embarrassed. Xiao Qiong stuck out her tiny tongue. Brave Qiong, fear not authority, Elysia exclaimed, feeling her heart melt at Xiao Qiong's adorable expression. She lifted Xiao Qiong, their fair cheeks touching. Elysia's face radiated comfort as she felt Xiao Qiong's warm cheeks. You are nothing like your brother. That's truly wonderful, Ling Xuan remarked. That sounds oddly familiar. Don't be afraid, Xiao Qiong. If your brother is mean to you, come to Sister Elysia. I'll protect you, Elysia assured. Protect me? Xiao Qiong wondered, glancing instinctively at Elysia's chest. Then she smiled sweetly. Thank you, sister. Wow, how adorable, Elysia said, burying Xiao Qiong's head in her embrace. Ling Xuan, to be honest, he prefers being under the protection rather than outside. It is said the air inside is different from the outside. Cough. After spending some time together, Ling Xuan took Xiao Qiong home. Ding. How do you feel, host? The system's voice suddenly echoed. You did well. I grant you an additional chance for check-in. Ling Xuan smiled. System, the host has quite the audacity. After this remark, the system went silent. Honestly, it was a situation that suited everyone. Ling Xuan shook his head. Looking up, the twilight's glow cascaded over the house. He and T realized he had spent the entire afternoon at Elysia's place. Shaking his head, he returned home with Xiao Qiong. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Today marked the release of grades, which could be checked online. However, Ling Xuan stared incredulously at the group before him. Aisha and Xiao Qiong were one thing, but Kiana and her trio were also present. Why was Elysia here as well? Was it him checking his grades, or them? I've calculated. It should be around 600 points. Nothing to see, Ling Xuan stated. Oh, one mustn't say that. This is your high school graduation certification, Elysia chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, I will be entering my senior year next year. So it's good to familiarize myself early, Kiana added. Bronya also looked forward to Ling Xuan's results. I assume you won't refuse the requests of such beautiful flower-like girls? Elysia said, blinking her crystal-like eyes adorably. Ling Xuan, as long as you all are happy. Hee, you're so nice, Ling Xuan. You think everyone is great, right? Ling Xuan replied helplessly. I mentioned, that might not be the case, Elysia winked playfully. Come on in. Kiana's excited voice suddenly rang out. The group rushed over. That's 600. Upon seeing the score, Aisha looked astonished. Wait, that's not the point. Why does Ling Xuan have a 0 in language arts, yet still get 600? Kiana pointed at the score on the computer screen, bewildered. Oh, you mean that? The language exam required too much writing, so I didn't bother, Ling Xuan replied casually. Huh? Kiana stared at Ling Xuan in disbelief. What kind of scholar answer is that? You didn't write because it was too much, yet you still scored 600 out of 700? I just took it casually. I wasn't planning on going to college, Ling Xuan yawned. How infuriating. I have to work tirelessly to meet the standards, while Ling Xuan effortlessly scores full marks as if it were as simple as eating and drinking. Kiana instantly felt dejected. Ling Xuan chuckled. Don't be upset. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Kiana's eyes brightened, and she raised her hand, exclaiming, I want to eat hot pot. May and Bronya simultaneously covered their faces. Could you not be so fickle? However, with that score, you might still get into some decent schools, Alicia remarked, glancing at the score displayed on the screen. We'll see when the time comes, Ling Xuan replied, not denying it. Instead of dwelling on that, next Monday, which is just 3 days away, is our graduation trip. Are you all going together? Ling Xuan changed the subject. We're going to that town, right? Kiana asked. Yes, that's the place. As for me, I'll be taking the school bus, but I can teleport you through the virtual space. Ling Xuan nodded. Kiana turned to May. Do you have any plans for Monday? I don't have any plans. May shook her head. What about Bronya? 3 days is enough time for me to assemble the parts. Bronya added, showing no objections. Yay. Oh dear, if you all go, how can you bear to leave a blossoming spring maiden languishing at home? Alicia lamented, pretending to wipe away tears. By the way, you seem familiar, Kiana said, staring at Alicia. Did we meet before? That can't be. I would never forget such a lovely girl, Alicia replied, puzzled. That tone and the pink hair. Kiana furrowed her brow. By the way, miss, what is your name? My name is Alicia, a beautiful girl as radiant as flowers in bloom. Alicia winked and smiled lightly. May Kiana. And Bronya fell silent upon hearing that name. Why are you all suddenly quiet? Alicia asked curiously. They are just stunned. Ling Xuan chuckled, shaking his head. The familiar tone and the name Alicia made the three exchange glances, their hearts suddenly enlightened. This girl before them was likely the very embodiment of the fairy Alicia. Realizing this, their expressions towards Alicia grew incredibly complex. Alicia stood with her hands clasped behind her back, tilting her body with a smile as she looked at the three. This person seemed even more troublesome than the fairy Alicia. Chapter 62 Han Chung. You truly are insufferable. What a group of adorable and beautiful girls. Alicia smiled as she watched the three leave. Ling Xuan, do you seem to have a fondness for girls? Of course. Girls are a blessing from the heavens, especially beautiful ones. Who wouldn't like them? Alicia replied with a light chuckle. Ling Xuan had nothing further to say regarding this answer. He had known from the beginning about her affinity for girls. Noticing Ling Xuan's silence, Alicia leaned down to gaze at him, a slight smile gracing her lips. Well then, I'm off. Yes, you're welcome to visit any time. Ling Xuan nodded. Aren't you going to try to keep me here? You would have back then. Ling Xuan shot her a glance and said, Oh dear, do you think I'm that shameless? If someone hurts my feelings, I might just cry. Alicia feigned a sorrowful tone. Then go ahead and cry. Ling Xuan shot her an exasperated look. Wow, how cruel. I'm truly weeping. Immediately, Alicia pretended to sob. All right, stop it. Stay for as long as you like. Ling Xuan raised his hand to stop her, feeling a headache coming on. In the next moment, Alicia's expression brightened as she stuck out her little tongue and flashed a playful smile at Ling Xuan. A woman's mood is as changeable as the weather. I'm off to play with Xiao Qiong, bye. Alicia waved her hand and exited the room. After Alicia left, Ling Xuan sighed, lying back on the bed and gazing quietly at the ceiling. Oh dear, I'd almost forgot something. Suddenly, Alicia's head popped into his line of sight. What is it? Ling Xuan asked flatly. With the sensitivity of a Lawrencer, he was well aware that Alicia was lurking behind the door, preparing to surprise him. Thus, he was not startled by her sudden appearance. Seeing Ling Xuan unfazed, Alicia felt a tinge of disappointment. However, it was fleeting, as her face quickly regained its sweet smile. Can I join you for hot pot tonight? Ling Xuan paused for a moment before breaking into a light smile. Of course. Great. Bye. Alicia waved her little hand. Goodbye. After seeing Alicia off, Ling Xuan closed his eyes and unknowingly fell asleep. Brother, don't sleep. It's time to get up and eat. In a hazy voice, Ling Xuan slowly opened his eyes to find Xiao Qiong sitting on his stomach, shaking him vigorously. What time is it? He asked, rubbing his eyes. It's already 11:40. Xiao Qiong replied. Is it that late? Ling Xuan was taken aback and slowly sat up. I don't know why, but I feel so tired lately. He got up from bed and went to brush his teeth, feeling the stickiness in his mouth from just waking up. When he came downstairs, Xiao Qiong was already eagerly eating, while Aisha patiently waited for him. As for Alicia, she had already gone home. Mr. Ling Xuan, you're awake. You don't need to wait for me next time. You can eat first, Ling Xuan said softly. It's all right, Aisha smiled gently, watching Ling Xuan take a seat. Mr. Ling Xuan, Miss Ranbing visited me today and mentioned that Mark has awakened. Is that so? That's good news, Ling Xuan replied casually. Is there anything else? Noticing Aisha's expression, Ling Xuan inquired curiously. She said she would like to invite you over. Invite me over? Ling Xuan chuckled lightly. The invitation is just a facade. The trouble is the reality, isn't it? So, will you go, Mr. Ling Xuan? Of course. Why wouldn't I? After all, she is my apostle. I have no reason to neglect her. Oh. Aisha responded with a lackluster tone. Noticing Aisha's expression, Ling Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. What? Are you feeling disheartened for not becoming my apostle? Huh? No. Just being by your side, Mr. Ling Xuan, makes me very happy. How could I dare to wish for more? Aisha's voice weakened as her thoughts were exposed. There's no need to talk about wishing or not. You're just too easy to read. Ling Xuan shook his head and gently tapped Aisha's forehead. Aisha squinted her eyes at the forehead tap, making an adorable noise. Xiao Qiong sat silently, using her chopsticks to shovel rice in her mouth, uninterested in the dishes. However, this reminded Ling Xuan. Aisha, do you have a favorite weapon? Weapon? Aisha pondered, subconsciously glancing at the cross around her neck. The cross, perhaps? Ling Xuan mused. That weapon is quite remarkable, but for you, Aisha, might be a bit too heavy? After all, you are just an ordinary healer, lacking the unique strength of the Kaslana family. Right? Ling Xuan's eyes sparkled as the power of construction materialized in his hands. Soon after, a delicate cherry blossom-colored cross appeared, intricately crafted. Here, this is for you, he said, extending the beautifully constructed item towards Aisha. Aisha gazed curiously at the small, 6-centimeter cross resting in Ling Xuan's palm. You should carry this cross regularly, Ling Xuan suggested. All right. Aisha responded quietly, swapping the cross at her chest for the cherry blossom one that Ling Xuan had created. At that moment, her initial shyness began to dissipate, indicating a significant step forward in their relationship. Holding the cross close to her heart, she felt a warmth within. Just then, a sudden voice broke the moment. Brother, I want one too, little Qiong exclaimed, her eyes fixed intently on Ling Xuan. Once again, Ling Xuan summoned his construction power, and a matching cherry blossom cross materialized before her. Little Qiong beamed as she reached for it, causing Aisha to smile tenderly in response. Ding ding ding. In the afternoon, while engrossed in a video, Ling Xuan's phone call interrupted him. He glanced at the familiar name on the screen, tempted to hang up immediately. However, a smirk crept onto his face. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the virtual space shimmered, and Alicia appeared beside him. The sudden teleportation left Alicia momentarily dazed until she spotted Ling Xuan on the couch, prompting her to adopt a scolding tone. Ling Xuan? Abruptly calling a girl is quite impolite, you know. I haven't even had a chance to properly prepare myself, though I must say, I'm still quite adorable without any adornments. Please answer the phone for me. Ling Xuan handed her the phone. Alicia exclaimed lightly, her eyes twinkling as she took it and pressed the call button. Hello, Ling Xuan, this is Alicia. How may I assist you? Han Cheng's voice faltered upon hearing her. Who are you? Where's Ling Xuan? He asked, puzzled by her playful tone. I am a beautiful maiden captured by the Demon King in his castle. Alicia replied with mock sorrow. Han Cheng was momentarily speechless, questioning if Ling Xuan had changed his number. This young man can talk to me about anything. Ling Xuan is currently asleep, Han Cheng said. And what is your relationship with Ling Xuan? Alicia glanced at Ling Xuan, her slender finger playfully touching her lips as she smiled slyly. I am his girlfriend. Wait, what? Han Cheng exclaimed, his surprise evident. Ah, Ling Gij is awake. Alicia hastily shoved the phone into Ling Xuan's bewildered hands. Hello, he answered instinctively. Immediately, Han Cheng's voice came through, laced with jealousy. Ling Xuan, you scoundrel. Is having Aisha and Kiana not enough? Now, there's another one? Hearing the envious tone from the other end, Ling Xuan shot a glance at Alicia, who merely responded with a playful grimace. If you don't speak, I will hang up, Ling Xuan declared, using his charm to resolve the situation. You, Han Cheng stammered, but he quickly regained his composure. Have you checked your scores? He asked. Yes, Ling Xuan replied. How much did you get? You tell me first. No. You go first. I'm hanging up. Wait, why are we talking about scores when we both have guaranteed admissions? Han Cheng countered. Why would I discuss scores with someone who isn't attending the same school? Ling Xuan retorted. Han Cheng paused, realizing the logic in Ling Xuan's words. Aren't you curious about which school I got into? Not all, Ling Xuan replied lazily. Why not? Because I want to drive you crazy, he added with a smirk. Han Cheng, eager to boast, had called Ling Xuan, but it was clear that Ling Xuan was unwilling to give him the opportunity. Han Cheng's face registered pure confusion. Suddenly, laughter erupted beside him, piercing through his irritation. The girl sitting on his bed, laughing uncontrollably, only deepened his annoyance. Without hesitation, he grabbed a thermos from his desk and tossed it at her, showing no mercy. Thud! Ouch! The girl stopped laughing, glaring at Han Cheng and revealing her perfect white teeth. Are you trying to kill me? And by the way, you could go out to eat tonight, Han Cheng declared, adopting an authoritative tone befitting an older brother. The girl's expression shifted, and she shrank back, quickly donning a pleasing smile. Dear brother, I understand my mistake. Han Cheng scoffed, returning his attention to his phone, though he had switched the call to speaker mode. You should treat your sister better. She's already quite foolish. If this continues, she'll be utterly hopeless, Ling Xuan remarked. Most brothers aim to protect their sisters, but Han Cheng finds joy in tormenting hers. In his words, a sister is merely a punching bag. Han Cheng glanced at his sister, lying on the bed and absent-mindedly stroking her head. She is already hopeless. Ling Xuan chuckled softly. So which school are you going to? After the earlier interruption, he decided to spare Han Cheng further teasing. Jiangxing University, Han Cheng replied succinctly. Isn't that quite far? Ling Xuan asked, surprised. Kanglan City is situated in the south, while Jiangxing is in the northwest, essentially spanning half the country. The teleportation array will get you there in an instant, Han Cheng mused, staring out at the bright sky. I suppose we'll have fewer opportunities to meet in the future. I hope you achieve great success. Ling Xuan dismissed the concern. Are you really not considering joining me? Maybe later. As I mentioned before, school is no longer a priority for me. Ling Xuan smiled. All right, as long as you're content. Reflecting on Ling Xuan's prowess, Han Cheng sighed. Have you used the Heavenly Fire Judgment? No one has tested their sword yet, he queried. Speaking of which, I plan to visit the Ruins Forest during summer vacation. Want to join? The Ruins Forest? Ling Xuan paused, information flooding his mind. It is a military-controlled area filled with various levels of demon beasts, typically regarded as a training ground. There, a point system operated by the military allows hunters to earn points by slaying beasts and exchange them for various combat techniques. It serves as a channel for civilians. After a moment's thought, Ling Xuan asked, what are you aiming for? There's a sword technique called Nine Wrath of Heavenly Fire that I really like, Han Cheng replied. Listening to him, Ling Xuan opened his tablet and searched for the Ruins Forest point system rewards. The so-called Nine Wrath of Heavenly Fire is a high-level fire-based combat technique, known for its impressive charge and stacking effects, particularly suitable for large sword-wielding fire element users. After contemplating for a moment, Ling Xuan inquired, when are you going? A week after graduation trip. All right, take me along. Wait, you didn't refuse? Han Cheng said, astonished. Let us go out and see what treasures we might stumble upon. Ling Xuan chuckled lightly. All right, I'll call you when the time comes. After chatting for a while longer, Han Cheng hung up the phone. As he gazed at the middle school photograph of the two on his desk, a smile crept onto his lips. Hey, little sister, come on, let us go practice. He lifted the suitcase containing the Heavenly Fire Sacred Judgment and looked at Han Yu, who was sprawled on his bed, engrossed in her phone. Wait, I just started this game. Can't you wait a bit? Han Yu replied reluctantly. Do you still want to have dinner tonight? Can you stop using food to threaten me? Han Yu exclaimed, her small frame brimming with energy. Then you can cook for yourself, Han Cheng said flatly. The previously irritated Han Yu fell silent. How about you go out to eat? Do you have any money? Han Cheng raised an eyebrow. Ugh, Han Yu pouted, feeling quite displeased, but she knew it was the truth. Why should a girl like her be responsible for cooking? Just watch me not break you. Frustrated, Han Yu quit the game and stood up, exclaiming loudly. I look forward to it. Han Cheng smirked disdainfully. Soon after, the two made their way to the basement. The Han family was quite powerful in the entirety of Kanglan City, so having an underground combat room was hardly surprising. In the white basement, a boy and a girl faced each other. At that moment, Han Cheng had already equipped the Heavenly Fire Sacred Judgment. Is this the weapon Brother Ling gave you? I want one too next time. Han Yu gazed at Han Cheng, her eyes filled with envy. The Heavenly Fire Sacred Judgment had been analyzed. Its technology was undetectable even by the most advanced and sophisticated instruments of today, and its core was shrouded in mystery. You should discuss this with him yourself. Merging into one, a magnificent orange Heavenly Fire greatsword emerged, reborn from the flames. With a soft thud, the sword tip gently touched the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Han Yu took a deep breath, channeling her icy energy to form a crystal ice longbow. Unlike ordinary bows, the sides of this bow were exceptionally sharp. A mere graze could draw blood. Holding the ice bow defensively in front of her, she eyed Han Chung warily. Her favorite weapon was the bow, an arrow. But at this distance, using a bow was quite foolish, so she opted to practice her sword techniques instead. "Here I come," Han Chung called out as he charged forward with his sword. Han Yu's pupils gleamed with a brilliant blue light. Gripping the bowstring with one hand, she swung the bow like a blade towards Han Chung. As time passed, evening arrived. Ling Xuan, Kiana waved cheerfully as she entered the house with the other two. "Ling Xuan, is my weapon ready?" Behind the trio stood the eager Himiko. "ISNT this anticipation?" Ling Xuan raised an eyebrow. Himiko, feeling familiar, approached Ling Xuan and wrapped her arms around his neck. Sensing the fragrance of roses emanating from Himiko, Ling Xuan remained impassive and gently pushed her away. Now was not the time for indulgence. Kiana was watching him closely. "Follow me," he said, leading her inside. Himiko's eyes sparkled as she hurried to keep up. Inside the room, a blood-red greatsword lay quietly displayed. Himiko rushed over, delicately tracing the blade. The elegant design reminiscent of a blood queen captivated her heart. The moment she picked it up, she felt an uncanny familiarity with it. "Is this really for me?" she exclaimed, holding the blood-colored sword with excitement. "Don't rush. We're not finished yet." Ling Xuan approached with a vial of crimson liquid and poured it over the greatsword. In an instant, the blood-red liquid coiled around the sword, enhancing its already magnificent appearance with an alluring mystique. Himiko's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. "All right, now it's complete," Ling Xuan remarked, seemingly pleased with his creation. "How is it?" Ling Xuan placed the glass vial on the table and looked at Himiko. "Just like old friends," Himiko replied, gazing at the greatsword with undisguised satisfaction. Ling Xuan remained non-committal. The blood dance launcher was not to be taken lightly. "What is the purpose of a liquid?" Himiko inquired curiously as she observed the substance, which hardened upon contact, resembling a non-Newtonian fluid. She didn't quite understand, but Ling Xuan must have had his reasons for applying it. "Oh, it serves no purpose. I just thought it looked better this way," Ling Xuan replied casually. "Himiko?" Himiko opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately closed it in resignation. She was at a loss for words. After all, it was a gift. What more could she ask for? Stowing the greatsword away, Himiko followed Ling Xuan out. "Himiko, where's your weapon? Show us." As the two emerged, Kiana and the others quickly surrounded them, especially Kiana and Bronya, who were the most eager. One wanted to see the exterior, the other curious about the interior. "Hold on, don't rush." Himiko chuckled softly as she retrieved the greatsword from her storage space. Instantly, the blood-red blade came into view for everyone. "This sword looks peculiar," Kiana remarked, reaching out to gently touch the flowing red liquid. To her surprise, the moment she made contact, the liquid hardened. "Hey, it hardens!" Kiana exclaimed, intrigued. "This is fascinating. It's soft when untouched, but hardens when you poke it." Ling Xuan's expression was strange. Was it him or Kiana who was behaving oddly? "Ling Xuan, is your ability that of a blacksmith?" Alicia asked curiously after examining the blood dance. "No, my ability is her," Ling Xuan replied, pointing to the little girl in Alicia's arms. "Ruo Shui." "Little Ruo Shui?" Alicia was taken aback. Remember, diligence can make up for shortcomings. Ruo Shui held up 2 fingers, and as she spoke, the azure Ruo Shui sword materialized in the air. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Ruo Shui sword, Alicia was astonished. Could it be that little Ruo Shui was the legendary sword spirit? She had always thought Ruo Shui was just the latest doll, never imagining she could be Ling Xuan's ability. "That could be the case," Ling Xuan said, stroking Ruo Shui's head. After chatting for a while longer, the group set off. "Are Eden and Apollonia not back yet?" Ling Xuan suddenly asked as they passed Alicia's house, noticing the darkened building. "Just remember, I would be happier if you could call my name next time." Alicia smiled at Ling Xuan. I will definitely remember next time." Ling Xuan's heart skipped a beat as he met Alicia's flawless, sapphire-like gaze. "Remember, you can't go back on your word," she said, lightly tapping his fair cheek with her finger. "Yes," Alicia chuckled, seemingly pleased with Ling Xuan's response. "Eden and Apollonia will probably take another 2 weeks to return. After all, they're quite busy." She sighed as she spoke. "Eden and Apollonia are both exceptionally beautiful maidens, though they pale in comparison to me." Alicia's words danced like fairies among blooming flowers, light and spirited. Ling Xuan remarked, I suddenly find myself devoid of the desire to meet. What could be the reason? Alicia inquired, puzzled. Ling Xuan's lips curled into a smile as he replied, because there is someone before me who surpasses them in beauty. Alicia was taken aback, instantly covering her mouth in surprise, her enchanting eyes wide with astonishment at Ling Xuan's unexpected compliment. After dinner, the group chose not to return home, but instead strolled through the streets. Aisha stood obediently beside Ling Xuan, accompanied by Kiana, Mei Bronya, Aisha, Xiao Qiong, Himiko, and Alicia, a total of 7 individuals. Surrounded by a fragrant mist, Ling Xuan drew envious glances from the men nearby, yet he remained unfazed. Their gazes lacked the penetrating intensity of those he had encountered in the world of Linglong. At the entrance of a clothing store, Alicia teased, Are you truly not coming in? No, I'll wait for you all outside. Ling Xuan shook his head. Then I shall stay as well, Aisha said, but was swiftly pulled back by Alicia, who whispered a few words in her ear, causing Aisha's cheeks to flush crimson. No, that'll be too fast, she protested, shaking her head vigorously like a rattling drum. But don't you wish to bring joy to Ling Xuan? Alicia smirked, blowing softly into Aisha's ear, which made her shiver. Ling Xuan sighed, Alicia, please don't tease Aisha. She is quite shy. Hee, then we shall head in first, Alicia declared. Once the girls entered, Ling Xuan turned and made his way to a nearby bubble tea shop. After ordering, he began scrolling through his phone. Ling Xuan? A surprised voice called out. Turning, he saw Han Cheng, curiously enjoying an ice pop. You're out as well? Ling Xuan replied, somewhat astonished by the coincidence. Well, my sister has a stomach ache and couldn't get out of bed, so I came to fetch some medicine, Han Cheng explained, holding up a plastic bag with a resigned expression. Ling Xuan scrutinized the contents of Han Cheng's bag. But why are all the medicines for bruises and burns? He questioned, though he decided not to pry into others' family matters. Just a moment, my bubble tea is ready, and I will grab 2 cups to take home. He called to the girl behind the counter, please pack 2 cups separately. Wow, can you finish all that? Han Cheng asked, eyeing the quantity. It's not for me, Ling Xuan replied, taking a straw and sipping from a cup of fruit tea. What are you looking at? I'm having fruit tea, not bubble tea, he clarified, noticing Han Cheng's expression. All right, I've got the drinks. Let us head to the next shop. Han Cheng began, but was interrupted as a group of beautiful maidens approached, carrying shopping bags. The silver-haired girl in the lead waved at Ling Xuan. Okay, he nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, you're here too, Kiana exclaimed upon noticing Han Cheng, but awkwardly realized she had forgotten his name. Hello, Mr. Han, Aisha politely greeted him. My apologies, Kiana said, suddenly recalling and scratching her head in embarrassment. No worries, Han Cheng replied, his eye twitching slightly. Sir, your bubble tea is ready, the girl behind the counter announced. Ling Xuan nodded, handing the packed drink to Han Cheng. Hurry back. Your sister is waiting for you at home. Is there a possibility, Han Cheng pondered aloud, that he wants to toss the medicine into the trash and join Ling Xuan in his outing? What's wrong? Ling Xuan inquired, noticing Han Cheng's hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Han Cheng wore a gentle smile. I was just contemplating whether curses have any efficacy. Ling Xuan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Are you suggesting we engage in sorcery? Han Cheng advised, Ling Xuan, heed my words, the battlefield of emotions is perilous, and you might not be able to handle it. Ling Xuan arched an eyebrow, and so, Han Cheng chuckled, allow your brother to share the burden with you. Get lost, Ling Xuan retorted. Chapter 65. A Song of Blood and Fire quickly returned home. Your sister is still lying in bed, Ling Xuan said disdainfully. Let her lie. Each pang she endures is a successful transformation. The trials of blood and fire will only lead to her rebirth. Han Cheng exclaimed, leaving Ling Xuan momentarily speechless. Alicia and the others observed Ling Xuan and Han Cheng with bemusement, struggling to comprehend their exchange. After glancing at Aisha and the others, Han Cheng pulled Ling Xuan aside beneath a large tree. Brother, my dear brother, I am 18 this year, 19 in the lunar calendar, 20 in spirit, and 21 in heart. Yet I remain single, and this concerns me how? Ling Xuan asked, bewildered. Han Cheng's expression turned earnest. Do you know that in recent years, I've been restless at night, my studies in disarray? At this juncture, only you can assist me. Can't you spare a moment for your brother? Han Cheng implored, clutching Ling Xuan's neck with one arm while gripping his arm with the other, his voice earnest and tears welling in his eyes. Restless? Inattentive in studies? Ling Xuan regarded him skeptically. I can understand sleeplessness, as one tends to feel restless at this age. Why not consult a specialist? Ling Xuan suggested. Han Cheng looked at him in disbelief. Is that appropriate to say? I believe it is, as long as your father addresses your third leg. You will sleep soundly both day and night. Ling Xuan grinned. Yet, to Han Cheng, that smile resembled the face of a devil. You must be a demon. He trembled. Seeing his former friend in such a fallen state, Ling Xuan could not help but sigh deeply. He patted Han Cheng's shoulder, speaking gravely. It is not that I am unwilling to help. Rather, you cannot manage it. Here, you would be outmatched by anyone except Aisha. Are you implying I should pursue Xiao Qiong? Han Cheng inquired, astonished. Ling Xuan's expression darkened immediately. He shoved Han Cheng away and kicked him. Get lost. Why the kick if you don't want to? Han Cheng complained, brushing off the imprint left by Ling Xuan's foot. Shall we have a spar? Ling Xuan suggested, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Upon witnessing the flicker of crimson arcs at the corners of Ling Xuan's eyes, Han Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. You are ungrateful, he muttered. Ling Xuan shot him a disdainful glance. Quickly return home. Your sister awaits you. Understood. However, let me remind you, health is paramount. Evenly Bai faced his own trials, so you must exercise moderation. Ling Xuan, if you don't leave, I'll electrocute you until you lose control. Han Cheng, let's go right now. Goodbye, Mr. Han Cheng. Farewell, little brother Han. As Han Cheng prepared to leave, Aisha bowed, and Xiao Qiong waved. The two angels bid farewell. Han Cheng wiped away his tears and waved goodbye, then disappeared into the shadows cast by the streetlights, leaving behind a lonely silhouette. Shaking his head, Ling Xuan returned to the group. Let us go. What were you talking about earlier? You seemed quite happy, Alicia inquired curiously. He asked me which hospital is best for bone setting. Bone setting? Did he break something? Kiana scratched her head. I don't know. Perhaps it's just being cautious. Ling Xuan shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. Is this a secret among boys? Alicia pondered. Achio, are you coming down with a cold? Drink some hot water when you get home. Wiping his nose, Han Cheng resumed his journey home. The group continued their shopping, although they bought quite a few clothes. It soon became apparent that most were for Aisha and Xiao Qiong. Alicia and the others only picked up a couple of items. Ling Xuan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Aisha and Xiao Qiong were merely acting as fitting mannequins. To his surprise, however, Alicia had paid for everything. The pristine moon hung high in the sky, and by the time they returned home, it was already past 10. See you tomorrow, Xiao Qiong. Alicia waved goodbye to Xiao Qiong, her flawless smile blooming like a flower. Alicia, come play again tomorrow. Xiao Qiong beamed. Is that all right? Alicia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You can come whenever you wish, Ling Xuan replied. Thank you. With that, Alicia turned her gaze to Aisha. Ah, silly Kiana. How could you hide from me and eat delicious food today? Just then, as Kiana opened the door, the fairy Alicia dashed forward, hugging Kiana's head tightly. Silly fairy Alicia, let go. I can't see. I want to let go. I'll smother you. All right. Stop acting like a child. Himiko gently lifted the fairy Alicia off Kiana's face. Huh, now that I look closely, she really does resemble her, Himiko remarked, surprised at the striking resemblance between the fairy Alicia and Alicia. Resemble what? The fairy Alicia, still fuming, spoke with a sharp tone. How dare a little one speak to me like that? Himiko chuckled in mock anger and playfully swatted the fairy Alicia on the head. A pink bump appeared on her head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The fairy Alicia, realizing her folly, flapped her cloud-like wings and flitted about in the air, cradling her head. Conversely, she became much quieter. So, you're saying there's someone living next door who looks just like me? Sitting in Kiana's lap and rubbing her head. The fairy Alicia inquired. Yes, but she is not as innocent as you, Kiana said, playfully pinching the fairy Alicia's cheek. Oomph. I'll take that, as you saying I'm pure and lovely. The fairy Alicia huffed, swatting Kiana's hand away in a proud manner. That shameless attitude is quite similar to yours, Bronya commented. Oomph. The fairy Alicia stuck out her tongue at Bronya. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? We only found out today, May said, gently patting the fairy Alicia's head. Fine. Hearing May's words, the fairy Alicia lost her irritation. After all, May was the one who treated her with the most kindness at home, and her cooking was delicious. Then let us ask Ling Xuan tomorrow, and then seek out Alicia Bronya suggested. No problem. Mei and Kiana had no objections. I'm going to bed now, Himiko announced as she stood up. Aren't you going to take a shower? I'll wash in the morning. I'm tired. With that, Himiko stretched. Oh, by the way, Kiana, Dr. Risa might be coming in a few days. Before heading back to her room, Himiko seemed to recall something and addressed Kiana. Is Aunt Flo coming? Kiana's face lit up, thrilled. That's great. Now the vacation funds are secured. Mei, Bronya, the two exchanged glances, each letting out a sigh. Chapter 66. Expanding Supplies Golden Courtyard. The residence of Alicia. In a room on the second floor, Alicia, dressed in a pink nightgown after her bath, sat on the bed hugging her knees. Engaged in a video call on her computer. Eden, Apollonia, when are you coming over? It's quite lonely for a beautiful girl to be home alone at night. With her cheek resting on her knees, strands of pink hair cascading down, Alicia asked. Sorry, Alicia, I still have some matters to attend to for the concert. A woman with wine-red hair replied in a gentle and calm voice. Sigh. Alicia let out a breath. What about you, Apollonia? I also need a bit more time. There have been suspicious individuals loitering near the orphanage, and I must ensure the children's safety. This voice, compared to the previous one, held a hint of ethereality. All right. Who told you to be my best friends? Alicia said helplessly. How can a girl's night be complete without a pillow fight? Meanwhile, at Ling Xuan's home, after washing Xiao Qiong's delicate little feet and tucking her back in a bed, Ling Xuan headed to wash up before returning to his room. Closing his eyes, he entered the group chat. Upon entering, he discovered that the group was live-streaming. In the stream, the Flame Emperor clad in Shura armor and the transformed Ranbing were engaged in battle. Ranbing waved her hand, controlling a storm of ice blades that poured down like rain. The Flame Emperor wielded the Shura Purgatory Spear, unleashing a purple shockwave that carved a path through the chaos. Zhongli, Jinzi, and the grass-eating dragon were seated nearby, munching on sunflower seeds while watching the duel. Notably, the seeds were brought by Jinzi. It was only due to being under Zhongli's jade barrier that everyone could enjoy their snacks without worry. You all seem quite relaxed, Ling Xuan remarked as he entered the fantasy realm, observing the group. Group leader, Jinzi and the grass-eating dragon exclaimed in surprise. Ling Xuan. Zhongli nodded with a smile. How long have they been at it? Ling Xuan asked as he constructed a chair and settled down, watching the intense battle unfold. They've been going at it for over 10 minutes, but Ranbing has maintained the high ground, preventing the Flame Emperor from gaining an advantage, Mibis noted. Group leader, would you like some sunflower seeds? Jinzi offered a bag of seeds. No, I just brushed my teeth, Ling Xuan declined. All right then. In response, Jinzi turned to Waterlord. Want some? Waterlord glanced at his hooves, then back at Jinzi, rolling his eyes. Jinzi chuckled and reclaimed the seeds. If only I had a mount, I wouldn't feel so stifled. Ling Xuan observed the Shura armor that yearned to take flight but couldn't, shaking his head. A mount? At this, everyone turned to Waterlord. After a moment of silence, Waterlord asked, Why are you looking at me? It's nothing. The group quickly laughed and shook their heads. Shui Jun. In an instant, it sensed the palpable malice emanating from the world. How have Mibis and Jelf been? Ling Xuan inquired curiously, glancing at Mibis beside him. Quite well, although Jelf is unable to approach anyone but me, Mibis replied. Leader, may I let Jelf speak for a moment? Mibis suddenly realized her overstep and quickly added, I apologize for my transgression. It's nothing. Ling Xuan shook his head and resumed watching the battle. He noticed Z casting a sympathetic glance at Mibis, aware of her circumstances over this period. They were both unfortunate souls, but regrettably, she lacked the means to assist him. Zhong Li remained silent, having gathered a considerable amount of resources recently. The Demon Lord of the Lonely Cloud Pavilion was also a source of highly competitive primordial points. He was merely a step away from restoring Ruochuo as consciousness. Soon, the battle concluded. Ranbing fell short, defeated by the Emperor of Flames in a crucial moment with a strike of lightning. Fortunately, no real casualties occurred in the members' battles within the fantasy Forbidden Zone. Although victorious, the Emperor of Flames seemed unsatisfied, finding it quite unpleasant to battle an airborne enemy from the ground. Leader, you are here as well? The Emperor of Flames remarked, surprised to see Ling Xuan. Ever since his armor was dismantled by Ling Xuan's shot, the Emperor's attitude had undergone a complete transformation, as he had stated. Only the strong could command his obedience. Hand me the Shura summoning device, Ling Xuan said directly. Oh, The Emperor complied obediently, a stark contrast to his previous fervor. With the summoning device in hand, Ling Xuan squinted. In the void, a sequence was inscribed into the device. All right, after summoning the armor, press the middle button for a moment, he instructed, returning the device to the Emperor. Got it, the Emperor said, not doubting him. Shura armor combined. After the armor integrated, he pressed the button. In the next moment, a pair of dark golden turbine thrusters appeared behind the Shura armor. What is this? The Emperor of Flames was taken aback, feeling the thrusters on his back. As the energy flowed, the turbines began to spin, and with a storm, the Shura armor ascended into the sky. It seems quite impressive, Ling Xuan mused, observing the airborne armor. This technology was simplified from the Phoenix meteor, while the design drew from the time-space rose of the black armor, complementing the Shura armor remarkably. Ling Xuan took out his computer and began recording data, oblivious to the bewildered expressions of those around him. Both metaphysics and technology have not been overlooked. Leader, this is incredible. After flying for a while, the Emperor of Flames descended, his face brimming with excitement, grinning like a hefty child. With wings, he felt as though he had gained immense power. Indeed, Ling Xuan nodded. However, this is not a gift. You are to go to the City of Happiness, correct? Yes. I need fire-type light shadow stones. Handle it as you see fit, Ling Xuan instructed. Rest assured, I will ensure you acquire them, the Emperor declared confidently. The next day, ding, a notification rang out. Host, today's sign-in has commenced. Will the host proceed with the sign-in? Sign in, Ling Xuan replied. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 10-fold expansion. Following the encounter with fate, another 10-fold expansion had arrived. Ling Xuan couldn't help but jest. System, you are indeed delving deeper into the world of card draws. Ding, isn't life like this, full of uncertainties? That is indeed true. Ling Xuan chuckled and initiated the lottery. In the next moment, a familiar scene emerged, a supply box inscribed with blue runes. As Ling Xuan continued to click, the entire process yielded only purple and blue items, with not a single gold to be seen. Ultimately, 10 items materialized, the foremost being a character card for a character akin to Fu Hua's Swift Feather. This is disappointing. It's merely a flat card. Ling Xuan grimaced at the character card before him, feeling a pang in his heart. Alas, there was no remedy for regret in this world. With tears in his eyes, he affixed the Fu Hua character card to his chest, acutely aware of the card's weight. In the next moment, his attribute panel's character section added a new Swift Feather. The application of energy techniques surged into his mind. From this day forth, he had truly grasped the essence of the Inch-Heart Fist. Chapter 67. Little Alicia, after merging the template, Xian took a deep breath and executed a series of Inch-Heart Fist techniques. Like a rampaging dragon. Though the moves were few, each was lethal, as if all in his presence could be subdued by a single strike. Huff! Ling Xuan exhaled deeply, centering his energy. The spiritual energy that had spilled around him fell silent once more. Not bad. The Inch-Heart Fist has invigorated my heart's essence. Now, with Ruoshui's strength, I can break through to the Stillwater realm and reach the dustless state. Ling Xuan remarked with satisfaction. It is time to find someone to spar with. It had been quite some time since he had last engaged in a duel, and an itch for practice arose within him. Mr. Ling Xuan, when shall we visit Miss Ranbing? Aisha inquired while eating. Today, Ranbing had asked her again, wishing to express her gratitude for Ling Xuan saving Mark. Ranbing? Ling Xuan suddenly recalled this matter. What a fortunate coincidence. A smile crept across his face as he had just been seeking someone to practice with. And the perfect candidate had now appeared. Mr. Ling Xuan? Noticing his silence, Aisha asked again. Tell her we will go over at noon, Ling Xuan replied. Coming back to reality. All right, Aisha responded eagerly, beginning to contact Ranbing, who was also looking forward to traversing to another world. Ding dong. Shortly after breakfast, while Ling Xuan was watching the news, he heard the doorbell ring. Little Qiong, who was playing Lego with Ruoshui, dashed to open the door. Upon seeing the figure before her, she sweetly called out, Sister May. Little Qiong. May greeted warmly, gently patting Little Qiong's head. And us. Kiana and Bronya peeked out from behind May. Sister Kiana, Sister Bronya. Little Qiong beamed with joy. We've been waiting for you. Ling Xuan, seated on the sofa as he observed the newcomers, remarked, You knew we were coming? I imagine the situation with Alicia has troubled you all for a while. Ling Xuan chuckled. Once seated, Bronya stated, We're simply curious about the connection between the fairy Aerie and Alicia. Actually, it is quite similar to your speculations. The fairy Aerie was created in imitation of Alicia, Ling Xuan disclosed without much concealment. However, Alicia is unaware of this. Could it be that you're a voyeur? Ling Xuan? Kiana teased. I believe he is more of a stalker, Bronya added. Cough cough, of course not. Listening to Kiana and Bronya banter back and forth, Ling Xuan nearly choked. He shot a glare at Kiana, who had initiated the teasing. Hee, I think that is unlikely, Kiana retorted, pulling her neck back and grinning foolishly. The fairy named Ailey was indeed a gift from a friend, and until that moment, I had never imagined that a being like Alicia could truly exist in this world. Ling Xuan mused. As for the connection between the two, I admit my understanding is limited, yet it is evident that, aside from their appearances, they are entirely distinct individuals. Ling Xuan took a sip of tea and continued. Is that so? Bronya pondered, resting her chin on her hand. I heard you were discussing me, weren't you? A cheerful voice chimed in, heralding the arrival of the pink fairy. Alicia, what brings you here? She asked, perplexed. Isn't the door open to welcome me? Ling Xuan remarked. I also heard your previous words. Fairy Ailey, what a lovely name. Might I have the pleasure of meeting her? She gently leaned beside Ling Xuan, her speech flowing like a melody. Bearing the name Ailey, she must also be a beautiful maiden, blossoming like a flower, just like me. Kiana and May exchanged glances. And ultimately, it was Kiana who brought Fairy Ailey home. Wow, she truly is as enchanting and delightful as me. Upon seeing Fairy Ailey, Alicia was instantly captivated. Normally, one might feel a hint of awkwardness when encountering someone who looks exactly like them. Yet this sentiment was absent in Alicia. Are you really Alicia? You possess an adorably charming appearance, just like this fairy. I acknowledge you. Fairy Ailey nodded at Alicia, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Oh, so others see me as this adorable? Alicia beamed, having longed for a little sister. She hugged Fairy Ailey with delight. Hey, Fairy Ailey is mine. Don't you dare think of taking her away, Kiana declared protectively as she snatched Fairy Ailey from Alicia's embrace. In that case, might I request a small favor from you, Miss Kiana? Alicia said, clasping Kiana's hand and leaning in closer. What are you doing? Kiana's face visibly flushed as Alicia came so near. Don't be shy. It's not a bad thing for friends to know each other better, Alicia teased, her tone flirtatious. Ahem, Ling Xuan cleared his throat. What's the matter, Ling Xuan? Are you feeling unwell? Alicia inquired. I merely wish for you to temper your exuberance a bit. This isn't to your home, Ling Xuan replied, giving her a sidelong glance. So you're feeling jealous? I don't mind a boy who is not so forthright, Alicia chuckled, loosening her hold on Kiana. It was unclear whether the jealousy stemmed from Alicia or Ling Xuan. Silly fairy, you should keep your distance from her, Kiana warned, giving Alicia a wary look. It seems that whenever a girl appears, you gravitate toward her. How unfair. I might just cry. Don't cry. Dear human, this fairy is willing to be your friend. Fairy Ailey quickly reassured. Then call me Sister Alicia and see. Alicia's mood brightened instantly, smiling at Fairy Ailey. Sister Alicia, Fairy Ailey replied playfully, reversing the roles. Yet, Alicia's smile grew ever brighter. As time passed, it was soon noon. Ling Xuan felt it was time to inform Kiana and the others that they would be departing. Without further ado, Kiana and the others left. Once they had all exited, Ling Xuan contacted Ran Bing and opened a spatial passage. Let's proceed, he said, stepping inside first. Aisha clutched her pink cross tightly, anxiously following behind, while Xiao Qiong held on to Ling Xuan's clothing. Even in her diminished state, she was merely an ordinary girl. As the three stepped through the spatial passage, they found themselves within a dark fortress. Master Ling Xuan, Ran Bing, and the others had been waiting patiently, and this included the revived Mark. Sister Ran Bing, Xiao Qiong greeted cheerfully, her earlier nervousness dissipating upon seeing a familiar face. Miss Ran Bing, Xiao Qiong, and Sister Aisha. Ran Bing embraced Xiao Qiong and smiled at Aisha. The other scavengers exchanged glances. Are you adjusting well? Ling Xuan inquired. Very well. I owe it all to you, Master Ling Xuan. Ran Bing expressed her gratitude. Sir, this is Mark. Ran Bing stepped aside to introduce a robust young man. It seems you've recovered well. Ling Xuan nodded. Mr. Ling Xuan, I am grateful for the second chance at life you have bestowed upon me. Mark approached with heartfelt appreciation. It's nothing. I have my own purposes as well. Ling Xuan replied. He was reluctant to disrupt the bond between Ran Bing and the others, given her remarkable talent. "Sir, we have prepared a meal. Please follow me," Mark said respectfully. Ling Xuan not only saved his life, but also that of Ran Bing and the other scavengers, granting them the means to survive on the surface. Each of these merits was unforgettable. Under Mark and Ran Bing's guidance, the trio entered a grand hall. In the center was a massive dining table laden with sumptuous dishes. "Is that frosted slime?" Ling Xuan remarked, spotting the pudding-like blue food on the table with a peculiar expression. Due to the mana ecosystem, there's hardly anything edible on the surface. "I exchanged points with Lord Zhongli and Miss Jianzi for these," Ran Bing explained, her cheeks slightly flushed. "No worries. I've long wanted to taste Liyue's cuisine," Ling Xuan assured her. "Frosted slime has made an appearance. It's clearly the work of Xiangling from Wanmin Restaurant. Surely, no one else in Teyvat would think to incorporate slimes into their dishes." He was eager to sample the culinary skills of Wanmin Restaurant, a place even the esteemed Lord Zhongli recommended. Ling Xuan made no pretense, taking a seat with Aisha and Xiao Qiong. Mark and the others exchanged glances, their expressions brightening with hope. It seemed this deity was not overly concerned with mundane formalities. During the meal, the scavengers continually raised their glasses in gratitude, and as a minor, Ling Xuan could only reciprocate with beverages. It must be said that Xiangling's culinary skills were exceptional. Even Aisha sang her praises and inquired of Zhongli whether she could train there for a time. Zhongli readily agreed. After lunch, due to Xiao Qiong's curiosity about this world, she insisted that Ling Xuan take her out to explore. Though Ling Xuan had little interest in this wasteland, he could not resist Xiao Qiong's enthusiasm. Children are naturally curious about everything, and he did not wish to dampen her spirit or exploratory desires. "Sir, shall we go together? There are many devourers outside, and I can ensure your safety," Mark quickly offered upon hearing their intention to venture out. "No need. You all remain in the fortress. We will be fine," Ling Xuan declined with a shake of his head. Thus, with Mark and the others watching, Ling Xuan temporarily departed the fortress with Aisha and Xiao Qiong. However, little did they know, the moment the two emerged, they were taken aback. Where was the picturesque landscape they had envisioned? Before them lay a vast expanse of swirling yellow sand, the world seemingly engulfed in an unrelenting storm. It was a desolate sight. Aisha's expression reflected her sympathy. What could have transpired to render this place so barren? "Brother, what is that?" At that moment, Xiao Qiong noticed a stark iron fortress amidst the sandstorm. Ling Xuan cast a glance and replied, "Oh, merely an underground military base." "A military base?" Xiao Qiong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and as if struck by a thought, she grasped Ling Xuan's hand and urged, "Brother, let's explore there." "Exploration? Why not?" Ling Xuan mused. Their previous visit to this world had been rushed, and there were indeed places they had yet to investigate. Just as they entered the underground base, a silvery figure revealed itself from the swirling sands atop a nearby slope. Her captivating gaze swept across the area. Once the winds settled, the figure had vanished. Was it Baiyu Kuei? Sensing the disturbance, Ling Xuan glanced back. "Brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Qiong inquired, noticing his expression. "Nothing, but Xiao Qiong, are you truly prepared? It can be quite terrifying inside." He gently ruffled her hair. "With you by my side, I fear nothing," Xiao Qiong declared, though her resolve faltered almost immediately. In the pitch-black corridor, Xiao Qiong clutched Ling Xuan's garment tightly, her gaze fixated on the countless charred forms that trembled within. Each grotesque visage captured the despair etched on the faces of those who had met their end. Sensing Xiao Qiong's fear, Ling Xuan embraced her, allowing her to perch on his arm. "Do not be afraid. Think of them as mere statues," he whispered soothingly. Xiao Qiong nodded vigorously, though her lips still bore a pale hue. "Mr. Ling Xuan, what has transpired in this world?" Aisha's complexion, already pale, had grown even more ashen. "Consider a biological virus. Understanding it serves little purpose," Ling Xuan replied. Aisha fell silent. Indeed, apart from praying, she had no means to effect change. A sudden hush enveloped them, the corridor of the underground base stretching out interminably, suffocating in its oppressive atmosphere, far more exhilarating than any haunted house. After a while, sporadic sounds began to echo from the surroundings, adding an eerie layer to the already dim corridor. "Brother," Xiao Qiong gasped, burying her face into Ling Xuan's embrace. He patted her back and activated his insight to survey the area. There, among the vines and grotesque forms, dozens of spine-like creatures clung to the walls, incessantly crawling. Were they spinal creatures? It seemed that Aisha and Xiao Qiong's fear had drawn them near. With a snort, he unleashed a surge of electricity, instantly reducing the creatures to dust. Brother, let us go back. I don't want to explore anymore. At this, Xiao Qiong finally reached her limit. What if there are treasures inside? Ling Xuan teased, glancing at her tearful eyes. I don't want to see anything anymore. I just want to go outside. She insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Silly girl, remember this. Never enter a place without proper investigation, he admonished, tapping her lightly on the head. Yes, I'll listen to you, brother. Xiao Qiong clung tightly to Ling Xuan's neck, finding solace in his presence. Aisha, too, held his hand, her icy touch betraying her inner turmoil. Yet, Ling Xuan chose not to retreat, but to press onward. Approximately 2 minutes later, the trio arrived in a grand hall. There stood a girl clad in a white fur coat, as if she had been awaiting their arrival. Her serene gaze, fair complexion, and silvery white hair were striking. I've kept you waiting, by boss, Ling Xuan remarked with a slight smile upon entering. Bai Kuei raised an eyebrow. You know me? I merely happen to know your name, he replied, gently placing Xiao Qiong on the ground. She dashed to Aisha's side, eyeing Bai Kuei warily. It seems my boss has been looking for me for quite some time. You are strong, but I prefer you not to interfere with Mark's affairs. Bai Kuei stated coolly. Mark's fate holds no significance to me, Ling Xuan chuckled. On the contrary, if you can deal with Ran Bing, Mark can once again become a devourer. The second fall is far easier than the first. Bai Kuei narrowed her eyes, momentarily perplexed by Ling Xuan's intentions. However, I find myself much more intrigued by you at this moment. By boss, he continued, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, with an instinctive grip on the saber at her waist. Bai Kuei's brow furrowed. If you're not going to use the power of the law, then I won't either, she stated. Flames erupted around Ling Xuan, and the Ruoshui sword materialized in his grasp. The originally azure blade shimmered with a layer of radiant sunlight. Before dawn arrives, someone must illuminate the darkness. Flames coalesced into a fiery bird, resting quietly beside him. Isn't that a fine statement? Ling Xuan mused, though Bai Kuei seemed unperturbed, exhaling a chilling breath as she slowly unsheathed her sword. Chapter 69, The 100 Steps, Flying Sword. No matter who you are, I must take Mark away. Defeat me, and we can discuss further. Ling Xuan smiled. Bai Kuei's eyes narrowed. Ethereal silver energy emanated from her arm, instantly transferring to her saber, Alea. With a gentle push against the ground, she transformed into a silver crescent, hurtling towards him amidst a cloud of dust and the sound of air being sliced. Ling Xuan squinted, raising his sword with one hand. The fiery element enveloped him, creating ripples in the void. Faced with Bai Kuei's strike, he advanced rather than retreating, ready to counter with his 3-foot blade. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as Bai Kuei's eyes flickered. With a swift tilt of her blade, she deftly deflected Ling Xuan's sword, landing gracefully before him. With their proximity now mere inches apart, Bai Kuei wielded her sword, slicing through the air towards him. Yet, the next moment, clang! The metallic clash echoed as she met a pair of crimson eyes. Her blade halted firmly in its path. The Ruoshui sword was held across Ling Xuan's chest, having been readjusted for defense in the instant it was deflected. Bai Kuei's expression remained unchanged. She had come prepared, well aware that if Ling Xuan were easily defeated, she wouldn't have come alone. Unsuccessful with her first strike, she prepared for the next. Her swordsmanship was far from the flamboyant displays often seen on television. Rather, it was strikingly lethal. Upon deflecting an attack, she did not pause but instead sought out the next opening to strike. The clang of metal rang out as sparks flew in the air. Ling Xuan wielded his sword with one hand, parrying every move from Bai Kuei, the 3-foot-long sword in his grasp seeming as natural as an extension of his arm. Ling Xuan not only mastered the long rainbow sword technique, but also the void sword technique, all while wielding the Ruoshui sword, integrating both offense and defense seamlessly. Although Bai Kuei's attacks were swift and targeted vital points, each was successfully countered. Nevertheless, defending against her onslaught was no easy feat. Bai Kuei's speed was astonishing, and every strike was a deadly assault, with many seemingly feints that were, in truth, lethal blows. While Ling Xuan could rely on muscle memory to instinctively block her strikes, it took a significant toll on his mental stamina. Her strength was terrifying. Each blow could effortlessly shatter boulders. Had he not skillfully dissipated the force, the ground beneath him would likely have crumbled. The lineage of the Kiana Kaslana family paled in comparison to such overwhelming might. Ling Xuan gazed into Bai Kuei's unwavering eyes, reminiscent of a relentless war machine, tireless and unyielding. "Go, brother." Little Qiong cheered. At her encouraging words, a smile crept on Ling Xuan's face. This intensity of attack, aiming for his demise, was something little Ruo Shui could never provide. "Fire dance in all directions," he exclaimed. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted, the fire element radiating outward and forcefully propelling Bai Kuei back. As she lowered her arm from her eyes, Bai Kuei's gaze sharpened. Amidst the fiery curtain, for swords soared toward her from all directions. With a slight furrow of her delicate brow, she leaped backward, creating distance while unleashing a wave of elemental energy. The resulting explosion echoed throughout the base. "No wonder she's called Boss Bai. This is only the second time I've broken a sweat," Ling Xuan remarked, tugging at his collar, recalling his first bout with Zhongli. It seemed evident that the old master had held back then as well. Indeed, there was a stark difference between a proper sparring partner and an enforced one. Bai Kuei contemplated for a moment before stating, "Mark is humanity's hope, and as fellow humans, we have no reason to turn against one another." Clearly, she recognized Ling Xuan's formidable prowess. She understood the limits of human combat strength. While they could manage lesser devourer beasts, encountering a monarch-level monster would necessitate a hasty retreat. Her body was declining, and humanity needed it strong. "Boss Bai, I think you may have misunderstood something," Ling Xuan sighed. "I am no longer human." He opened his eyes, aligning his index and middle fingers, slicing through the air. 3 feet of water can intercept the clouds. The Ruo Shui sword trembled violently before him, flames entwining around its blade, transforming its originally ice-blue hue into a blazing orange. "Prepare to receive my 100 steps flying sword," he called out, his fingers slicing through the air toward Bai Kuei. A fire dragon, summoned by his command, roared as it surged forth, its fiery maw poised to engulf the Ruo Shui sword. Bai Kuei's pupils constricted. Gathering all her elemental energy, she channeled it into her Tang Dao, swinging it down with great force. The ensuing explosion reverberated throughout the entire base. The long sword sliced through the air, parting the smoke and aiming directly at Bai Kuei's pristine throat. There was no time left. Bai Kuei's gaze narrowed. She attempted to counter, but the Ruo Shui sword was far too swift to block. "You have lost," just as the sword was about to pierce her throat. A calm voice broke through the tension. Ling Xuan, having appeared before her seemingly out of nowhere, grasped the long sword firmly. Bai Kuei stared blankly at the Ruo Shui sword, her mind racing. Had she nearly met her end? "You won't kill me?" As she regained her composure, her gray eyes fixated intently on Ling Xuan, searching for answers. "I never intended to kill you." Lowering the Ruo Shui sword, Ling Xuan lightly tapped her head. "Ouch!" Bai Kuei winced, covering her head. "Take this, and we'll continue." He tossed her a spirit energy pill he had purchased. "I've already lost." Glancing at the pill, Bai Kuei replied defiantly, "I can't accept this." Ling Xuan shook his head. "I told you, I never aimed to kill you. I merely sought a sparring partner." "A sparring partner?" Bai Kuei was momentarily taken aback before a wry smile crept on her lips. She had nearly faced death, yet in his eyes, she was merely a training partner. "Very well, then I shall accompany you in practice today." She swallowed the spirit energy pill whole. In an instant, a unique surge of energy coursed through her entire being. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the affection mode. The current affection level with Bai Kuei is 5. Evaluation, fragile friendship." The system's voice chimed in suddenly. "Hello," Ling Xuan remarked, his tone laced with double entendre, expressing his exasperation toward both the system and Bai Kuei. "Here's your chance. If you can defeat me, this device containing thousands of games will be yours." He brandished another object before her. "Rest assured, whether it's you or this item, I intend to claim both." Bai Kuei, now fully recovered, regarded Ling Xuan with a smile that could only emerge in the presence of a formidable adversary. "Very well." Ling Xuan smiled back knowingly. "Aisha, little Qiong, step back a bit. The second round is about to commence." He readied the Ruo Shui sword once more. "Be careful, brother," little Qiong called out. Chapter 70. Because of handsomeness uncertain of how things fared outside, Mark stood atop the fortress walls, gazing out at the desolate landscape with a sigh. Rest assured, my lord is incredibly strong, Ran Bing reassured him, gently wrapping her arm around Mark's sturdy one. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Mark looked at Ran Bing, his expression revealing remorse. Through the tales of other scavengers, he understood the difficulties they had faced. They had even risked severing ties with the lighthouse for him. Such a debt of gratitude would likely remain unpayable in this lifetime. Fool, what are you saying? Do we not agree to live on the surface together? Ran Bing playfully tapped Mark's nose, smiling. Indeed. Mark's expression softened as he gently embraced her. TSK, TSK. Our little boss truly is something else. Not only did he survive, but he also won the heart of a beauty, an elder scavenger remarked. Don't be envious. I know you frequent the Dawn Hall, an old teammate teased. Get lost. That's not comparable. Mark and Ran Bing exchanged smiles as they witnessed the scene unfold before them. Such a life was truly wonderful. The clashing of swords and blades echoed throughout the underground base. Bored, little Xiong yawned and began a live broadcast. In an instant, the group members dove into the fray. The prodigy of the winning team, a silver-haired maiden, proved formidable, matching the leader blow for blow. Morix remarked on her fluid swordsmanship, while the Flame Emperor exclaimed, Now, this is combat. Ah, how it stirs my blood. The Water Lord interjected, Drink more hot water. To which the Flame Emperor retorted, Get lost. The fairy strategist coughed, reminding everyone to maintain civility, warning that if he corrupted the young one, he would not be held accountable. The Flame Emperor fell silent, recognizing that the young girl was the elder brother's sister and not to be trifled with. I am in awe of her strength. When shall I attain such prowess? Someone lamented. Morix reassured, Fear not, Miss Z. With diligent practice of the spear techniques I have bestowed upon you, paired with the vision, self-defense shall be within your grasp. The Holy Mother Esmile added, Mr. Zhongli, I too wish to grow stronger. Morix inquired, Why not approach the group leader directly? Surely, he would not refuse. The Holy Mother hesitated. Would that not trouble him? Ah, that is not what I meant, she clarified. Ling Xuan offered, if you wish to learn. I can teach you when I return. Surprised, the Holy Mother gazed at Ling Xuan, who was engaged in battle. How dare you be distracted while fighting? By Yuek we Frobnet. Remarkably, after consuming a spirit pill, she felt rejuvenated, as if restored to her prime. Her blade danced like lightning, swifter than before. Ling Xuan chuckled lightly, gracefully evading his opponent's strikes. Morix was astonished. It appears the group leader possesses extraordinary swordsmanship. Why did he not display it before? It seems he has not only recently mastered it. Zhongli, observing the live battle, was equally taken aback by Ling Xuan's dazzling technique. The Flame Emperor, restless, proclaimed, I can hardly contain myself. Who wishes to face me? Morix replied, Such violence is unseemly. I shall enjoy my tea instead. The fairy strategist countered, I have time. Were you willing to accept my 3 great fairy magics? The Flame Emperor dismissed the notion. No thanks. He does not fancy being a target. Ran Bing, astonished, exclaimed, Is that her? The group leader is fighting her? Moritz queried, Miss Ran Bing, do you know her? She admitted, Not really. I've only seen her in reports. Morix concluded that further inquiries were necessary. The battle had transformed from a clash of blades to a fierce melee. Transformative, ink, chrysanthemum. The sound of heavy fists colliding echoed, each strike reverberating through the air. Despite the flurry of blows, neither side inflicted significant damage. Little Qiong shielded her eyes from the spectacle, too young to witness such violence. Dragon's destruction, Ling Xuan shouted, unleashing a fiery punch. Bai Laoban also concentrated his energy into a fist. The clash of their punches sent tremors through the underground base. Let us call it a day, Ling Xuan declared, retracting his fist and observing Bai Yu Kuei, who had also regained her composure. What do you say to a draw? He proposed, tossing an item to Bai Yu Kuei, who caught in surprise. As for Mark, Ling Xuan stated, his affairs are beyond my jurisdiction. Mark's name triggered a reaction in Ran Bing, her pupils narrowing, the icy blue of her gaze solidifying like crystal. An aura of cold spread around her, frosting the very walls. No one shall harm Mark, she declared coldly, asserting that she would protect him now, just as he once protected her. Is there any of that pill left? Bai Yu Kuei inquired after a pause. Ling Xuan chuckled. I cannot assist you with her. After all, she is my disciple. Little Qiong, Aisha, we shall take our leave. With a wave, he opened a rift in the void. Wait, she called out to the departing trio. What is your name? Ling Xuan smiled faintly. Ling Xuan. Upon saying this, they stepped into the void and vanished. In the now empty hall, Bai Yukue extended her hand into the air, staring blankly at the spot where they had left. Clenching her fist, she retrieved the tang knife lodged in the ground and secured it at her waist before departing alone. The void opened again, and the three reappeared within the fortress. Brother, who was that sister just now? Little Xiong, perched on Ling Xian's arm, asked. A fine sparring partner. He replied, Can you teach me to fight, brother? My shoulder aches, he lamented. I'll massage it for you. My cheeks feel dry, he added, poking his face with a grin. Without hesitation, little Xiong planted a kiss on his cheek, eliciting a smile from Aisha. With eager anticipation, little Xiong looked at Ling Xuan. Very well, since you are so obedient, I shall teach you upon our return. He ruffled her hair. What do you wish to learn? That technique with the sword. The swift slashes. She mimicked adorably. Sword mastery requires innate talent, he cautioned. But I'm not afraid of hard work. Why the sudden desire to learn? Is it to protect me and Sister Aisha? Ling Xuan inquired, intrigued. Because it's cool, she replied without hesitation. Ling Xuan was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the truth in her words. Chapter 71. Returning home, why practice? Beyond mere strength, it is for the allure of power and prestige. To shine in the eyes of others, to impress, to achieve immortality. Beyond this, Ling Xuan harbored no other aspirations. I did not expect you to grasp such insights at your tender age. It warms my heart, he mused, pinching little Qiong's cheek. I feel the same. She beamed. Aisha smiled quietly beside them. Ling Xuan, a cool voice interrupted. Ran Bing descended from the wall, landing before him. I shall not interfere with Bai Yukue's matters. Before she could speak, Ling Xuan preempted. She represents the human forces on the surface. You may wish to engage with her. Master, why does she insist on Mark? Ran Bing asked, pausing. Ling Xuan glanced at her, explaining. During the gestation of powerful devouring beasts, a phenomenon called blood vortex emerges, a red whirlpool you may have encountered. It connects to the mana ecological hub, the only way to discover methods to combat the ecology. Alas, humans cannot fully enter. You mean Ran Bing faltered, her pupils contracting as she pieced together the implications of his words. Ling Xuan confirmed her thoughts further, elucidating the situation. Ling Xuan nodded, affirming that Mark, who retained his consciousness after becoming a devourer beast, represented humanity's sole hope, or rather, the very purpose of his existence. Ran Bing appeared momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that the only solution to the mana ecosystem lies in transforming Mark into a devourer beast? Brother, what exactly is a devourer beast? Inquired the small Qiong, perched on Ling Xuan's shoulder. Well, it's akin to a mutated creature that absorbs spiritual energy, much like a demon beast, Ling Xuan mused, using metaphors that Qiong could comprehend. Oh, Qiong nodded thoughtfully. Ran Bing remarked, I say, are you overthinking this? Observing the indecisive expression on Ran Bing's face. Ling Xuan suddenly spoke up. Ran Bing looked up, puzzled at Ling Xuan. You're not actually torn between saving the world and protecting Mark, are you? Ling Xuan questioned. Ran Bing was taken aback, realizing that she had indeed entertained such thoughts. Awaken, young lady. Merely safeguarding the one you cherish is already a formidable endeavor. Ling Xuan gently stroked Qiong's head. Do not forget, both Mark and your lives are not solely your own. Ran Bing, momentarily dazed, felt her ice-blue eyes gradually solidify with resolve. I know what I must do now. Thank you, Lord Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan smiled slightly, saying, the mana ecosystem is ultimately confined to a singular world. No matter how powerful, can it truly alter the fabric of existence? Let alone your core strength. Even Zhongli's Spear of Stone would find no recipient in this realm. He waved dismissively. Well, it's time. We should return. Can we stay a little longer? Ran Bing pleaded. We'll come again next time. As he spoke, a spatial passageway opened. Farewell, Sister Ran Bing. Goodbye, Miss Ran Bing. Under Ran Bing's watchful gaze, the trio stepped into the passageway, departing from that world. However, the moment they vanished, Ran Bing's expression shifted as a thought emerged in her mind. Was it possible for them to leverage the power of their group chat to inhabit other worlds? Qiong was gone to bed. After returning home, Qiong stated this before removing her shoes and darting upstairs. She must be exhausted, Ling Xuan remarked. A half-day excursion in the spirit cage world had indeed drained the energy of the little one. Mr. Ling Xuan, came Aisha's hesitant voice. Turning to Aisha, Ling Xuan smiled gently and took her delicate hand. Let us proceed. With that, the two entered the realm of fantasy. Time flew swiftly. During the 2-day respite at Ling Xuan's residence, tranquility was a rare visitor. Alicia seemed particularly taken with the fairy Ellie, frequently visiting Kiana and the others. It was reported that May was incessantly harassed by Alicia, driving Kiana to fury. Ling Xuan elegantly sipped his tea. Zhongli had shared his insights on tea drinking in the group chat. After downloading, he too had mastered the art of tea, such as the cultivation of a refined individual. His gaze shifted to Aisha, who sat in meditation nearby. He had previously employed the awakening array on her, yet it bore no fruit attributed to the divine artifact, according to the system's explanation. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. Aisha possessed remarkable talent in the heart's essence, swiftly entering the stagnation stage in just a few days. Perhaps it was also due to her femininity. He hoped there would be no complications. Ling Xuan's gaze flicked towards Aisha's chest, thoughts swirling in his mind. He then closed his eyes, his hands gesturing in the void, where a yin-yang taiji diagram materialized above his head. Ethereal light descended, resembling a celestial being. He pondered when he might comprehend the divine essence. After a while, Ling Xuan opened his eyes. Presently, his heart's essence was merely at the dustless stage. Though not far from the bright mirror, the final barrier remained unbreakable. Even with the Swift Feather character card, he could only enhance his perception, unable to aid his breakthrough. Let us take a walk, Ling Xuan murmured, rising from the sofa. Ruoshui, ensure Aisha's safety. Yes, Master, Ruoshui, who had been meditating atop Aisha's head, replied. After giving his instructions, Ling Xuan opened the door and exited. The street bustled as usual. Has half a month truly passed? Ling Xuan mused, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, he felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Is there nothing interesting for me to encounter? Ding. What kind of interesting event does the host desire? Perhaps something like girls falling from the sky? Ling Xuan jested. It seems the system is lacking as well. He teased when the system fell silent. Ding. Please proceed to this location. A window suddenly appeared before Ling Xuan, displaying a map of the Jiangnan region, marked with a red dot. After observing for a moment, Ling Xuan spoke. This place, why bamboo forest? Is that where I can find girls? He asked, somewhat uncertain. Ding. It is a possibility. Then I shall not go. Ling Xuan waved his hand and continued onward. Ding. Why is that? The system seemed perplexed. My friend, it's not that I don't wish to, but there are too many girls to manage, Ling Xuan sighed. The woes of a single dog are incomprehensible. I see, the system responded, seemingly enlightened. As the system fell silent, Ling Xuan paid it no mind, wandering aimlessly. Growing weary of the city sights, he turned towards the countryside. As he caught sight of the wheat fields, dusk had already settled. Raising his head, a lush green rice field greeted his eyes. Illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun, it was a scene worthy of a painting. Whenever he felt down or discontent, he would come here to unwind, basking in the breeze and scenery. It truly was a delightful retreat. The fragrant blend of earth and flowers brought a sense of peace. Ling Xuan strolled along the rustic path, humming a tune while appreciating the surrounding beauty. After an indeterminate amount of time, he arrived before a grand tree. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soothing sound. Ling Xuan sat down beneath the tree, leaning against its sturdy trunk, quietly gazing at the distant village while savoring the afterglow of the sunset. This world, it appeared, was quite beautiful. Ling Xuan smiled slightly. Unbeknownst to him, high above in the sky, a pitch-black void gradually opened, crimson lightning crackling at its edges, a clear sign of severe temporal distortion. Chapter 72. Ding. Please exercise caution regarding aerial debris. Ling Xuan instinctively looked up, surprised to find that the once bright sky had inexplicably developed a hole. Crimson arcs of electricity danced around the void, as if contemplating expansion. Just as Ling Xuan pondered this, a layer of dust suddenly fell onto his face. He instinctively reached up to brush the dirt away. Thunder rumbled. Following this, the space emitted a low hum, and countless objects resembling stone pillars plummeted from the void. Enormous stone columns descended like nails, trailing sparks as they fell from the sky. What the hell? Ling Xuan's heart raced. Accompanied by the thunderous roars, without hesitation, He waved his hand. Crimson lightning surged forth into the void. The flashes of lightning, under Ling Xuan's command, converged into a colossal electric net, surging towards the heavens, causing the so-called stone pillars to crumble instantaneously upon contact. At that moment, as the pillars shattered, a sudden pink radiance illuminated the dark void. Ling Xuan's pupils constricted, and with a firm step towards the ground, he propelled himself into the sky. Crackle. Lightning danced around him, akin to the protective aura of an immortal, disintegrating any nearby stones into atoms that dispersed into the air. The pink glow drew nearer, and Ling Xuan grasped at the void with one hand. With a rush, several golden chains of covenant burst forth from the void, ensnaring the pink figure. The realm of the void opened, swiftly transporting the bound silhouette before him. However, upon seeing the chained figure, his pupils involuntarily narrowed. Ling Xuan stared in disbelief at the enchanting figure cradled in his arms. Soft feathers brushed against his arm. At that moment, the being resting in his embrace was not human, but an angel adorned with pink wings. Her eyes were tightly shut, lying serenely like a sleeping beauty in his hold. The ethereal presence stood in stark contrast to the mottled world around them. Icarus. Ling Xuan uttered her name in disbelief. The slumbering maiden awakened distant memories of a summer filled with the cries of cicadas. Thunder rumbled. As Ling Xuan looked up, he noticed the once open void beginning to heal slowly, ultimately vanishing entirely. The fractured sky restored to its former state. Had it not been for the figure in his arms and the fallen stone pillars, Ling Xuan might have thought it all a dream. What transpired? An earthquake? Impossible. This was a plane. Could it be that a monstrous beast had breached the defenses? Nearby, the village trembled from the vibrations caused by the fallen pillars, causing many to panic. Glancing at the sleeping maiden in his arms, Ling Xuan's gaze flickered. The realm of the void expanded behind him, and he departed from that place with Icarus. In the twilight forest, the realm of the void quietly opened as Ling Xuan emerged, cradling Icarus and gently placing her beneath a grand tree. System. Provide an explanation. He immediately directed his suspicions towards the system. Not long ago, he had jestingly mentioned a sudden arrival of girl, and now it had truly happened. He could hardly believe it was mere coincidence. Ding. After much contemplation, the system concluded that the reason the host hesitated to approach the previously designated location was that every girl possessed her own consciousness, which could lead to uncontrollable outcomes akin to a battlefield of love. Without further elaboration, the system expressed its thoughts. Ling Xuan instinctively glanced at the sleeping Icarus, raising an eyebrow. So you chose Icarus, who lacks self-emotion. Ding. Indeed, the voice carried a hint of pride. After meticulous research, it was discovered that Icarus was the most suitable choice. Not only did she perfectly alleviate Ling Xuan's concerns about a love battlefield, but she also helped him fulfill his long-held desire for a sudden arrival of a girl. With her capabilities and life skills fully developed, she was virtually the ideal girlfriend, save for her tendency to zone out in the absence of commands. Ling Xuan, upon receiving the answer, paused for a moment, then fell into contemplation, ultimately revealing a smirk of satisfaction. System, I truly adore you. Ding. This system graciously accepts your praise. Ling Xuan crouched down, observing the sleeping maiden, and gently touched Icarus's cool cheek. Upon making contact, his heart involuntarily fluttered. Icarus could well be described as his first love. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, did I encounter Icarus when I went to the Huai bamboo forest? Ding. No. Then who was it? Ling Xuan inquired with confusion. Ding. Could it be that on the 7th day of the 7th month, at the Huai water bamboo pavilion? Ling Xuan's eyes widened with intrigue. Are you implying that Dongfang Huai bamboo has also arrived in this world? Ding. No. Host, you cancel midway, so this system did not proceed with the transport. Ling Xuan. He was utterly bewildered. You can cancel? System, be honest with me. How many abilities are you still concealing? A host. Life is akin to unboxing a mystery box. The allure lies in the surprises. Oh. Ling Xuan, feeling somewhat disinterested, decided not to press further and shifted his focus back to Icarus. Where should I begin? He pondered while admiring Icarus's graceful form. It seems every part is tempting. Activating his insight, he observed. Name, Icarus type. Strategic universal angel note. Only a prince's kiss can awaken the sleeping princess. Ling Xuan, what does the last remark mean? System ding. It means exactly what it says. Ling Xuan's expression shifted as he gazed at Icarus's enticing lips, unable to suppress his admiration. System, you truly excel. You flatter me, host. Ling Xuan, feeling a surge of dry mouth, bit his lip, then took hold of Icarus's delicate arm, gently leaning down. At the moment his lips met hers, Icarus's long eyelashes fluttered. Following that, Icarus slowly opened her emerald-like eyes, curiously observing Ling Xuan in this unfamiliar world. Good morning. Ling Xuan greeted with a smile. Engraving, commence. A calm voice emerged from Icarus's lips. Aware of the subsequent events, Ling Xuan extended his hand. The broken chain around Icarus's throat, akin to quantum fragments, reformed and ultimately coiled around his hand. Feeling the icy touch of the chain, Icarus's delicate and gentle voice resonated. Nice to meet you. I am the entertainment-type Universal Angel Icarus, here to fulfill all your wishes. Gazing at Icarus, who appeared even more dazed than Ganyu, Ling Xuan's heart stirred. Unable to resist, he reached out to caress Icarus's head softly. Nice to meet you. Chapter 73. A new family. The voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb the little cat, Icarus. Supported by Ling Xuan, Icarus rose to her feet. At that moment, she still wore her battle attire, which, while designed with many cutouts for combat, appeared somewhat lacking in elegance for casual wear. Such clothing was only suitable for non-combat forms. Ling Xuan, lost in thought, playfully poked Icarus's navel. Soft and cool, it prompted Ling Xuan to linger a moment longer. Feeling the unusual sensation in her abdomen, Icarus looked curiously at Ling Xuan. Ahem, it's nothing. Ling Xuan, caught under Icarus's gaze, awkwardly cleared his throat and withdrew his hand. He retrieved a photograph from the system space and said, change your attire to match what's depicted here. Yes, Icarus responded respectfully, promptly changing her outfit before Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan. Under Ling Xuan's astonished gaze, Icarus's battle attire transformed into particles, gradually dissipating into the air, revealing her smooth, jade-like figure. Before Ling Xuan, she stood without a hint of defense. Immediately thereafter, these particles intertwined anew in the void, forming a fresh attire, and as the radiance dissipated, Icarus, clad in a tank top and denim shorts, came into view. Her pure and adorable visage evoked an irresistible urge to cradle her and plant a kiss upon her cheek. Icarus, please retract your wings, Ling Xuan remarked, noticing the grand wings behind her. Upon hearing this, Icarus slightly adjusted her wings, which gradually diminished in size. Ling Xuan draped a freshly crafted coat over Icarus's shoulders. This looks much better. He affectionately ruffled Icarus's hair and took her small hand, a smile illuminating his face. Let's proceed. With a gentle turn of her gaze, Icarus allowed herself to be led by Ling Xuan towards Kanglan City. By the time they returned home, the sky had completely darkened. Aisha, Xiao Qiong, I am back. Ling Xuan called as he opened the door. However, the familiar figures did not rush to greet him. Mr. Ling Xuan, you have returned. Aisha approached upon hearing his voice, but halted abruptly upon seeing Icarus behind him. Oh, Aisha, you're here. Where is Xiao Qiong? Ling Xuan inquired as he stepped inside with Icarus. Xiao Qiong has gone to Alashia. And who might this be? Aisha asked, glancing at Icarus with confusion. This is Icarus. Ling Xuan replied. The Icarus from Greek mythology? Aisha exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Ling Xuan's words. As a nun of the church, knowledge of divine history was a requisite. And coincidentally, deities were not uncommon in this world. Indeed, Ling Xuan affirmed. But isn't the Icarus from mythology male? Aisha questioned, regarding Icarus with some bewilderment, for she clearly appeared to be a charming young girl. She differs somewhat from your understanding of Icarus, Ling Xuan remarked with a glance at Icarus. Moreover, mythology often requires a touch of obscurity and mystery, much like the deity you worship, who happens to be female. What? Aisha was momentarily taken aback upon learning that God was a woman. Although she had never seen God, the depictions by a group of angels clearly portrayed God as male. Mr. Ling Xuan, how do you know this? Aisha queried with curiosity. That is a secret, but I can assure you, this God is definitely a lady. Perhaps one day, I shall have the opportunity to introduce you to her, Ling Xuan replied, playfully tousling Aisha's hair. Meet God? Aisha's mind momentarily faltered. What is it? Noticing Aisha's silence, Ling Xuan waved his hand in front of her. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit surprised, Aisha stammered, her cheeks flushing, feeling embarrassed in front of Mr. Ling Xuan. She found the revelation to be overwhelmingly impactful. Ling Xuan merely smiled, leading Icarus and Aisha to the sofa to commence the next topic. Now let us discuss Icarus. Aisha was taken aback, then adopted a serious expression. In the ensuing moments, Ling Xuan recounted the events of the afternoon to Aisha: time and space distortion, the arrival of Icarus, and her origins. Aside from the matters concerning the system, Ling Xuan held nothing back from Aisha. A synthetic angel? Aisha appeared bewildered upon hearing that Icarus was a strategic synthetic angel from another world. Indeed, Icarus possesses exceptional combat capabilities and computational abilities, while her emotional range is relatively limited, which is why she seems somewhat vacant, Ling Xuan explained, pinching Icarus's plump cheek. Yet, even with her face contorted, Icarus maintained an expression of blankness. So that's how it is, Aisha mused, beginning to understand why Icarus seemed to have lost her spirit. Icarus has formed a contract with me. Henceforth, she shall be my family and will reside with us, Ling Xuan stated. Aisha nodded, for reasons unknown. Upon learning that Icarus was a synthetic angel, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Any lingering feelings of melancholy vanished instantaneously. Aisha approached Icarus, bending down to speak softly. "Hello, Icarus, I am Aisha." "Hello," Icarus replied vacantly, her tone soft and lacking strength. "Icarus, do you have anything you particularly like?" Aisha inquired, hoping to learn more about her. Icarus looked toward Ling Xuan. "Aisha, Icarus has just been activated. She is like a blank slate. So I entrust her to you for this period." Ling Xuan calmly sipped his tea. "Huh, is that all right?" Aisha responded, surprised. "You are now the mistress of this household. You decide," Ling Xuan teased. "Mistress? I will do my best," Aisha declared, her resolve strengthening with a simple phrase. Clenching her fists, she encouraged herself. Icarus tilted her head, looking at Aisha with confusion. "Icarus, from now on, you shall address Aisha as I do, understood?" "Yes," Icarus affirmed. "I am back." As the clock neared 6:30 p.m., Xiao Qiong's voice echoed from the entrance. With a loud thud, the door closed, and Xiao Qiong entered after changing her shoes. "Is there a guest?" Noticing Icarus sitting motionless on the sofa, Xiao Qiong inquired. "There is no guest, just one family member," Ling Xuan replied as he walked in with a cup of tea. "Brother, hug." Ling Xuan placed his cup down and instinctively embraced the rushing Xiao Qiong. "Brother, who is this sister?" Xiao Qiong asked curiously, leaning on Ling Xuan's shoulder. "Her name is Icarus, and she will be living with us from today onward." "Icarus, this is Xiao Qiong, my sister." Icarus stood and, expressionless, greeted, "Hello, Xiao Qiong." Xiao Qiong, nestled in Ling Xuan's embrace, gazed at Icarus with her golden eyes, questioning, "What does that mean?" "It is merely a term of endearment," Ling Xuan explained, glancing at Icarus. "Icarus, you may call her Xiao Qiong from now on." "Understood." Icarus promptly complied with Ling Xuan's every command. Ling Xuan was not in a hurry, wishing for Icarus to gradually develop her own identity. "Hello, sister," Xiao Qiong greeted Icarus. "Hello, Xiao Qiong." "Brother, why does this sister appear so vacant?" Xiao Qiong whispered into Ling Xuan's ear. Ling Xuan smiled gently. "Icarus has a somewhat naive disposition. You may take her out to play sometime." "All right," Xiao Qiong eagerly agreed. After dinner, Icarus accompanied Aisha to do the dishes, while Ling Xuan leaned back on the sofa, gazing blankly at the ceiling. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Qiong climbed into Ling Xuan's lap, peering at him. "I was contemplating the matter of our graduation trip," Ling Xuan replied, affectionately stroking Xiao Qiong's head as he cradled her. A soothing fragrance wafted through the air, calming Ling Xuan's spirit considerably. As Alicia had said, charming young girls are treasures from heaven. Is it because of what happened with Sister Aisha? Xiao Qiong pondered while nestled in Ling Xuan's embrace. A mere fallen angel. I hardly regard it as significant, Ling Xuan remarked, playfully pinching Xiao Qiong's rosy cheek. Ling Xuan, Xiao Qiong, which piece do you like the most in chess? Isn't chess the game that the old men play in the park? Xiao Qiong inquired. Not that one. I am referring to Western chess. Ling Xuan retrieved his phone, searching for images of chess pieces to show Xiao Qiong. I choose the queen. After observing the images for a moment, Xiao Qiong declared with both hands gripping the phone. "The queen? Very well. Then you shall be my one and only queen, Xiao Qiong." Ling Xuan chuckled as he lifted Xiao Qiong high into the air. Hee hee. The delighted Xiao Qiong beamed as she was held up. Although she was uncertain of the purpose behind Ling Xuan's question, his happiness was enough to make her content. By the way, brother, I have something to tell you. After settling back into Ling Xuan's embrace, Xiao Qiong seemed to recall something and spoke up. Yes, go ahead. I saw Sister Alicia streaming today. It seems she is quite a well-known host. Xiao Qiong said earnestly. Streaming? Ling Xuan was taken aback, but not surprised. Given Alicia's chatty nature, it was rather fitting for her. A girl who actively engages in conversation and ensures no one feels awkward. Who wouldn't he be fond of her? So, did you stream with Alicia today? Ling Xuan asked with curiosity. Yes, but Sister Alicia didn't let me show my face. She did change my outfits a lot, though. What is her account name? Ling Xuan inquired as he opened the platform. Miss Pink Fairy. Huh. Ling Xuan paused momentarily upon hearing the name, then uncertainly typed it out. To his astonishment, he discovered that Alicia had amassed millions of followers on the platform. Wow, that's impressive. The sheer number of followers left him in awe. While Ling Xuan had anticipated Alicia's popularity, he had not expected it to be this immense. Among the millions on the platform, she stood out, even surpassing the official accounts. Truly, Alicia is remarkable, Ling Xuan mused as he began browsing through her posted videos. The content was wildly diverse, encompassing a vast array of topics. With the most viewed video featuring Alicia cooking alongside the superstar Eden. After perusing for a while, Ling Xuan stumbled upon a rather peculiar series titled Alicia's Mini Lectures, which comprise her analyses of various character archetypes of beautiful girls, ranging from the mature to the lowly, the cunning to the innocent. Each character type had its dedicated video, and a total of 13 episodes have been released thus far. What is this? Ling Xuan clicked on the latest video. In the footage apart from Alicia, everyone else had their faces blurred. To his surprise, it featured clips from their outing the previous evening where they dined at a hot pot restaurant and strolled through the streets, albeit edited into a video format. However, when Ling Xuan glanced at the comments below, his expression darkened. Being the only male present, he found himself the target of ridicule. Comments like cross-dressing best friend, living off a woman, and want to take him out flooded in, causing Ling Xuan to feel exasperated. He found the notion of living off a woman particularly unjust. It wasn't his choice to have a sensitive stomach, as if he could even sleep soundly. With a silent grievance, Ling Xuan decisively followed her account before exiting the platform. Aren't you going to watch anymore, brother? This society is quite unkind to those who possess beauty and talent. Ling Xuan sighed, uttering words that left Xiao Qiong perplexed. However, she paid no mind to it. If you're not watching, can I play with your phone? Here you go. Ling Xuan handed the phone over to Xiao Qiong. Thank you, brother. Xiao Qiong kissed Ling Xuan on the cheek and happily took the phone. Xiao Qiong, come take a shower. After a while, Aisha approached with clothes in hand and called out to Xiao Qiong. Coming. Xiao Qiong promptly set the phone down, leaping off the sofa to join Aisha. Watching her leave, Ling Xuan couldn't help but reflect on the past. There was a time when he was the one who bathed Xiao Qiong. With a sigh, he muttered, time flies. It never returns. Icarus, come here for a moment. Ling Xuan rose from the sofa and called to Icarus, who followed closely behind. Ling Xuan gazed at the room he had previously utilized as a storage space, now transformed into a bedroom through the infusion of core power, and spoke to Icarus. This room shall be yours from now on. Understood, was Icarus's straightforward reply. No need to keep calling me that. Just call me Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan? Icarus attempted to call out. Yes, very good. Ling Xuan ruffled Icarus's hair, to which she seemed puzzled by the gesture, her gaze still blank. 9:00 p.m. In Aisha's room. On the bed, Aisha felt melancholic. Despite being quite tired, sleep eluded her. At this hour, she would typically be fast asleep. The scene of Ling Xuan bringing Icarus back replayed incessantly in her mind. Bang! Just as Aisha was engulfed in her thoughts, a sound of something dropping to the floor from outside piqued her curiosity. Meanwhile, Ling Xuan picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground. He had been so engrossed in watching that he accidentally let it slip. On a certain site, an author known as the Abyss of Suppression had penned works that greatly appealed to him. He cherished all three of the books. Although he was disappointed that the author had ceased writing Dimensional, the beginning of the recurrence of the thunder of the law. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the door, followed by it being opened. Huh? Ling Xuan looked up to see a golden silhouette clad in a light blue pajama set entering the room. Aisha, why are you still awake at this hour? Is there something troubling you? Ling Xuan inquired, puzzled. Nothing. I just heard some noise and came to check, Aisha replied. Are you unable to sleep? Ling Xuan, sensing Aisha's unease, asked. Yes. Aisha nodded. Ling Xuan lifted the covers, patting the bedspread as he smiled at Aisha. Then let us have a heart-to-heart. Huh? Aisha's eyes widened slightly, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Are you inviting me in? Otherwise, won't you be cold standing out there? Ling Xuan chuckled. Aisha's face flushed instantly. She stole a timid glance at Ling Xuan, but ultimately did not refuse, slipping under the covers beside him. As the soft sensation enveloped her, Ling Xuan noticed Aisha's bashful demeanor and instinctively placed his arm around her shoulders, gently pulling her closer. Startled, Aisha's body stiffened like a frightened little rabbit. Ling Xuan? Relax. I won't bite. Ling Xuan reassured her lightly, guiding her to lean against his chest. The warmth of his embrace slowly eased Aisha's tense body. Aisha, do you like me? Ling Xuan suddenly posed a question, gazing down at her. Huh? Don't you like me? Ling Xuan sighed at Aisha's bewildered expression. And no, that is not it at all. I really like you, Ling Xuan. Aisha, noticing Ling Xuan's dejected look, felt a pang in her heart and quickly exclaimed. How much do you like me? Aisha hadn't anticipated Ling Xuan would ask such a direct question, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Haha, I'm just teasing you. Ling Xuan affectionately ruffled Aisha's hair. However, what he did not anticipate was that the next word from Aisha left him utterly speechless. Ling Xuan, do you have feelings for me? Aisha lifted her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet her emerald green eyes shone with unwavering determination as she awaited Ling Xuan's response.